Yo, what's the meaning of life? Come on. Is it a cycle? Jeez. You know how we do. G block up in this bitch. Come on. What's my favorite word? Bitch. Come on. I goes on and on. Can't understand how I last so long. I must have had superpowers. Yummy. Trust me. We up in the building though. You get me? It's the blizzard. Yeah. There we go. One sec, one sec, one sec. Yo, here we go. Here we go. Yo. We say, man, got the new headpiece. You get me? In your head, dog. I agree, boss, in your head, dog. You hear me? Old tight, why so religious? Old tight, King H. Old tight, man like Mr. Lottie in the building. Yeah, it's G Bleezy. You get me? They can't cigars and them after the next block. You get me? Yeah, man. So, yo, that's it, man. Trying to find out about this meaning of life. What's the meaning of life? Is it a cycle? Is it about survival? Should have been hunting with a rifle. I can't remember the bars though, man. I can't remember Jensen's bars still. Yeah, big up. Hey, big up, man, like AO in the building. Mining. Yeah? Yeah, man. Mad. So we up in there today, man. Hopefully we're gonna get a good panel full like we had yesterday. Yeah, we had a good panel yesterday. Still, yeah, we spazzed out a little bit at the end, but you know, we're still good though. We still good, isn't it? Oh shit! Someone got their shit right off, boy. Right off. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, man. Yeah. So big up Mr. P. Old type cotton socks, Cameron. You get my cotton socks. You're like the most wanted lady in the chat at the moment, still. You hear me? I see Bear Man putting bids in for cottons. Yeah. Hold on. Saying James better start protecting. He better start pulling his cape out, yeah? All right. I just need to get some six. So, yo. I'll type Ben Grant. We got yourself. I got some cigarettes, boss. Cheers. You got me? Yeah. Yeah. It's mad out here still. Trust me. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, so yeah, man, big up my G Ultra, old type Jim Jones, you get me? Old type Nines, Mel, you get me? There's the G Block Familia. Anyone's name I forgot, big up. Yeah, still on the team. We still you get me? Uh Quaff. Yeah, man. So, yeah, you see the video I dropped a little earlier, man. Major hype one. You see the major hype video I dropped earlier, man. Let me put the link to it. Oh, oh, mate. You get me? Black Lives Matter. Uno Sakyamada. Yeah. How about them ones? How about them ones? I said Black Lives Matter. Uno Sakyamada. Mad. Right, let me just make sure I'm going to the right place first. Carried away with chatting and driving. You hear me? Okay, all right. Oh, mate. Got a lone job at this first job, though. All right, all right. Yeah. So, yeah, man. Get me? That's the way the Caribbean people will be rolling at the Black Lives Matter protests. You get me? Yeah, man. The Beijing one was funny as well. I remember what he was saying exactly at the end. Yeah. But let's go though, man. So, yeah, what's the meaning of life, man? Like, like, let me get on to the actual question of it. Let's see if I can see it properly. So I can see it properly. In life, what really matters? Yeah, so what really actually matters in life? We want to get some answers to that today. So, what matters in life? What matters in life for me? Hmm, good question, man. So let me have a little think about that. Wow, I come up with an answer for that one there. Yeah, because obviously everyone's gonna come up with a generic thing. Friends, family, happiness, so and so, blah blah blah. I live for my children, man, and like so so yes. What does it mean, man? What's it really mean? Yeah, what's the meaning of life? Is it about survival, or should I be hunting with a rifle? Yeah, me. Yeah, that's the bars, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Eye open, G. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, hmm. The religious ones are going to be up in here soon, innit? Talking about the meaning of life is to praise God. What? For real. A wise man once said, life is like a box of chocolates. You hear me? You just don't know which one you gonna get. Oh, man. Forest. Yeah, man. Outside of Forest Procletogy. Forest P. You hear me? Man. So, yeah, man. What else? What else? What's the meaning? Yeah, what really matters in life? Health, happiness, love. Like, yeah. There's some things that we hate as well, though, man. Sweet blunt. Yeah, Yeah, man. What does life really mean? You get me? True stories, yeah. I ain't really thought of the answer to this today. Yeah. But one of the generals said it's true. You get me? One of the board members. So he slapped it in. I said, yes. Hmm. So, jeez. Also. Yeah, we might have to. I might have to do a poll thing, man. Like a voting poll to find out. Yeah, because no, man's trying to get it around here where we're on some sensible conversations and all them things there. You hear me? So all the extra arguing, though people may jump on, tune in, come and talk their shit or whatever. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, I'm saying that contribute, fam. Yeah, when people come on, I know what they're talking about. Fridays is for the hype and the laba laba. Aye, aye, aye. Hey, listen. Hey, listen, yeah. You know when listen to this shit. It's a bit random though, yeah. But bro, you know like but if you're smoking a cigarette, yeah, or like a bit of hot ash drops on your hand, yeah, and it just stings a little bit, yeah. Imagine what it kind of feels like to be burning in hell forever. What the that is mad. That is mad. Man, it's crazy. Forever, you know. Forever, ever, ever. Ah. So yeah, big up man like K in the building. Big up yourself. Love is the law. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Yeah, no, jeez. That's what the man them see when they come to G Block. Baby, don't hurt me. Man. All right, all right. So life is about fulfilling true. Okay, missed it, missed it. Big up, Mr. IC3. Big up yourself, young man. Yeah, we up here, man. I missed that one though, Cotton. Still, let's see. All right, life is about fulfilling love, true self-love and balance. Enlightening yourself is your potential mind, body, and spirit. Okay, yeah. We need a few suggestions of what really matters in life. Yeah, time. I think that's something that's not really looked at, man. If you don't understand that, like time, you can't get time back. So for young guns that spend years in jail, you can't get that time back, man. You get me? So try to avoid the jail cell. You get me? Take another route and fuck the road. Trust me, fuck the roads. Yeah, trust me. You know why? Yeah, uh, I know someone that's in jail for 35 years, and some of his friends don't visit him no more. 35 years is a long time, man. You can't get that time back, man. Especially if you're 35 when you go to jail for 35 years. You're 80 when you come out, cuz. Like 70 and shit. You get me? That, you're a fully old man. Ooh, past retirement age now. That's no good, man. No good. Time don't exist. Alright. I know about that. Oh, you can't go back. You can't go back to the future. You get me? Time definitely exists for me. Gee. Get me? Big up, hey, old time Aaron, though. Aaron there. Yeah, man. Mr. Icy Free, big up yourself, man. Morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh,
Greetings. Greetings.
One second. I don't know what I'm for this. Bluetooth thing, yeah. One second. Hello?
You talking to me or? I can hear you. Yeah. I can hear you.
I'm trying to connect my flipping headphones.
All right.
That's okay. I might. I put on the car Bluetooth for that, and I set half one up. When I pull up on the block. All right. Hold on 2 seconds, yeah. Second, son. Okay. Back in the game. All right, yo, I see there.
Yeah, I'm there.
All right.
Yeah. Question of the day.
Yeah. Question of the day.
In life, what really matters? What really matters, in my opinion, is solving the problem of racism and the neutralization of the system of white supremacy as promoted by the globalist bankers. And then we'll have an opportunity to start a new world. So that's what I see, what really matters. Did you hear that?
Yeah, you said the system of white supremacy by cut out.
Oh yeah. So the white supremacy as promoted by the globalist banking elite, and by the neutralization of their power, or the regulating their power, everybody will have an opportunity to start a new world and see a new outlook on the world. Because I heard you talking about prison.
Yeah.
And how how much of your life can be wasted in prison.
Yeah.
But prison itself is a symptom of the powers that be. And then the issue of crime itself. So you got to sort out what crime is, and then you start to see all those problems can be solved in 24 hours.
Right. Repeat that again. That missed me. Repeat that again. Yep. That missed me.
All those problems about the prison complex can be solved in 24 hours. 24 hours. That's all it will take.
24 hours, yeah.
They lock the work. Look how quick. Look how quickly they lock the. You got to neutralize the system of white supremacy as promoted by the globalist bankers. That's it. And then people can start to construct a new world and a new way of living.
Would you repeat the last little bit for me? Because it cut out for me. It was clear for everyone else, but it cut out for me.
Then people can then construct, people of the world can then construct a new world and a new way of living and a new way of relating to each other.
So you're saying that there has to be a whole, but what do you propose are the steps that are taken to bring this to light?
In simple terms, nationalism.
What does that mean?
Nationalism in that people have nationalism as in the promotion of the sovereignty of nations. Because only... sorry?
The sovereignty of nations, yeah?
That's right. That's right. They have to be sovereign. Because if they're not sovereign, then what will happen, as is happening now, is that they'll be dictated to by the central banking and trading forces. They need to be regulated. If you don't regulate the banks, you cannot manage the concept.
Oh, they got the FSA.
Sorry?
They got the FSA. Some will say to you, yeah. But what about the FSA? That's supposed to be regulating the banks.
Supposed to be. So let's have a look at this FSA. FSA, yeah, this is good. This would be interesting. Oh, it's going back to the banking again. You're going to kick me off this stream. But you asked me the question. That's the question. That's the answer. So then you're starting to dig a bit deeper. Okay. So the FSA is the Financial Conduct Authority. Right. FCA. Financial Conduct.
FCA, sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Financial Conduct Authority. So let's have a look. Because everything's boiling down to money. Yes. Even those prisons and those prison terms and the courts and who has to pay to fight in the court. Can you afford the court costs? See, it's all boiling down to money. The Financial Conduct Authority, the FCA, is a financial regulatory body in the United Kingdom, but operates independently of the UK government and is financed by charging fees to members of the financial services industry. The FCA regulates financial firms providing services to consumers and maintains the integrity of the financial markets in the United Kingdom. Yeah, so the jurisdiction is only for the United Kingdom. The Financial Conduct Authority is jurisdiction is United Kingdom. So, but how about those financial authorities or financial activities like offshore
you say
banking?
That you need a global financial authority.
Almost, but yes, the global financial authority though would be managed by all the sovereign nations. Yeah, not just one like the IMF or one like the Bank of International Settlements. As long as each nation is sovereign, they'll be managing their borders, and it will result. The result will be a proper regulation of finance globally. That will be the result.
How does that come to fruition? If there's like the World Bank, IMF, and all them sort of like lot that having countries, sovereign nations in debt around the world. So why would they give up their power, their strongholds, to make things fair? What's the leverage that we're going to have to make?
Right. Okay.
Yeah, we want to make things
Good question. Good question. Yes, because then they're not going to give up their power. So therefore, it would be down to nations who value sovereignty to work together with other nations who value their sovereignty to regulate the power of the international bankers. So just like if you put it down to the principles that I'm saying apply also to an individual. So when I mention nation, I'm also mean community. I also mean individual. So an individual could feel that they're being oppressed or mistreated as an individual, and as long as they continue to suffer as an individual, nothing can change. But if they start to team up with other individuals who are sharing the same experience, then they can work together to tackle the problem without giving up their own individuality. You can work together on a project with other people. So the IC1 or the IC1 people would work together with the IC3, with the IC2 and the IC4 people to tackle the problem of global banking, but they'd still maintain their individual identities and their individual sovereignties. So it's just a project. Does that make sense?
Why would they want to? That's what I'm saying. Like, what leverages? What advantages can you? How can you sell it to people? Why would they want to do that?
Because history has shown that if a nation or an individual starts to reach out by themselves, then the globalist banking oligarchy will strangle that individual nation. It will orchestrate other groups against that nation, and also use the media to badmouth that nation or individual, so that that nation, that sovereign nation or individual, becomes sidelined and becomes seen as the enemy, and then also becomes seen as a scapegoat. So if a nation tries to rise up by itself to tackle the banking oligarchy, they will be crushed.
Yeah, but, all right, so how can you explain it to a group of people who have different interests to make it seem like I get what you're saying, yeah, but on the other side of it, yeah, it does sound a bit like a fairy tale, because it's like all of us, all the different nations working together with the let's say to take down the banks, to make all of ourselves all independent.
Yeah, it's
Someone's got to lose, though, innit? There's got to be.
Yeah, hold it. It's not taking down the banks or destroying the banks. No, it's regulation, regulated. You know that. Remember that tune, Regulate.
Regulate the banks.
We're gonna regulate. That's right. Right. You know that tune.
Regulators.
That's right. You got it. Regulators. So basically, that's what I'm doing. I'm gathering the regulators from the different sovereign entities to go up against the globalist banking elite. Regulators, that's right. It's not about destroying. It's not about destroying, just about regulating, that's all.
Right. So what needs regulating?
Pardon?
What are the things that need to be changed, that need to be regulated?
Well, for example, I think it was on this stream the other day, and somebody was raised this issue, and we started to talk about what culture is. What does it mean to be sovereign? And basically, quick summary is that different people or different sovereigns, different sovereign nations, they will decide the best way to regulate trade in their own area, in their own nation. They'll decide what they see as reasonable. So rather than have a central authority that seeks to regulate the activity of all nations, the nations will regulate trade and loans and so on as it suits their own culture. So on this on your stream, I think it's a day or two ago, I raised the point of a people, just like an individual. They develop habits, then those habits then become over time part of their culture, and then their culture develops into their way of life. You know, you always hear that people going to war because we want to defend our way of life. Yep. So way of life is very important, but that way of life is unique to a nation, a people, maybe even an individual. But when that way of life becomes formalized or codified, then it gets set down in law. So many different nations and peoples, they'll have their own laws, and the laws over time then sometimes become a kind of religion or a social construct. So if we go by that principle, that means you cannot regulate, you cannot dictate to people how they should regulate their lives or their way of life. Because that's the whole idea of being sovereign. The whole idea of being sovereign is that you have your unique character as a people, as an individual. So banking and trading, the ships can go from one nation to the other, as they do now, and trading goods and so on. But at the port, the nation should be able to decide, the sovereign nation should be able to decide, we'll have some of those, we'll trade for some of those, but we don't want none of these. At each port.
So, but what about that? So you're saying that some countries can't trade? What do you mean, like?
Each country.
What do you mean, like today? Like,
each country will regulate trade and the power and the influence of bankers as they see fit. So Jamaica will have they have their own country, they have their own ways, they have their own way of life. And then they should decide.
All right, so
what they will sell, what they won't.
Got rum, bauxite.
Sorry?
All right, they got rum. They got rum, bauxite, coffee, and I know I can't remember. Yeah, one other thing. Yeah, obviously, now they've decriminalized marijuana as well. Yeah. So
okay.
But they used to have a lot of farms. Like they used to grow rice, bananas.
Exactly.
Bananas.
That's right.
Planting all sorts, but they don't grow as much or farm as much.
Yes, because the economic hitmen have been there already. The economic hitmen have been there already. That's why.
Fair trading. They bought in fair trading and said they have to buy a certain banana or you have to have certain so and so. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to plant a certain one or whatever.
Yeah. Exactly. So it messes up the people, messes up the island, messes up the economy of the island.
How do you explain, like, obviously, like, when we're talking about Jamaica, yeah, so it makes sense to me, innit? Yeah? But, like, you're saying that, yeah, you'll tell your camera's on, fam. Yeah. So you're saying stuff like, Terry, your camera's on, yeah?
Who, mine?
No, not you. Terry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if you're saying stuff like, it will take us to work together as be sovereign nations but still working together. How can you sell it to someone who like you're saying that how can you sell it to someone who's against your nation to working together to regulate the banks so they can get their nation sovereign? How do you sell it to them?
That's why you sign treaties.
Good morning, Mr. Riggs. That's right.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. First thing first. Good morning. Black family first. Priorities. It's amazing when you talk about rice as well, because not a lot of people know where a lot of shipment of rice used to come from. And all they have to do is Google rice coast and see what comes up.
That's it, yeah, but
Yeah, so
But like, Jamaica used to have a good few farms, man. Like farming a lot of stuff, producing a lot of stuff. Obviously,
Yeah.
sugarcane, sugar, and all that. And then at the end of colonization, they set up the sugar. At the start of colonization, when they sold off the sugar plantations to local people, they set up sugar factories and then obviously undercut them in other places instead.
Philosophy as a
yes, that's right.
Yeah, but anyway, how do we sell it? How do you sell it to? Everyone doesn't agree with you in the chat, yeah. But how do you sell it to someone like Aaron? Or yeah, obviously he wants Germany for Germans, and Britain for Britain, or whatever, yeah. Like Europeans or that sort of stuff, yeah. But we're in Europe at the moment.
Yeah.
We're in Europe at the moment, yeah.
Correct.
So how do you sell it to him, yeah? That raw. You're gonna try to work together with him. And then once your place is sorted out and his place is sorted out, you're going to be able to go back to your own spot. How do you sell that to him?
Well, it's just by marketing to the Germans, to the German nationalists, for those who believe in Germany, those who believe in the German way of life. All I'm doing is selling sovereignty. So all true Germans will agree with what I'm saying. But I remember I was on here the other day.
That was the true German fallacy there, man.
Sorry?
All true Germans, yeah?
Yeah.
That was like the true Scotsman fallacy, innit? He said all true Germans will agree with what I'm saying. I was like,
correct.
Whoa.
It's not a fallacy. No. Because in contrast, let me show you the contrast. Remember, I was here on this very stream a few days ago, and I was speaking to somebody, and they said that they're a Kashmiri Pakistani. Remember? I don't know if you was, but right. And then I asked them, do you see any value? You know, that's their heritage. Do you see any value in your heritage as a Kashmiri Pakistani? And that person said no. And they said they're living here in England, so they feel English. But as the conversation progressed, I concluded that this person sees no value in identity whatsoever. But not all Kashmiri Pakistanis will be like that. Some Kashmiri Pakistan. But
I feel like he's. Finish,
I'm not talking about him. I'm just illustrating you that there are some people living in Germany or living in Jamaica, and they don't really see any value in Jamaican identity or German identity. They don't see any value in the national identity. So those people will be the enemies against the people that do see value in national identity. See, so all I'm doing is selling to the people who see value in their heritage, in their lineage, in their nation. So I expect opposition from people who see no value in identity whatsoever.
Oh shit, you talking scientific, yeah?
Sorry?
Scientific method. You talking the answer the other day.
Yeah, I don't want to focus on the individual. It's a principle. So whether it's Kashmir Pakistani or whether it's Germany or whether it's Jamaica, it's a principle. I'm saying that in any region, there are people that perceive value in the sovereignty and the identity of the nation. And there are other people who don't, and they're just trying to make money. And they're anything for sale.
But then in saying that, wouldn't you say some people like that, say for instance the British see value in everyone else's identity, which is able to generate them business?
Not quite, because when you say Britishness, the City of London, as an example of banking so-called Britishness, will be very different from the people who like to who identify themselves as English, Scottish, Welsh, and they see value in that.
I get that. As I said, I get they see their identity, but don't they see value in other people's identity?
They could do, but that's the war. That's the war. There's one side is saying it's important to preserve one's identity and one's cultural roots and history as time goes on. But there's another group who see, well, it's all about making money, and what use is identity anyway? I've spoken to people like that. They don't see any value in identity whatsoever. They say, "Oh, I'm just a world citizen."
I don't think Answer was speaking like that though. But I was saying that, check it like this then, yeah. What if you're from another nation, yeah, but you're born in a different, so you're from Turkey, you're born in Germany, you've never been to Turkey before, yeah. Your granddad was born in Germany, your dad was born in Germany, you're born in Germany, and all you know is German culture and ways of life or whatever. Like that, actually, you know, a Turkish way of life here, because your house is like Turkey, yeah, but obviously you live in Germany, yeah. So how if they move back to Turkey, they won't even know anyone. How does that sort of why shouldn't they feel more German than Turkish or
right? Okay. So let's take Germany for example. I understand.
Their identity.
Okay. So let's take Germany as an example. I heard, I'm willing to be corrected, that there's a lot of Turkish people living in Germany. And I've met some at Speaker's Corner. Right, so they were born in Germany and so on, but they came over there for the work.
That's so true.
Sorry?
I said that is so true.
Okay, right. So they came over there initially to work, to get some work in Germany. Now, the Germans may make them, hold it, let's slow this down. The Germans that are there, some of them will say, well, it's all business, and so it doesn't matter where anybody's from. But there are other Germans that say, no, these people came here to work, and we welcome them as workers here. But they're not German, they're Turkish people. They have their lineage is Turkish, even though they may have been born in Germany. They're not Germans.
Mm-hmm.
That's how.
What you will find, as I said before, is the Germans see the Turkish have seen something. They invest in people from Turkey to providing Turkish services to the German people in forms of, like, let's say, for instance, open up kebab shops and opening up their own bank, like as you got in Green Lanes.
Yeah.
Where you go to Germany, you will see a whole heap of stores that the government has helped the individual by funding him to able to open up shop in Germany.
Apparently.
No, I know for a fact.
No. All right, let me slow this down. I understand what you just said, but I'd like you to consider this. There are German people that accept that some people from other places may come to Germany and do some work, and that they should be comfortable while working there, but they will never be German. But there are other forces, the globalist banking forces, that their long-term view is to destroy the concept of being German in its entirety. So when you say the government, that's a war, that is a battlefield, because there's people in the government that are trying to preserve sovereignty in Germany or Jamaica or America or wherever. But there are also people in the government that are servants to the banking empire, and they don't really care about local identity.
Yeah,
So
but
it may appear.
but they would embrace money coming in.
Oh, this embracing money coming in is a very dangerous thing. See, you just said that. See that statement? Embrace money coming in. Very dangerous. See, it's like, did Jamaica embrace money coming in from the IMF?
Nope.
Well, there you go. You see, so
But that's Jamaica. Jamaica in itself, you have to look at its criteria and what it's actually about.
Right. I'm talking about the principles now.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about Jamaica. I'm just saying this is a nation.
Two different people.
The people. Sorry?
They have two different.
Say that again?
I said Jamaica and Turkey are two different people and two different types of power.
Yes, but I'm not talking specifically about Jamaica or Germany. I'm trying to talk about the principles where a nation, a sovereign nation, there could be war in that nation, internal war. It's like a quiet war, where some are saying, "Oh, let's embrace the money coming in from the IMF," and then there's others who have national values who say, "Wait a minute, if you embrace that money, you could be sinking this nation. You could be destroying our sovereignty." So they'll think twice before taking big loans from a banking class. Whilst there's others who say, look, it's all about money anyway. Who cares about identity? Just get the money. Just get the money. You see, so there's a clash between those two groups. And those who are money grabbing, they're the ones who, in general, have no respect or have lost respect for their identity. So when you say the words like government, the government is a battlefield between those who have national values or sovereign values and those who just want money.
And
so
that's
the word government.
That's the reason why I said, you have to understand the treaty between governments. What is that treaty? What's in that treaty to give reasons of where they're able to maneuver?
That's right. And a treaty between governments, is it a treaty between financial sectors, or is it a treaty between the sovereign people? I'm saying, you may disagree here, I'm saying that a treaty only has value as it's signed by the people and the nation, the sovereign nation. Whilst all other treaties that are not signed by a sovereign nation, they're nothing. Because the outcome of the treaty and the keeping of the treaty will be dictated by external forces, external financial forces. So there's treaties and there's treaties.
Yo, how are you going to take treaties with people that have already broken treaties in the past? What leverage is your treaty going to be holding that it's not going to be broke this time?
Right. So that's part of looking at who signed the treaty, who was the representative of the government of that treaty at that time. What were the ideological values of the people that signed the treaty? Because sometimes bankers can put their own people in the government, and they're signing away the country, they're signing away the nation, and the people sense that something's wrong, but you basically got strange entities signing on behalf of the nation who have no values, who don't care about the nation. They're just people pretending to have national values. So a treaty has to be looked in to very carefully. So it's the same thing. Like,
Yeah, but what leverage will that's what I'm trying to say, that what leverage will you be having to be signing treaties with people, and if they do backtrack on treaty, what you know what I'm saying, what's the repercussion that you can bring for backing, you know what I'm saying, like going against the treaty?
yeah, well, well, that's standard. Whether it's banking people or national people, if they decide to go against a treaty, then it's war. But war between two sovereign nations would be managed by those two sovereign nations. War could be managed by people who are not part of those nations. They could be managing the war as a business enterprise. So they're deciding who will win based on financing, and they'll just waste the people. They don't really care. So war itself has to be looked into. If war is a business enterprise, it's going to be handled in a lot different.
Yeah.
Go on then. I'm listening. I'm just going to go take something off the fire. I'm listening.
Yeah. So the economic hitman already funds both sides of the war. Yeah. But the other sovereign people that are trying to gain sovereignty, and all the others, yeah, why wouldn't they try to bribe the ones that they feel closest to just work with them only to keep the status quo as it is? What would stop them?
Was that question?
So, all right.
Did you mention something about bribes?
Yeah. So it was that. All right. So we've got like 5 or 6 different sovereign nations. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we got and then they're all working together to regulate the cabal of bankers. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going to stop the financial, the economic hitman going over to one of the sides and paying them off, or giving them a deal that they can't refuse, sort of terms, to make the status quo be that they're second in charge while they're still on top? Obviously, they're still living a lavish life and whatever. They're living higher than everyone else, and blah blah blah. Why wouldn't anyone? What's going to be the reason why any of the sovereign tribes wouldn't take that deal?
Right, because when the bankers or the hitmen, economic hitmen, come over, the whole attitude of that sovereign nation will be totally different towards any deal coming from an entity that has no sovereign no values in sovereignty. So if you look at it on
but
an
wait, hold on a
individual
second.
basis,
Right now, yeah, say we're talking about the British government and American government, yeah. When they're doing their economic hitman business, they're coming over there as sovereign nations to another sovereign nation.
no, I would disagree. Because I'm saying that, for example, the Opium Wars of China. You see, the Britain as a nation was there, but then you had the traders, and the traders may do whatever they, traders and business people don't have the same incentive to behave in a moral way. So they'll just push and do anything that they can, and if they get into trouble, then they'll start running back for national support, and then they'll try and twist the story to make out that they've been hard done by. So just like you have the right hand and the left hand, the left hand could be the nation, and the right hand could be traders. But the traders are just trying to look after themselves. But they could have a particular affiliation with a nation. They might be paying taxes to a nation. Do you understand? And then the nation might turn a blind eye and might not see what they're actually doing, because the taxes are coming in until there's trouble. And then
you see the 1%ers, yeah, that live in all of our different nations, yeah, we'll just say, yeah, in general.
Yeah.
They're all multinational people that have got passports, citizenships in different nations as well as yours, mine.
Exactly. Yeah, I think somebody mentioned a good point sometime in some conversation. I think it was a Speaker's Corner. They're saying that never trust anybody with two passports. Never trust anybody with more than one passport.
Why is that?
Because I think that the flow of the conversation is basically, when somebody has one passport, it's just like a figurative term, that one is dedicated to a particular nation. But if they're bouncing around with a number of passports, they don't really have any loyalty to any particular nation. They haven't decided or don't want to decide. And so that's going back to what Belly was saying.
For a nation means that you're a patriot of that nation.
Yeah, it's a symbol. It's a symbol. It can be a symbol of patriotism and respect for sovereignty. Yes, as a symbol. I'm not going to go into passports now. I'm not discussing passports. It's just a symbol of sovereignty. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just saying that. Yeah, that obviously that there's people that may not agree with the country's policies or whatever that might hold passports in the country.
Exactly. So it's like the nationalists say. Well, if you don't like it, then leave. If you don't like it, then leave.
Yeah, but it's that means you have to. You can't complain about nothing. You just have to. If you don't like anything, you just leave.
Yeah, or you have to negotiate with you'll have to negotiate with another nation to get them to accept you, because then you'll be a refugee, I suppose, or an asylum seeker.
You know, like, think about it like this, then, yeah. Imagine, like you just said there. Why would anyone want to swap what they got or what they're doing now for a government that's going to say, well, if you don't like it, just leave? Why would they want to swap that?
Well, it's based on the fundamental principle of sovereignty and identity. Do you see any value in the nation's culture and cultural history and the people and the nation itself and the title of the nation? If not,
if they like them,
pardon?
What if they like the place, they like the country they live in, or they even like their person or one of the nations, and they want changes in their country. They want, and the changes that they want, they may feel like may improve their country. What's it seems like which it's my way or the highway sort of. What, there's no room for improvement. There's no negotiations or nothing.
Well, of course there'll be negotiations, but if the negotiations break down, then it's the highway. Then you'll move into the realm of the people that see no value in nationality. So yeah, so you're just moving to the realm. Join the bankers as your friends. Join the international bankers.
But wait, listen. If they're saying that they're so say like an English white person that loves England, loves the English people, but doesn't like the way certain policies or some things are run, and he disagrees with that.
Yes.
Why is he less patriotic or less English than someone who agrees with all the ways this guy in England or whatever, another white person that's English?
Well, a patriot, an English patriot, may disagree with some of the policies of England, and then he may, the English people would then set up systems based on their culture, based on their way of life, for resolving such issues. They might have a parliament, they might have democracy, they might not. They'll decide what they want to do, and Scotland will decide what they want to do. So every nation, every sovereign nation, will decide the best way to manage itself and manage those who are maybe not being treated that well. They'll develop systems for their people. Because that's a sovereign issue. It's a sovereign issue. So it's just like if you're wearing a certain hat, or and you're part of a certain group, that group might, and you still want to be part of that group, then you'll discuss hat wearing with that group, or what type of hat. I mean, it's already there. It's already there. I'm not really saying anything that's special. I'm not saying anything that's outlandish.
But I check it that right. Like, so today, if enough people, or if you have an understanding on how to do these things, go with your cameras on, bro. Yeah. So if you have an understanding on how to do things, you may be able to implement changes in policies and stuff that you don't agree with today, without having to do all the other stuff that what you're saying or whatever. Why? That's what I'm trying to say. Why would we want to take, or why should we take the other? You've got to sell it to us to make it seem like it's something that actually needs to be done, rather than something that you just want to do.
Yes, but if that person is a patriot, just because he's a patriot and he's we're just talking about England now as an example, or it could be Jamaica, it could be anywhere, Germany, or whatever. The principle, if a person cares about the nation and the history of the nation and the people, and there's disagreements within that people or within that nation will develop systems for resolving problems. That's all. It's simple. I mean, I don't know what else can I say. It's just as simple as that. A sovereign nation will develop its own way of resolving disagreements, and every nation and every people will have their own way of resolving disagreements. That's it.
We've got a sovereign nation now, yeah? We've got a sovereign nation now, yeah? And
where?
Their way of... Yeah, I'm just giving you a hypothetical in it, yeah? We've got a sovereign nation now, yeah? Where their way of dealing with things is, if you talk back, then we cut your tongue out. If you look at someone's wife, we poke your eye out of your head. If you step on my neighbour's grass, then we have to chop your foot off. Yeah. But that's the way that everyone in that place wants to do it, yeah. And there's loads of people complaining outside. What has to happen in your
complaining outside? What do you mean complaining outside?
Well, there's people that's outside saying, right, their human rights is crazy. Like looking at what they're doing
outside the nation.
Outside the nation, yeah.
Or yes, okay. So, but there are people outside the nation's sovereign. So over time, they might decide, you know what? It's not good for the health of our nation to be chopping people's hands off and cutting out people's eyes. And then they may make changes in policy. So just because the outsiders don't like it.
We spoke about this the other day, didn't we? And it was an argument between right and wrong. So is it right for another nation to get involved, if you like, through things like agreement in trade and development, and make requests to that nation to stop cutting people's feet off for stepping on their next door neighbour's garden? I think that was where we were going the other day. Do you know what I mean, Veli, as well?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So if they're accepting that they want to take your trade, they want you to use your machinery to dig their oil for them, then that gets certain deals and certain requests placed upon it. And that's how we operate in the West. That's how Britain operates as well when it gets involved with other countries.
Can I say something? I think what you're talking about there is British standards and what we hold as high regard when it comes to laws and the way people act and behave. But I'm just going to say this, right? If someone's acting the way, if someone's got a different type of culture and it's not compatible with the West, you can't then say, "Oh, this is how you should live," and go out to their country to try and make change there. There's just a law here, and that's it. If people come over and they happen to eat, animals still alive, you're not allowed to do that in this country. So you can't. I think that's really rather than policing the whole world. I think that's how Britain should take their stance. Because right now they look like bullies.
We've done it for a long time. So, like when China strikes deals in Africa, for example, they don't actually put any deals or requests on them, and it's why China are becoming such a successful power, if you like, because they are putting less demands on the countries that they're interacting with. Whereas where America has interacted with countries in the past, they've come with these such deals, you know, which cause animosity within the nations that they're getting involved in. Sorry.
They're pretty much robbing them with their deals. The deals that they're putting is sort of like take it or leave it almost. Yeah.
I'll just quickly, while I'm here, I'll just answer the question of the topics about what really matters. Well, of course, nothing really matters. Nothing really matters in the end. We place constructs through our consciousness and our physicality, and we, like I think IC3 would say, we codify, we agree upon, and we set morals and we set standards. But ultimately, this is my opinion, nothing really matters in the end. It's all just, you know, when you're driving down the road, you're not concerned about the bugs that get squashed on your screen. And, you know, we're just another we're just another organism within
but wait, no.
The brief life of the planet we're on.
But wait. You're not concerned about the bugs getting squashed on your screen, though, or you're concerned about the other drivers around you, the other humans, even that, maybe even other animals, dogs, cats, or whatever. You don't want to run someone's dog or cat or whatever over. Understand that? You wouldn't do that on purpose and just carry on whistling and driving on, innit?
No, that's because we've chosen to place importance. So we say we place importance on life, but then there's a diminishing kind of respect for life as we go through the animal kingdom. So we wouldn't eat a dog, but in another country, they would eat the dog. In some countries, a rite of passage would be to do it while the animal was alive. So one thing that may seem abhorrent to us because of the standards that we set and the things that matter to us, it seems abhorrent, whereas in another country that might be a rite of passage. We place the importance on things and we decide what matters, but in reality, in the grander scheme of the entire universe, which you know hundreds and hundreds of billions of years old, we are just a blip, a moment in time, and when this is all over and humankind, if we don't, like IC3 would say, if we don't overcome this rock, we are doomed to a fate of being sucked into our sun, and it will all just be a moment in time, just a blip of the universe. And in that respect, nothing really matters. Nothing really matters.
There we go. Man like self in the building. Hey, listen though, yeah. So you're obviously not religious, huh?
No, I'm not. No.
The religious ones will definitely disagree with you when you say them.
Of course, they've created a construct. I'll tell you the interesting thing about religion, why I don't mind religion. So I'm not a militant atheist in any way or form. I respect people's rights to practice religion. But I had a Jehovah's Witness knock on the door one day, and I spoke to him, I engaged with him, and he said because I was an atheist, it meant that I had no moral reason to not do anything wrong. So basically I could rape, I could murder, and it wouldn't matter because I had nothing to answer to. But I took that in a completely different way. When he said it to me, I thought, so that's what goes through your mind, man. So you're saying to me that if you weren't religious, you would feel that rape and murder was basically something that you could do. And so I said, well, knock yourself out there, man. You be religious. You praise whatever God you need to stop you from going out and doing that shit, man. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, some people don't get that when you say that. If you say something like that, I bet the guy had a blank look on his face when you said that.
Yeah. Yeah, but I genuinely, I respect it. I would not want to live in a world, because I've decided the things that matter to me, obviously. So I wouldn't want to live in a world where we demanded that people didn't practice religion. So that's just my take on it. But no, myself, no, I'm not religious in any shape or form. So I think I said this to IC3. I'm quite nihilistic. I really do believe what I say. Ultimately, nothing really matters. So the only kind of important things to me are the constructs that I've made, the things that have been installed in me through the society I've been brought up in, and they do. You know, I can feel it matters, but deep down in my mind, logically, I know that in the grander scheme of things, actually nothing really matters, and no one's actually important. You know, this self-importance, or these kind of placements of things being important, nobody's actually important, nobody's special. You know, that's it.
It's gonna be one of them days today, boy.
I think I don't think it's dangerous to have that that approach, but I think it's very. I think it's a little bit. It's like restrictive. It's kind of a little bit restrictive to your imagination. I just can't see why all of these theories about the great understanding of spirituality, life, and existence isn't something that should be seen as food for thought and a way for your mind to grow. But
yeah, no, of course, and like
a lot of these atheists would probably go as far to say just get away with all, be done with all of this sort of pseudo type of science, or whatever you want to, whatever people sort of see it as. Whereas I see it as possibilities and magic. People see it as just rhetoric and pseudo. So magic is magic. You know, it describes the things that we don't know yet, or that we may never know, and that's fine. I think science is more concerned with finding out the answers, if you like. It chooses not to put God in the gaps of something that we don't understand. So, you know, we explore gaps. Because
without
science is very big anyway. So I suppose science can you've got, it's endless anyway. So once you studied all of science and what sort of it entails, and people do that, I think, where would you go from there? You know, I think it's still pretty limited.
I think, like with spirituality or religion, where I feel it's a positive thing is it does because you're still searching for answers to questions. It still inspires you. It still drives your imagination. And if it's as a religion, or if it's spirituality that drives you forwards to do that and achieve that, then that's all good in my book. Again, it's the same thing. You know, crack on. If you need to be religious to do that, to achieve that, then that's fine. I think my issue with religion would be if that they close doors and they're like, no, that's a sin. We're not allowed to do stem cell research. So for an example, stem cell research was an interesting one, because when George W. Bush came into power, obviously he was a fundamentalist Christian. Okay, so he withdrew funding, and it pretty much ground to a halt any efforts to explore stem cell research. So he was in power for like 8 years. That was like 8 years worth of a lag then in scientific research that we could have
most of America
achieved.
believes in God then.
Yeah, of course. But then I suppose on the flip side of the coin, we found other ways to access stem cells through things like bone marrow, through umbilical cords, whereas sort of in the earlier stages of the research, they were using embryos. Okay, so that was where the controversy was. It was like, is that ethically right. Well, obviously, in my point of view, who gives a shit? Nothing really matters. Let's just move forward and see how far we can go towards being the best that
All right, but
we can
what
be.
about this then? Because
Dangerous.
they're gonna. All right, now I'm gonna have to stick it on you straight away, yeah, because they're gonna try and stick it on you. Yeah, they're gonna try and stick it on you, yeah. But if you're trying to say, "Oh, yeah, nothing matters," then you could just do that. Then. So they're gonna say, then, does it matter? Why would it matter if someone has sex with a child, an adult, and a child?
No. Okay, so again, it matters to you. It matters to me. So we place these constructs and these things, and it really, that's, for me, that's a massive trigger. Okay, so some things like religion, like beliefs, they defy logic to a certain degree, but you're harming someone. So I have a basic rule: is pretty much do what you want as long as you're not harming another person. Okay. So with the stem cell research, for example, those embryos were going nowhere. They weren't ever going to be a child, if you like. These are rejected embryos, or they have been taken as far as they possibly could be in a test tube, okay, with no intention ever of moving forward. Arguably, is there even consciousness at that level? We have no proof that there is or there isn't. Your rights begin the moment that you come out of your mother's womb, so to speak. That's when you are a fully fledged member of the world, if you like, because anything can happen in between gestation and birth that would not have that actually happen. So your rights and everything, your life begins. Obviously you're alive inside, but your rights and everything, you're part of being human society, happens when you actually flop out. But like the embryos that they would use for research were effectively like test tube babies, if you like. It's not nice, it's not pretty to talk about, and I can see why it upsets people, but we experiment on animals, we do all sorts of other things that are also maybe deemed as barbaric or savage in a way, but we do it, we practice it all over the world. But in answer to that, no, I think those morals, obviously they're well installed to me, as they are to you, as they are to probably most of the people that are listening, that if you are physically harming someone else and you are taking away the quality of their life and their existence, their one shot at life, because that's what we're all facing. We've got one shot, and it's small. It's like 70, 80 years and you're gone. Even if you manage to build a statue of yourself, that statue will crumble, yeah, and it will be gone. It doesn't matter.
All right. I knew you was going to say that anyway, yeah, because I've heard you say that before still, yeah. So yeah. I was helping you out there, yeah. But this one, yeah, I'm not going to help you out with, right?
Okay.
All right, so I helped you out with the first one, yeah, because I knew what answer you were going to give. But I'm not helping you out with this one, yeah. You're on your own stealth now, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so usually, yeah, the top trump question for the religious dons to the atheist or the atheists will be, if it, so obviously, especially to you, you're saying nothing matters. Why should you care? Yeah. So if nothing matters, why would you be against was it gay sibling incest?
Okay, right. So because nothing matters to me, I have to place some sort of importance on something. So the thing that I choose to place an importance on is an overcoming of the individual and an overcoming of society and the world at large in a direction that makes us the best that we can be. Okay, by siblings interacting with each other in a homosexual fashion, if you like, yet produces no positive outcome for the future. Okay, if it was siblings that weren't sort of acting in a homosexual way, say like a brother and sister, their offspring, yeah, would most likely or could most likely suffer malformation and deformation that would take away quality of that child's life, yeah, and would have long-lasting ramifications into the future. Okay, we do see incest, interestingly, where we have bottleneck situations in the population. Okay, so it does happen. So if this will be controversial, so say some kind of apocalyptic level event happened, like an asteroid hit the earth, okay, and there was only a brother and sister left in the world, yeah, or like 2-3 sets of brothers and sisters left in the world, there is going to be interbreeding. Okay, so naturally we see it in the animal kingdom as well. Okay, so instinct and the will to survive will take over. But in a society like we are now, where that does not need to happen, yeah, it's best that it doesn't happen. Okay, because it will most likely go against our ambition to be the best that we possibly can be. Yeah, and when I say the best that we possibly can be, I mean the most informed, the most intelligent, making the best use of technology that we possibly can to enrich our lives, to improve our lives, and enhance our lives. Okay, so that's my view. If there is nothing, if nothing matters, if there is no God, if we're going to find a purpose in life under those circumstances, then that purpose may as well be to be the most highly achieved and best that we possibly can be.
Okay, can I just say something to that? Can I just say something to that? I'm not about to challenge what you said, and that's I think, yeah, that's what you believe in it. I feel like when people have this general idea that religion is somewhat a cause or distraction for human beings, or something that is sort of negative, they sort of give negative connotations to it. Some people do, or you could say a lot of the atheists do. So I feel like, you know, when you really get down to when you really think, just basically, what are these laws, and what are these principles, and in religion, and all that is a general consensus on what we believe is morally right and wrong in a nation, right? So I feel like religion is just part and parcel of our consciousness and what morality is, but just written down and someone's marketed it. So I mean, when it comes to the unknowable, about who is God, that's always going to be up in the air and debatable. As long as someone doesn't depict it as something being innately sort of this just mad, chaotic, warlike entity, then I can't see someone giving their own interpretation, as long as it's, as I said, balancing and not sort of negatively going to indoctrinate the people below it or people following. But like I said, it's law. So anybody who says religion's not good, I think it's like, you might as well say you don't want any law and you don't want any morality, and a general consensus, I think.
No, but yeah, you ready? Do you know what? Yeah, big up yourself, Steph, for that answer. Yeah, because why I'll tell you why I asked you that question. Yeah, because sooner or later, someone will jump on and ask you that. Yeah, a religious person will ask you that question sooner or later. Yeah, so I thought, right, instead, let them come with a new question that's maybe a bit more challenging. Let me give you that one early, innit? So
yeah,
it's challenging them to come with a new question still. But you gave a good answer though. Still, I like.
Thank you. Yeah.
You gave a good answer, man. Still, but like, I'm at my I'm at another job now, so it's a bit of a long job as well. Still, man. So I'm gonna have to leave these lot on the panel. So I quickly cut in there. But big up yourself, man. Yeah, big up Gold. Old tight Mr. IC3. Your IC3 still there, yeah?
Yeah.
Mr. Rick, still there, yeah?
You got your headphones on.
There, yeah.
IC3 is having a process of listening.
Yeah, he was trying to take notes in it, but you need to get a dictaphone, I see, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
take the notes and you can just quickly speak them into the dictaphone. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, yeah, man. And then
Big
shorten
up,
your
Bailey.
notepad.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what do you
I
think
big up
of
yourself,
this?
man.
Yeah. What do you all think of this? I understand that nations will create their own social constructs that suits them and that they see as healthy for themselves as a sovereign nation. Now, do we? I'll make a statement. Let's see if anybody disagrees. I am saying that although habits, culture, way of life, laws, religion are all social constructs, but I believe it is necessary for a social construct to exist in order to effectively navigate the world and the space outside the world. So I'm saying the social construct is a kind of reference point, like on a map, that you can measure how far you're going away from it. You can measure progress or whatever. I'm saying social constructs are necessary for the navigation of life. Would anyone disagree with that?
Well, okay. Sometimes, yes. But sometimes a social construct may be detrimental to a progressive idea from left field. So if it's like, oh, you don't wander off on your own, okay? So we're always, as a group, moving west, okay? So one person in the group is thinking, shit, man, if I move north, what will I find? What will I discover? So then that person may sneakily move north and discover a richer, more fertile ground.
Yes, but I don't see how that changes what I've said, because if that community says we should move west, and then an individual of that community or nation or sovereign nation says, I want to move north, that individual could only have decided to move north because the main community or main nation wants to move west. So the mere fact that the nation has already decided to move west, it then gives the opportunity for an individual from that nation to think outside the box and say, well, what happens if we move north? But if there was no reference for north, east, west, or south, then there's that individual cannot be inspired to try something new, because newness is dependent on something that's already established, that you're challenging to be new. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I'm thinking this may be a bit wrong. So please do, if I'm going down the wrong path. So the social construct in this scenario is that we all move together. We must all move together.
Yeah.
So by someone moving in a different direction, aren't they breaking that social construct? Are they breaking that ideal? Are they disregarding the social construct?
Yes, but the mere fact that there was a social construct in the beginning to begin with, gave
Okay, yeah,
that
okay, I got you.
individual something to break, and
Yeah,
therefore
okay.
the community or the nation may turn a blind eye on that breaking just to see what happens.
Yeah, and I get you, Sue, that it's a reference point
Yeah.
in respect. It's something you can measure against. So by moving north, he finds or she finds a more fertile ground, and you can measure that then against, oh, we thought we should all move together west. Now,
Correct.
actually, north has proved fertile. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. I agree.
Okay. Any would disagree? Any challenges? You see what this chat says. Yeah, so I'm just yeah, you got it, Stealth. Yeah. I'm just saying that a social construct, I'm putting it out there, a social construct is necessary as a reference point.
Yeah.
And
Sorry.
yeah,
I
I'm not
should.
seeing I'm not seeing any disagreements from anybody. Maybe somebody disagrees in the chat. Let's see. No. Quiet.
Yeah. I think it's not hard to really see that it's the premise of all religion, really, construct, and that would be probably done by the intellects, powerful and general consensus in like the public, or just. I mean, it probably, but a lot of our constructs are done by these sort of people like into psychiatry and understand about the human mind. So like they are the people who are basically making these constructs.
Right.
So
yes.
like there'll be people. So if you get sectioned off, that person who's trying to deal with your mental health issue would be the very sort of base of the what people perceive as morally correct behavior, isn't it? So
Correct.
they're the very first point of, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
But there's a war there. There's a war going on because people that have national values or want to preserve the social construct of their nation or their way of life, and they have those kind of values, they're going to produce a different social construct from other people who see no value in identity, or in the nation, or in name. So those two constructs will be at war. And I think...
Yes, tradition. Yes, of course. So there'd be tradition, and then
Yes.
the sort of modern day person, the multicultural, all encompassing.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then there'd be the elder, and then the youth, the young. See, that's the easiest. So what do you reckon should take precedence? The new ones, or the oldies?
The oldest.
It's the old people that are doing all the problems now.
What? No.
Not all of them, Uncle. No, what? You know what I mean, innit? Yeah. I sometimes I say things. I would say it's old traditional values now that I'd say, because of the mixing of people and cultures and understanding, and the way people are joined so much when it comes to social construct, getting very close. I think the traditional people are problematic.
Right. Yeah. Correct. So
ethno-nationalists pretty much as well. You can put
right.
that in that, yeah.
That's right. Good. I agree with you. So the part of the marketing or the propaganda or the propaganda that will be created by the people, by the globalist bankers, would be the kind of propaganda that would say that old people have no value, traditions have no value, nation has no value, borders have no value, and nothing of the past has any value. So pull down the statues, burn the museums, whatever. Yeah, because they're just moving towards the world they see as a world of money. So they say, as just like they say, sometimes say, well, money really has no color, or what, you know, that's what they kind of say, you know, these little sayings. It's just money. Let's just go for money. So if you're just going for money, then you will, as you said, seek to destroy family values, seek to destroy national values, seek to destroy sovereignty, and so on. So I see those as the enemy.
Traditionalists, pretty much.
No, I'm not saying traditionalists. I don't see them as the enemy.
Sorry,
I'm saying, I'm saying the enemy are the people that are see no value in the past, no value in identity.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I do understand
just going
that.
for money.
But there's a balance, though. There's a balance.
Yes. So the future, or that spirit, has to be regulated, not killed or destroyed, but regulated by established norms and social constructs that have been there before. So a good traditionalist will always listen to what the youngers are saying.
Yeah, but due to their information they've taken, and now they've taken that information and made them wise, they got wisdom from it. You say they're the best people to leave and spearhead the world as a whole, I suppose.
Not spearhead, but it's just like it's like the next generation will come up with new ideas and new inventions and so on. But it needs the old world as a reference in order to give it some substance and value.
Yeah,
and
but
direction.
So what if it's an old world which is what we will probably say, based by England standards, morally wrong, the way they deal with majority of their ways of life. So like you could say what we see now is possibly the Romans back in the day, in the way they used to live. Wouldn't be very conducive with the environment as it is now, even with all the laws changed, let alone 20 years ago.
Right.
So you could say that you could say that the elders, whatever they were teaching from the get-go, was wrong. So ultimately,
but the mere fact that it's only traditionalists
when they start.
But only traditionalists would keep libraries. You see, so you could read about maybe the ways of Roman ways of life.
Yeah,
and you could say, and you'd have that as a reference to say, well, we're not like that anymore.
Yes.
But we have a library, or we have museums that, so you see value. But if it's just a world going for money, then, well, what is the value of a museum? What is the value of ancient history? Why even bother doing any archaeology?
Yeah, of course. There's definitely benefits with tradition and all the rest of it, but I'm talking about when it comes to building construct and what we see as what we say law. Who do you think would be probably the best people to implement them? Or
So if I think I'm thinking along the same lines as you, for example, that if we were to get on as a world and find a common ground, shouldn't there be like a general agreement on social constructs in order for us to all get along? So if you had one nation out of, say, 360 odd nations, right, and you had one nation that was not playing ball, and the other 359 nations agreed, and we're all getting on and we're striving for this kind of global understanding. So 359 nations agree that this one nation is not doing it, is not playing ball, is in fact detrimental and actively detrimental to the cause. What's the best way to do? And they have no intention of playing ball either. What is the best way to deal with them?
You have to leave them, and then if their way of life is that sickly, then they'll just die out. They'll kill themselves off.
Oh, well said. Well said. Wow. You know what? To be fair, I don't know how you come up with that answer so quickly, but you clearly been thinking about this. I see three. I was like, yeah, give me a second. I'm going to answer it in a second. But I think now, saying that, I think you're right.
So why would they get sick and die? Why would they die? What would be the process there? So we're living in a world then at this utopia that we're working towards, where we're trading freely amongst each other. I assume. Okay. Where borders are open. Yeah. No
open borders. No.
Okay. They're sitting on a
freely. No. Sorry.
I said they're sitting on a sinking Titanic.
That's right.
Nothing you can do for them.
They're basically handing themselves the Darwin Award.
Exactly.
But are they doing that because they? What's our responsibility? So then, what we're doing, despite our disagreement with let's say Nation X, our lack of common ground, are we contributing to their demise if we're sitting there watching and allowing it to happen?
Well, they're sovereign. They're a sovereign nation, and they might just decide to all get suicidal. They decided it amongst themselves. That's it.
They will just have to be self-sufficient.
That's right.
Yeah. So we sort of see that already in the world today, don't we? With a country like North Korea, for example.
No.
What we see is a social construct. We wouldn't be saying, so say, for example, a group of people amassed an amount of wealth, but they did it the right way. Is that, but it was still causing a problem to other, like I see, what we come to understand now, when something goes down in one place, another place gets affected, or goes up in one place. So that this one group now that is broken off themselves, they're making a lot of money and they're amassing a lot of commodity. So that's affecting other people, but they've got it in the right way.
Right. What do you mean by right way?
The correct way. So they're not killing, and what we know generally now is not a good way. Thievery is one of the commandments, isn't it? So if as long as you're not thieving,
you're going religious.
No. All right. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So I'm talking about. Okay. So what you could say is hoarding, but I mean, we know obviously there's a way to amass object like stuff, like wealth and commodities and stuff like that. In what we know is a morally right way, which is through trade, and like we said, that's probably the best way to do it. And one group that had overwhelmingly more than everybody else, and they were actually probably holding information, probably not medically, because that would be obviously then a detriment, and it's questionable whether people should hold that. But anyway, would that be a problem? Would they still be a problem? How would you deal with that? because because you're saying what's socially morally right, but
you see, but in saying that, right, somebody's only worth what you observe to making them be worth.
That's right.
See, this is the
Also,
problem.
Are they really valuable? Are they
Yeah,
really
that's right.
powerful? Unless you make them to be powerful.
so what happens if like Nation X then doesn't want to lay down and die, and despite them just being the 1 in 359 that disagrees with the system, the construct, decides that their borders are under threat and encroached upon because of the surrounding nations being part of this global alliance, so they decide to push their borders out a few miles in order to create a buffer zone. And what happens if they are fanatical in their beliefs that their way is the only way? They are just unlucky to be the underdog in that situation.
War.
That's right. It's war. Yeah. So opportunity should be there for, or will be there for them to come to the table. So just like any sovereign nation will have problems within itself and methods of solving those problems within itself, ways of solving problems between sovereign nations will develop over time, and sometimes it might be necessary for a mediator. So there'll be lots of talking. And I believe that if the globalist banking power is neutralized and regulated, things won't have to come to long, prolonged, mechanized war.
Do you know why I feel like when it comes to material, there'll always be wars? Because whilst you're getting what you're getting, and you're getting it quicker, you may be quicker than the next man, and you maybe understand where to go. You might just have a better strategy when it comes to being able to harness and get and harvest material, right? So that's where it will come, is when you're going to get that thing, you'll get a jubilation because you're grabbing it and picking it up. But that next man's looking at you and he's upset and he's pissed. He's oh man, I wish I got there first.
Of course.
You know what I mean? It's always that same thing.
Yeah, but that's part of human nature. That's what makes people human. So people will have fights. Sorry?
I said greed, envious, and jealousy.
That's why I think there would, and and it could be just on the back that you're hungry. So that's the urge. But that's why I don't think it would be hard to stop warring over material. I think you have to put mind over matter to the utmost, and that's what goes back to religion, and
Yeah, well, people like a good fight, don't they?
Yeah. But what does history teach us about that? Like, sorry to bring it back to this, but like this Nation X, okay? What does history show us that would happen to Nation X in those circumstances? I believe that if you had 359 nations that were all trading together quite happily and respecting each other's sovereignty, etc., and you had this one nation that was potentially deadly, perhaps it's developed nuclear weapons, that long-range missile warheads, etc., I think there is a shout to destroy that nation with war in order, back to what we were talking about the other day, but that kind of overcoming and self-actualization of the global construct, to fuck them off.
Yeah, well, I mean,
cut out the tumor. Get rid.
If you're in a house and your brother is making fucking explosions that blow the whole place up, you'll probably want to put him in a room, and he's showing signs of like becoming a mad scientist and he's blowing everything up. You're going to probably try and strap him together. You don't listen to after a while. Do you know what I mean? You're gonna have him like one of them padded cells. Like, look, he's a danger man. Fucking just keep this guy locked away. You know what I mean? But that's why I always feel like the temper. We've been made with such a temper. We're so in touch with our nervous system, but still ain't got the spirituality to be able to control it. That there will be someone that's mad. That's gonna not wait like the kings used to do back in the day. They'll wake up mad and they'll just want to take someone's head off. And that's what we're seeing today, bro. You know, King Jong-un and this nutter nearly basically got us into a nuclear war. Over what? Over what? Beef on Twitter. Come on, bro. This is where we're done for, bro. These guys still keep on ruling us. You know, I haven't heard no one talking about how heroic this King Jong-un is as well, because I believe this X that we're talking about, I could attribute that to America right now.
Yeah.
But the whole world is under the American dollar, correct?
Yeah, and not enough people agree.
So therefore, the idea of sovereignty doesn't exist yet in this present world. So that will be a new world. So there's no reference point in this current world for a world where there are sovereign nations, because everybody's under the globalist banking oligarchy. That's why you have the dollar, or maybe some other currency they're about to bring out, that becomes a standard, which basically mocks sovereignty. So there's no reference in this current world. I'm saying it'll be a new world of sovereignty. The two worlds can't exist together at the same time. The banking power has to be regulated. Then you'll start to see the character of nations develop.
I'm just starting to really learn what communism really means, and at its earliest stages, because people have been kicking communists' asses when it comes to the media. Like they've been like destroying this word. But doesn't communist really mean more power in the people's hands, and what happens with the actual resources that come out of their nation?
No, it doesn't.
Well, that's what it means.
That's what they say it means. That's right. But if when you study the history of communism, the idea really is that the globalist banking elite want to create a world where everybody is living in communism, but they're above that. They're ruling the commune. So communism itself is still a twist on the banking. They just want everybody
effectively
the same. Yeah,
that's effectively Sovietism as the construct, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
So you can effectively say that Gaddafi was trying to build a sort of a communist, a sort of, I don't know, a sultanist or like authoritarian-based communist party.
No, that word communist is
not party. Sorry.
It's just loaded. It's
communal party.
Yeah,
like
so communism's the ideal. Like, so say back during the Russian Revolution, communism is an ideal. So in the meantime, so communism can't be achieved unless everyone does it, right, to start with, okay? So the interim to communism back then was Sovietism, yeah? So Sovietism ultimately corrupts because the people who have the power, the people who are overseeing the development of communism end up, because ultimately power corrupts, yeah? So they wouldn't let go of the power, okay? And we saw the same developments in China with Mao Zedong, where we saw it in the Southeast Pacific as well, okay? Like this interim march, if you like, towards communism, that didn't happen, and that is why it fell apart. because it became a long-term dictatorship. Yeah. And I think what IC3, what you're saying is that's what, so not communism isn't the ideal. That isn't what they're looking for. They're looking for a new brand of global Sovietism.
Something like that. That's right. So, so a new world will bring in new words and new languages and new language. So when we use communism or socialism, you know, it really applies to the world that we're currently in. And there's no words invented yet for the new order of sovereign nations, the new world of sovereign nations, which is yet to come, which will be constructed. So all the words are poisonous.
Say then you had a time span for this to be achieved, okay, and you were under the gun as far as this time span was concerned. So I'm gonna say it. I'm completely playing devil's advocate. So let's say climate change is a massive issue, right? And if nothing was done to stop the overuse of resources, of fossil fuels, if nothing was done to kind of back up a new system with renewable energies, then we were looking at, like, say, a 10-year to 50-year time span to be able to still be able to inhabit this planet. The current situation we're in now, there is not enough global agreement, yeah, in order to achieve it in that time span. So if we knew that was certain, what do we do to people who aren't playing ball?
Well, the time scale I set, and I agree with some other people, it should be by about 2024, 2025.
To be able to turn the tide.
That's right. To turn, to bring in the new world. Won't take much longer than that.
So in that respect, right? Okay. It would be easier, right, if people didn't have such division, such as religious ideals, different constructs and different social constructs. Yeah. The world would be easier, right, if we all suddenly became an Islamic caliphate, or if we all just became Christians, or if we all just became Buddhists, if we all just had a flat out war, yeah, in order to eliminate whoever. It doesn't matter who wins, as long as somebody wins, okay, so that everyone effectively has the same ideal and outlook or belief, whether it be atheism, Islam, whatever, yeah. So then we can stop our process of war in order then to develop the technology or the things that we need in order to achieve that goal. Because while we're in not a stalemate, but a Mexican standoff is probably the better term, with other cultures, with other people, and with other religions. That isn't changing fast enough for us to be able to achieve this goal.
It is, I would say. I understand what you're saying, but I disagree. I think all the differences, although it may seem like chaos, it's the differences that are protecting the little bit of sovereignty that is patched around the world here and there. So the globalist banking elite, they are trying to push for that very thing you're saying. Oh, why don't we just all become one, and let's just throw away the borders, and let's throw away, and they're just trying to destroy everything to try to quite quickly bring about this one order, world order, that they can then rule over it. I'm saying the opposite is that by looking at and examining all the different varieties of people and ideologies and seeking to preserve them and challenge them, that keeps us all getting lobotomized.
Yeah.
Lobotomized, that's quite a harsh word to use.
Yeah. But
So
that's the goal. That's the goal. You don't realize how serious these people are. It's a joke.
Is there,
These people are for real.
So the problem with globalism per se are the people who are positioning themselves to be in power of that globalism rather than globalism itself.
Correct.
Because you can blatantly see the push for Islam, no? They're trying to, like the sympathy vote. You get a lot. That's why Islam, I say, has gotten a boost as well, on top of it obviously being like just a religion. A lot of people go to religion for many reasons, but oh shit, my shit's low. Excuse me, what?
I've got to fly for a bit, man. I've got to have something to eat and stuff. I'll see you guys in a bit. All right.
Yeah, great conversation. Yeah.
No, thank you all very much. It's not too bad, even though it's not even the afternoon yet. So that's quite impressive in itself. I'll speak to you guys later on. Okay. Okay. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Yes. So.
Sorry, my battery's low. I'm just trying to plug it in before it turns off.
Okay. Yeah, so that's my view anyway, in answer to the question of today.
Yeah, sorry. So I think rather than making one religion and hoping everybody floats towards it, you like the thought of the sovereignty, identity. That goes without saying, I think, because when you think of it, anytime you make a job, say, you always have your teams, usually different places.
Yeah, that's right.
With different, possibly even uniform, or because they have to do different jobs. So I think just that alone, I think it just almost sort of makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, people like to go and watch football, don't they? What's the point of going to watch football if there's no two teams challenging? That's part of the fun of the game, isn't it?
Yeah. Or
if you're watching basketball or whatever, people just like to see challenges, and I think challenge and competition is healthy. I was at Speaker's Corner last Sunday, and a guy called G was there, and he was showing one of the original Rothschild files, and he was saying that I think it was one of the Rothschilds was saying that competition is sin. So he was saying that one of the Rothschilds said, the bankers said that competition is sin. So when you think about that statement, competition is sin. So if a person is powerful and believes that competition is sin, what are they thinking? So they're basically saying monopoly is the end goal, that they're working towards monopoly because they see competition as sin. Well, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying competition is part of human nature. It's part, people enjoy the game. Okay, so sometimes somebody might get a bloody nose, or they might get a scar on their leg, cut their leg or whatever, because of the passion of the game. But you just get good medics.
Well, what else do they say? What else do they say? IC3. They say it's the taking part that counts. So what does that invoke? That invokes you not to try as hard, because all you're thinking is, as long as I'm part of the whatever happens, the event.
Right.
Not going to push. You know what I mean? So I think they and it's almost a subconscious way of letting themselves know, you know what, we're probably going to lose in this 100-meter sprint, but you know, you took part, which is
That's
all
right.
well and good. But I've always seen that as a detrimental.
That's right.
saying.
Dumbing people down.
You know what I mean?
Dumbing. That's what I mean.
Yeah. I
you
noticed
know.
that as well, man. That's just retarded.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Retarded. You see that
Yeah,
word
it annoys
comes out?
me, it annoys
I say
me.
lobotomized. You see, it's the same kind of thing. Just
Let me tell you why it annoyed me so much, because England, when we were losing, I support football and I was watched England, like when England was on, you know what I mean? It was so fun. And then it come to my head why we were losing so badly. Because why? Because they've always pushed us in schools to taking part that counts.
right.
You're trying to boost up your ego. So and it's like, I think now I've heard someone else even say, look, you've got an ego, or you've got it's good to have an ego.
Correct. That's right. You got it. It's good
I mean,
to have an ego.
I don't
You got
know
it.
why they try to do this. I think I personally think it's self-projection.
Correct. Good.
From the scientists.
Correct. So you can see the dark side starting to come out now. The more you think about it, and the more you travel down the tunnel, you can see it ends in lobotomy.
You could sit on that for days on end, to thinking why they actually came up with these stupid sayings. And either way, whatever intention that they had, it's all about intention. Really, is stupid.
Yeah,
it's detrimental. It's detrimental. That's why I feel like in the next couple of years, I think learning a language and different languages, you know, would be a good idea.
Yes.
And I'm definitely going to do it because, you know, it's quite hard to believe that this is one of the most restrictive languages, even though it's so descriptive. With all its elaboration, and you can grasp as much command over the language as you want. You know what I mean? You're still never going to be able to explain yourself the way these other languages do. So I think that's the next thing. I was trying to learn my granddad's language, Nigerian, but I could. It's quite hard, man. It's quite hard, and you've got to take some time out. You really got to focus on it.
Yeah, you have to live in Nigeria for a bit.
Yeah, I think that probably would be easier. But
and you pick it up quickly.
Yeah. And I think the way I've seen Biafra and their belief and their thought on their little world, because a world, don't forget, is not the same as a planet, right?
That's right.
They try to fucking destroy their whole world, whole existence, pretty much.
Yes.
You know, so that goes back to maybe me being opposed to this one world order, and then that's
right.
why these people being stepped on so much, being ignored so much by the mainstream media, because they're so if you've got the Igbo people, they're what you call the opposite of, pretty much. And why is that? Because they want their own fucking land and they're shit in the land and independence. That's it.
That's right.
That's
so
it.
It goes back to sovereignty.
Slaughtered.
Exactly. So it goes back to sovereignty. You see,
Sovereign.
To be your own people.
So when they drop a blood clot carpet bomb on you, you think you want to go and get your sovereignty, yeah, and then you want to set up a little beach type of thing, and they'll just then send 1-2 fucking sickle cell down on you.
That's right, they do. That's
They'll
right.
just send 1-2 sickle cell down, and the next minute you all think it's paradise and beach, and you know, I don't want to wish thing, but it's just like things need to be changed, and
Don't
if you
worry.
do it on a level where
They will be.
you know, I feel like it's changing already, and that's from the people that are up there in power. Because what's holding people now being prosecuted from allegedly all of these sort of fucking rings that I don't really want to go into, but apparently it's happening. It's in process, and this is by the same people we're talking about, America, isn't it? How all these people on house arrest and whatnot, these sort of like these moguls and these popular people in entertainment.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So
And they're not American. They're not
and
American.
you know what the funny thing is, these are the people that are doing this construct, designing.
Exactly.
Oh my.
Exactly. And they're not American and they're not British. They're not English. They're not Scottish. They're not any. There's no name. They make it their mission to avoid identity. So that's how they do shape shifting and dodging. They get out of everything and escape responsibility for anything and everything. Just by floating.
Yeah. So when you think that you've been hard, or you got to be hard on yourself, don't be so hard on yourself. And obviously, if you're religious and you're devout, then you're probably going to be hard on yourself regardless. But yeah. What's the topic of the day anyway? What the man they're talking about? I'm just in my yard now. I'm in Moy. I'm probably not going to be on as much in the next couple of weeks because I've got my operations coming up, mate, for my physical.
Right.
Some couple of operations.
Yeah, the reason we're talking about this is because the topic of the day is in life, what really matters. And then I was saying the only thing that matters in life now is to neutralize the power and regulate the power of those globalist bankers. Then you'll see a different life.
Oh wait, you got a formula in regards to the global elite. I thought we were in checkmate, but go on. What's your suggestion?
Check. No, we're in check, but not checkmate.
Oh, you got me. I know.
Yeah, that's right. So the solution to the issue of what really matters is to promote national sovereignty for nations and people as the solution to neutralize the power and regulate the power of the global.
Wood. I'm going to look for another piece of wood to touch. I've done it twice.
Okay.
Like Iraq, and then all the civilians, the ones that are getting blown up.
That's right. All of that, because it's.
But it's all good in theory, but fucking hell, judging by Iraq, don't forget they're Caucasian brothers, still Caucasians, still Eurasians. So that the way they come down on their cousin is like, damn. Apparently, there's constructs now that believe that black people are even connected to white people, and how they want to make black people extinct. Sorry, I'm not trying to give off any type of negative energy, but I mean,
it's all out there. It's all out there.
What I like to do is I speak about things that's so obvious and apparent. People that want to say, "Oh, you talk about color, talk about color." Of course, people talk about what is the most relevant topic today, color. So that's why when there's people telling them don't talk about color, the science, this what it just wake up, bruv.
That's right.
It's
in your face.
Go into your own bubble to go and try and talk about what is not relevant, because what you're trying to do is go to your higher spiritual being. But look, I'm a realist as well. I deal with, if I've got I've got to deal with survival. I'm dealing with my survival at most. So
correct.
So ultimately, you got to look at these things. You got to look at color. Color is definitely involved with it.
Yes.
And when something telling you, look, color's not involved, it's good. But sometimes you got to really look at what's going on socially on the fucking ground.
Exactly.
Not everybody's got your heart and your mind. It's like sometimes some people need to get a bit more intelligent with the spirituality they've got to balance that fucking shit out. My God, then we'd be in a better world.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Because then what they do is become people that are just sheep, and then they fall into what the silence is. What Malcolm X or Martin Luther King would say was that people won't forget what the enemy did. It was the people that were silent.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So when I'm talking about colorism or this and that, I've got people trying to tell me in other platforms that I don't talk about. All you do is talk about and trying to attack me for it. So
that's right.
I just sit there and I think.
I know. I know exactly what you mean.
To really take anybody serious, because when people stop using their logic, just their common fucking sense, that's one thing we need as well as fucking religion. You know, you can't have just religion. What nation has ever lived like that?
Right, you got left hand and right hand. So you got the just like in alchemy, say as above, so below. So
listen, if my religion's not telling me how to survive, fuck, it's null and void to me. I need to survive. It's not turn my fucking cheek. No, excuse my language. I'm not touching but not turn my. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
you know, this is where the problem is. This is when I start to look at religion. When I was an atheist, this is what annoyed me. When I started to think, you know what, I used to preach science in my home all day and to my people because I didn't really speak about religion. Religion to me was just like it just seemed like there was something counterproductive to my intelligence as a human being to be able to want to actually take it on. Maybe that was a person I was. Yeah. But the energy I got from it, religion. So and then some people saying it was real, which threw me off even more. Right. Because the ancients didn't believe it was literal. Everything was so literal. Yeah. This is what throws me off. So everybody that thinks everything's it's so sketchy where they sound like it's literal and they don't even know if it's literal or it's allegorical. That's the confusion, the mix-up, you know. But yeah, that's my rant over anyway.
That's okay.
I didn't really say much, but
I understand.
You know, it's my battle with actually really wanting to try and take religion seriously. You know what I mean? As much as I like the people that come from it, but this is an eternal battle. You know what I mean?
That's right. Because if we look at religion, the roots of religion, as we discussed before, most people agreed that just like the individual or a group of people being together, they form habits. And then as they form habits, it then becomes part of their culture and part of their way of life. And then when their way of life is codified or formalized, then it becomes laws. And then laws then lead on to religion. See? Because the formalization and the codification of a way of life is a social construct.
Mm.
And then if it's a construct, then it's going to have laws, solid laws. And then that's when the idea of religion comes, where people won't discuss certain tenets or
I've got to agree
rules of the religion.
100%. And you know why I can back that up? Because when I saw the whole time of the Speaker's Corner, I saw a lot of people coming in. What was the first thing they were saying? As soon as G Unit. What's it called? Anyway, the black people who started going on Speaker's Corner. What they did is the first thing they were saying is why black and white is just not it doesn't exist. We should all be to come to, but that was just not even part of what they were talking about.
Yeah.
So already it was like, what? That's why to me, to everybody, it was so strange. And some people it was actually quite patronizing. But yeah, I think that's where we come into. Wait, we're talking about doing basically theoretically what's happened now. We've got Kush. Everybody come together, and everybody, you know, and joint economics. But before then, what was happening in the Speaker's Corner? Loads of people coming up. Oh, but why are we putting back, and why are you being? And but they weren't addressed. It was. Do you see where that thing was? Because they just don't understand.
That's right. So they say we're all the same. We're all the same. We're all the same.
Overpowered at that stage the emphasis on one's logic about himself.
Correct.
Not even about him. He was talking about themselves. So that was where it got to me. That's where I started to ask the question like, fuck, is it how much power that people think they have? Or they feel like what they believe in is so powerful that it should override one's survival on himself.
That's right. Which
It's
is
just,
goes
you know what I
relates
mean?
back to way of life.
You see
So what
I'm
you're saying, survival, it
It's not
relates
really-
back to your way of life, your culture, and the values
Personality and shit,
that you
yeah.
hold.
Nationhood, identity.
Yeah,
Um,
always.
And it's all encompassing. I mean, you could go on. So you're not only shutting down a small little business plan between what they call G grinders, not G grinder, G walk, G circle. Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
They were trying to,
G-circle.
you see what I'm saying? So it was just a business plan. Not only that, a group socio-economic push.
Yeah.
A self-identity, self-awareness, as you call it, a spiritual gathering between same ethnicity, a family get-together. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's right.
An ethnic group. So many different things happening on one level, but that was where religion clashed with a whole world of different subjects.
That's right. To put it mildly.
Was for me where I had to stay neutral at all times now, because I don't know what was going on, to be fair.
Well, that's right.
To be fair. So
Till you get a good look.
yeah, exactly. So this is why I think, like you said, a think tank is good, because then you can start to let people know. Because it seems like I thought it was a black people and and minorities that weren't actually completely conscious, but they really are. The people who were the bad boys in the 80s are the scientists and the socio constructors of the 2020. That's it. That's it. See how it's changed?
Yeah.
That whole paradigm shift. And they've said it because I heard it out their own mouths. I've heard it along the way. And that was from somewhere, up in the media. Some intellect said, now the people of the gangsters of the 80s are the scientists. And they said, the what? Something to scientists and the philosophers of today. And they're talking about you, us. The new, do you know what I mean? The people who weren't actually these intellects from Eton and Harvard and that, just people on the ground.
That's right. The revolution comes from the ground. Anyway, I'll probably jump on a bit later. Good conversation. So I'll leave you all to it. And it's been good. Been a good morning. So yeah, I'm chipping now. Got things to do, and hopefully I'll come back a bit later. Have a good day, everybody.
Peace.
All right.
Pick up yourselves, family. Inside. If you ain't got something to do today, get your ass up and do something. Unless you're disabled, and I might give you a blessing, or you work from home. But this isn't the time to sit around sulking. Right, so who's going to come on, man, and speak about interesting topics of today, family? How are you going to circle that Kaaba, Legolas, Okingo? And as the first message I read, big up Tash, if you're there. Big up yourselves. Big up yourselves, people. Interesting stuff. Came up with some good ideas if you're listening in. Big up Love is Law. Respect to you, brother. Oh, Reanimator. Yeah. Well, I think you should try and give us your thoughts, Reanimator. Try and come on a panel sometime. Nin, big up Nin. Big up everybody. So I wasn't really looking at the chat. If anybody was bigging up, said anything, I wasn't trying to ignore anybody. Big up. Anybody's in, big up yourselves. Hope you're enjoying your afternoon. I hope you're done your tick list. You know, the tick list is always good. You know what I mean? Get that feel good vibe, that vibration, that dopamine. Tick off your list, man. You know what I mean? Build your fortress with one brick at a time. Have you added your brick to your wall yet? Huh? Have you done that yet today? Have you? I'm still eating, for fuck's sake. Ooh. All right. Can I ask you a question, Riggs, if you're there? I'm just gonna ask you. I know I was speaking about, I think your friend the other day, or your associate, but I didn't know. Do you know Sarah? And if you could possibly tell everybody, possibly if you know him, how you know him, or probably better off thing to do it off air, because you obviously pulled me up for mentioning his name. Now we're here together. Or forever hold your peace. I heard you're built like a brick wall. Am I right? Do you look like Debo? Do you look like Debo? Riggs, are you the size of Debo? I heard you were built like you eat yam every single day. Yam and papaya and eggplant. Yam, papaya, and eggplant. And moi moi. And is it because Igbo people so big because they eat yams, or do you reckon that's just a fallacy? Got something to do with it? Okay. All right. Nice to hear your input. Interested? So I'm Mr. Popular around here. Always am, always have been. But yeah, if anybody wants to jump on, man, big up yourselves. Jump on. Come and speak to you, my favorite panelist in the panelverse. Come true, Atticus. Your shiny forehead, man. Come and bless us with that the ray of sunshine and UV ray light emanating off the reflection of your forehead. Let's come, jump on, do the two-step coking go. Oh wait, that's right. Them dance moves are myth for you, aren't they? Myth? What the fuck? What are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, it depends. Maybe you should come on and start talking to everybody, mate. Come on, jump on. Yeah, so like I said, man, get your tick list. Have you done your tick list yet? Everybody's got a tick list. If you haven't got a tick list, you're dead. You're actually a dead walking person. You're a walking dead person. You're actually a walking dead person. Because everybody's got goals. Everybody's got something to do. And if you ain't, you just haven't fought hard enough. You haven't fought hard enough. That's what it is. You're too busy fucking away. You need to retain more cerebral fluid, spinal fluid, and ascertain where your goals are in life. And bigger duets if you want to jump back on, bro, to save your stream. At this stage, I'm gonna be like, hello, is Is anybody out there? Anybody? Is anybody out there? Or is everybody crying because one of their little legends on Hangouts is in beef with me and they want to be loyal? Or am I really a CUNT? Anybody want to know about business? Anybody want to know about any type of science, astronomy? Anybody want to know about food, nutrition? Anybody wants to know about fitness? Come and speak to Kingo Gold, because I'm not a guru in all subjects. I don't claim to be, but I can tell you what, I probably know enough to say that I can give you a comprehensive answer. So you want to jump on? Jump on. You want to speak? You want to know about African politics and all them things there? We got someone else who's here as well, and I know he knows a lot about that. So, Mr. Riggs, pick up yourself. Yo, Daddy's in the background. Daddy Ultra. How many times did Daddy go Ultra? Is that your second one or something? But yeah, big up yourselves, everybody. If I disrespected you in any way, sorry, I apologize. I'm just an observer. I'm part of the, watching Speaker's Corner. So any characters that I've seen, I've made past judgment. Maybe we're too quick to pass judgment, but I'm not holding any type of, emotion on it. And I don't really generally just go around speaking about the same person. So don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Because it's like, at this stage, there's characters, isn't it? Pat Butcher's part of EastEnders. Pat Butcher. You know what I mean? All these from Dirty Den. All the men there. I'm not going to say like anybody's like equal. I'll just say they're all. So people are going to judge these characters, isn't it? This is what I'm saying. So when I'm judging Speaker's Corner characters, it's not out of malice, bro. Trust me. I wouldn't. I said actually I'd protect Sarah if I saw him in a fight, even though we hold them different views, I believe. I'd protect Sarah, and I have even said that on one of the. If I see him if I see my black brother getting beaten up by a police officer or white person, I feel racial, or even getting it by their own, I would probably try and stop it. I wouldn't just be watching it to see someone get fatally fucking. That's just the way I am. But yeah, man, just judgments, innit? Judgments, they come and go. Everybody's got one, like an arsehole, right?
Hey, King of Gold. Morning.
Pick up yourself, G.
Yeah, quick question. Have you changed your mind on FGM?
Changed my mind. I never supported FGM. If that's what you're trying to imply.
Oh, you never supported FGM?
No.
Is it FGC then?
That's what you're trying to imply. Are you still racist and calling Muhammad? I don't want to repeat what you say.
Who's Muhammad?
Bill, you talk about the Prophet a lot, don't you?
Oh, Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah, you talk about the Prophet Muhammad in a very derogatory, horrible way, don't you?
What do I talk about? I tell the stories of the Quran.
Yeah, but what do you call him? What do you call? Anyway, I don't want to answer that. You don't have to answer that. Just show your face once in a while.
I call him a guy who married a child. That's all.
Just show your face once in a while. If you're a man, just show your face once in a while.
But
that's what I'm saying, bro. Don't answer me stupid questions.
King, I'm only quoting what's in the Quran.
Don't ask me stupid questions, bro.
Aisha was. Listen,
you know I don't support FGM, so why are you asking that question?
King, just listen for a second. I am just quoting what is in the books. I can't. Don't get upset at me. Get upset at the holy book.
I'm just speaking loud because I'm away from the laptop.
You know, if you think about it, if you go there, it says that Muhammad married her at 6, and you know what I'm saying. At 9 years old, he consummated the marriage. So So I'm just saying that it's not my fault. You guys get all upset when I say that. It's not. I can't do anything about that.
Yeah, but now if you said
If you don't want me to, if you don't want me to talk about it, the point is that we can all understand that back in the day people were backwards. We can understand that. That's not a problem there. I could totally agree with that. But when we start to say that that is an example of what we should be like today, with the knowledge that we know, with the things that we know, that's where the problem arises. You see that's where the conflict happens, and then people get upset.
Where are you getting your sources from?
I mean, I wouldn't say that King David is a prophet to follow today.
Yeah, but
where are you getting Moses?
Where are you getting your sources from? Where are you getting your information from? I just wanted to know.
Where you get information from the hadiths. You get them from the books of Islam.
Okay.
If you go read the hadiths, and even the hadith of Aisha, you have those writings about when she got married or when she had sex with the prophet and all that.
Do you think that all the people that you're reaching with the derogatory words you're using hold child marriage or partake in child marriage and hold it as a high value?
Well, obviously
they don't. I don't
know. I know that there are certain countries that allow for child marriage. Now,
yeah,
I don't know at what
you're
point.
You're talking about. Say if there was 3 nations out of 8 nations that were doing these things, you're talking about the other 6 as well, though, isn't it? When you're talking about Muhammad and Islam, and because don't forget,
right. But you don't understand. You don't understand.
You're bringing to the table.
You have nations who've understood and who've developed.
I'm talking about the way people
the thought.
Be behaving.
King,
I'm talking about the way people be behaving.
Listen, if you have a certain amount of Christians behaving one way, I have a certain amount of Christians behaving the right way. The right ones, the ones that are acting the right way, should tell the wrong ones that they're behaving wrongly. And they use scriptures for that. And they say, look, this is what happened. This is what's written. This is what is done. Okay? Now, you have the same situation in Islam where you have a bunch of Islamists behaving the right way and understand that this is wrong, or it doesn't make sense today at least. And you have another group who are doing it still because they say it's in their holy books and it's okay. Now, it becomes a bigger fight because now it's written somewhere that that's an acceptable practice. And this is where, now, if we say, no, it's not an acceptable practice, then we're also saying, well, your so-called top man was doing it. And then you have to say, yeah, okay, he was doing it. He was backwards back then. So people did things like that. So that automatically puts him as just a regular Joe. He's no better than anybody else.
Yeah, so
you understand? It just becomes a regular guy who was just living his life, dictating away, just like any other king of that time. There's nothing special about him at that point. So in our religion, and then that's when we move to that whatever the Quran says against Christianity is wrong. Because you have a guy who's just living life and doing it his way. But you can't put him up the status of prophethood and then say, oh, Christianity is all wrong. It doesn't make sense. When we're doing debates. Well, not now, obviously, because this is an atheist.
So you say it's quite a serious subject for you to be speaking about quite a lot. Well, you just say that you're just.
Well, of course, it's a serious subject because you got to remember that there's the Muslims are the Muslims themselves, the Islamists are allowed to do dawah, which means they're allowed to preach.
Right? Are you an anti-theologian?
No, I'm not an anti-theologian. I'm Christian. How can I be anti-theologian?
Oh, you're Christian. Oh, so I thought he's an atheist. All right, cool. You know,
So
I think-
I got we got certain people preaching one way of life, and we have other people preaching another way of life. Obviously, that's going to come into conflict. You know, it's like if I sent tomorrow 50,000 Christians into Iran, or 100,000 Christians into Iran, and they all started preaching Christianity, we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna have a big problem, right? Can you agree?
Right.
Christians wouldn't just go into like, let's say if all of a sudden immigration was allowed in Iran because they needed people to go and help and work and this and that, and you said 100,000 Christians decided to go there because they're paying well and all that. They live by the standards of the people, but yet they want their churches. They are preaching to their fellow man. And all of a sudden you have all these hundreds of thousands preaching saying, hey, look, Christ is the way. What's going to happen in that country? There's going to be conflict. Now, you're either going to call them Christophobes when we go against when that majority goes against what the minority of Christians are preaching. You can call them Christophobes, or you're just going to say, well, that's the debate. That's the religious debate that's going on right now. We don't start like just, you know, and then all of a sudden we start to cursing mothers and fathers and all this type of stuff, and then everybody starts talking crazy. That's what happens.
That was a good way to avoid what, because I think I was going to get to a point there when I said, are you an atheist? You said you're a Christian, right?
Yes.
You know, I'm trying to look at your intention. I'm trying to look at your content at the same time. And based on the fact that you do actually see the use in having grouped or religious groups of people with same beliefs, common belief. You're coming from a point of view where, like, clearly you're biased, but that's cool.
Well, that's only normal. I mean, I'm a Christian.
Because all I've heard you speak about is Islam. So,
I'm for the way of life of a Christian. Yeah. I believe that will bring man to live. If they follow the rules of Christ, they will live peaceful. They will live peacefully in harmony. But people obviously don't follow that.
Minutes, bro. You've been speaking for 20 minutes, man. Come on.
Oh, I thought you stopped.
No, I was just going to say, like, the people who are peacefully, people who are doing bad things in Christianity, would you say there's quite a lot of people that are part of the Christian faith that just reside in the country that is Christian but have done horrible things, and actually people in a hierarchy that are doing questionable things, at least to the fucking least? Now, if you're saying the text and everything in the text is right, why are these people acting like this? So the people without the text, or with the questionable text, are currently behaving better than the people that are supposedly got a text that doesn't have any.
Are you seriously asking that question?
Yes, I'm saying that.
Acting that
yes,
way?
I'm saying that. So how people that have got the text
why are people acting that way?
Why are the people that have got the text that are meant to, why are the people that have got the text that are meant to, why are the people that have got the text that are not, that are supposedly meant to be the great text, that is meant to be the life that's meant to be lived under, you know, Christian law, but they're doing the worst, heinous and worst things now, can't take the most lives, But then you've got the one that you're now currently scrutinizing and calling it pedophilic, which are actually, there are scholars in America now that are very popular saying exactly the same thing you're saying. So it's coming from black people as well. But that, even then, I don't really trust that. That's why I kind of, you know, I question that a lot as well. And his name's YP.
All I'm saying is you hold up two prophets. You hold up two prophets. You hold up two prophets together. You put Christ on one side and you put Muhammad on one side. You read the philosophy of Christ and you read the philosophy of Muhammad. And then you say, which one am I going to follow? And you're going to say to yourself, which guy was the perfect guy? Who was the one who followed the laws? Who followed? Wait a minute. Let me finish. Who followed the laws that they preached to the letter?
Have you ever done sales? Have you done sales? They give you two options. They say you can have this one, you can have this one.
You want me to give you a third option? I'll give you a third option. King David, Solomon, I'll give you 10 options. Any options you want.
Have you partaken in sales before?
No.
When I've done loads of sales. I honestly, sales is me. B2B. I can
So far,
grow
you're
a
not selling
business
much,
from the
man.
ground up with zero. I can be a middleman. I can have capital. I can rent out. I can do whatever. I know about business. Sales, they give you two options pretty much when you're coming into a gym. I used to sell
Oh,
gym.
you have to give options.
You give two options. So you're said it's like this
a
how
doctor will give. Listen,
so,
King of Gold. A doctor will give you two options. You either do it or you don't. One's gonna live, the other one's gonna die.
There's more options than Christianity and Islam for one. They're not the be all and end all. What makes you feel like anyway? I'm not even gonna. I don't really want to. This is people's beliefs and shit here. This is what I don't do. To be fair, but when you're putting it out this is how it's been put out on a plate. We're past that construct now. Islam and Christianity, good cop, bad cop. What the fuck? Come on, stop it, man. Come on, you're smarter than that. What?
It's not a question of good cop and good. You bring it to a different thing. We're talking about a way of. We're talking about living. You're talking about living a way of life. You're talking about living a way of life that's supposed to bring harmony to a person's life. Okay, not a society, because obviously society don't care. Just like you showed that even if some people say they're Christian, they're still going to do bad things. So at the end of the day, it's about the unit. It's about you and me. And Christ is about you and me. He's about the unit, guy. He says, if you live good, if you be a good person, you're
You see
gonna
that
be all right.
the argument is who's living, or who do you say is doing less of a crime right now in all areas? Forget about just because we've got better nukes, so that's why we're causing more problems. I'm saying in all facets of life.
It don't matter. It doesn't matter who's doing it. Even if there's
the ones that are living more righteous. I can say that right now. Bareface.
As Christians, people try to bring people to righteousness. Doesn't mean we stop preaching because they're sinning. You don't stop preaching because people are doing bad things.
I'm trying to say that Judaism is living better than Christianity, right? You know why? Because at least they give to their own first. At least
Judaism is
their fellow family members first. So charity starts at home with them. But they're just, they're capitalized now, so they're going to hate them, innit? And they got it the wrong way. But charity starts at home. So I'd say, go as far to say, so really, I don't really want to be horrible to Christianity because I grew up in a Christian household. And there's so many different ways I could go in Christianity. But it's shocking. What it is a revived, reformed, revamped, and relaunched, dead, and buried system. That has been incinerated. It actually is, what do you call it when it goes up into the air? And, it's vapor. And then it come back to life. They try to revamp and relaunch it. But Christianity now have got to set an example. What example is being set? What's on the forefront of everybody's lips? Pedophilia, all the rest of it. So what they've done is, this is a Satanist now trying to demonize the theists. But the way you're living your life is you're putting down your fellow theist thing. And if someone was living all the right to all the aspects of righteousness to what they believe in, causing division definitely would not be you performing to the peak of what your your doctrine has put forward to yourself. So it's still the sort of base level when I see interactions and backs and forth between Christianity and Islam. Crazy. But Christianity, do you understand that a lot of Christian nations or people that are supposedly meant to be Christians, the most people that have died on the face of this planet right now, I'd say, if you could count Africans that died in Africa, Christians are Christians. Not Islam, Christians. There's more Christians dying than anybody else. Why is that, Walter? So why is it good to come to Christianity? For that reason. It's a hard one to answer, man, I know. Do you know why? Because you can't. And do you know why? Because it's generally actually
Why?
they've been
I was answering a question. Sorry about that.
All right.
From work. What was the question again ago?
Sorry. I was saying, tell me why it'd be good to join, to be part a Christian right now, when most in the last 100 years, 200 years, all the people dying, most of the people who've died have been Christian, and that's including these Middle East as well. So the Middle East now, even though all that's happened, it's still Christians reign when it comes to
again, King of Gold. I understand where you're going now.
The most people murdered. Christian. So if you become a Christian, you go to Christian land outside of the UK.
You're telling me that the atheist should be atheist because atheists murder.
You're probably most likely to get
murdered. Run the world.
Because Russia, the most powerful place outside, actually had one of the most biggest Christian cities.
Let me ask you a question.
When you live in Russia, which is one of the most powerful places on earth, you get murdered. And that was only what? How many years ago?
Listen for 2 seconds. Because atheists murder, you're not going to become an atheist? Is that how it works?
Yeah. What?
Atheists also kill. Are you going to say you're not going to be an atheist because of that?
I didn't say that, but I said a majority. When we look at it.
Oh, so we're looking at counting numbers.
Yeah, of course we are. Of course we are.
What about the philosophy from the person themselves that created the philosophy from the religion? We don't go back to his words anymore. We can't. If I take the words of Christ and I throw it onto a Christian's face who's supposedly a so-called Christian who is doing all this, he's going to say, "Oh, are you really being a Christian?" He's going to say, "No." But if I take a Muslim who's doing some kind of crazy stuff, and I give him that, and he's doing the stuff that he's not supposed to be doing, and it's in his book, and he says, "Well, now look, he's doing it." In my faith, someone could come tomorrow and start killing people and say, "I'm a Christian, and I'm going to grab my Bible, my New Testament, and grab Christ's words and put them in his face and say, 'What are you doing?'" And he's going to be lying.
Listen. Some sources estimate the total number of Christians victims under Soviet regime ranging from 12
don't get it, do you? It's like here it goes. You're going into your world now. You're starting to go into your little world again.
I'm saying if you'd want to listen to Walter now, everybody in this chat, everybody that listens to this chat, if he comes and tells you, said, "Look, Christ is the Lord," you will be saved if you come to His Majesty's Lord Jesus Christ. Some sources estimate that total number of Christian victims under Soviet regime ranging to 12 to 20 million in materials declassified in 1991 suggested estimates are improbably high. So that was in 1940. I'm just trying to take the time period. In 1941. In 1940. Wait, one sec. Was it in 1940? Was it all a bit more recent than that? Oh, for history period. So Christians. Now that was from the Soviet Union. That was anti. They went on an anti-atheist thing. So if you're a Christian now, the same people that you're sitting in is Islam, the same people that would hang you up by the balls. Man like Ultra and them, man, will hang you up by the. We're hanging you up by the balls in Russia, saying we don't want no Christians. Yeah.
What does that mean, King of
So
Gold? What are you trying to tell me?
Islam and Christianity on the chopping board when it comes to atheism and Satanism. So you're batting for the wrong team.
You just said that atheists went around killing Christians.
Anyway, listen, the red carpet.
You just went around saying Russian atheists were killing Christians. What are you talking about?
Most valuable player. Listen, look, don't come on here. If you want to get your life wrecked and destroyed, come on here. Come on here.
Russia?
King Gold's lurking. And if you want to get stripped, lobotomized to reality, come on here.
You're going into King of
Your
Gold.
life it'll be like taking a shot of gold water. Your life will come back. You'll be like, it's like sea moss to your brain. Yeah, just wake some people up. Throughout the history of the Soviet Union, 1917 to 1991, there were periods that Soviet Union authorities, the Soviet Union want to get rid of Christianity and atheism and theists in their country. So them people and the Muslims would have been fighting with the Christians. And that's the thing. So when you're coming on here thinking, I look at history and you'll see that Christians, the same people you're advocating for, them nice people, because I know a lot of Christians are nice on the ground level.
You just said,
when they don't get their power.
You just wait a minute, King of Gold. Listen for a second. You just said in Russia. Listen, you just said in Russia. I'm trying to follow you here. Could you give me a second here? I'm trying to follow you here. I'm trying to follow you. I am trying to follow where you're going. You said atheists were killing Christians, and then you said I'm on the wrong team. What the hell are you talking about?
Back Christianity. Put some money into Christianity. Drink.
What are you talking about?
Listen, I'm saying you're preaching Christianity, and not only that, it's not like you're just talking and like a nice, gospel. You're pushing Muhammad underneath the train, like the way you're doing in a horrible. I know. Yes. So what I'm trying to say is, if you come around like someone like certain Christians, they're nice, they're cool, nice people. But when you're trying to cause war, when the war kicks off, the Christians were fighting with the Muslims against the Soviet Union when they tried to. And that was in 9. So look at your history.
Again, stop. Listen. Get out of the smoke. Listen, King of Gold, get out of the smoke. Stop saying I'm trying to create war. I'm trying to create debate. I'm sorry that the other ones want to kill.
No. You know what I'm trying to say.
No, I don't. You're lost.
I was talking about your content. We'll talk about your content, but I just want to talk about your intention.
Don't talk about my intention. Ask me what my intention is. Don't tell me what it is.
It's very important because I want to know who I'm talking to, isn't it?
But I told you my intention is not to create war. My intention is to bring people to knowledge of what life is about. And it ain't about war.
The best way to survive is to come to the Lord. You say the best way to survive. The best way to survive is to come to the Lord, basically. To believe Lord Jesus Christ.
King of Gold, we are all dead people, just living, waiting for the grave. When you think about it, so there's only one thing that gives life.
You see where it's an argument.
It's either if you want it to be a sales pitch, it's either the worms or God who's going to give you life.
No, big up yourself. You actually try to. From the chat, you're like Arnold Schwarzenegger that needs to be put in a padded cell. That's hell bent on just destroying people and busting a load or whatever you said.
You have no clue what you're saying.
On the mic, you're cool. So good on you, man. You're just a complete chat gangster, though.
You gotta remember on the chat, people say things. You gotta remember that you're on a panel, okay? And you're talking on your panel, but we're on a chat. In the chat, there's people.
Well, I'm
saying things.
Because me, as a non-Christian, I won't say them things about something that someone holds dear. But you're trying to, anyway.
Yeah, but you won't say what? The truth? I say the truth.
No, it's not the truth.
I'm not lying.
No.
If I said tomorrow that Christ is a pedo, am I lying or am I saying the truth?
What Christ?
if I said tomorrow that Christ slept with children and married a child and had a child bride, would it, and I'm saying this out there. Someone's going to say to me, Walter, you're bullshitting. Excuse the language, because that's nowhere written anywhere. But if I say the same thing about Muhammad, say, hey, he married a child, he slept with her, he had slaves, he had this, and that, am I lying? I'm not lying.
Now your content.
I'm not making it up.
Your content is where are the burials of these people out the
My content is this, King of Gold. My content is this. The Quran talks about Christianity. It's a religion that came 600 years after, and it puts Christianity in a different place. It calls Jesus Christ somebody else. It says he's somebody else. It says he died a different way. It says we should live a different way. It says totally different things about Christianity that goes against the Gospels themselves, that go much further to Christ than any Quran goes to Muhammad. So when I'm talking, okay, I am going against that narrative that Muhammad preached about Christ, which a lot of Muslims follow because they're saying, okay, Muhammad got the word from God, and God said that Christ didn't really die, and that he was this, and he was that, and he wasn't really this, and he wasn't really that, and that was his real brother, and it was changed on the Quran, and it was not, and he was changed on the cross. All these things are just words that came from him, based on no writings of early writings, because you have writings from early historians showing that Christ died on the cross.
Okay, cool.
So now I go up against that. I go up. Let's say I'm on the streets. I have a guy. Listen, wait for a second. I have a guy preaching Islam, and he's saying, "Oh no, Christ wasn't this. Didn't really happen. Muhammad's the guy. He's the deal. He's the real deal." Blah 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 blah. And I come in and I say, "No, wait a minute. Oh, guys, you got it wrong on Christianity. That's not what happened. Hey, what are you talking about? You're crazy. This is what Muhammad said." But listen, wait a minute. I have here they're all gossip, they're all garbage, they're crap.
What happened?
I mean, you hear me now?
You cut out a bit, bro.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, this guy starts attacking me, telling me I don't know what I'm talking about. I tell him, listen, this is what my book said. But your books are all corrupted. They're no good. They're garbage. You shouldn't trust them. Yeah, but in the Old Testament, the Torah talks about the Messiah is supposed to come, and then garbage doesn't count.
All right. So if this child marriage is ruled out of every country, yeah, do you feel like this would have an effect on the psyche? Would make people more what you're trying to say, possibly pedophilic? Is that what you're trying to imply? Or
we're not talking about what people do.
What are the negative effects? What are the negative effects of it? Of what you're trying to?
The negative effects of what? Of child marriage? Right. Are you serious?
Okay, so yeah, I'm asking you, what the negative effects you think
for a child?
Mentally,
for a young girl?
Let me say it then.
Okay, I don't understand. Mentally, what do you mean? What's the effect?
Mentally, on the general populace, with having Islam or as their way of life and their belief system, do you feel like the point you just brought up would have a detrimental effect? We'd be seeing a rise in pedophilic occurrences? Is that what you're trying to say?
The Islam, if you look at the Islamic countries, they're in a state of of control, complete control. They have to pray certain days, they have to do certain things, they have to follow this, they have to follow that, they can't do this, they can't do that. It's like millions of rules. Can't have can't have a picture, you can't look at it, you can't draw something. Don't you see that? I mean, the freedom to choice is taken away from you. You don't do it, you're dead.
Yeah.
Or you got to pay something. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's rules that say, if you're not following our way, it's the highway. You can see it just in the way they do they handle their holy area. They don't allow any Christians or any Kafirs in their holy area. You get shot right on the spot.
Yeah.
In itself, that just shows something that they're what are they afraid of? You know, you could a Muslim tomorrow could take a tour of the Vatican, even though I mean, let's say it's not the greatest place in the world. I mean, showing it, but tomorrow anybody could. Why is it that you can walk into a mosque but you can't walk into Mecca?
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, that's right. You're right. Hold that thought. I can say if anybody's got any business plans, you want to jump on and maybe possibly share some business plans or something like that along them lines. Like what projects you got going on, what interests you feel like is quite cool. Because obviously, like, you know, without being too rude, like, you know, religion now to me is like is so drawn out and so basic that it shouldn't be really had down to this much scrutiny, to be fair. We shouldn't. There's so much more things that are so much more in depth. You know, it's just the way people take on, and what's it called? The way people take on word scripture and the way they decipher it. Not decipher it, but you know, they say it's best not to go to a layman. Go to someone who's, you know, an imam to get the right you know, when they break it down. Well, I don't know what word I'm looking for, man. I'm looking for a word, man.
Scholar.
Yeah, a scholar, but the only reason why it's made headline news again is because people try to mix up the meanings of things. And it's just to make their argument better. But it's really basic, man. People say you can take the words and perceive the words how you want to perceive them. But that's why we got Imam, because there's only really one way. So ultimately, the only reason why we're even debating over this is because some retard thought it was smart to try and make their own agenda to lie about it. So
people don't have excuses.
For another 120 years.
Most people in the West,
50% of our CPU,
King of Gold,
hard drive, on something which hasn't even had to be argued about. It fucking annoys me, bro. It vexes me.
People have no excuse. People could read their books. Most people in the West have an education. They could read, and you could see what is written in Christianity, and you could see what's written in Islam, and obviously, most people prefer not to follow Christian values, and we could see that. I mean, very few people today, you know, I mean, just marriage alone is at a almost a 60% cut, peak. Abortion rates are off the roof. Things are happening left, right, and center. Sex, forget about it. Kids are having sex at 13, 14, 15, all over the place. And then before you even get married, you already slept with 10 kids.
Oi, yo, Walter. Walter, you're Jew, innit? Are you Jewish?
The world is upside down.
Yes, I know. Jews are funny, you know. Oi, Jews are jokes, though, bro.
I'm not Jew. I said I'm a Christian.
No, but you're Jew. But you're Israeli. You're Israeli, though.
No, I'm not Israeli.
Then you are. Yeah, but you're Canadian Israeli. Are you? Stop playing games, bro.
I'm Canadian. I'm Portuguese Canadian.
All right, okay. Someone told me you're Jewish. Why did someone tell me you're Jewish?
Yesterday, somebody was saying that I was Jewish or I was from New York. Or
see what I'm saying? I don't lie.
Figure out where I'm from.
I wasn't lying, but yeah. Okay. I thought they knew you.
Like I'm a star or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I thought they knew you. I was like, right, what is he like? Is he really a Yehudi? No, man. You know, I know they've got the same type of energy, though. They're quite very energetic people. You know what I mean? And, it's a fallacy that they're tight. They're not
energetic people.
Jews, and their bar mitzvahs and shit.
You must know a lot of Jews, as King Gold.
That's one thing I've noticed about Jews. They've just got way more energy than.
How many Jewish friends do you have? How many Jewish friends do you have?
They've got a lot of character. No, a couple. I've had a couple along the way. I don't have many friends. I don't have a big circle like that.
How many Jewish people do you know personally?
Personally, one or two. I mean, I've got.
And
I've got some-
is that the way they behave? Like they're very energetic and they all want to.
they're very energetic. They're quite good hospitality.
Maybe you should take it. Maybe you should go to Israel and you'll see that they're just
They got
regular
good
people like
hospitality.
everybody else.
When you do work with a Jew, they won't try and f you over. They won't
Yes, they
call
do.
them. No, they
They
don't.
do. They do.
Listen. Out of all of the nation, now listen. Now, out of all the nations that my family have interacted with as a black person,
Mm.
there's been other nations which I won't name that have been way more dismissive and non-cooperative than Jewish. Jewish will give you tips. They say they're tight, but they give you the most tips when you go and do a
Maybe.
search in their house.
You might be right.
I'm just saying what's real, isn't it?
But I'll be honest, like when these black people work with
Yeah,
them,
you want to
can
put up
see
the
that
Jews,
they'll
go
be a
ahead. I
bit
don't have a problem
funny.
with that.
Yeah, when black people work for them, you can see they'll be a bit umana, if you know what I mean.
Maybe. No, not so much because like my family have got friends.
Is somebody talking?
And they
I
go
can't-
at their houses all the time, and they're quite staunch Jews. So it's not like they don't want black
Yeah.
girls.
So, some of them are liberal. Don't get me wrong. Some of them are quite liberal, and
Yeah,
some
the
of them
UK
are
ones,
very.
UK
Mm. But they I don't know. They seem like they practice what they preach. Like they don't really try and confiscate with too much people. If you know what I mean.
But what we're talking about, what I feel is most important is who can you work with on a business level as a black person,
How do you mean?
or just as a person who's an underling. As a black person, you have experiences working with different type of nations.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
To be honest, I've heard a lot of people say Asian people are the worst people. To
there you go, and that's the thing. So that's general consensus. We kind of know that now. They'll call the police.
Correct, after a while.
They will run to the police in 2 seconds. From what in my
They
experience.
run to the police. It's just like they try and underpay people for their work and like
Yeah,
they cut- like,
and the rest of it. Yeah, of course.
yeah, they can't help themselves in a way. Like, yeah, they can't help themselves. And,
So,
and what they
I
do if it's a black person now, what they're trying to do is get one of their own to work for them, and pay them even more.
Mate, you know what I want to do? I actually feel like I want to get off because I saw some right-wing people jump on as soon as I got off yesterday. There was 2 of them that came on. They were kind of a bit high, but it was quite good viewing. So I think I'm going to jump off for like 5-10 minutes and then I'll be back. I'll be back on. I just want to see some more people come in. Yeah, but how you doing, bro? How are you? You good?
Yeah, I've been good, man. Just been a bit busy.
All right. Oh, mate, I need to get a little bit more busy, though, I have to admit. Exercised. Exercise an hour a day was easy for me before, but I suppose since lockdown, innit, people got a bit lazy.
No, definitely. I can't lie about that, man.
Should at least do it two times a week, though. An hour a day, 2 times a week is enough, because the only thing that stops the people flying up in the spaceships from getting like deformed is an hour a day in it of heavy weights and cardio.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the only thing that keeps them from obviously getting really disabled, isn't it? So that's what I'm saying. That's
So what do you think about the weather so far? Because when every plane was on the ground, nobody was flying too much up in the sky like that. The whole sky was clear. The whole sky was pretty blue, bro.
Do you feel like they were still dropping their chemicals and stuff on the chemicals?
No. Certain days they did try to come out and do that, but I think like where everybody had to lock down, everything had to just lock down.
Yeah.
So it goes to show you like these people are fucking up the planet, man.
Proper. Because what they're doing, and it releases CO2, right? Emissions.
Yeah.
Generally, they're the ones that's quite thick, and they stay. They seem to be the most produced or something. But CO2, it sits in our ozone, isn't it? And it starts to encourage more UV ray lights, which causes more radiation on top of that. And then the radiation can't escape, so it decays in a cloud, or invisible clouds. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So it's,
true.
yeah, it's all detrimental. Like the way, especially the CO2 emissions coming from the planet itself.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? So that's the problem. That's the
Mm.
problem. And the 5G is definitely causing something, doing something fucking shit up.
I
mean,
agree with that.
I don't think they've really gone that green when it comes to gas, you know, unfriendly gases coming out, you know what I mean, from all their oil refineries and stuff.
Yeah, 100%, man. And it's like I think our seasons have changed for the last maybe 4 years now. Like the season or 3 years, give or take. But I think the seasons have changed a lot. Like August, July now is just like a weird type of month, if you know what I mean. Like August is like a rain month, really and truly nowadays.
Yeah. And they know what this radiation, okay, it's radiation. They know what it does to your cells. Like they know what it does to your cells, bruv. It's cancerous, bruv, to your cells. So if it's blowing around in our atmosphere and you're breathing that shit in, like, yeah, we can talk about food that's affecting you, but it's what the very air you're breathing in certain places.
I have to be honest, I do think they're chemtrailing now, as you say that, because Spain is only 2 hours away on a plane, and not to say the sky is clear there and things like that, but it's more fresher there in a sense like that.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean? It's not too far.
Do you know what the most complicated place in London is? I used to live there before I moved here.
What,
to where I am now. It's Earls Court. You know, there's a big Sainsbury's in Earls Court.
Oh yeah.
Have you been to Earls Court?
Yeah.
It's kind of like near Notting Hill. Yeah, so it's not. It's like a next borough, not borough.
It's like an inner city sort of.
Yeah, it's a next like little, you know what I mean, postcode on from Notting Hill.
It's like on the border of Zone 2 in a sense.
I think so. It's near the district line. It's sort of like in between Chelsea and Notting Hill, if you can imagine that.
Yeah.
So but I mean, it's just not past. It's not that far past Notting Hill. So when you come up to Notting Hill, actual Notting Hill, that is attached to it's attached to the most. What did I say?
Most pollutionist or something.
Polluted environment. So I lived there for a good number of years, and I ended up getting AS. Autoimmune disease as well, which is ironically.
What do you think they have? A lot of towers or mosques for mobile phones?
They've got statistics, man. I don't know. There's a lot of sick and ill people around there anyway, but you know, they know what's going on. But I definitely think that they did, because they were building loads of stuff along, because there's like a dual carriageway there as well, going from Hammersmith. So if you go around from Hammersmith, it's linked onto Hammersmith as well, that Earls Court Road.
I see what you mean.
They were building like roads, new structures along there all the time. Very industrial, like, so, and commercial as well. So,
and they got quite listed buildings in that area, innit? A lot of listed.
I think so. I know the Qatar headquarters is like kind of like a travel tourism sort of like traveling. Headquarters is there. Okay. But there's a lot of proper like complexes, business complexes down there. So they probably they did.
Yeah, I think around them sort of areas that's where a lot of the them telephone masks are, I think.
Yeah, don't move to Earls Court. If whatever you're gonna do, that'd be the worst place to move for now. When you're talking about health, because not only is the pollution from the cars, emission,
buses,
it's like you just said, like Turok just said, they're building so many buildings, and you know how they'll try and mask it off. They'd rather mask it off than tell you it's there. So definitely 100% don't move to Earls Court, Notting Hill, Chelsea, because them places there. So obviously they're going to get people living in there. It's probably not going to be the English, I can imagine, if it's that polluted.
No, true.
Probably mostly foreign investment.
No, that's very true, man.
But it's all debatable. Only they know the answers. But
That's cool.
we know what time it is, though, isn't it? Really.
Oh, I would have thought somewhere like Tilbury or something like that. I don't know why. Because like I noticed like there's an area in Tilbury where it just constantly rains. And some people say like even has acid rain down there sometimes.
Oh, really?
Mm.
Yeah, man. I think it'd be high priority for me to live outside of London anyway. But hey, look, I'm gonna jump off anyway. Big up yourselves, everybody. I'm gonna a couple things to do.
Yeah, you got people backstage, Veli.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Veli, there's people backstage.
Yeah, I'll be honest, the countryside is always much better, man. Like it gives you a whole another look into England. It's like the minute you come out the M25 and you're in the countryside, you get, I don't know, you just feel more uplifted in a sense. And you get to appreciate England more. I think like
Oh,
London,
of course.
yeah, London seems like Britain, but the outside of London seems like England, if you know what I mean.
Listen, I'm telling you what, right? If you lived just solely here, you'd be missing out. Just to not have just gone to Sussex, somewhere like Eastbourne, even
Yeah.
Brighton.
No, true. I like
I mean,
Yorkshire a lot.
Brighton's
Don't know
lovely.
why, I really like Yorkshire.
Anything with Shire in it is peas. Anything with
alright.
Shire in it in the UK, we're talking royalty.
Mm.
Shire. No, we are, because anywhere where I've seen Cheshire in Manchester, they're all the most
Lancashire.
all the most expensive houses, all this football stars live in Cheshire. Now you go to just outside or something with Bury in it as well. You got Bury in it, royalty.
Mm.
Yeah, mostly outside of the UK. You know what I mean?
True.
Like somewhere like Aylesbury. Even though they got building new stuff, there's still a lot of like not royalty, but you know what I mean. What they say,
Oh, you like the
upper class, innit? The upper class, yeah, the L's and
Dukes, Viscounts. And
yeah,
all them,
that's
man.
what I'm saying. Do you think they? I don't think they definitely got power like commerce here
Mm.
in it, but I think a lot of their, when it comes to their homes and stuff, it's all like Bury and Shire. That's where they invest in their they put all their money into.
Definitely.
No doubt. Because it's rather, I'm telling you, man, when you've got land out there, you actually own a proper garden and land anyway. But anyway, peace anyway, I'm out. Nice one.
Big up.
Yeah.
Big up Jupiter. Big up Water. Big up Mr. Briggs.
Hey everyone, why'd Gold run away? Apparently Veli said that he asked me to come on.
Oh, did he? On the far right.
Oh, I ain't far right. Fuck off. People just don't understand my position. They just don't understand me.
Oh yeah, I'm actually glad I'll get to talk to you today. I haven't talked to you for a little while. I was breezing through the internet. I think it was either last night or this morning. And there's a channel called Black Bright. It's a West Indian lady, but goes through a lot of political issues, what's going on in Britain. And she mentioned that the Conservative Party under Boris Johnson, they're looking to take over 3 million Hong Kong nationals that are somehow tied to Britain.
Yeah.
And like it's kind of mad in a sense, because literally everybody who are part of the British Empire falls underneath that type of weirdness, if you know what I mean.
And that's a difficult one. We owe them to come here because they were part of the Commonwealth. We can't.
Yeah, but that's like the West Indies people. You could say that to them as well.
Yeah, and at the same time.
And the Pakistani people, the Indian people.
Well, not no more, because they gave them independence. But when it happened, that's exactly
tea every day. Come on. We drink tea every day. Come on.
Yeah, no, not no more. The reason Hong Kong is different is because it's only just happened that when Hong Kong was left with China, there was deals made that they would be treated as British citizens and have all the same rights as British citizens, kind of. And obviously, China's gone back on that, and that's why we're going to have to offer them to come here. But to be
But
honest, it's not very good timing with the numbers and everything else. But we've got to do it.
I don't. Well, I don't know, mate. That means well, you can't complain about immigrants then because I don't believe that there's. Do, do you think there are 3 million? One could say native English people in Hong Kong.
So say that again.
What are they like? One could say Caucasian people.
Don't know how many there are.
Because realistically, like because you can't talk about immigrants and this, that, and the other, and you chuck out the Windrush 1 minute, and all these different types of things. Then you offer to take over 3 million people from Hong Kong. It's just a bit, you know what I mean? Like England's left these people from the 70s or something like that.
Yeah, but you got to understand that it's only just happened.
Yeah, but that's the same thing with the Caribbean, to be honest. And our people got slung out. All the old ones, they were old. And it's like when you think about it now, the majority of the people age group you're looking at, they're in their 30s, 40s, mid 20s, upwards. Because realistically, it's like even if Jamaica, how can I say, took their independence, literally the whole people on the island are still British in a sense like that. If you go by legally, technically, in a sense like that. So it's even when they're having children, they still could classify as British people, but they got a new identity now or under a new corporation that would be called Jamaica. If you know what I mean. So it's very technical because I listened to the lady and she was breaking down the meanings of certain things in the passports. And they were saying there's only certain territories where people are allowed to come and go. Yeah, so I found that very, I don't know, very dodgy, like in a sense like that. It sounds very weird. And it's like with all the flu and all that virus that was going on, Hong Kong was the big epidemic or epidemic, second to Wuhan, maybe. You know what I mean? And it's like at the end of the day, I don't think the British should be getting their noses involved. Because the deal was done, signed and sealed. Whoever wanted to come to Britain should have came to Britain. And just like how the Brexit is, it's like I think it's either by this year they have to come with a proper deal or something solid, where to say, oh, this is that and that is this, in a sense like that. So 70 years now, that's nearly 40 something. It don't make sense that people are crying out for these people's human rights afterwards.
Yeah. So
Mm.
can I give you my opinion on that? Firstly, the Windrush is it was a travesty what happened to the Windrush people, the ones that genuinely came on the Windrush and their descendants. Some of the ones that claim to be Windrush that are being sent back are not actually Windrush. They're people that have just emigrated here since. I don't consider them Windrush. But the ones that are genuine, yeah, it should never have happened to them. You got them. Some of them need to take some responsibility for the fact of not legalising themselves as well, though. But still, they should never have been sent out for the fact that they've been here so long and they had children here. It's just ridiculous. When it comes to the China, the Hong Kong, they're not actually Chinese. They're Hong Kong. They're from Hong Kong. I don't even know what we call them really, but yeah, we owe them in a funny kind of way because it's only just happened, and so therefore we've got to take them. It's going to be annoying because of the numbers, the sheer numbers. Sheer numbers is not going to help us at all with the situation going on in Britain. I don't think.
So take for instance then like the Asian people, what they brought to the Caribbean. Do you think Britain should take them people as well?
The Asian people that they brought from the Caribbean. What you
No,
mean?
yeah, they brought them from Asia into the Caribbean.
What you mean during like the same time as Windrush? Those people.
Before Windrush, really, for at least about 200 years before a lot of the islands and different places got independence. Like, if anything, they would be still classed as British subjects, I would have thought.
Yeah, if anyone's been here that long, I don't think any of them should be sent out of the country. I'm a civic nationalist, Turek. Even though I wound up Raspek one night and told him I was an FNAT. I'm not. I'm a civic nationalist. I believe anybody. Right from the beginning, I tried to explain to people that I believe if you're born in England, you should be classed as English if you're raised as English. If you
Well,
speak English. There's some people that would say no because my heritage is from somewhere else. That's fine. But as long as you're going to adhere to the British culture, then you can still call yourself British citizen. If not, if you're born here, you don't want to be part of the culture, you're against the country, I think that really, realistically, you should just find a way of leaving and living somewhere else. No point being here and being unhappy, to be honest.
I respect that, but it just seems like now, if they do what they do now, it will leave the indigenous people or the native people of England to be kind of prejudiced or xenophobic, because the government then now have to put other people priority wise before the native people on the land.
Yeah, see, it's a problem. And I think if they know that they're going to have 3 million come, they should already start building houses in preparation. They should have extra doctor surgeries. They should have extra schools, because it's going to affect everything. We've already seen the effect of that already.
Yeah,
But
they already
you know what they did? You know what they did just before we joined the EU? They knocked down all the big schools and built smaller ones. They knocked down all the big hospitals and built smaller ones.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the EU people come in, and then there weren't enough school places, there weren't enough maternity beds, there weren't enough housing. It's pointless. I don't know why they did it that way. It's ridiculous.
See, and this is why sometimes I have to be kind of honest, like, and listen to some of the both of the right wing and the left wing, and they say like the left wing seems like they're trying to sabotage the country. What do you think on that?
The left wing. Yeah, they definitely are. I wouldn't say centre left, but the far left, yeah, they definitely are. They're especially with this movement to do with Black Lives Matter. Now, don't get me wrong, Turek. Despite what people say about me, I am against racism, and I would go on a march against racism. But I'm not going to go on a march for Black Lives Matter when I know that they're not really about that. They pretend they are. They've hoodwinked a lot of people in this country, but they're not. They're not about that. They're about communism. They're about getting rid of the police. In fact, they're about anarchy, because if you get rid of the police, there would be anarchy. But they want to get rid of the police. They want to get rid of capitalism, and they want to break up the family.
I think you're getting mixed up with Antifa.
No. Black Lives Matter. It's on their website what they stand for. And so if you believe in a nuclear family, if you don't think that there's much wrong with the capitalist system, it might need some changing, but there's not much wrong with the capitalist system as it is, rather than communism. And if you don't, what's the other one that they want? Yeah, they promote all that fucking LGBT and everything. You know what I mean? So if you're not really for the police, if you prefer having a society where you do have a police within the system of it, then there'd be no point. And don't get me wrong, I do think that our police maybe, well, I think our police in general, I think our police are good compared to the rest of the world, right? Because there's some countries where they're really, really gung ho and nasty and corrupt, and then you get to places like America where the race relations has gone so bad that everybody's got guns and people are shooting each other left, right, and centre. in our country, our police do their daily duties without guns. The most they've got is a taser, even though a taser can be dangerous. That's the most they've got. But yeah, there are some corrupt police in our country, though. I'm not going to say that every single policeman is perfect, or woman. That would be a lie. And therefore, some of those things could be addressed. But to live without police at all, nah, no thanks. No thanks. Who you going to call if you're? I mean, don't get me wrong, they're not doing a good job all over the place. But who are you going to call if you get burgled or you know, a family member's murdered, or I don't know, you're being held hostage, or domestic violence, any of that? Huh?
There always was security, whether they want to call it police or different types of things, but it'd be more of, I would think, like more of a, how could I say, more of a national sort of thing, basically, where it's more the people who they know incorporated in it, if you know what I mean. So, of course, there's going to be like a fire service and certain things like that, and also like a security service, like, or like one could say soldiers of the area, or certain men or women would take different roles at different times to secure the perimeter or wherever they are.
Yeah, it wouldn't work though. The fact
It would work.
You could try and change. You could try and change the recruitment of the police. It'd be simpler to do that than to say that you're going to have people in the community being in charge at certain times. It wouldn't work because it wouldn't, because
like the Sharia law.
When you work in something like that, okay, when you work in that kind of job, there are policies and procedures you would need to get that you would need to implement, and you would need to adhere to them, and you wouldn't be able to keep chopping and changing. The respect won't be there. You need to build up respect. And don't get me wrong, the police have lost respect in some communities in this country because of what they've done. I mean, especially with black people complaining. I don't know. I mean, personally, I do know actually, but I'm not going to go into it. But that community complains about that, and we've had complaints from up north about the girls that got groomed and everything, about their problems not being addressed because of PC correctness, which is a joke. So yeah, there are things that need to be redone, but in the main, you do need you can't have people just rolling into the job and rolling out of the job on a rota basis. No, that would be ridiculous.
No, what I'm trying to show you is just like, yeah, rota business, but that's how the police is. Everybody has a rota and things like that.
But they're permanent police. You're talking about from the local community. Some days some people be the police, and then the next week some other people be the police, and then the next week some other people. It wouldn't work like that. It wouldn't.
No, it would definitely work because what I'm saying, it definitely would work because if you notice, there's other places in central London and maybe other places I'm not too familiar with at the moment. They hire private sort of police because the police can't come to certain crime scenes and certain things. So where there's certain influence of heavy drug use or certain things like that, they will put a private police there and certain things.
Yeah, but you can still. I think you can still do that within the law here anyway, can't you?
Yeah,
you can all put together and hire a private security firm in addition to the state police if you want.
Exactly, and it's just like what they call the community police as well. What they try to do, that initiative. So it wouldn't really be unfamiliar. You'd be familiar with who's the law enforcement there or the security there and certain things like that. It wouldn't really be too much.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You don't need to get rid of the police that's already in existence. I wouldn't advocate for that. Never.
No, we wouldn't really. We'll probably put them in their local zones in a sense like that.
I don't know about that either, because I think that could lead to corruption, personally. But then I don't know how many police officers now presently work in their own zones. I mean, I might find that even now they do that. But if it were me, I would think that a police officer should be put to patrol somewhere else from where they're working. And where they're living, sorry.
I think it is a good initiative, and I think that is sort of initiative what used to happen in the olden days. It's not really unheard of in a sense.
Yeah.
And it would give a lot of the men who don't have nothing to do something to do, and give them some sort of thing back into the environment, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I don't know why they don't just join the police. The police are looking for police officers.
Yeah, you're right, but I feel like there's certain things where it'd be good because it's community based wise. But you have a lot of men that are just sit up in the bookie shops and things like that, and not to say that they're the perfect people, but a lot of these people could be just like helping some of these young men and certain things like that, or football coaching and certain things like that. You know what I mean, or getting more involved in a sense like that.
Yeah, but all those things are in existence, Tarek. All it takes is for those people to get off their arse and go and look for where they can go and do that. If they're
You're
fit and
right.
healthy enough.
You're right, but it has to be like it has to be implemented in stages. One could say.
No, I don't think so. If you're talking about somebody between the ages of 18 to 30, say, right, who's going to be in fairly good health, yeah, there's plenty of opportunities for them, even if they only want to volunteer into work, into the field they want to do. There's plenty of opportunities. I mean, even at unis, there's small courses for football coaches and things like that. You just go on, you do that, and then you're registered. Do you have your what do they call it now? It's not a CRB check. They call it something else now. You get checked to make sure you're okay with kids, and then you go and do a football team.
Yeah, and be more nicer. It will change the image how people look at the police, like in a sense like that. Because like you grow up with these same people. These people grow up with you, and you protect the place, and you have respect for your place, your area, and love for your community because you're growing in there, you're building in there, and you know what I mean, prosperous.
Yeah, but don't you think it would be open to corruption? Don't you think that if somebody works in an area where they're born in or where they know people, it will be based on their bias and friendships, how they deal with them?
Not really, because people, the whole community will be against them.
Why would the whole community be against them?
Because they're bringing bad vibes or bad corruption to the area, basically. So the whole area themselves will root at them people or the people within that.
Well, they wouldn't, would they? Because it doesn't happen like that, does it?
This is where probably people will get exiled from the community or certain things where they say you get sent to Coventry and all them type of things like that. Like we're gonna really, how can I say, implement a good standard of living in a sense like that.
Well, I don't know. I'm sure there's some middle class professionals that probably agree with you and they'll push it as far as they can to get that.
Realistically, now with a lot of jobs cut, a lot of robots taking over jobs, there's nothing else for a lot of people to do. But you know what I mean, make sure the area and certain things is not getting thingy bobbed, if you know what I mean, bobbed and whatnot. And
there are jobs that they've just cut back. They've cut back on what they are. I mean, years ago you used to see road sweepers on the regular. You don't really see that much anymore.
But see, all of that's going to be implemented. People from the
years
area.
ago you used to have what they called park wardens. You don't really see them anymore.
See, all of those things you're going to have in the area as well.
You understand what I'm saying? So they could bring back a lot of the positions that they got rid of that help society run a lot better and employ a lot more people.
Because realistically, like the money is not flowing through the communities how they used to flow before. It's going into these what they call them people, industries basically. Nothing's really flowing in the village or around, you know what I mean, in the community anymore how it used to flow. Like you would pay somebody, oh, do this for me and that this for me, and they'll go to that shop and that shop will probably get a name, what they call it, somebody deliver the newspapers and vice versa, you know what I mean? Like they're just keeping everything flowing around them, you know what I mean? Like you probably get the same tenor note probably twice because like that's how close knit the community is.
I don't know. I just don't see it working that way. If you got, I understand what you're saying about.
As a civic nationalist, I think that should be sort of like the new frontier in a sense.
No, I can understand you bringing money back into the community, wanting that, but look, it became cheaper for everybody to go to the bigger complexes, to go to the bigger shops and stuff, and not the local village shop. But obviously, some village shops still exist, don't they? Because people still go to the corner shop and that for smaller items.
Yeah, but
But
this one, man,
yeah,
so
they're not going to be as rich as they were years ago because they're bigger shops like Sainsbury's and Asda and all that have come in, for example. But what they could
one of
do
the
is bring back
questions-
jobs like road sweeping,
this is what I'm
road
trying to show
sweeping,
people,
park wardens, you know, and things like that.
because just like how Donald Trump is doing, there's gonna be a whole different new scheme how people are gonna be bringing products in, selling products, Sainsbury's, Tesco's, and literally like it's gonna be a very weird. Not say weird. There's probably countries that already do it in some sort of aspect, and but I think it's gonna be more where you literally have to be putting your money down onto the ground. Basically, you can't really be getting other people's things in and this, that, and the other.
Well, I would disagree. I would say that the main aim for a lot of people is cashless society. That's what their leaders have been aiming for. I mean, I don't suppose you've noticed, but that's what they're aiming for.
No,
So that's
100%,
why they're not bothered, because they're aiming to get rid of cash altogether.
100%, and this is why I'm trying to show you that this thing where it's going to be more community based is going to be more very influential in this digital future and sort of things like that.
Well, it'd be good if it is, but we'll see. But I don't agree with getting rid of the police. That's one thing I don't agree with.
But police are the people that protect policy. So you're gonna have people that's gonna enforce policies wherever whether it's tribal, you know what I mean, that down to the lowest of, not say lowest, but people where they won't say is very civilized in a sense. Like there's always policies and rules people have to follow, and people are willing to enforce that. So you know what I mean.
Mm, we'll see. But yeah, Black Lives Matter. I don't agree with them. Don't agree with them.
I
I
agree
think all
with
they're
the
doing is causing more divisions, and basically, I was looking into it. A lot of the stuff comes from that D'Angelo woman, that author. What's her name? Robin D'Angelo, white lady. It's
oh
quite
yeah.
ironic, really, that it's a white lady that's behind a lot of the things that they're all pushing
No,
forward.
but no, why do you say this? Because if we're not possibly racist, there should be they're gonna have both people of variation backgrounds are gonna be for that same cause.
Mm. The reason that I say it is because her take is that everybody that's white is a racist, basically. And if you say you're not a racist, then you're definitely racist. And if you believe in the Martin Luther King theology, ideology, sorry, that you judge people on character and not skin color, then you're definitely racist. And that you should look at race first. Well, to me, that's racism, and I can't go along with that. I think it's nuts. I think it's going to make more of an issue. Apparently, you know, she's the one that brought out this thing. If you don't see color, when you say you don't see color, that means you're a racist, which is total fucking shit and bollocks. People, when people say that, they don't mean they literally don't see color. What they mean is they don't judge color. But whatever,
Yeah,
you
but at
know,
the end
what
of
we
the
do
day,
will bear.
there's gonna be white people because they believe that is a righteous cause in a sense like that. And I'll be honest, it's only what probably 5 years or something like that, or up and running this organization has been. But they do need to have some sort of body of some sort that are gonna bring justice to some sorts as well in a sense. And to be honest, it's gonna be a lot of different issues and issues. So like, how can I say? So like, as IC3 says, that there's gonna be a loads of different departments and different doors in it, basically, in a sense. it's like really and truly like I don't know. Was Black Lives Matter present when the Windrush scandal was going on? I 100% believe though that melanated people around the earth, they do need some sort of, how can I say, embassy or some sort of legal faction internationally, every corner of the planet, where when there is things like that happening, that body is there to counterattack the racistness or the bias procedures what's getting put on to that individual. So it is a good industry to start for international assemblies to come to the table and put certain biases aside and put black people's rights, melanated people's rights internationally all over the world equal and righteous and just. And if they can accomplish that, I would say good luck to those people.
What rights do you have in this country? Do I have in this country that you don't have?
It's just where certain biases has happened in the past with the legal systems and certain things like that portrays a racist, uneven, just full platform. So the scales are tilted, one could say, in justice. So in that aspect, I would say.
I don't believe it is on colour anymore, Turek. I think if anything, it's classed. It's not really colour prejudice. You might get pockets of racism from certain individuals in small villages, maybe, or certain places. I don't know, but not collectively. As a whole, this country's not racist or bigoted, really.
I don't say the country. I say the systems.
Yeah,
And
but I
it's
don't
like,
think systems are anymore. Not at all.
yeah, well, we can't say that. I'm just saying, but we've noticed it and we've seen it and we've heard it and we know it's there. So internationally now, would you not call out these types of things?
If there's an example of racism that can be proven, of course that should change. But people should band together. Look, for example, with the police, yeah. Regardless of whether you want to say it's more black people being killed or not, if there's people being killed in custody across the board, the whole community should come together and try and get the police to sort out different procedures or whatever and find out what's going wrong. But look at it realistically and see if it really is a big problem. So that's one area. But if you're talking about just feelings, you just feel like someone's racist, then no, I don't go along with that. I don't go along with that.
I have to agree with the Muslim approach where they say it's like a sickness, and we have to be honest. A lot of black people and white people suffer with that sickness, and it has to be called out.
I would say that there's a lot of black people that suffer with the sickness too. You see what's happened in America. Yeah, you see what's happened in America. It's gone fucking crazy.
Does it need to be called out that there's both sides that are suffering with this?
Yeah, all racism needs to be called out when it happens, but I don't think that
on both sides.
Systematic racism. Yeah, all round. I was on Wake Up UK yesterday, because despite what some people seem to think that I only go on black channels, it's not true. I go to many channels.
Mm.
And I was over there, and there was a lady from Ireland that came on, and
Oh, yeah.
she was telling me that her nephew got racially assaulted, basically, and stabbed in the head. But before you judge, the lady was married to a Pakistani man, so she wasn't a racist or anything.
So she
but-
was
but-
a Caucasian Irish lady.
Yeah, she was a white lady that was married to a Pakistani, but her nephew had been stabbed in the head, racially assaulted and stabbed in the head.
Mm.
And she was really deeply distressed. She says, what's going on in Ireland is really, really bad. Like, there's really bad racial tensions that are not being reported on. I don't know how true that is. I don't live in Ireland. But I look across at America, and I see what's happened in America, where Black Lives Matter has sort of like really pushed for what they want. And you've got one state where they call it, I think they call it the Chad Town or something like that. I can't remember what they call it, or Chad State. And yeah, but it's gone crazy, absolutely gone crazy. 2 people have been killed there already, black people, not white, because they wouldn't let their ambulances in, and they wouldn't let the police in, because they said it was an establishment-free zone. The weekend just gone, little 8-year-old girl, little black child, shot and stuff, all to do with all this rubbish. And I just think, look at New York City. Because where they seem to be making sort of like strides ahead, where the funding of the police in New York has been cut massively because of all this politics, and robbings are up, murders up, violent sexual assault is up, violent muggings are up, every single violent crime up, shot through the roof, and the killings are up, but the main people being killed even more are black people. So it's not really helping anybody. Not really. It's not really helping at all.
And that's the thing people have to understand, that if we keep looking to America for answers, is not the way. Like, if you I believe you have to look into Europe's issues and certain things like that. And I know Ireland's been having well, recently, or maybe a couple of years now, Ireland have been having a lot of tension with immigrants and different little things, and a lot of people are calling it out now in a sense like that. I don't know what, like, if it's a more tribal thing, people want to have their identity more, or
Yeah, it's because of the identity politics. It's made everybody more tribal, because when you're preaching like this D'Angelo woman, that basically, you're racist if you judge people by their character and not their skin color, and that you should notice their skin color, and their skin color should be taken into consideration at every step. Then what you're basically saying is you've got to be racist. It's racism undercover. It's covert racism that's being fed through that book, in my opinion.
I think we just have to call it out in a sense like that. And it's like, I think Ireland's part of the EU in it, so basically a lot of the same politics with immigration and different things like that. But I feel with Ireland, what's happened to Ireland, particularly along the way, it has I think classism has taken over there as well for a long while, in a sense like
I
that.
don't know. I think that's what Britain's problem is: classism, not racism. And I do think that the answer is for people to unite, and not separate like they're talking about all the time. Me personally, I'm against all this segregation bollocks, the segregation in schools and everything. That documentary that I saw on Channel 4 didn't convince me. I thought it was awful what they done. Awful what they done.
What's that?
When they separate the kids by race, and then they had the mixed race ones in the middle, didn't know where to go. Then on top of that, you had 2 best friends. There was a white boy and a black boy that were best mates. after the first day, the black kid come out and was like, I didn't realise that everybody that you know felt this about black people, because what happened was they scored them all to see if they had a preference for white people, and obviously these scores come back and said and I say obviously because I think it's a setup, came back and said yeah, that even people of colour in the class, had a prejudice towards white people apparently. And the little black kid come out and said, I didn't know that everybody in the world felt this about my skin colour. And that kid didn't feel it before he went to school, takes part in this thing and then feels it. I think it's wicked. The little white boy come home, cried because he wasn't allowed to be in the same thing as his friend. I mean, they put them all back together afterwards, but it was an experiment to see what would happen. And yeah, then they retested them and told all the kids that they were all now neutral. I think personally, I think it's a setup.
I like
Yeah,
how you
exactly.
put
I personally think it was a setup, but I think it was quite wicked what they put them all through. And I don't understand a society that wants to do that. I really don't.
some
Hello.
of it is
Hello.
like a
I'm
fair.
here now. I'm here. Okay. Right. First of all, Jupiter, Terry, Torok, the panelists.
Afternoon.
Thank you for holding down the G block. Big up yourselves. Oh, I'm here now. Also, let me just the last thing I heard was the documentary that Jupiter was talking about, and I agree with Jupiter's sentiments. It's evil, it's wicked, and it's separation and angst and feelings that children would otherwise not have had. Well, maybe they would have, but not so early on. Anyone that knows anything about early childhood trauma knows that these things tend to lead to maladjusted human beings, adults, later on in life. So
Yeah.
this experiment was cruel and or unnecessary because there was something like this done back in the day when I was in high school, I think, and they were asking the kids which dollies they think are beautiful, which dollies they think are ugly, and all the ugly dolls are the black dolls. These things have been done before. I think in the current climate, where political and racial tensions are at there, I want to say a powder keg. They're at a fever pitch. I would say it's not only reckless, wicked, and irresponsible, it's unnecessary, especially in children. Right? Because
Yeah.
all of these like kids are not racist. Kids are the most innocent, empty vessels that we have. All of the things that they pick up is from society, it's from the parents, it's from the community. Right? So if you grow up to be a massive tit, that's fine. Yeah, but give the kids half a chance. Just give them half a chance.
Yeah, I agree. It was really heartbreaking to watch, I think. At several points. And that's what I'm saying, and all this, and this D'Angelo woman, she's all for that. She's all for separating and segregating, and and to me, I just think no. This is, to me, it's more racist to do all that shit than I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't get it. They were 11, DJH. They were 11 years old. It was quite traumatic to watch. But I thought it was anyway. Ultra says he felt it too.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I just, like I said, for me, kids are just empty vessels, man. And it's just like there's some things that are just excessive and unnecessary. And in my head, I'm just like, why? Okay, so experiment done. What was the point? Like, what data have you been able to gather from similar experiments that have yielded the same advice? Hold on one second.
Yeah, but this is why I say history plays a powerful tool. You know what I mean? In a sense that I just feel like if they told people the real history of Irish people and their ancestors and certain things like that, I think the people will look at life a bit different in a sense like that.
No, what it is we've got a lot of people that have gone through the the education system that's now got a lot of communism and Marxism in it, and they want to be edgy. They want to be edgy. They want to stand against racism and everything else, and they want to try something new. But what they don't realise is, Tarek, that what D'Angelo proposes is everything against what all the civil rights people of the past actually won, actually achieved. They're going to dismantle it all and they're going to make it worse. I'm telling you, to me it just looks like segregation and racism coming in covertly. That's what it looks like. And that there's nothing that will make me change my mind on that, because she's the one who wrote the book. The testing that we're talking about that was done in the TV series, she's the one who's actually behind that. She's behind those tests and stuff. And to me, it's a sick white woman that's wrote that book, not somebody to be applauded. But you know, it's being taught to them as if it's something good, and it's not. It's not empowering at all, I don't think. But that's just me. Veli, I think Banksy Styles backstage. He wants to come on.
Yeah, because I'll be honest, some of the history what they're throwing on the people, I don't think they've really researched it proper themselves and took it into consideration properly and certain things like that. And I don't know. And it's kind of weird. I think it's more shocking when actual white people do these experiments on people, but at the same time, if it was black people done it now, they'll probably say these black people are a bit extreme in a sense like that. But I think I don't know.
Hey guys.
Yeah. Do you know who I'm talking about? Robin DiAngelo, Banksy.
What was the book that she wrote?
White Fragility.
Ah, yes, I've heard about her. I think I saw a TED talk with her on it, or she did a TED talk about it. Yeah, I think that woman is. Well, to be honest with you, this is the frightening thing is that she's taken seriously in this world. That I mean, normally she should be considered like a loon. That would be pushed to the fringes, but now in this climate, yeah, she's considered like a fucking thinker.
Well, apparently, it's her ideologies and all that's been sort of like pushed into our institution. There was a you know that Claire Fox that we were talking about on Wendy's the other night. She showed a little bit of a interview, and she was explaining that it's her idea that it was D'Angelo. Things. It's literally come from her book and her suggestions. All this stuff that was in the documentary. I don't know if you saw it. How to eradicate racism from schools. Did you see it?
Oh, I didn't see the documentary. I've heard about it. Yeah, there's something about the school that tried to get rid of racism, something like that.
Yeah, that's it. And they segregated the kids, and it was awful. It was awful to watch. It was really, really heart-rending to watch what it did to the black kids and the white kids. It was awful. And yeah, it was all under her doctrine or what she believes and everything. And apparently, this is what's behind Black Lives Matters as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, these are the kind of fringe crazy things. Same as the stuff as a lot of the Duluth model for the feminism. I don't know if you know about that. There's a thing called the Duluth model. Again, these are just insane ideas which are now considered like mainstream because it is. That's it. Because there's no real sort of solid science behind most of this stuff, or there isn't any reason. I mean, as I said, most of the time these people will be considered Looney Tunes and they'll be pushed to the fringes. but they're now mainstream because the insane what do you call it, the the inmates have taken over the asylum.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is what it is. This is why I think more and more people are moving towards homeschooling their kids, or just generally putting them in things like Catholic schools and religious, at least, schools, because the people are, believe it or not, all this is actually pushing more and more people back to religion, because that is a stabling factor in comparison to the insanity of liberalism. The religion is now beginning to look much more sane compared to these insanity, these sort of progressive insane people. So I mean, I'll be absolutely honest with you. If I had a child and I wanted to pick a school, I would rather put them in a Catholic school or some kind of religious based, old school. What do they call them? Those old school. Were they Catholic schools or were they something else?
Yeah, Catholic schools or
Yeah,
church schools.
no, the ones that you pass the 11 plus and then you get into one of
Oh,
them.
grammar schools.
Grammar schools, yeah. Even though grammar schools were religious as well, heavily religious based, but they're far better than a normal comprehensive. Far better, because comprehensives are just straight down the middle, insane progressive ideas and being, tested out effectively in grammar schools. So you got the drag queen story time, you've got your white fragility morons, you've got your feminism, you got all of that crap thrown right into your comprehensives. At least grammar schools or private schools, you know what I mean, you have some say over it, because especially private schools, because you're paying.
What about places like Holland? Have they done this for a while now?
Have they been doing this for a while? Have they though?
About Holland, I don't know.
I don't think so. I would be shocked. I mean, I don't know. I just never looked. But I mean, I know Holland, Sweden might be, but Holland, I don't know.
Now they must have to explain that the environment of that place, in a sense.
I don't know about Holland. All I know is that it's been pushed heavily in America, and you can already see the damage it's doing, and now it's come here, and they're trying to push it here.
Damage.
And we don't want it here. But luckily enough, British people are different to Americans anyway.
But I slightly think that it's really have been done in England, to be honest, in a weird way.
Yeah, they're already in all the institutions and everything.
But
and this
it's probably more of comedy than actual, one could say, science or what do you call it, biology. Yeah, for one, if they are somebody who is trans or somebody, they at least need to have a degree in biology or something, at least to be talking about reproduction or something, if they want to specialize in it.
I think personally,
a benchmark of some sort or something. You know what I mean?
I think personally. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say one small thing. The only thing that I think that this movement, Black Lives Matter, has done is woke a lot of ordinary people up, and thank God, the silent masses are now waking up, saying, "What the bloody hell is going on here?" You know, why can Black Lives Matter be okay to have on a T-shirt, but White Lives Matter you can't say it? You've got to lose your job. It's ridiculous.
That's just tit for tat now, and we understand and we could acknowledge the people that feel that way.
Well, look, the way I see it when it comes to this aspect, I mean, I'm not so sure whether it's walking up anyone or not, because I think most people look, given the last election cycle and the way the British people voted, I think people have been aware of how things have been in the progressive world for a while now. I don't really think I think the British, at least the majority of British public, have been aware of these craziness since the last election. I think the last election is kind of was supposed to be a bit of a hint to the politicians, to the political classes, that this is not what Britain wants. You know what I mean? That was supposed to be a bit of a jolt for these political classes, especially the Labour line. But it appears that they've learned nothing. They've learned nothing from it. And in all honesty, the way I see it is, if Labour never wins another election again for another, couple of generations, I wouldn't particularly be sad about it, because I think Labour has sold themselves down the river with this progressive crap. And the British public I've already told them this is not what we want. We are not.
Somebody's written in the chat saying about David Lammy's strategies to Boris Johnson. Anybody's familiar with those?
David Lammy's suggestion to Boris Johnson.
Yeah, strategies or something.
And isn't David Lammy a Labour parliamentary PM?
Actually, Conservative Tottenham.
David Lammy's Conservative.
Hmm.
You must be joking me. Fuck that guy. There's no way. But either way, I hope Boris is not taking too many notes.
I know that when it came out that there wasn't institutional racism, but there was recommendations, and I think there was 16 of them, and he's only done 6 of them or something like that.
But they
of them, no, I don't know.
Whose report was shown to be? Who did a report?
And the government did. I think it was a government based.
When recently?
It's about 2 years ago. You know who did a good video on it? Because I'm just remembering sort of like dribs and drabs. Online Wipe did a good video on it, because it showed out what a joke it was that they'd done the report, and then it came out that it wasn't institutionally racism. So
yeah, but I thought that was the Lawrence inquiry.
No, the recent one, David Lammy.
Okay, I got to look at that one up.
Oh, it was actually David Lammy himself. Yeah, Liam knows.
Oh yeah, where's Liam?
Liam might know the details of it as well, because he likes
Liam.
Mercy and Chauvinist is Liam.
I know he said Labour.
But as far as I know, I saw the video that Online Wipe did about I think the Lawrence report, and about institutional racism and stop and search and all that, and he debunked a lot of things about stop and search. But I don't know. I do know about the more recent one.
Yeah, no, I do. But I don't know the details in it. Do you know the details in it, Turek?
I think they pulled out that is very racist. Actually, that's what happened, and in the police, in the schools, and also in a lot of the departments, where they'll find a lot of prejudice.
I don't know. Unless someone can pull it up and find the findings of it, bring it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if David Lammy conducted the...
Oh, okay. Ned Ludd said that he thinks I'm confusing the Stephen Lawrence inquiry with Lammy's report on BAME in prison. He might be right, actually. It might be the BAME in prison one. He might be right. That does ring a bell, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so what was the findings of the BAME in prison inquiry then?
I don't know, but that does ring a bell that that's what it's called. So he might be right.
Ned's gonna put he's gone full on fucking commie. He's got the sickle and hammer in his logo now. I don't know, is that the same Ned as the one we normally get on the show?
Some people have said the NHS is a bit racist with the mental health sector.
Oh, everything's racist these days, too, isn't it?
No, I'm just
I think your name's racist. My name's racist. Banksy's name's racist.
Actually, the Banksy, the artist himself, could be very racist. Have you noticed Banksy's art is very, very rarely have little black kids in it? He usually uses little white kids to portray a lot of his stuff.
Ooh, you started now.
I'm telling you. I mean, the only time, he portrays anything of color is a little monkey, and I think that's a
Good thing
hint
about
right
it
there.
now. Everybody knows Frank Bruno, and the what do you call it, the mental health sector was absolutely horrific to Frank Bruno.
Yeah, but do you think it's any better for white people? I know a little white kid, right? In my local neighbourhood, that was sexually abused and couldn't even get counselling.
Yeah, but
So
Frank Bruno is actually knighted, I think, by the Queen and done loads of charity for everybody.
so what we're saying, that because of his class, he should get some preferential treatment. That's a
No,
bit class.
because he happens to be a big black fella now, and they deem him as dangerous.
What are you on
Very
about?
racist.
Hmm.
What are you on about? So 1 minute you're arguing
Frank
get
Bruno, a
treatment,
national
1 minute
hero,
you're
actually,
saying he did
a
need
national
treatment.
hero that will go down in time in Britain as an extraordinary.
Yeah, you would have thought that he could have afforded private care, really.
No, people was picking on him, saying, "Oh, Frank's lost the plot." Then people call the things, and he says, and he say to them, "What is going on? What's going on?" And they're like, "Oh, Frank, don't get mad, don't get this, Frank." And they all take him into a mental place, basically. And because he's bigger than them and things like that, they're looking at him as a threat. So there's been a lot of prejudice on poor Frank, who is a national hero in my eyes in England.
Okay, you think they don't say that about white people though as well, that might go a bit senile? You know, people could be cruel. You've only got to look at Afghan online to know that people can be cruel.
Yeah, but he's not in the mental health section, is he?
Yeah, but why is he not in a private institution? You would think he's wealthy enough. Are you saying socially he was being ridiculed, or was he being
If he was
ridiculed?
a black guy, maybe something would have been different, I would have thought.
If he wasn't a black guy, he would have been treated differently.
He was a black fella.
Even though Frank Bruno, as you said, he's a national treasure and is treated far better than 99% of people in this country.
Not in the health sector when it came down to it. We would have thought.
But yet he wasn't in a private institution. He went to his National Health Service.
No, people classified him and deemed him and called the police on him, called different things on him because they didn't like him living next door to them and certain things like that. And the people in the institutions, how they treated the fella while he was there was very unjust.
As in what, he was in mental institutions and they didn't treat him well.
They what they call it, basically they sectioned him a few times. And it's the way how they sectioned him and certain things like that. His neighbours would just complain.
The thing is correct. If you live next door to someone who's doing mental stuff, you would report them to the police or to the NHS.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about like in London, in a mansion. So it's space in it. Basically, you're wide apart from each other. You're not like
So he must have been doing some pretty fucking nutty shit for the next door neighbours to notice he was nuts.
No, you have to be honest. They done the same thing to Mel B when Mel B from Spice Girls moved into some area in Lancashire. They done the same thing to her.
What did they do to her?
They were saying, "Oh, we don't need you here. We don't want you here," and this, that, and the other. Loads of racism and this, that, and the other through her letterbox. And this is the height. This is like in '98 when she first got a little money. Bought a little nice little property out wherever, I think Lancashire or wherever it was. Pure racism through the letterbox.
Okay, if they were saying that they didn't want her there just purely on her skin colour, that is racism. But the other one, when you say that it's because he was mentally and because he was black, he got treated differently, I don't know. You need to prove that a little bit, I think.
No, I'm just saying it's the same scenario, same pattern again, if you know what I mean.
Well, no, not necessarily. You have to look at everything on an individual basis. They might not have just liked her. I mean, let's be honest about it. The Scary Spice, as they used to call her, wasn't exactly a very nice person, was she?
in 98. What has anybody got against Scary Spice in 98, 97?
You'd be
made a little
surprised
money.
what people can be like.
What?
You'd be
Zigga
surprised how
Zigga.
many white
What do you like,
millionaires
Zigga Ziggas? Nah.
it is, and the
What are
neighbours
Zigga
are moaned
Ziggas?
about them
Yeah.
because they've moved in and they want to do things that they don't want them to do.
Zigga Zigga.
People moaned about Fergie and Andrew when they had fucking, what was it, Sunningdale or whatever it was called. People moaned about Prince Harry because they wanted to put conifer trees up.
I'm not
You know,
talking about Prince Harry,
little
mate. I'm talking about
little
a young
people
lady,
like
a young,
that.
one could say, mixed origin lady, facing abuse.
Someone
Young
said, does
lady.
anyone remember when Mr. Lammy faked hate crime letters to himself? He was because they were in his own handwriting. Is that a joke or is that true?
It's a bloody joke. Come on.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That's a horrible thing.
Because I know that Lammy is a race baiter and he's basically
Yeah.
respect on a political level.
He's been very, very
His
smooth.
entire career is based around race.
He's flip-flopped as well, isn't he, to get where he wants to be as well.
Yeah,
He's
well, I mean, that's
he's
just
a very nice person.
politics. I don't know about this Frank Bruno thing, man. This Frank Bruno and you know Spice Girls thing. I'm gonna have to look into this. But again, I would personally say that you know, if you live in a country that you're unhappy with, then with their money certainly they could migrate to a place where they are happier. But yet they still hang around in this incredibly racist country. Sorry?
And come to work every day in England and pay big tax.
No, they can move to a country and just live in another country.
Who? Mel B.
Mel B, Frank Bruno, yeah.
Absolute stars in your eyes.
Yeah, they made it. They became stars and millionaires in this country. This racist country allowed them to become multimillionaires, and yet they still, you know, don't wish to complain about this. And this country, this racist country that made them multimillionaires, gives them those millions, and those millions will give them an opportunity to live in a country where they can live and not be racist towards if they feel that this is such a racist country.
What we're trying to say.
Well-
Even your class, whether you're poor, black, whatever you call it, it's like it's racism.
Yeah, but if it is, well, move to a country that you don't feel so racist towards. Even though
we say
this-
xenophobic, then.
No, I'm just saying that anyone who's not happy with the place they live, they should move to a place where they're happier.
Where? Scotland, Ireland, Wales?
No, to Namibia, Gambia. I don't know, wherever you feel that there's less racism and you're happier with, wherever it is. Go to China, go to Japan, go to South Korea.
Of mixed race origin, who are mother or I'm not too sure, but obviously one of her parents are is a native of this Isles.
Yeah, but she weren't bothered about that.
But if she's not happy, look,
you're telling
Turek,
that woman who's off the Isles.
Turek, I'm not saying.
Hold on. You're telling the mother of that woman who is of the Isles. She's of these Isles.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not saying. Look, are you hearing what I'm saying? I think you're not hearing what I'm saying. I was born in Iran. I was born in Iran.
My people's parents.
Turek, I was born in Iran. My parents were from Iran. Everything about me is Iranian, but I can't live in Iran, so I left Iran, the place of my birth.
To tell other people who have mixed origin that they need to go Namibia if they can't get
No, I'm saying go to a country that you're happy. Go to South Korea, go to Japan, go to Australia, go to Mongolia. I don't know, wherever you feel happy.
So what makes you feel that you have a say?
What makes me feel I have a say is I'm a citizen of this country, and I'm simply telling anyone who doesn't like this country and feels
ties.
Yeah, and I'm saying if you don't feel happy in the country that you're in, move. I did, my parents did, from my country. We were not happy in the country that is our own. I am happier as a foreigner in Britain than I am as a native in Iran.
So why? So if you can't even have a say with native disputes on the land of Iraq, why are you having an audience seat in native disputes
No, but
of
Torek,
what's
do
going
you
on?
understand? Do you understand what I'm saying?
No,
I could be in Iran. I could be in Iran
it's
and
very
not have a
confusing,
single
to be
fucker
honest.
tell me to go back to my country because I am in my country in Iran, and
So
yet be miserable. Or I
So
could be in
are you telling me
England.
then? Are you telling me black people in Iraq are telling people of Iraq to go to England then, if you don't like your country?
Yeah, they are. And Iranians are dying to get out. Iranians are dying to get out. They're literally climbing over mountains, stowing themselves in the backs of trucks
I think
to
you're
get the
exaggerating.
fuck out of Iran. And the Iranian government and the Iranian establishment are saying, if you don't like living under an Islamic theocracy, fuck off out.
So tell me this. So how come Britain let in people from Irania?
Irania.
Oh,
There is no Irania. Iran.
I mean Iran. Sorry, Iran.
Yeah. How come Britain is letting people from Iran come in?
Yeah.
Because they're a lovely, lovely, non-racist country. Very generous country, that's why.
No, but what was the deal? Why do you think they done that?
What was the deal? It was because they are lovely and they are generous and they are giving and they open their arms to people like me and others like me who can't live in their own native countries anymore.
Well, you would complain about immigration, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I am complaining because I think they're being too generous now. They are letting in people who don't like them anymore. They are letting in people that hate them now. People like me came in thanking this country, being grateful to this country. Now they're letting in people who spit at this country, who come in and 5 minutes later they're burning they want to take down the Churchill statue. Those are the people that they're fucking letting in now. Fuck those people. They don't deserve to come in here. This is a privileged country. It's a privilege to be here. You should thank your fucking God that you came to this country. You should thank and kiss the feet of every white Anglo-Saxon that they let you in this country for you to live your life in this country. Every day of your life, you should thank your lucky stars that you were one of the lucky ones that made it here. Because there are millions who are begging to come here and don't get the chance. That's how you should live in this country.
I just had a premonition of the British version of Django in the year 3000.
What? Some ungrateful prick killing all the natives. Is that what you're thinking? That premonition? Because that's how I see Django Unchained. Fucking Django Unchained should thank his lucky stars that those Americans dragged his fucking family over to the greatest country on the planet, the world's #1 superpower, and some of the best living standards in the world. They should thank their fucking lucky stars. There are millions in Africa begging to go over to America right now. Begging to go over. And they're complaining, these ungrateful bitches are complaining about more slavery.
Yeah, but why do you think though, like you're already here though, but why do you think Britain still takes in refugees?
I don't think they should. I think that they're bringing in the worst of the bunch now. And also that they should, there's too many. They're bringing them in because, again, as I said, there's a multiple scenarios depending on where the individual is coming from. One is the governments are spineless and they still want a virtue signal to these bullshit progressives on the left. And number two is that they do have certain levels of obligation to certain nations, given Britain's past. Now, for me, right now, at this point in time, they should give refugee status or welcome with open arms every person from Hong Kong. They should lock down the immigration from every other nation in the world and only let in Hong Kong citizens into Britain.
So did he come here as an asylum seeker?
I didn't know. I was a child.
Oh, so you came in normally in that.
My mom came in. Well, she got married, but we initially came.
So how did you get your? So you what in the 80s? Did you do it the legal way?
Yeah, I mean, I was a child. I didn't even have my own passport. I was in my mom's passport. So when
Oh,
I
it was
came
in
here,
those days. Well, so you was
ye-
born here then?
no, no, no. But
Okay.
I was a few years old when I came here.
So did
But
you have brothers and sisters born here?
yeah. Since then, yeah.
Okay.
But at the time, I didn't have my own passport. So when I first got my passport, was an English British passport.
Ah,
But
because you
that
traveled with your
was a long
mother.
time ago.
Oh, because you was allowed to travel on your mother's passport up to
Yeah,
a certain
uh,
age,
bu-
I think. Isn't it?
exactly. And then yeah, once I got my naturalization certificate and British passport, that was the first time I had a passport for myself. But either way,
Wow.
I mean, it doesn't really matter how I got here. I'm just thankful and incredibly grateful that my parents or my mom had the foresight to bring us here. And there are
Well,
many
what
people like me
what made
that
your
are
parents
absolutely
decide to
grateful.
come to England? What
Sorry.
made it? What was the decision like to say that yes, England?
My uncle was already here in the 70s.
Okay.
My uncle was already here, and we had, basically we had a family connection, so we could have someone who could speak English and give us a bit of a helping hand
Oh,
in those
so they sent
first
for
few
you
years.
then. So they
Sorry,
sent for. So they sent for the people. See.
my uncle, yeah, sent us a invitation,
Oh.
and to come. I mean, before that, my mom was initially going to go to. Well, she initially wanted to go to the United States, but
Hmm.
that wasn't feasible at the time. And if it wasn't for Britain, my mom would have ended up in either Germany or even Turkey for that matter. But either way, my mom wanted to get us out because because at the time, you got to remember, it was the Iran-Iraq war. So I only had a few more years before it would be legal for me to leave the country, and then after that, I'd have to go into the army, most likely die, because the life expectancy was very
So
short.
do you think Britain and America played a part in the Iran and Iraq war?
Um, Britain, I don't
And
know about
America?
Britain. Um, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Because it seemed like
Britain
Britain
or
was
America
central.
having a role in the Iran-Iraq war. Well, as in when you're saying the initiation of the war, because see, the thing is, the statement or the understanding or the wider understanding of it is that Iraq started the war. Since then, I've actually researched, and there were some incursions by Iran into Iraq. And what really happened, or at least this is the story that most people seem to go by, is Saddam Hussein went to the American embassy and talked to the ambassador and said, I wish to initiate this with Iran because they're encouraging on our territory, so on and so forth. And the American ambassador said, basically, we don't have we don't have any part to play. Or we don't get involved with Middle Eastern affairs. Sort of a hint that we're not going to do anything if you do go ahead and start something. So he did. He started, attacking Iranian foundries, and in a way, America needed that because Iran had a lot of technology and a lot of infrastructure that
So,
needed
so
to be
what
destroyed.
is so what is the history behind Iran and England or Britain?
Well, I mean, how far back do you want to go?
Um,
I still
I
don't
don't
see the point of this, but I mean, I know where you want to go with that.
no, but
You
I'm just
want to,
saying
if you want to go to the
from the early
Confessions of the Economic
1900s.
Hitman.
No, I'm just saying, have there been any sort of connection from the, I don't know, 1900s with Iran and England or Britain?
I don't know about the colonial period because Iran was never colonized by the British.
Hmm.
I'm not entirely sure how far back, but I mean, for me, the interference of the United Kingdom started in the 1950s. I think it was 50s, yeah, with the coup on Mohammad Mossadegh. For me, that is where I start my, if you like, direct interference by the United States and United Kingdom in Iranian affairs, which led to the overthrow of the only democratically elected member of, a president of the of Iran. That was our fledgling beginning of democracy, which unfortunately United Kingdom destroyed. And then they reinstated the Shah because they needed someone that was on their side. But people had already lost their faith in the Shah. And besides, the Shah was then diagnosed with cancer, which meant the military wasn't going to be on his side anymore. So the Shah was on his way out, and through a variety of different scenarios, Khomeini came into power. Now, Khomeini was also in exile, hosted by France. He actually flew from Paris. And that's it. That's where I see the direct interference of United Kingdom, United States in Iran's affairs. That led to the 1979 revolution, which was then hijacked by the Islamists, which was supported by the French.
To me, it seems that Britain has a long relationship with Saudi Arabia. I'm not too sure with Qatar and certain things like that.
Well, United States, United Kingdom have always, since the discovery of oil, have held a strong connection, if you like, with the Middle Eastern oil OPEC nations, and especially now, or once it was established that oil was only going to be sold in dollars, which made the United States dollar the world's currency, if you like. And once that happened, then United States, literally, it's their part of their national defense. Keeping the petrodollar is part of American national defense. You threaten the petrodollar, it's like you throwing a bomb in New York. That's how they see it. They will go to open warfare with anyone that will threaten the petrodollar, and also, by extension, ultimately attacking the US dollar as the what do they call it? Something currency. Effectively the world currency. I forgot what they call it. There's actually a name. Supports this country's enemies. Was it ironically Banksy somehow supports this country's enemies? I don't understand what you mean by that. I somehow support this country's enemies. I'm not entirely sure where he's getting it from or what the argument is. No mention of America arming Saddam. Oh yeah, of course, yeah, they armed Saddam Hussein, and allowing him to use chemical weapons in the war. Yeah, just leave that. No. I'm sorry if I missed that. I was actually going to say, yes, there is pictures of Donald Rumsfeld shaking hands with Saddam Hussein in the 1980s. Literally selling them the weapons of mass destruction that they complained about that he had. Yeah, those were the ones that they sold him to kill Iranians with, those weapons of mass destruction. So yeah.
So okay then. So what about how long have people from Iran been migrating to America?
Sorry?
So how long would you say people from Iran have been migrating to America?
Well, I mean, certainly in the 70s and 60s quite a bit, but the big push, I would say, was probably from 1979 onwards, 1980s, because of the Iran-Iraq war. As in, if you like, refugees started moving towards Europe and America from Iran in that period. Prior to that, it was, businessmen. I mean, a lot of Iranian Jews moved out of Iran during the period where Israel was established. So in the 1940s and 50s, Israel was in fact giving land and money to people who wanted to come from Iran or Jews from Iran to Israel. A lot of them did that. A lot of Iranian Jews moved to Los Angeles, there's a ton of Jews Iranians in Los Angeles. So there was a lot of move that way in those periods, but the big push happened after the 80s because clearly anyone who had the money, who was capable of moving out of Iran, would have moved out when they saw the mullahs rolling in, because it was going to become unbearable to live in that system. So anyone that could got out. I'm not going to deny it. My family were not poor. My grandfather was fairly wealthy. That was the money, that the inheritance, if you like, that allowed us to move to Britain. Because if we didn't have that money, we wouldn't be able to survive. Because my mom didn't even know how to speak English. Didn't know how to couldn't work. So yeah, that money that we had allowed us to survive initially, just to get by, and then slowly,
Was
for
your
my
family
mom.
successful already in Iran before?
Family, I wouldn't say that. No, not necessarily overall, but my grandfather on my mom's side was a merchant. So yeah, he was very successful before.
What kind of merchant?
I'm not entirely sure, but all sorts of different goods, I guess, silk
They've
and.
got slaves.
Nah, I don't think so. I mean, slavery was banned way before that. It was no, I'm pretty sure it wasn't slaves, because slavery was banned way before even my grandfather's time.
Okay.
But Iran was never big on slavery, though. Even the Persian Empire didn't really adopt slavery. If you look at the history,
So they don't have black servants or nothing like that.
well, we had servants, just not black ones. We had Afghan servants because Afghanistan was devastated by the Russians, and we had a whole influx of Afghani refugees, which were basically our servants. They were our cooks, and I remember, we had our cleaner and our gardener was
So
Afghani.
were there black communities around that area or in Iran?
There isn't a lot of Africans in Iran. I'm going to be honest with you. It was a rare event where I saw Africans in Iran.
Rare event.
It is. It's not. It's not
something
something.
around every 30 years for their clips.
I don't know. It's just, maybe it's the history. Maybe it's the migration patterns. I don't know what it is, but Iran I never remember it big with like people from the African continent. Brown people, dark people, sure, everywhere.
So mostly, say darker skinned Indian people then.
Yeah, we're talking about like Indian toned, because Iranians, a lot of them have the kind of tone of skin which is very much like Indians. You wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Indian or even Sri Lankan, dark tones like that to some extent. But then there are incredibly white ones as well.
Yeah, cause I heard like a lot of them in the Middle East, like it's the sort of Indian Asian men that do the building work for them or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, well, they do that in Qatar. They have Bangladeshis go over and they take their fucking passports. The poor bastards are basically slaves working in like 40, 50-degree heat, building Qatari football stadiums for the World Cup. So yeah, in Dubai, Emirate nations, I went to Dubai, and in Dubai, there's two categories. There's the Filipinos, which mostly work in the sort of shops, and then there's like the Indian, Bangladeshi, sort of Pakistani taxi drivers, and those are the two big sort of foreign workers that I saw, and they're treated like shit, absolutely like shit over there. They are the Arabs generally, I'm talking blatantly treat people like shit. Like they spit on them, they smack them, like they don't treat them like human beings. It's unbelievable how incredible, in public, just in front of people, they don't give a shit. They run that shit, and we're here all screaming about Black Lives Matter, whilst a Pakistani or a Bangladeshi taxi driver gets a smack around the head in public in front of fucking everyone by a fucking Arab, and he has to fucking beg the guy's forgiveness too. There ain't no Pakistani lives matter over in fucking Dubai. I tell you, there ain't no Bangladeshi lives matter in Abu Dhabi or in Saudi Arabia. No, they
So,
don't fucking matter over there.
So how did you feel when you was in Saudi Arabia? Did you feel at home or did you feel
Saudi,
culturalized?
no, Saudi's not. Iranians and Arabs are at odds. Have always
No,
been
it's
at
not
odds.
to say it's down the road, but it's near enough, you know what I mean? You feel a bit of a vibe or like that culture.
Iranians hate Arabs, dude. I'm not gonna joke
No,
with you.
it's near enough the same sort of, not the same landmass, but you know what I mean? Like you
No,
feel
they
like,
hate
oh,
each other, but they still hate each other. It's unbelievable. I only discovered how much Iran, because I got loads of Arab friends in England. Loads of, like, one of my best friends for over 20 years I've known is Palestinian. So I've got lots of Arab friends in London, in England in general, and so I've always been, they're some of my greatest friends. I love them. So I never realized how much Iranians hated Arabs until the 1998 World Cup. That's when I realized, because Saudi Arabia was playing against United States, and the Iranians were cheering for the United States. That's when I realized, fucking hell, they really hate Saudi. They hate the Saudis. Oh, they fucking hate the Saudis. Out of all the Arabs, they hate the Saudis the most. I mean, Iranians and Iraqis are pretty much the same. We are actually pretty much of the same stock.
So that you look at it like, all right, I'm in the motherland or anything like that.
Where?
Just in the Middle East.
Do I look at where as the motherland, though?
Like the Middle East, like so some.
Oh, the Middle. Well, for me, Iran is my home country. That's where I see as my.
Afternoon, folks.
Hey, how's it going, dude?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Yeah, I was listening in still, but I wanted to ask a question, if you don't mind, Banksy. I wanted to ask a very good question here, because I believe you said that black people should be thankful for the transatlantic slave trade, bringing them to such a glorious country, right?
Well, the black people of today should be grateful that their ancestors were dragged over to America. They're now living in the best country in the world.
Wait, I'm actually.
It wasn't a great way to get there, but they got there better. Right now, there are Africans begging to go over to the United States. So you guys had a.
You're gonna say that this is not.
They should be, man. I mean, look, it was an unfortunate start, but it paid off for them. Now they're living in the best country in the world.
Fucking hell, man! I don't even know what to say to that.
I mean, look, think about it this way.
Yeah, shut up.
Those ancestors of those black Americans, who were pulled over to America, they could have just as easily ended up in Hades. They could have just as easily ended up in Saudi Arabia or the Arab nations where they'd be fucking castrated. So they got into America, and their ancestors are now living fucking large.
I mean,
you're there.
They did face some type of castration when they got to Americas. I mean, they were being brutalized and raped.
Oh no, I'm not saying it was fun for the first generation. Oh no. I mean, I'm only saying the ancestors benefited from the suffering of the first generation. But the first generation, no, they got fucked. They got fucked, dude. Have you seen fucking Django Unchained? Have you seen 12 Years a Slave? That was not fun for that fucking generation. Oh, definitely. That first generation really got fucked over. But their ancestors.
I want to know how they're benefiting black Americans. I mean, are you talking about the Nigerians specifically that moved over there? Is that what you're referring to? Or?
How do you mean?
So how they benefiting today in terms of being part of the greatest nation on earth?
Yeah, they're living in the greatest nation on earth. Their living standards. There are people in Brazil who live in shanty towns who would literally give their testicles to be in the place of an African American in fucking United States. they would kiss the feet of the white man if they could swap. I guarantee you,
Yeah.
they would swap places with every Black Lives Matter fucking protester going.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
You
What
guys got to go
you
around the
saying?
world and see poor people, like real fucking poor people.
Poverty. Yeah.
And
I
then
hear you still,
these
yeah.
Black Lives Matter fuckers can actually get some perspective on where they're at. Because
Okay.
these fuckers are
Yeah.
privileged as fuck. They're living their rich lives, and there are people literally, you go talk to a Brazilian who lives in a shanty town. You talk to them about anyone from North America, Canada, United States, even to some extent Mexico. They just say they just say, oh,
Mexico.
you're
You know, Mexico is one of the dangerous countries in the world.
I know, but that's because of the drug war. But even I said to some extent, not entirely. Well, but certainly anyone in the United States and Canada.
Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, it's to some extent, not Mexico's got lots of issues, but it's still quite well. You know, it's got quite wealthy parts as well.
Go on to your point. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, who was it? There was a friend of mine actually. He was talking to a Brazilian because my friend travels South America a lot, and he said you talk to any Brazilian who's poor, and when you talk about North Americans or even Europeans, they just say the rich people. They just say the rich people. The guy they even consider the guy who lives on the street who's homeless richer than them.
But wait, hold on, yeah, because you had the Windrush era, yeah, and a lot of people were told that when you come to the UK, you're going to be walking on pavements filled with gold and whatnot and everything.
Well, they're idiots if they thought that.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Like this is a lot of what people in what is described as third world countries think of America. Everyone's just living rich, but that's not entirely true, is it?
Comparison, no, it is in comparison.
Same thing like in India, that the propaganda like material what they show of Britain and things like that.
No, in comparison, yes, they are.
For example, here you've got running water, you've got heating. All right, you might pay
Some
for it.
Some places don't have running water.
Yeah, they didn't have toilets in places back in
Yeah.
those days.
Look, given the averages, if you average out how a Brazilian lives versus how an American lives, Americans are the cream of the crops. They're living right at the top. Now,
but obviously, I'll say this, yeah, because I even had this argument with my uncle, yeah. I was like, you can't like Nigeria overall, because my obviously the way I think, what's it called, like, you know, the way they think, sorry, rather, that when you come to these countries like America and Britain, that is very nice and whatnot. It's the same way when we look at countries back home, we're thinking, oh, they must be not really too well nicely done up and whatnot. And my uncle said to me, no, you've got a wrong perception on that. He said that there are roads in Nigeria that are better than the roads here in Croydon, in UK.
Yeah, that's true.
So this idea
that there are some places in Africa that are built up that are beautiful.
Yeah, Lagos or Abuja is wonderful. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Of course, there are still chances of you being shot out of your car or heavily, you know, or mugged or beaten up. So security is still an issue, and corruption is still an issue.
So there is people begging to come over here, like, but they can still get that lifestyle even in their own countries, can't they?
To some extent, but the thing is, this is what I'm saying. This is the problem. Let me give you an example. I have two friends of mine from Iran. Okay, one of them I met at university. His father makes corrugated buildings out of corrugated iron in, like, you know, industrial buildings, and he's a multi-millionaire. Has several properties all around the world, and he travels all the time. When my friend graduated, I asked him, why don't you apply to live in Britain, you know, to get a visa and live over here? Clearly, it's got to be better than Iran. He says, are you insane? In Iran, I live in a mansion and I have a top-of-the-range BMW. Over here, I don't even have a fucking Mini. I don't even have a car. I live in a shitty little apartment. Why would I stay here? While he goes to Iran and he lives his luxurious life paragliding every weekend.
That's not my argument. Like, you said that America is way, way better. When
On
we are,
average, yes.
but this average that we're talking about, like from we can't ignore certain facts in history. Like a lot of it is to do with the fact that they dominate the what you call the economic market and whatnot and everything, and they
Yes.
dominate the resources, even from these African nations now. And, you know, Nigeria,
Yes.
when they drill their oil, as soon as their oil gets drilled, it gets sent all the way to Britain,
Sure.
and then they have to imagine sending your oil to Britain, and then you have to pay for it to get it back into your country.
That's the way the
Yeah,
world works.
insane.
You want to change it, you go ahead. If you want to change it, I will recommend for Nigeria, for Venezuela, for Iran, for Iraq, for Libya, for Saudi Arabia, all of them, all these OPEC nations get together and you guys start selling your oil in a different currency than the dollar. You go ahead and you try that, and let's see how long you survive, how long your country lasts.
Wait, hold on. What do you mean by
It's not
different?
even that.
different
The
currency than
Nigeria
dollar?
hasn't got its own refinery. Why don't they build their own refinery?
No, they have.
But
No,
that's
it doesn't
not-
matter. Jupiter, it's not about that.
No, the
It's
reason why,
about the
hold on.
petrodollar.
The reason why they can't build their own refinery is because these companies wouldn't allow them to. They would tell them instantly that
Yes.
this is our
Technology,
this is not even
what's
our
it called?
technology.
It's-
It's to do with, you know, the IMF, the World Bank.
Well, that's
And-
fine. That's fine. You go
and
ahead
the
as
way
as an
they-
independent nation. You go ahead and you try to do something outside of the remits that they allow you to, and then see how long you survive. You see, what you
Because
think? You
because-
think the world is fair. You think the world
I don't
is a
think it- I
fair
don't think the world
place
is a fair
that
place.
people play by the rules and it should all be fair and square.
I don't say that at all. It's you guys that say it.
No,
That's you guys
I'm not
arguing.
saying it's fair. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying
Yeah,
that
but that's the
Britain
point.
is the greatest country to live in because they screwed over everyone else, and
Yeah.
now it's all over here, and it's a great place to
Okay.
live.
Okay. Well, when people are shown how they're unfair by tearing down statues now, you're telling them they're ungrateful. But
Yeah, they are
it's
ungrateful
the
because they
point.
don't realize that they're living in a great country that made all this shit
That's
happen.
ungrateful. Why
Because
should we
we
be grateful
brought
for
in a
something that-
bunch of ungrateful little shits who don't appreciate the shit Britain had to do to get all of this greatness. Those men had to kill a lot of fucking people
I mean, I was
and
gonna-
screw over a lot of countries to make this country great.
I guess
So
I
why
was
are you
gonna-
fucking it up now?
I was going to ask you, but I guess I probably know your answer from this. But I'll just ask you for the sake of asking it. Would you kiss the feet of all the white people that, you know, tore down your elected government in the 60s? I can't remember his name, but would you kiss the
Mohammed
white people?
Mossadegh in the 50s.
Yeah. Would you kiss?
Would I kiss the feet of all those people? Look, the bottom line is
'Cause they
whether
ended up, 'cause in reality, they because of what they did, you've ended up here, right?
well,
You've ended up
effectively yes, and Iran has ended up as the shithole Islamic nation. that it is.
would you kiss their feet
So-
now?
Well, the fact is that I am grateful for this country allowing me to live here and thrive here, where otherwise I could have still been, I could still be in that shithole country of Iran, possibly addicted to, exorbitant amount of opium, because that's what most young people are addicted to right now. Oh, sorry, guys, Afghan's in the background. I don't know if any Veli, could you let Afghan in, please? But anyway,
let me text him.
yeah, but what I'm trying to say is,
Oh no,
yes.
the Afghan's gonna probably have an argument with my man still. Oh fuck's sake! Oh well.
I don't know. All I'm saying is, look, you're saying that I should address, and I do, and I call out Brits for their foreign policy fuckeries in the past, but I can't change that anymore. The only thing I can do is move forward from here onwards. And moving forward from here onwards means to attain certain things in order for your nation. If you have a nation, I don't know if you have a home nation that you're,
They
looking
said
out.
Banksy's backstage, Veli. Sorry.
Afghan is backstage, Veli.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, I have a home nation. I do have a home nation. Now, I can't speak for the African Americans. Maybe they've lost their heritage. Maybe they've lost the country of their origin back in Africa, and they don't have a home team to bat for anymore. I do. I still have a home team to bat for. I know exactly where my country is. I know exactly who my people are, and I know the greatness that exists within them and what they've achieved in the past and what they can achieve. But there's certain few things that need to be in place for that nation to achieve what it needs to achieve. Number one, the Islamic theocracy has to go. These Islamic theocrats are not looking out for the people; they look out for themselves.
What about the Christian theocrats in America?
But America is not a theocracy.
Well, to the extent,
but
yeah,
also,
it is.
but also,
What are you
I don't.
talking about?
Who gives a shit about? I'm talking about my home team. I don't care about. I'm not
Oh,
batting
okay,
for
no,
America.
fair enough.
I'm
Fair
batting for
enough.
my own team.
Yeah,
I'm
go
trying
on,
to give
go
you.
on,
I'm
go
trying
on.
to tell you the solutions
Yeah,
Iranians
go on.
have to
Yeah,
do in order to
yeah,
get Iran up and running.
yeah,
Not
go on, go
America.
on,
America's
go on.
already doing its thing.
Okay,
In
go
order
on.
for Iranians to achieve what the Japanese achieved, what the South Koreans achieved, what the Germans achieved, in fact, after great wars, there was destruction. They have to get rid of the theocracy. They have to
What?
establish. Iranians have to get rid of their theocracy.
Wait, hold on. No, because you mentioned Germany. Do you even know what happened to Germany after the World War?
Well, I mean, they helped them rebuild effectively, and
Of course,
well, but only the West Germany,
that's
because
the
they had
difference.
East Germany, which
That's the difference.
yeah. But what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
because these countries helped them rebuild, and there was this Cold War anyway. There was East Germany, West Germany.
I
East
know,
Germany was in shit.
but that's a factor, that the fact that they recognized that, what's it called? The reason why Germany got into the war in the first place, it was because after the First World War they taxed them for losing, and by doing that, that ended up being that had a what you call domino effect that led to the Second World War. So they said that, look, yeah, we need to put Germany in a good place so that, what's it called?
So they won't rise up again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So that was the whole point.
Yeah, but how about South Korea? How about Japan? These countries still, attained the.
They must have done something that I don't know.
They did. They did help Japan rebuild because they nuked twice as well. But what I'm saying is,
so
nevertheless, these countries, had some help to rebuild after a massive destruction.
So-
but
so
also,
what have they
you
done
can't
to help?
deny the Japanese own achievements. You can't deny the South Koreans' own
Yeah, but
achievements.
that's off the fact that, what's it called? They've already started off with them and helped them to a certain point. Whereas when you come to Iraq, yeah, this model hasn't been followed there.
Well, Iran and Iraq, again, they have a different scenario. There's different things that have happened in these nations. As far as Iraq is concerned, Iraq unfortunately needs to get its security under control. It needs to squash the insurgencies, and it needs to establish a stable government. Now, whether Iraqis are able to do it,
sorry, I keep cutting you here, but I just wanted to establish. Why the scenario is different, right? Because I just want you to mention, just so you know, I'm asking you why the situation is different for Iraq and.
Are you saying because of the oil?
That's what I'm hitting on. Yeah, that's what
possibly.
I'm hitting on. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there may be the
you
reason.
Look at Halliburton. You look at
Halliburton and Bechtel, Halliburton, the Carlyle Group. These are groups not necessarily to do with the oil of that nation, but it's actually to do with the reconstruction. Especially Halliburton, they were given reconstruction or development contracts. It wasn't just oil.
Can you not see the point of they come in, destabilize, and then control the region, especially the region that
I know, but let me get to where I'm going here, and I'll get there. I'll get to where you're saying, because ultimately all of this comes down to power and force. It is force and power that allows you to enact your will upon the world. If I wish to do something, I have to force it. If I want to open a door, I have to force that door open. I can't. It won't just. I can't use telekinesis. I have to use physical force to open the door, to make something happen. If I want to make a cup of tea, I have to enact force upon the various things, the kettle and all the rest, and I have to give it energy, fire or electricity. You know what I mean? Force is what really comes down to the bottom of the line here is always about power and force. And if you want someone like Iran, I mean, I can only talk for Iran. Iraqis have their own crosses to bear and their own issues, but Iran has to do certain number of things in order to be able to enact enough force and pressure on the external sources so that they no longer interfere with the internal affairs of Iran. As long as Iran doesn't have that capability, Iran will always have interference within.
So you're saying
so you have to make yourself powerful.
Just sum it up quickly in points. Yeah, one of them is get rid of religion.
Well, no, they have to get rid of the theocracy because the theocratical regime right now, not religion. They can keep they can still be Muslim. They just shouldn't be a theocracy because the theocracy that they have right now, the theocratic establishment, is acting against Iranian interests. They're not acting for the Iranian interests.
I get that because I know a lot of Iranians that are not really religious. They do say that they don't like. They're not very religious. They even said back in Iran they're not very religious. But that's one point. What's the second point?
Okay. The second thing is once they've established a democratic system, and once they've established enough conventional weapons that they can secure their own borders, they can secure their own internal to stop external people from interfering with their internal affairs, is Iran has to actually attain nuclear power. Possibly nuclear weapons. Now, I'll say this, but under a democratic system, under a secular democratic system, rather than a theocratical system. And that's because it is the only way you can secure your nation from interference from the United States in this world
is having a nuclear bomb.
That is the only way you can avoid that particular thing. Then they can move towards securing whatever or selling or dealing in whatever they wish with their own oil. So
what's the third one now?
Secure, once they can't, then the United States can no longer actually directly attack them because of the mad concept. And this is why the United States doesn't allow OPEC nations to have nuclear weapons.
Theocracy, security, and what else?
Ultimately, yeah, once you sort of ring fence any chance of anyone interfering in your system, then you invest in your own country. This is an oil-rich country. In fact, Iran isn't just oil-rich; they're rich in all sorts of other things. When it comes to gold, when it comes to diamond, platinum, titanium, the largest supply of titanium in the world is still in Iran. So there's so many different avenues.
So let's put it all in this. It's theocracy needs to be destroyed.
I think so.
Theocracy needs to be destroyed. Security, having their borders stable and having nuclear bombs, and then thirdly, business. So they need to make sure they invest in themselves,
making money,
and get involved in trade, making money. Okay. So
and then you invest in your country, and before you know, your country's, you're building. I mean, you don't have to necessarily, because see, if you attain the security part, attain a scenario in which United States can't force you to behave the way they want against your own interest. Once you attain that system, you no longer need to necessarily deal with the United States. You don't have to exchange, have good relations, or even have commerce with the United States to survive in this world. Countries
of course, I give this example all the time. I talk about what's his name, Patrice Lumumba, or there was another guy who he ostracized himself from America and the West, or even any type of Western aid or any type of aid from any nation, or that he didn't perceive to be friends with. And he made that country food self-sufficient for 3 years. Now during that time there was propaganda going around saying that they were they were the poorest country in the world, they were this and that, but people were looking at them and thinking, how is it that supposedly they're the poorest country in the world, but yet they're they're surviving without any aid, and people that are living within their means. And obviously this was propaganda, because I I guess in that they had some type of resources in there, because in the end, the American government, with the help, the CIA, with the help of other nations, I think the British government as well, and French nations as well, French government, they came in and they formed, they got a military coup to remove the guy.
They send in the jackals, they send in the CIA, and
Yeah.
they usually enact some kind of coup.
Yeah.
Either they have the if it's a dictatorship, they'll have the leader assassinated,
Yeah.
or if it's a democracy, they'll corrupt the democracy in order to.
It doesn't even have to be a dictatorship. Like if let's say if the people, let's say the people love the person and that they voted in it. So in South America, the examples in South America, you mentioned the economic hitman, right? I can't remember the nation specifically, but
it's you're talking about either Panama, or Ecuador.
Ecuador, I think it was that.
Which is what was his name? Torreos, Omar Torreos.
And Alonde or something like that. Alonde, yeah. So in those situations, they were voted in democratically, and they were, they ended up their so-called planes ended up, quote unquote, malfunctioning.
They have usually aeroplane or helicopter accidents.
So if they couldn't fight the people,
what I mean is, what you do is this is why, as I said, it's essential to have a democratic system set up. Funnily enough, like the United States, a republic, a constitutional republic, because once you write down that constitution, once you set up the three different tiers of government, then it doesn't matter if they kill your president or not. The system will survive. The system is greater than the individual, it's not hinged upon.
I just want to quickly respond to a comment. Yeah, maybe I was talking. It wasn't Patrice Lumumba. Maybe it was someone else I was talking about. But I feel like it was someone else, because I was saying Patrice Lumumba, but I think it was someone else anyway that made the country food self-sufficient in West Africa. I think it was Burkina Faso. So someone look into Burkina Faso and see if they can find out who it was in it. But yeah, they made him food self-sufficient for 3 years, and they ended up having the CIA and whatnot come in and take him out. So
exactly the same as the Mohammad Mossadegh situation in Iran. Mohammad Mossadegh came into power. He then tore up the contracts, because at that time ExxonMobil and BP had a 99-year contract on Iranian oil. For 99 years, for 100 years, they could just take out Iranian oil as at will. So he said, no, I'm nationalizing the Iranian oil. You don't own this oil. This belongs to the people. So he nationalized it, screwed over ExxonMobil and BP. So what did BP and ExxonMobil do? Come to Britain, went to the United States, said, we got to do something about this. They sent in Kermit Roosevelt with $1 million. With $1 million, he managed to destroy the Iranian.
But you have to remember that $1 million back then is a lot of money.
Oh yeah,
If you're talking even in the 90s, it was like like the difference between $1 million in the 90s to today is a lot as well. So
either way, with $1 million, he managed
that would
to
be equivalent to like 20,000 or whatnot. Maybe I don't know the nation. I need to go look up these nations, man. But I remember it was a country that was made food self-sufficient for a few years. But I don't think it was Sankara. I don't know.
I know. I mean, there's lots of. It's not just that whether they're self-sufficient or not. You can still be a country that deals with other nations. You just don't have to deal with the United States or Europe.
I know, but that's the point. If you don't fall in line.
Yeah, that's why the initial weaponry and the security is important. You can't start isolating yourself. If I was the supreme king of Iran tomorrow, I wouldn't say I don't want to work with America. No, in fact, I'd fall right in line with whatever United States and America and the Europeans want. I'll be their best fucking buddy until I secure my nation, until I establish a level of power militarily so that no one can fuck with my nation. No one can directly invade my nation. Once I attain that level of power, then I make my moves towards segregating
Okay.
myself from
Alright.
those countries.
But,
Not
but at
initially.
least, I pretty much kind of agree with you. I mean, one thing I want to mention to agnostic. I mean, hetero. Yeah, is always hetero comes in with the hetero. Yeah. One thing you need to be fair to on this situation is that you do know that a lot of the so-called tribal conflicts that were happening in Africa, a lot of it was exacerbated and was even started by the Europeans or that come in. So I don't think it's fair to say that, oh, well, that Africans are always warring each other when the reality is that a lot of these nations, if you go back far enough, some of them even had very similar culture. So they were very, very similar in, they must have had some type of good relations with each other. But a group comes in, they analyze them and sees that, okay, let's exacerbate these, almost like Chinese whispers, and causes an argument. So I don't think it's fair to necessarily say that, oh, they were always fighting with each other, because that's the argument that people always like to say. They were always fighting with each other. Yes, they were fighting, but a lot of it was because people came in and were doing Chinese whispers.
I think it's a mixed bag. I mean, I can't say that the Iranians' fights or wars over the centuries with the Arabs has always been because the United States has interfered. They've been fighting for 1400 years. It wasn't because the British and the Americans interfered in that shit. There are some things that go beyond that.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Africans. Obviously, nationalism now that comes in with the whole, oh, I speak Farsi and you speak Arabic type of thing. That would have been, of recent, a lot more recent, innit?
No, the Shia Sunni divide has, as I say, existed 1400 years at least, if not before that. The Arabs had antagonistic, they were antagonistic towards the Persians, but the Persians were too powerful for the Arab tribes to do anything about, so they were mostly ignored. So the wars were between the Greeks, the Mesopotamians, and the Persians, and then there was the Romans and the Byzantines. So great powers have always fought with each other, if not with people around them. Human beings killing each other is not because the Americans and the British have influenced them. The fact is, it's not that they are the ones who are initiating, or it's not that they may even be initiating some of the wars. The antagonism that lies beneath that conflict has always been there. All some countries like Britain and others have to do is stoke they just have to pour a little bit of gasoline on that already existing ember. So that's the problem that I feel that a lot of certainly Middle Eastern countries and African nations have, is they already have that antagonism towards each other.
But hold no, because that's what I was saying again. Like, for instance, now from where I'm from in Nigeria, right? There was you have the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Galas, I'm from Benin area, so you have amongst the Benin, you have people who are Ishan, you have what's that other group? You have the Benin people themselves, and then there's this other one called Afamai. All these groups, right? The Afamai, Benin, they speak a very similar language. Now, not too far down the road, you have the Yoruba people. They speak a slightly, like, it's not the same, but you can see that the origins might be of a very, very similar. And then you go to the Igbos, you see that their origins are very, very similar to even some of the people from the Benin and the Yoruba. Now, at one point you have certain places where they had the similar culture, where in the sense that they say in their oracle stories that they fell out and they moved to this area, but they rekindled and they had a good alliance and friendship with each other and whatnot and everything. Now, obviously, a lot of people think that it was just the British. The narrative is that they came in and they saw these lot were fighting and they said, wow, we can benefit from these lot fighting, and that's what happened. No, a lot of it was like I said, in it, like they went to one group and said that, oh, this person said something this, and then they went back to the other and they said, yeah, they were saying this about you, and then a lot of it would have, and then they ended up fighting that way. When people realized what they were doing, that's when you see the pushbacks. A lot of the rebellions that a lot of people don't know that a lot of the rebellions against slavery and whatnot wasn't in these places where slavery was happening. It was in Africa. A lot of the people were fighting against the British taking their people, the Americans taking their people, the Portuguese and all these nations taking their people in Africa.
Look, I agree with you that there was probably those sort of wars being fought as well, because obviously the slave trade and the whole industry had to be fed somehow, and I don't think there would be too many villagers who were happy about letting their sons and daughters and mothers and fathers go off as be taken away as slaves. So
No,
of course there would have been.
I'm just saying that because one thing they didn't like you go to these countries today, one of the big things in the culture is drinking and alcohol. Alcohol was one of the things that they would use to give to these leaders and say,
Fire water. like they did the Indians. Or they did this shit with the Indians too. They gave them fire water and boomsticks, guns
or drugs and alcohol. Like they used to pump open. Like a lot of people don't know, one of the biggest distributors of marijuana today is Britain. Imagine it's illegal here, but they distribute it out to other nations, and this is what they did to kind of induce, like, it's a way of what's it called, how can I say it, like, not brainwashing, but like once they got them hooked on it, any whims and demands and all their whims and demands or whatnot, they would just fall into place there, if you understand what I'm saying.
I agree with you. Is it Aramon?
You call me Raf.
Raf, of course it's Raf. I thought it was Raf, but I wasn't sure. I thought I better. But Raf, look, I agree with you. I 100% agree with you that the fact is that the Europeans and then later on the Americans, they were smart enough to go around the world, and if they could buy a whole bunch of slaves or people, and people were willing to sell them for a bottle of whiskey, then they'd fucking do it. I can't.
Anyone would have, sorry to interrupt, Banks. Anyone would have done it, right? If they'd been given the opportunity at the time. Yeah. So then we would have
done it. People did do it. Other people did it too. There was the sub-Saharan slave trade too. There wasn't just one slave trade. The other slavers came before the Europeans.
I just want to quickly reply to LB. The point of looking back in the past, is that the fact that from the past, you study, you analyze it, so you can learn from it and to implement better policies in the future. Otherwise, you're going to be repeating the same cycle over and over again. That's what insanity is, when you continue to repeat the things over and over again. And that's why we talk about the past, because without understanding the past, you cannot understand the future.
Mistakes. I think, my father once was talking to me about this, and his analogy with us British people and, say, the Middle East was effectively that we had a tiger by the tail, okay? And if we would, obviously, the analogy goes, you let go of the tail, the tiger will turn around and it will eat you. So by allowing the Middle East to gain power, to garner power, was inevitably going to end up, or would end up, with them turning the tides on us. Yeah. So it's why in places like, not strictly Iran, being not in the Middle East, but we wouldn't want them to have nuclear weapons. Yeah. Of course. So it's sort of, that's the situation.
You can't let the very thing that's keeping it's effectively your ace in the hole. It's giving you the edge. Why would you give your edge away to essentially your political, your economical, and to some extent even physical enemy?
Yeah.
Well, that's the point. That's the point, isn't it? Like, when we give you these examples of countries that didn't fall in line, and what happened to them in the end. So, like, I mean, you said obviously kiss up to them, and then in the background be, secretly developing your security. But I mean,
It's the only way. Look at Pakistan. Pakistan is being manipulated, but one thing that will never happen to Pakistan or India is that they will not have American boots, crossing their borders, and American planes throwing bombs on their country, because these two nations have secured their position. Look at North Korea. North Korea managed to establish itself, and now Trump is running around, shaking hands with that little chubby guy, because they managed to put themselves at a level in which they can no longer have to worry about. Because if any America fuckery tries to happen in North Korea, they will bomb the living shit out of Seoul and Japan. So those are the two places that are going to be wiped off the map within seconds. So America isn't going to fuck with North Korea in that way anymore. North Korea has established themselves, and that's what any nation, you got to recognize. If you wish to fuck with America's self-interest, with Britain or Europe's self-interest, you have to be powerful to do that. China can do that. Look at what China is doing around the world right now. And you think America is threatening them? No, they're going to go into some sort of economic Cold War with them, but that's the best they're going to be able to do with China.
I mean, okay, so LB and Agnostic, I don't want to put. They have two separate questions for me. Like, Banksy, am I blaming white people when I say that? Listen, yeah, in what's gone down right now, yeah, is that what's it called? In order for us to try and establish ourselves, yeah, certain groups of people aren't letting us. Am I blaming white people when I say that? I don't know how that makes me.
Countries we're talking about predominantly white countries, so I mean, you can take that the way you want.
No, but hear what I'm saying, yeah. Am I being? Do I have a victim mentality now because I say that what's it called? This is what's happened when people have tried to cement and establish themselves, and people have come in and and obliterated their system because they didn't fall in line. Am I being a victim by pointing that out?
I don't see it. No, you see, if you point it out and say these are the reasons why we're here, but now it's time for us to buck up our ideas and get our shit together and get our country sorted out.
Okay.
I don't see that as bitching and moaning. The only time I see Middle Easterners bitch and moan is they don't want to fix it. They just want to go, they did it to us. Look where we are now. They did it to us. It's like, oh, so what? So they fucking did. What are you going to do about it now?
I've heard the explanation. It's like if you're in the snake pit, and you're spending your time arguing about who put you in the snake pit. Now, the point is to realize you're in the snake pit and get yourself out. That's
how do you get out?
That's true.
That's the thing. Acknowledging how you got there is fine.
Yeah.
But the point is, it only matters. The acknowledgement of how you got there only matters if it leads to your solution of getting out of the shit you're in. If it doesn't lead to the solution of getting you out, then you're just bitching and crying now.
Okay,
that's all you do.
Can I say this? Yeah, because we're in the snake pit now, and the snake's now attacking you, and you've got the person who is preventing you from getting out of that snake pit out there. How do we go about getting out of that snake pit with the person?
If you've got hold of the person, right? In my view, you chuck them in, climb on their head, and get out. That's the way I see it. Like, everyone has the right to better themselves. Every person, every nation, every country, they have that right to at least try, and that's survival of the fittest, isn't it?
You just made a statement, but where the bit that most people don't seem to acknowledge is the bit that I'm trying to focus on. Is you said if that person who threw you in the snake pit is at arm's reach, you grab him, throw him in the fucking snake pit, and climb on his head and get out. But you need power and force to be able to do that. You need to be able to overpower that guy to be able to throw him back into the snake pit and climb over his head. That's again comes down to power and force. If
I
you
mean,
have no power, you
yeah.
can't do anything.
So now,
Or you sort of coax them into the snake pit a little bit with charm and bless
so
it.
if I say we kill and destroy the snakes, and then we destroy the person who is trying to keep us in the snake pit, is that an issue?
That's sort of like
Well, you can
like
try.
Yeah,
You
it's,
can
it's
try.
revenge.
Okay,
But you've
well,
killed the snake pit, so that's like no one has a problem with snakes then, do they? Once all the snakes have been destroyed, that would
no,
just
but
be like an act of revenge. Is that then moving forward?
But I don't want to. I don't like. Listen, yeah, because we're in the snake pit now. Yeah, we're still in the snake pit now. What's there around there? Like, I mean, it's not like there is enough resources. The resources on the place where the person who threw in the snake pit is at, right? So obviously,
Look, Raf,
I wanna
again,
get out of
whether
there, so-
you can destroy the snake pit or whether you can throw the person into the snake pit or whether you want to destroy the snake pit and the guy, you need power and force to do it. And if you don't have the power to do it, none of the things you wish to do is it's just gas in the air. That's all it is. Because whether you wish to enact revenge upon that person because he threw you in the
it's not
snake pit.
revenge.
No, but what I mean is, whatever decision you make, you first have to start from a position of power.
Is of course, and
That's the only thing that matters in this point.
And one of the ways to be in a position of power is to also believe you're in a position of power, right?
No, you could be deluded about your power. You could have delusions of grandeur. That still doesn't mean you actually have power. You have to have actual power.
I'm not saying it properly, but the idea is that not believing that you're a victim, right?
Yeah, sure.
Believing that you're empowered in a way that you can be that person on top, right?
Yeah.
So
that you can attain the power. Sure.
Okay. So now I'm saying that.
Can I give a really controversial? Sorry, just a little bit of a because something that you said earlier, Banksy, about African American being lucky in a degree because they effectively generations on they're in the best country in the world. Yeah,
sure.
So you could look at that, Ralph, if you like, as that was that's a hand that went down into the snake pit. Yeah, right. And pulls up the African American into the first world. Okay. Now, where I suppose, and Banksy already knows this, so I'm sure, where I agree with the African Americans. So apartheid really in America only ended in the 60s. So African Americans have had to deal with long enough time being treated as second-class citizens. I'm 39 years old. All right. If I was living in America, that would have meant that my father and my parents had lived during a time of apartheid, so I would have been given my education about it, if you like, from them, like a primary source of information about apartheid in America. So these issues are still young in America. They're still only just sort of coming to a resolve. And I get behind the African American who is trying to move forward and make a better life for themselves. They have that right. Yeah, they have that absolute right. Even though they're in a better situation in America, I think, with Banksy, I think like grateful's maybe a strong word to use. Yeah, but he's correct in the sense that they've been delivered into better opportunity, if you like, where they've continued fighting and progressively things have been getting a bit better and better for them. So just to go back to the analogy about the snake pit, so it's not all lost. You're not like stuck in a snake pit if you look at it like that hand has been put down into the pit and you've been lifted.
I know I can get out of that snake pit. It's the fact that it's how, look, I've recognized if I put it to reality now, I recognize the issue is the snake. It's not the snakes would be the people who are against some type of more fair society. Those are the people who are also affected by being in that snake pit, and then there's also the people who at the top. I've identified them as the top people at the end of corporation, the top people at the end of banking, the top people at the end of politics, they are all involved in like you can't really put them into like they move between all these three groups, these
Raf,
people. So those are the people that I have to take out personally. So thank you. I've acknowledged it. So yeah. I know
Yeah, the thing is, Raf, I mean, I don't want to keep going down this snake pit sort of analogy, but what I will say
I'm
is,
not a communist. I'm not a communist.
I know.
I need to tell people I advocate for a moneyless, stateless, and classless society with good technology and good science. Yeah, scientific method. That's why I'm not a communist. I don't know why people.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know about that, but I mean, what I will say, and this is my personal take on this whole African American situation, is although yes, the African Americans and Stealth says, they got a hand out, if you like, and got pulled out of that situation, and then now they're living in a country that's a great country. Yes, African Americans, their ancestors of those slaves, are doing living a far better life than a lot of people in the African continent or other places in the world in comparison on average, sure. But to say that they are better off in the sense that if they wanted to how should I say? You're saying that this system has now over the years, has become fairer and better for the African Americans. So now, look, they're living a better life. I think that is the wrong solution for the African American problem, because
say that one more.
To try to make a society like the United States,
that's not communist. That is not communist.
No. I'm not talking about communism. I'm not talking about communism.
It's just when people misrepresenting. I don't know why.
Yeah. No. I'm not talking about communism. I'm saying a fairer, more equal society in a system, in a country which wasn't made for them. This is something I want to say. The African Americans or the Black Lives Matter, all these people always talk about systemic racism. There's systemic racism. We have to. I think they're right. There is systemic racism, but their solutions to that are idiotic and will never work. Their solutions is to make that system more equal for everyone. And I'm here to tell you that system wasn't made for you. That system was made for the white man who created it to benefit itself. And no matter how much you think they want to make it fair, they will never make it so fair that it's literally against their own interests. These are not going to be turkeys voting for Christmas.
I agree.
So forget about solving that system, because that system isn't for you.
So you need to make a whole new system.
So you go and find a place and you start and make it your own. And that's what I said about I know where I'm from.
Thank you.
But this is why I said I know where I'm from. I know which home team I'm batting for. You have to find your place in the world. And find your people in the world, and that's why I'm saying about make yourself strong, make yourself powerful, so that others from external forces cannot invade you, attack you, or supplant you. And once you've established that, then you can start building from inside. Then you can start from fighting the propaganda war, which they'll fight against you, which they'll try to influence and manipulate your people to go against you and their own interests, your own people's interests. But you can't do any of that if at any second an American tank will roll into your city. At any second an Apache helicopter will flatten your cities and towns. You can't do that. You can't build yourself up if you're under that threat.
Banksy, I just want to. I hope Atticus and LB are hearing this. Yeah, this is very say that one. You said that we need to remove ourselves from the system that we don't like and go to a place where we want to have our system.
What I will say is, Ralph, is I am happy with this system. I know this system isn't for me. I know that this system will always have a little little, the scales are slightly tilted against me, but I have freedom in this system that I don't have in my own country, because my country is even more corrupt than this system. This system isn't for me, but it is better than the system I can get and the situation I can have in my own country. Until the day comes that my country is in a position where I can live there and thrive there, then this is the better option for me, no matter how tilted it might be against me.
I mean, Atticus, like, what's your solution? Because I don't think you have a solution, but man saying we should build, he thinks it will build a country. Like, yeah, of course, why not? Why not build a country the way you want to build? Go to that place and build a country the way you want to build.
Everybody can build a country. You just need a bunch of people and a piece of land. That's all you need. That's basically a country right there.
Okay.
You have a land and you have people who agree to do something with that. That's what you need.
I like that. They actually think they'll start their own country. I mean, what's funny about that? What do you mean?
Okay, so it's an interesting concept, right? But like, just on a reality level, say you're in America, you're a black American, and you decide that's it, we're gonna create our own state, country. It's not gonna happen, is it?
I mean, I can also.
Why not? Why not,
Stealth?
Yeah. How about look at? I'll give you a lesser example, but maybe not as extreme as your own country. But look at the Amish. Look at the system that they've set up around themselves. No matter, even though they live within the American system, the American United States, they have created an environment which suits them, and they kind of live on parallel with the American system. They're not entirely with the American system, but they're not excluded from it either. But they're not really participating in the system that the rest of America is participating in. They are not contributing to the GDP of the United States. They are their own people, and they've managed to create this bubble within the American United States. Now, if the American African Americans at a 13% of the population make moves towards pushing...
Wait. Someone call me Moise. How about Moise? Look, listen, Banksy was agreeing with you, and he was saying things that agree with you, and now suddenly he's saying things that I agree with, and you guys are upset now. What's going on, Bob? Come on. Tell me.
I know, but what I'm trying to say is that if you get, for example, in the United States, the Native Americans have reservations. They are outside of that system. They are not part of the American system. They don't pay taxes and don't do any of the things the rest of the nation does. So yes, there are opportunities, and enough if 13% of the population move towards changing some laws.
So, Banksy, why did they blow up the Black Wall Street then, when they tried to establish themselves?
Well, because I think the African Americans were still working within the American system, which isn't a system built for them. They should have seceded and pushed towards, instead of building a city or a state, a city or a state or whatever within the American system. They should have pushed towards a reservation type thing, like the Native Americans.
So
they
do you think
far better progression?
So in order for them to have land, like say you need a chunk of land, the United States would have to concede land newly. Whereas, like with the with the Amish people, correct me if I'm wrong, the Amish people have been pretty much there since day dot, haven't they?
Sure, but then Israel was only established back in the 1940s as a whole new country was created.
Oh yeah, but Israel
didn't exist.
Israel had the empire behind
them. So you need power and force to establish something.
Guys, Terry asked a good question.
Again, even at the time of slavery, people were offered land. Yeah. They from their slave masters to able to do what they need to do. There was a lot of cities like what they call the Black Wall Street that were created, but then what happened is it all got destroyed.
Yeah, because the American system was capable of destroying them. If they had established a reservation
They did it.
like the
They weren't
natives
capable,
of
they did it.
America and had legal documents saying that this is sovereign land to these people, then the United States would not have the option of actually destroying them.
They had an agreement.
I don't know. I don't know what that agreement was, but it certainly wasn't solid enough for it to hold any water when they went in to destroy it.
They actually blew it up.
Well, I'll be honest. Again, I think that this is why power and security is the number one goal before you establish your state or land or whatever. You have to be in a powerful position. If you don't have power, then just like you said, Reggie, they'll come and blow it up.
So in saying that, I can't just fuck off and get an island and
No.
just say I'm build.
You establish power first.
He said,
Then
he
you
said,
can go get your island.
he said that we have to have security, so we have to have a
Than me.
Sorry, Reggie, I missed that.
Terry, sorry. Before you came on, he was mentioning about security, having a nuclear bomb, and then that way we can defend ourselves from the outside forces. So
only Banksy would say that.
Well, Atticus says that reservations are not sovereign land. I thought they were sovereign. I thought they had their own sovereignty. I thought they had their own laws. They had their own tax laws. Everything else, they're not part of the United States in the sense that they're not obliged to abide by the United States laws.
LB saying that we can make a country, and we can make and have it our way and whatnot and everything and whatnot. That was your question. It was about a country. And let me scroll up to basically see. So you said that you can already start your own country by international law. Nobody's stopping you. But what system are you going to use that is better than democracy and using money now? Well, yeah, I've told you what type of system I'm looking for, innit? So I don't know what you're trying to refer to. As for establishing a country, yeah, sure, you can establish a country. Let's just see. Banksy said security, so we need to build a nuclear bomb.
Good luck with that.
If you know about history and nuclear weapon, you know what will happen in it.
But let's think about this, Reggie. You know that Black Wall Street? If they had a nuclear bomb, you think the American government would be able to bomb them? Things start to change real quick when you have a nuke in your fucking hands.
I think, like, my point of view is, I think it's more unlikely that would happen, and the best chance of survival in moving forward, I know I keep saying this, is unfortunately it's assimilation or out to the fringes, and that's the trouble. I think the world needs to move forward more as one, if you like, in order to reach okay, let me word this better. If this whole purpose is a process of A to Z, yeah, nothing matters so long as you get to Z. Okay, so the more like division or attempts to kind of do our own things here, there, and everywhere just got sort of prolong the journey. In that's my opinion. Okay, so Black Americans would, I think they could operate in the system, despite the fact that it's not designed for them. That they could help change the system along the way, along the path, while moving forward with the main group. If you look at the past, so Adolf Hitler, he did it with the Reichstag. He thought that there was no point being involved in the political system and changing it from the inside out. So he went off and he did his own thing, yeah, and that didn't work out particularly well for him in the end. So sometimes I think you can change things from the inside out, and I just personally, and you know, I just personally believe that is the easiest way of doing things while still moving forward. Because every time we buck against it, if the Black Americans try to break off and create their own state, they're going to be met with adversity. They're going to be met with arms, and they'll have a fight on their hands, I believe.
Yep.
But that all depends on how you approach this. Again, I'm if you go back to my earlier statements about you first build your power base by appearing to be in line with the system. You appear to be actually absolutely with the system. You in fact kiss the ass of the system. You totally play ball until you build yourself. You gain enough power. Once you have power, you go against. That's why Hitler went against what the system, because he knew his country was powerful enough and technologically advanced enough to practically sweep across Europe, which they absolutely did with almost no resistance, except for Britain, which they could have done actually if they wanted to, except Britain kind of played the political game with them, where they appeared that they weren't going to interfere with Germany to begin with. They actually were on side with Germany for a while.
They wouldn't have
But the Black Americans did actually do that, because this is how the African schools and everything else they came and established. But it fucked up the arse by the people that infiltrate them, keeping guard and watching them.
Well, this is the thing. You have to have two goals. One is you play ball, or at least appear to play ball, whilst building your power base. The sole focus is on gaining power and influence. That's where your sole focus should be, not on whether you built a school here or there or a freaking.
The reason why I said that is not just on building the school and all that. They fell in. There's many guys that have tried to push the narrative, even in the political arena. From when you read up on a guy called Booker T. Washington and see what he was doing, he was establishing himself. There's a lot of them guys that were there in the 1920s and 1930s that tried to establish themselves, and they were successful to a certain extent. But when they started to see some strong growth, it just got demolished.
Well, this is the thing. Of course, they're going to come and squash you before they see you getting too powerful. It's far easier to squash, one or two ants than it is a whole mountain of ants. So they will try to squash you out before. So you have to, again, have all of that contingencies in place where you are building your power base without the person who's going to come and squash you knowing about the fact that you're building it.
So then you understand why you have black people trying to say that they want to do some things for themselves before they work with others.
Look, Reggie, as I said to Raf earlier on,
Riggs.
Riggs. What I said to Raf earlier on is this system. You trying to work within this system and you're trying to make this system fair is personally, I think, is a losing battle. This system wasn't made for you. It wasn't made with you in mind. It was made for someone else and someone else's achievements, and they are not going to allow you to make this system so fair that you come out ahead of them. They are not going to let you do that. I'm sorry. The system. If I'm going to build a system that is to advance me, I'm not going to let you destroy or rig that system against me, am I?
Back to what I was saying is that this is why we need, as black people, need to come back and do what they need to do to educating their kids and doing what they need as in a form of a black affair before I can even work with anyone else.
Exactly. I personally think if it was me, if you're a Nigerian living in America or in Britain, you should be looking into Nigeria and how you can improve and build Nigeria. If you're a Ghanaian, if you're a New Guinea, if you're from the Ivory Coast, you should be looking to those nations. Those are your ultimate nations. If you cannot survive and function in the British or the American system, then those are the nations you should be building.
As I said, I'm born here, so I'm doing what I need to do to advance myself and my people that were born here.
That's perfectly fine. But what I will tell you is that you may be born here, but this isn't the place that was built for you.
I get that. That's what I'm
This
trying
wasn't your house.
Yeah, but regardless if it's not my house, I was born in this house. So
Yeah.
I'm building my bedroom within the house.
That's fine. But you got to realize you're living within the boundaries and the
As long as you don't
confinement of
bother me,
the house.
as long as you don't bother me, I'm not coming out of my house.
Exactly. And that's the same with me.
But then that's the problem with others.
Well, yeah, exactly.
They don't know
This
what's
is
going on in my house.
This is the problem. This is exactly my issue. Is look, I'm happy with the way this system is because it suits my lifestyle. So I don't really care to change it. I can conform to this system. This system isn't for me, wasn't made for me, but I can adapt to it, and I'm okay with it. So I'm not bitching and moaning about, I want to fairer and make this fairer and make that fairer.
So I go back to then what you said earlier then, Banksy, when the black African Americans were lucky to end up in America, in the greatest country in the world. So under that concept, if you accept that's then the best place that they could be, then why would they want to break away and make another?
No, I'm talking about those who complain about Black Lives Matter and about how terrible it is and how fucked up it is and it's all bad and it's all this and it's all that. I'm like, dude, this isn't for you. This wasn't made for you. You were taken, or your ancestors were taken there, and now you happen to be living in a great country that has given you a lot of advantages that you wouldn't get in Zimbabwe or in Ghana or in a lot of other countries. So, if you're absolutely unhappy, if you find that there is no way you can live within the American system, then you should look to move to a system or a country that suits you better. If you find it that intolerable, then you should look elsewhere.
I completely understand what you're saying now. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, but don't think that you're going to make that system better and fairer for you, or not only better and fairer, that you're going to actually gain an upper hand in that system. There is no fucking way you're going to get an upper hand in that system.
As you speak, a lot of Americans are moving across the board. They are going to places like Ghana, Gambia, Nigeria, and other places. If you look in the past, they did go to Sierra Leone and Liberia, but then they got their trading or the forms of trading and things like that sanctioned. So they were squeezed, not able to trade or do anything within the conference, where it ended up in a civil war within Sierra Leone and Liberia.
Look, again, that's where the power part comes in.
Who caused it? Once again, I said I'm leaving, I'm going home, but these people come and bother me again.
Oh, they'll fucking chase you. They'll chase you right down to your fucking front door.
But Banksy says you should build a nuclear bomb.
But again, what did I say? Yeah, what did I say about power? What did I say about power? It's not just nuclear. I mean, nuclear bomb is a form of external power, but there's a lot of soft power too.
No matter where I go, I try to establish.
Yeah, Riggs, I'm sorry. This is the world in which you're living in. If you lived in Rome, if you lived in the time of Rome, you'd be bitching about the Romans coming and fucking with you all the time.
He doesn't want you to do anything about it. That's it.
Yeah. No. There is things you can do about it.
Do the little things you can in this system. Care about making money. Getting a nice house and whatnot and everything. And
living your life the best you can.
Living. That's it, Banksy. That's basically what you're saying, right?
Look, the way there are two lives you can live. You can live a quiet life and just make a bit of money and live your life and raise your kids and put your head down one day and die. Or you can live a political life. Or you can devote your life to a political sort of lifestyle in which you will actively try to build your country of choice, whichever one you feel is your homeland, and try to politically change that system and try to keep the others out of your homeland. You can try to devote your life to that if you can, or
But Banksy,
live a simple life.
I'm trying to live my life as simple as it can be, but they still keep on knocking on my door.
Of course they will, dude. They want your shit. They want your tax money.
Banksy ultimately wants you to not do anything about it. That's it.
No. I think if you're
you can in this current system, let's just bow our heads and just bury our heads in the sand and just try and become doctors at least, and that way you will not be affected.
Well, I mean, if you're a doctor, you're certainly making some difference in the world. But the thing is, look, you're as a single human being, you have a finite amount of time on this planet. Most of that, a big chunk of that period, you're a child who knows fuck all about anything. The rest of that, you're a teenager who's just an absolute idiot. A big chunk of that, you're asleep. You have a very limited a window of opportunity in your life to be a sane, intelligent, active human being. You have to utilize that little window to the best that you can. Now, you can either raise a family or you can go and become a political leader, and if you think you can get people to follow you to make some differences, some change in the world. But that's it, dude. That's what you got. That's the time frame that you have. What are you going to do with that time? You have this time now, here and now in your hand. Between, I would say, a human being, its best at their best sort of peak is between somewhere around 30 to about possibly 60, 65 is where you're going to make something happen. That's your window. What are you going to do with that time? What are you going to invest it in? What are you going to, do to try to change things? Now, you can try to go ahead and delusionally think that you can make this system.
Banksy, because one thing you're saying, because you did say earlier that there is no point trying to make change within a system that wasn't built for you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can futurely.
If that was the case, then infiltration works. So if you have like any group, but if you have like a group of protesters, if you like, who have a clear objective, and what will happen quite often, like again in the build-up to Nazi Germany, you have infiltration. So infiltration works from the inside out, and it's often successful. In the past, it's brought down entire nations. Yeah. So working from the inside, history shows us that it does work. It is an effective tool.
Possibly. Go ahead. I mean, I personally think that, for the African American or the foreigner in Britain or Europe or in America to try to somehow make an more equal societies, that somehow for them to have some degree of upper hand in this society is a foolhardy effort. This system isn't for you, wasn't made for you, it wasn't devised with you even in mind. In fact, the very people who wrote the Constitution of the United States saying that all men are equal were slave owners. How much of a hint do you need that this wasn't for you? They owned you, and they wrote a document that said all men are equal.
So the system works for, this is my view. So the system works for the system's sake. Yeah. So that's become a machine in its own right, whether you're black or white. And I'm sure I'm not going to argue about what it's like as a white person or a black person both looking for the same job here, right? But what I'm saying is that regardless, if you're working in the system and you're not an elite, if you haven't gone to the right school and the right university, then the system's still not made for you. Yeah. So at the end of the day,
it still is. If you're a white Anglo-Saxon, if you're an American from an European heritage, no, that system was still written with you in mind, because the people who wrote that system, who devised the system, were of you. People make things. People you know how God always, the English God or the English Jesus, is a white European looking individual, because we anthropomorphize and we project ourselves out into the world. So if I'm to write a constitution, I'm not writing it for the Nigerian man. I'm not writing it for the Chinese man. I'm writing it for my people. Who were the people who made that system? Those people made that system for their people, for those who of themselves. They weren't thinking of the Mongolian when they wrote the Constitution in the United States.
And yet, though, you still feel that you're better off within the system as like a black person living in Britain or a black person living in America. So
For
the
me,
system
I'm
works.
not a black person.
It still works in favour better than what it would in their own country. Yeah. So the system, in your own words, is better than a system that they could have had for themselves.
Well, I think they're better. This system is working better than the setup that they will find themselves in other African nations. But if you were diligent enough, if you had enough of influence and power to mobilize the people, as an African American, I would say, if you want to build a system from ground up, find an African nation in which you can then create, or develop enough power and influence in the United States to press the United States government's hand to literally give you your own state. But living within the system of the United States, you will never achieve equality, because it is fundamentally, from its DNA, it is built on a system that is not for you. That's what I'm trying to say, is that it is in its core of that system. It is a delusion or an illusion of equality that they're giving you. There is no equality in a system that wasn't devised to be equal. The slave owners wrote the system. They wrote it for people of themselves. They are not going to give you the level of equality that you think you're going to get. They will give you platitudes to numb your senses and to quieten you down. But you will never be there. The only way you will ever actually feel that you can attain all levels of status and sort of have total autonomy over your nation.
Surely, though, the French would have been saying the same thing before the French Revolution. So, like,
French were French, and they destroyed the upper classes, and they rewrote and in fact the French, not only that, when the Germans invaded, they had another clean slate. Then their whole system. This is the difference between the European system and even the British. The British, we still have that hierarchical system of lords and bullshit like that. We have ancient, out of date systems. The monarchy is a complete out-of-date system that we still have in place, because we still are backwards compatible, if you like. We're still dependent upon our ancient systems that came through from the monarchy to the lords, etc. Whilst the Europeans, the French, the Germans, they had a complete, with the Second World War especially, they had a complete wipeout, and they had to start from scratch. So all that monarchy and all that sort of aristocracy, the system of sort of hierarchy of aristocracy, that all got wiped off, and they had to start again. There are only a handful of nations in Europe that are still kingdoms or monarchies and stuff like that, and usually they're the ones that are the most, I'd say, regressive of the rest. But you could argue that with Germany, but nevertheless, a lot of the European nations had a complete clean out of all of their historical crap, if you like, and started fresh, almost like the United States. Britain is one of the nations that didn't. Switzerland, for example, is one. I think Belgium to some extent. But generally, European nations, they're all republics. They all had a clean slate. But again, the systems that they developed was built for the French, for the German, and for the French, or for the whoever else.
Going back to Britain, actually, because that's quite a good example to have used there. So we still have a monarchy, but their power has been greatly limited through revolution. But we didn't build it from the ground back up. So Oliver Cromwell, they changed things greatly. They invented Parliament, etc.
Legacy system.
But then, the monarchy came back. It's I suppose there's a lack of clarity. I've never fully understood. Maybe you do, but as to why the monarchy had moved back into the country after such a period.
Oliver Cromwell felt that Britain needed a king. He didn't want to abolish the monarchy.
I think part of it as well was that there was still such a high loyalist element within the British people. So in order to be able to command the armed forces properly, that you would have had to appease to the people that was still, king and country at the time, which still lasts today. So we've got like a compromise, if you like, that happens in Britain. So there hasn't really been that building from the bottom back up. There's been a kind of like a compromise, if you like. So the Queen, she doesn't get to preside over every aspect of our lives, but she's still
she still actually has to sign off on all the laws. She gets an audience with the Prime Minister every week. She still has a mad power.
She does have mad power, but like she could veto anything that she like. For example, Brexit. The Queen could have just gone, nah, that's not going to happen, right? And she's got the power to be able to do it. So with some of like the absolute fundamentals in our decision making as a nation, the Queen and kings before her haven't interfered all that much, right? So I'm just trying to argue the point that a system doesn't necessarily need breaking down, like razing to the ground, in order to be built back up, and that there is a way in which compromise can work.
The thing is, this is I'm giving you my opinion here, but by the way, these are nothing I can establish through proven facts, if you will. So a lot of this stuff is my own opinions of what I've observed. But when it comes to, for example, the French system and the French aristocracy, and they killed off, they had the French Revolution and they tried to do a reset then, and then after the Second World War they kind of had a reset as well, because the Germans kind of destroyed all the established systems, so they had to rebuild all the sort of systems of governance and all that. So the French had that, but every time that system was recreated, it was created by the people of that land for the people of that land. The French didn't establish, they didn't do the French Revolution for the Nigerians or for the Zimbabweans or the South Africans. They had the French Revolution for the French. That's what they wanted to build. They would set up a system to benefit the French. So when others came in, it wasn't for them. It may incorporate something for them, or it may give them certain levels of freedom which they can live under, but it wasn't for them. It was made for the French. It was made for the Germans, and the British system has kind of come through its legacy systems prior to it, and has survived, but for the English to some extent, you could say Scottish and the Welsh. Even the Scottish and the Welsh get the slightly shittier end of that stick.
There are issues that still matter today with certain things.
And there's still legacy issues for that, for the French, for the Scots and the Welsh, because they still have to take their cues from Westminster. So this system wasn't even built for them; it was built for the English. It was made for the English.
So we've managed to, since then, devolve power and have like our own Senate, if you like, and gradually work towards our own autonomy within Wales and within Scotland as well. I think, to be honest, Scotland do a better job of it than what we do.
Yeah,
our guy Mark Drayford is he's a wet salad, to be honest with you, but that's just my opinion. But so yeah, but I mean, well, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, we didn't have any autonomy on any say of things, and gradually we've kind of edged it, and we may even at some point be given our right to independence, if you like, and the same as Scotland. I'm not going to comment on that because I don't know whether that would be a good thing or a bad thing.
But still, just think about it this way: you're now parsing with the issues that the Scots and the Welsh have with an English system, and yet you are actually part of these isles. Why would you expect a Nigerian or a friggin' Mongolian or an Iranian to gain any kind of sympathy or benefit from this system? Why would they even think that they are entitled to have any kind of advantages in this system? This system is still dealing with the people. You're from this fucking island. Your ancestors are from this fucking place. I'm from 1,000 miles away, 3,000 miles away. Why the fuck would this system be for me? Why should I even have the goal, have the cheek to expect that this system was supposed to be for me? Of course it wasn't made for me. It happens that I can live under it. It suits me, but it wasn't made for me, so I should have no expectations. Certainly not over-bloated expectations of absolute equality from this system. Why? People create a scenario, a set of rules and guide to live amongst themselves that benefits them. They don't evolve to benefit the external person 1,000 miles away.
So even if like the people of a system that it benefits the most, right? So say for me as a white guy, yeah, the system's benefiting me the most. And to be honest, I know that to a degree that is the truth. Yeah. What happens then when people like me and the people who the system's benefiting demand the equality for the people that the system isn't benefiting? Is that unable to change? Do you believe that's not?
I don't think. No, I don't think. I think that's an impossible. I think that's first of all deluded, and I think it's an impossible dream. You can go ahead and pretend that you can try to achieve such a thing. I don't think you will. Just as much, by the way, just as much as if you go to Japan or China or Iran, you will be at a disadvantage there. This is the problem about these liberal white fucks who think they can attain equality everywhere, is that most of them haven't probably lived in another nation and seen that system isn't for them either. You are as much disadvantaged in a country like mine, like my home country of Iran, as much as I may or may. In fact, I've got more advantages here than you would have in over there. There will be less racism towards me here than it would be towards you over there. So don't think that you're unique in this.
No, I play devil's advocate quite a bit here. Yeah, I spent quite a bit of time in South Africa and things, so I do understand roughly what you're saying at this point. I just maybe it is deluded, yeah. Maybe it is false hope, if you like, that we could achieve that. But like I say, I'm all for assimilation and moving forward. So it's hard to accept that the people power, if you like, when we're supposed to live in a democracy, that we're unable to achieve that, even if we're the people saying, the system benefits us the most, and we're demanding that we have equality, that becomes unachievable.
I'm just saying, look, I'm realistic. That's all I am. I'm just realistic about where I live. I live in a white country with a white man's laws and a white man's society. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Just like if I went into in a Japanese land and lived with the Japanese and followed their customs and rules, because I'm living in Japan, just like you would do if you as an Englishman or a Welshman went and lived in Saudi Arabia, Dubai, anywhere. If you go anywhere in the world, the same applies. This isn't unique to the Europeans. It's not like you guys invented this shit. No, this would apply to you too. if you went elsewhere and created a society or lived in a society which ran under different customs and laws
Now,
and everything
Banksy,
else.
Banksy, you know as just as well as me that these so-called Arabs and whatnot and even these African leaders are, you know, they're puppets, right?
Yeah, but their laws and their systems and their customs, for the most part, would not advance an Englishman's lifestyle either.
Of course, because they are puppets. Like okay, so a lot of people think that, oh, but why are people in Africa complaining when they've got their language still, they've got some of their customs, whatnot, and everything. As long as that custom doesn't even affect British custom, and even when you go into certain industries in these places now, Nigerian, you watch Nollywood, Nigerian doctors, they don't wear their Nigerian attire. They don't even have a proper, what's it called, Nigerian accent anymore. They're talking very posh.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's unmistakable that American and European lifestyle or dress code has influenced a lot of the other parts of the world.
But you know why it's influenced, right?
But it's all to do with that colonization.
Exactly.
To do with colonization, yeah, you could say that. You could say just
Nigerian system is based on the British system.
Yeah, but it's not even just direct colonization. It's colonization through economical means. I mean, Levi's is everywhere.
It's the whole system is based on an English system. The educational is an English system. The political is an English system.
Well, yeah, I mean, especially in Nigeria and all the colonized nations.
Colonization of countries that have been colonized by the French or the English or whoever colonized that country.
Exactly.
That system. That's why you have the African countries that even up to their wages has to go through a French bank system.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
at one point, even my dad was telling me when he was in school, his dad was a teacher. He wasn't getting paid for wages for 3 years. Yeah, why? Because the money was going straight to the British government, and they were saying that these were taxes that they were collecting, and so they didn't care about the people in Africa, whether or not they were being able to survive. My dad said his dad wasn't paid for 3 years. He was getting money from things like because he had his dad had a farm or something like that, so he was using the things that he planted to sell stuff and to make money that way. This is how influenced the British system is in Nigeria.
There you go. But I mean, I personally think that the Nigerians or other countries, you see, I was going to say initially they should collapse that and build it so that it suits them, which they can perfectly well do.
But they can't do that, right? Well, you already stated it.
That's what I said.
They can change their internal structure if they wish, but if that affects,
what do you mean by that?
As in, they can collapse their entire law system and make it Sharia. Make it into whatever they want.
That doesn't.
Well, what I mean is, if they wanted to, they could. But the powers that be would not give a shit about those things unless it affects the petrodollar. The petrodollar and the oil that Nigeria produces is what they give a shit about. So if you want to go ahead and establish your entire country's governance based on the Sharia, they wouldn't give a shit. They're already dealing with the Arabs as it is, so they know how to deal with that.
Because to an extent, they have the Arabs under their foot. So
that's what I mean.
If they step out of line, they're ready to crush them. It wasn't. They didn't invade Iraq because it had weapons of mass destruction, or they were going, or they didn't attack. They didn't fight against Al Qaeda because they had. It was all to do with the money.
Of course, that's exactly what I said. As long as you don't fuck with the Nigerian petrodollar. If Nigeria, I tell you what, Nigeria can adopt every law that Britain has and every democratic system Britain has, but go ahead and try to change the currency that they sell their oil from dollars to yen to euros to anything else, they will become the most evil nation on the planet
This is
tomorrow.
my point. This is our point. How do we now go about making the changes that we want to change?
You know that thing I said about nukes?
Oh my days!
It all goes back to that. It's whoever holds the biggest fucking stick in the village, dude.
We can't do nothing without them knocking on our door.
Yes. So what do you do?
Right.
How do you stop them knocking on your fucking door? Not only knocking on your door, breaking that fucker down and then taking over your shit. How do you stop that? How do you stop that? If you don't have power to stop the man from knocking your fucking door to come into your house, that is not your house. That's his house. Because you can't stop him from coming in. So you don't have a house until you can build a fucking fence and a strong door to keep the fuckers out.
It's true that.
So build your fence first. Don't worry about who owns the house.
Banksy, ultimately, our solution is to only to get this bomb.
It's to gain power, dude. It's about power. It all comes down to power.
I know.
If you don't have power, you have no way of enacting your will. And if you can't enact your will, then someone else is going to enact their will upon you. That's it. If you watch Starship Troopers, and what else was there? There was a few others. There's loads of like movies about demonstrating who has power, who has the will. If you read 1984 for crying out loud, or even a lot of Orwell stuff, it all comes down to the power base. Who has the power base? Who can enact their will? If you can't do what you will, then you have nothing. You're just a puppet. You're a lemming. You're a peon. You're a peasant living underneath someone else's boot heel, and you just have to do as they say. The first thing that the Jews learned, and this is why I think most people hate the Jews so much, is for this one thing: they recognized how to attain power. They have power, they have soft power, and now with Israel, they have hard power. They have nukes. Why do you think Israel has nukes?
I'll have a look at that now, because I don't think Israel do have nukes. Bear with me.
They do. They do. They're the only nation in the world. They have estimated around 300 nuclear warheads, but yet they're the only country. They're one of I think 2 countries in the world that have not declared that they officially have nukes. They still deny that they have nukes, but they actually have.
I got to Google, I wrote, do Israel, and then the first thing that came up, have nuclear weapons.
There you go.
A lot of people want to know this. So Israel and weapons of mass destruction. Israel is widely believed to possess nuclear weapons of mass destruction, and to be one of 4 nuclear armed countries not recognized as a nuclear weapons state by the Non-Proliferation Treaty of blah, 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 blah. So it's a little bit up in the air.
They have dude. I know they have nukes as much as I know that COVID fucking 19 is coming back for a second wave. They fucking have nukes, dude. They fucking have nukes.
They've got America's nukes as well, haven't they? So they're all right.
Of course, they've got America protecting them. But what I mean is they don't even trust in that. They have their own shit. They look out for themselves because they can't depend on whether America will always be their buddy and friend. America can change their mind too. So no, I wouldn't. If I was a nation, I wouldn't depend on just my friends and allies. Of course not. Do you not put a lock on your front door because you think your neighbors will protect your house when you're out, right? Is that what you do? You just I'll leave my door open. My neighbor's always looking out for me.
Oh, this is Wales, mind. You're asking the wrong guy. I leave my fucking car unlocked at the shops, mate. We don't have crime.
Yeah, I live in London. I lock my fucking door because I don't depend on in fact, my neighbors are the ones who are going to fucking steal my shit.
It's a different world you're in, mate.
No, but what I'm saying is, in this day and age, no, you don't sit around. You don't leave your front door open because you think your neighbors are going to protect you from thieves. No, you lock your shit up. You have your own door. So if you're a nation, you protect. You have your own weapons to be able to make sure no fucker can roll in and tell you what to do. And that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You guys are like going round and round in circles, and it always comes down to this one thing. You have to have the big stick. If you don't have a big stick, people are going to come and fuck with you. And that's it. That's the bottom line.
And if you've got the big stick, don't fucking let go of it.
Oh, yeah, no. Once you go, I mean, nowadays, as I said, with that level of nuclear big stick, once you have that, then you're pretty much set. You're done. You can rest at ease knowing that there won't be boots and tanks rolling into your cities. And then from that point onwards, you can actually go ahead and start working on enacting your will and building your country. This is if you're a benevolent dictator, shall we say, or a benevolent president or whatever, who cares about it. I haven't even started on the multiple levels of corruption that is going to be brought towards you and put on you, and put not on just you, but on your key allies and key trusted advisors and people of your inner circle. People are going to be trying to these powers that be are going to try to corrupt the shit out of your nation and propagandize against you constantly. So of course you're going to have to deal with all of that.
So ultimately, there is no you're maybe let's be fair. Yeah, you're talking about infiltration.
Yeah, eventually, yeah. If they can't attack you, if they can't go to war with you directly, then of course they're going to constantly.
So you're saying that the people who are feeling oppressed should infiltrate rather than just and infiltrating means get the best doctors, get the best scientists, get the best everything, get themselves educated and whatnot and everything. Get to a position where they can make they have some type of arm's reach of these people and take them down that way.
Personally, I would say for a minority group, just like what basically follow the Jewish handbook. Get yourself into finance, get yourself a bank. If you can get into banking and finance, I mean, this quote, admittedly, I've read.
Actually, free coming now.
Yeah, I've got a quote that they say it's the Rothschild who said it, but I since then I've read that it might not be. But it's quoted that the Rothschilds, the father, one time he said, "Let me control how the money is printed, and who controls the finances of a country. You can elect whoever you want to be the president. I don't care." So. If you can get a hold of the money, who cares who the politicians are?
So this is exactly what we were saying, and I think you even agreed as well when we were talking about the whole country thing with Nigeria. You can have your language, and you can have your dashiki, or you can have whatever you want to call you, but as long as you don't, what's it called? As long as I control your money.
Or the petrodollar, I control your oil. Yeah. Don't fuck with those things. If you fuck with those things, you need to have the nukes. If you want them not to mess with those, if you want to mess with the petrodollar, you're gonna have to have nukes.
But that's as simple as saying that if I want a mortgage, I just fuck with the underwriter.
Yes, basically. But if you want to do that, then you're gonna have to own the bank or the person who's, you're gonna have to be powerful. You're gonna have to be in a position where they can't do anything with you. Unfortunately, that's how it is, man. This is the world we live in. It's not a fair place. It's not a place where people are gonna play, fair play ball with you. No, I mean, if you think about it. Effectively, the European nations and America are enacting a nuclear apartheid on the world. This whole thing about proliferation, this bullshit, which it is bullshit because when Israel wanted it, bam, they got it. Even though they still deny it, they got it. So proliferation is bullshit. It's a nuclear apartheid on the world. You get to have the big stick if you play ball with us. And if you are not playing ball with us, you don't get to have the big stick. So that's how it is. That's why countries. I mean, I despise the mullahs of Iran, but I don't blame them for wanting to get nuclear weapons. I would be fucking getting a nuclear weapon if I was running Iran. Absolutely, it would be insane not to. You literally have your greatest enemies surrounding you. America took over Afghanistan, took over Iraq. So you got your greatest enemy to your east and to your west.
But hear what I'm saying, yeah, because you mentioned that what's it called, that in the history of Iran there was a leader that was elected and what's it called, taken out by this America and whatnot and everything, and that's because he disagreed with America's policies and whatnot and everything.
Well, that was Mohammed Mossadegh. You're talking about they did that through a coup, but maybe that was at a time when you could. I mean, Mohammed Mossadegh wasn't smart enough to manage the propaganda campaigns against him. So you have to be smart.
All I'm saying is that when it comes to what's his name? Now what's going on in Iran today with
the Ayatollahs.
Do you not think that that if they were a real serious threat to the Americans, they would have not? Do you not think that the American government would have not taken them out by now? Like,
well, this is you see, the mullahs are not as stupid as they look. The mullahs, just about the same time as Saddam Hussein, who was establishing an exchange of his oil in euros, they started to establish an exchange in euros as well. In fact, the mullahs in Iran were talking to Nigeria, they were talking to Venezuela, and a few non-Arab oil-rich countries. So if they could, you see, if the mullahs in Iran at the time, if they could convince Nigeria, Libya with Gaddafi, who was also trying to move away from the petrodollar, so Gaddafi would be on board, Nigeria would be on board, Venezuela would be on board, and potentially even Iraq would be on board. If the Iranians could convince all of these nations to suddenly change the currency that they sell their oil in from dollars to euros, it would have a big enough impact on the world oil market that the Saudis and the Emiratis would struggle, basically, because they would have real competition, because the Iranian and all these other nations' oils will be sold at a much more profitable rate than selling it in dollars, because euro is a lot higher currency than the dollar.
You know what makes me laugh is, nuclear weapons, right? They're like cars. Every year they need MOT, parts replaced. And I was reading an article about Pakistan's nukes, right? There was an article written on the Dawn newspaper, which is a Pakistani national paper. Pakistan receives most of its parts from Germany to when they're renewing their bombs. So even if you have nuclear bombs, most of the parts are going to come from the West. Even China and all these places rely on either Russia or the West.
Oh, you're still going Kapanan to the West, yeah.
No, so the point is, no matter even if you have nuclear bombs, they can sanction you to your country's a fucking desert in terms of your economy. Even if you have nuclear bombs, they can become so redundant and unreliable that they won't even replace the parts for you. They'll put sanctions on them. So.
Afghan, have you heard of veto power?
Veto, yeah. When the Security Council, which consists of Russia, China, and all these, they can veto certain decisions. Yes.
So imagine one nation could have a veto power or a vote that's equivalent to the rest of the other nations. That
we do,
and that's from, let's say the rest of these nations vote on yes. One country's veto power can nullify that yes.
Yeah, that's why the United Nations is useless.
Yeah, but the point is, right, when it comes to America, you got to understand America is the daddy of the world. Russia and China has so much investment in Britain, America. No, Britain is the poodle of America. No offense. Britain is what America is what Britain wants to be. They can never be.
I think that's what that's what it wants to be perceived to be. I think.
No. You know what? Look. Right. Listen. During World War. Okay, quick. Let me Oh, come on, Riggs, bro. Just let me quickly make this point. You know, during World War II, America didn't sincerely provide weapons and shit to Britain. They actually put them in debt, didn't they? They actually charged them for their assistance. And I think Britain just a few years ago paid off that debt, you know, for the bullets and the air power and whatnot and the machinery. The point is, America will always be the daddy of the world, and you're going to have to pick a side. Russia, China, or America, but to be honest, America succeeds both China and Russia. And the only reason why Russia is not fucking called the United States, you know, another state of America, is because they have 10,000 nukes that actually saves them from that misery. You can never compete with America. Economically, you can't. I mean, what's their GDP? 20 trillion? Isn't it?
But Afghan, I'm looking at this situation. You're a country, you're an OPEC nation, you're an oil wealthy country, and you wish to no longer sell your oil in dollars. You wish to change the currency.
You're going to be
no, I'm saying, what would be the strategy that you would take to be able to attain such a scenario?
The only way you could get away with something like that, if you're part of something like the SCO, which is the Shanghai Cooperation, which China made a few years ago, which compromises of many oil-rich developing nations, but it's still, you still cannot compete with American influence, buddy. If you change, remove the dollar, if you remove the dollar, all they got to do is say, hey, I'm going to cut your aid off. Anyone buys your oil, I'm going to sanction them. I'm going to freeze all your fucking accounts of your citizens, and I'm going to turn your nation into a famine shithole, i.e. all these nations like Iraq. And
I don't know, but if you're a nation that can actually produce enough food to feed yourself.
Yeah,
but that's the point I told you about. I gave you that example earlier. Sorry, I gave that example earlier. Go on, Afghan. Sorry.
No, even if you could produce mass amounts of food, you know, are you going to spend your GDP on investing on fucking farms and agriculture? You're going to need medicines, weaponry. They'll just sanction you in other areas. They'll make it difficult for your
North Korea, is it? So.
Yeah, what they'll do is they'll make your citizens suffer, i.e. the Muslim ban, something similar to that. They will ruin your business ties and your trade with the West. They will influence the NATO and all these other EU and all these countries to hop on board to sanction you. You'll be
but what I mean is,
you can have cheeseburgers all fucking day, bro. But if you haven't got paracetamol and shit, innit, or cancer
but the thing is, this is what I'm saying.
Scanners.
But you're relying way too much on Western technology. You're saying like, even right now, you're saying, all these parts come from Germany. That's because from like the Pakistani nukes. That's because Pakistan hasn't invested in actually creating those parts themselves. So if they actually find that they can't get those parts from Germany, they would have to invest in actually creating those parts themselves. It's not like Germany is some magical place where they're grabbing them from another dimension. I mean, these are parts that can be created by human beins on the planet.
They have patents on these parts.
Who cares? Who cares? You can produce these things in your own country. China doesn't recognize intellectual property rights.
Yeah,
who the China doesn't give a shit about intellectual property rights?
China is allowed to.
China have backdoored the nuclear development in North Korea, haven't they? So.
Yeah, exactly. No. But what I'm saying is, you like saying that they have copyright laws. No, your country can build these things, and you don't have to give a fuck about the copyright.
You don't understand
intellectual copyrights of these other nations.
Banksy, your point of view, I respect it, but it's going from a very kind of arrogant kind of way, because you got to understand. Yes, you can copyright and falsely produce these parts, but there are consequences to this, i.e., sanctions and punishing those countries that sell. For example, right, Russia and China heavily rely on America to sell its products. They're not going to side with some country because they can make nukes on their own and shit like that. They're going to choose the best.
They already have with North Korea. We already have an example with North Korea.
North Korea. North Korea is a famine-stricken,
I know,
oppressive.
I know,
It has
but I'm
nothing.
I'm trying to find a scenario, a pathway towards attaining nuclear weapons
Okay.
and having to endure the sanctions that the West will put on you, and you having to survive as a nation without relying on trade with Western countries in any shape or form, North America or European nations. Now, you may or may not be able to strike some backdoor deals with Asian and African nations along the way, but I'm saying as a single nation who can provide enough food for its people, so the starvation thing may not necessarily, may not be a thing. You're an oil-rich country, so you can actually have refineries which you can actually then power your own machines, so you don't need, again, to worry about external sources of power. So you have these advantages. Can you attain a nuclear weapon you have a nuclear weapon, because that way that stops them from invading you. Can you change your oil from selling in or exchanging in dollars into euros? Of course, even if you're sanctioned, if you're totally 100% sanctioned, then you're not selling your oil anyway. You're literally just producing that oil for your own nation.
I mean, has anyone tried this though?
But hear what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, I gave Banksy 3 examples earlier, and I don't know why look. There is 3 examples in history to show what happens when countries don't play ball. So they get their government removed. I mean, sorry, they first do a coup, it can be a military coup or whatever. Have people rise up to take out their government or whatever. Then, if that doesn't work, then they take out the government. He had examples.
They assassinate them, or they have a direct warfare.
And then third one is, if they can't even try to assassinate them, then they create a weird conspiracy and invade them.
Well, that's what I mean. If you establish nuclear weapons in your nation first, they can't invade you directly. So that locks out that part of it. Then you only have to deal with potential internal coups and propaganda in order to keep your system in place. Now, you can do that because even though it's going to be very difficult in a democratic scenario, but under a dictatorship, you have the examples of Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein. If they were nuclear-powered nations, I mean, let's put it this way: even without nuclear power, Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein managed to be, stay in power for about 40 years. So you could still buy about 40 years for your nation.
So what happened?
Even if you didn't have nuclear power?
Did they not invade them in the end?
Well, they did Iraq because Iraq didn't have nuclear bomb, and Gaddafi they enacted a coup.
Okay, but they did.
So but they had 40 years to work with. Oh, that is a chunk of time which men can achieve greatness in that time. You could do great things for your nation in 40 years.
Yeah, I hear you, but I mean, I'm not too sure. Like, obviously, that, like Afghan said, there is the idea of what's it called, sanction. Sanctions.
I know, but that's why I'm trying to look at how can you avoid and how can you survive those sanctions. It's not about just avoiding them. Maybe you'll have to take those sanctions on the chin, but can you survive them and still plow forward? Because what
North Korea have done, they've taken it on the chin that it's less food, more nukes, isn't it? And that's because, like you were saying earlier, they're developing the locks on their front door, aren't they? And then they'll deal with the rest later on.
Exactly. So the thing is, I don't hold that much hope in the system for the North Korean system, because I see that as a very selfish dictatorship, and it's not like he's working for the greater good of North Korea. He's just simply attaining his position of privilege. But if you are a truly benevolent, let's go with the King Arthur kind of myth of benevolent leader who truly wants to make greatness, make Camelot in your nation. If that is what you're really going for, and you got 40 years of potentially being sanctioned by everyone except, what you can produce for yourself. But what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to get to here is it possible to break the back of the petrodollar, to find a situation? Because if you can be a nation long enough, hold off long enough as a country that is not dealing in dollars when you're selling your oil, others may start to follow suit. Maybe others will be brave enough to follow you if you can assure them that their citizens won't starve. If I'm Iran and I can talk to Nigeria and say, look, I will feed your nation, you just come along with me, and I will back you when it comes to the sanctions that are going to come upon you, and I will defend you militarily if they try to invade you because I have nukes. Then maybe Nigeria will fall in, maybe Venezuela, maybe others will.
So do you think now, because in the beginning we started off saying that with the statements that America is a great country because of the fact that they have more rich, let's say the wealth per capita is greater than these non-American countries, right? Are we still shouting praises for America? Are we still saying? Are we?
Well, right now, if you're a wise man living in this world which we have before us, then yeah, you should be trying to get to America, or Western Europe, or North America, in general, because yeah, of course, there are better countries to live in, and far better countries than many other places in the world. Is their greatness permanent? Certainly not.
Is their greatness justified?
Is their greatness justified? They did it. Whether you think it's fair or unfair, that's life. That's how it is. They're there.
Okay.
Now, did they do it through honorable means? Certainly not. But then, has anyone ever become an empire?
That's what I said. Is their greatness justified? That's what I meant by that. Honorable. Was it?
No, of course not. But then, no one is. No empire in the history of the world has been that wonderfully benevolent.
Yeah, I'm not talking about other empires. Obviously, those ones have died out, and today, isn't it? So,
and the American one will eventually go too.
I mean,
but for now, we're living in. This is Rome. The thing is, you say inshallah, but do you really know? Like Jesus said on the cross, "Forgive them, Father, for they not know what they do." Do you really think the next guy is going to be more benevolent than the United States?
No. I obviously, like, I'm very wary of the people. That's why I said to people in the comment section, it's key to study history, because the fact is, when we're talking about this stuff, and from when we get to engage people, you realize that certain people don't even know history the way they actually think that they know it. Do you understand? Like, it's kind of watered down in them, and this is what we're talking about when it comes to people say that in Africa they were very tribalistic and whatnot and everything, and they were very outdated and whatnot and everything. But meanwhile, you go to the early civilizations of what we call what the Americans and the British built, and the Europeans in general built their system on, Greece and Rome. And then you go even back further. Where did Greece and Rome learn it from? They still learned it all from African civilization. So to say that they were primitive and tribal and whatnot and everything, I think it's very unfair to say that. I think what happened with the African situation was the fact that Africans were too nice. They let them in. They didn't think that they were going to get stabbed in the back the way they did, and got the unfortunate events today.
The fact is, it's not just the fact that Africans, whether they were not great empires or who built on whose legacy. Unfortunately, in modern history, and certainly recent history, no African nation has produced an individual of great significance to the wider world. They have not produced technologies and advancements.
Do you know why? Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that the internet we've got today. Even me, I wasn't aware of this until recently. It came from a Nigerian guy. He was the first one to come up with this idea. A lot of these technology that we have today came from black inventors. Yeah, but what happens is that they because of the fact that you have this system of what do they call it now? No, not oppression. No, no. This game. It's a game. This game of
but look,
hold on. There's a name for it. when it comes to business, where you have to put a stamp on it and say that what's it called? You were the one that came up with
patents and
patency. That's it.
copywriting.
Copyright and patency. Yeah, because of those games, obviously, these black people now couldn't put that stamp on it,
But
and the idea got taken.
Raf, if an African had invented the aeroplane, if an African had invented the television, it would be undeniable for them to not get the credit. They would have definitely got the credit. Because it would be undeniable, because it would be an African nation that would have the first aeroplane.
Banksy, do you think it was Charles Darwin that came up with the idea of evolution?
Yeah.
He's
the one. No, maybe others stumbled across it.
There was the same people that we call primitive desert dwelling Arabs had this idea in their concept. In fact, a lot of the Arabs, if you go back in history, a lot of their teaching was influenced by Greek and Roman history or Roman science.
We can you can go into it and say maybe they did or maybe they didn't. The bottom line is
the facts.
No, but the thing is, none of them have documentations that actually have were classified in the way the Darwin's origin of the species was. It just wasn't. None of them made it this noteworthy, because if they did, look, there are people who were like algebra. Al-Jabr. He's stamped in history for his contribution to mathematics. There is no way you're going to take that away from him. No Englishman is going to come along and say, no, this wasn't algebra. This is Allison.
But no one realizes that it was an Arab. Everyone thinks it comes from Western civilization. No one really breaks down the word Al-Jabr.
Of course they do.
Very few people do. You ask anyone who was the founder of algebra, they're not going to tell you it's an Arab. They're going to tell you, well, because it comes from Western civilization.
No. Who are they going to go to? They're going to go to the origin, just like they would with Darwin.
But that's the point, though. That's the point, Banksy. Yeah, that when you're talking about figures who have made and there was a lot more inventors that I didn't even realize there was some for the light bulb, some for certain I can't name them properly right now because I can't remember some.
As far as electricity is concerned, sure, there was the Baghdad battery, which they found, which is between sort of Babylon and Persia, and they assume, or at least it appears, that they potentially have had some form of electricity in that time. And there are many artifacts that have been recovered from the ancient world, but again, those who truly made a stamp in history books and pushed humanity forward were the ones who made these significant discoveries. Now, if Africans were making these significant discoveries, it would ultimately be undeniable. You can't take away a plane, you can't take away a TV, you can't take away penicillin from anyone and pretend that it was someone else that did it.
You do know there's a difference between history and his story.
Yeah, but dude, I'm not saying that it's his story or his story. I'm saying that if Africans actually had planes up in the air before anyone else, it would be undeniable.
So, are you arguing that a plane is why the Europeans are have
great? But what I mean is, I'm trying to give you an example. I'm trying to give you an example of an undisputable innovation and advancement, which no one could pretend it was theirs first. It would be stamped.
Have you heard of the Shikara bird?
No, I don't know what that is.
The Shikara bird is a bird in Egypt, that was carved a specific way or whatnot and then everything. And they said that the ancient Egyptians used to, people have studied it and said that ancient Egyptians used to fly and whatnot and everything. And they feel that because of studying it and whatnot and everything, and the way it looks and whatnot, they feel that at one point, the ancient Egyptians were looking to figure out flight.
But again, they didn't. They didn't. That's the point.
And the point,
they didn't figure it out.
And the point is the fact that they were, obviously, you'll say this is not, it's, you know, this is what happens. This is life, innit? You know, they were invaded and
No,
constantly.
dude,
But
you
this,
can.
but this is the truth. Do you know why? Yeah, because with ancient Egypt, yeah, what I have found, this is my opinion, right? Yeah, I found that with them, their technology wasn't based on trying to control and manipulate people. Their thing was just to make their lives easier, and other nations saw that and envied them, and that's why they kept on developing. They had the technology to invade them. That's why you see the first time, one of the few invasion into Egypt was on chariots. The Egyptians didn't know how to fight against that because they didn't have those type of technology. But when after a while they learned the technology and whatnot and everything, and then drove them back out through that means and whatnot and everything. So there was constantly a pattern of invasion and whatnot and everything. Like, come on, man. Like this is, I don't know, man. I don't.
Look. I mean, there are certain things that are undeniable, and you can go ahead and make excuses and this happened and that happened. The bottom line is that if a particular region of the world produced, like for example the gunpowder thing, that was that is undeniable. It came from China. Nobody's making. Nobody knows who was the first person. There is no individual that is being credited with that, but certainly China as a country, as a civilization, are credited for it. Paper.
Someone told me gunpowder for guns, yeah, didn't come from Chinese. It came from a white person, and the person who realized it could be used for guns.
Of course.
Killed himself after.
Well, I think so. Yeah, I
after-
think they blew themselves up or something.
Yeah, because of the fact that they would want the technology to be used for that, but it was used for that in the end.
Oh, he killed himself because he was so depressed. I thought they were just
Yeah.
they blew themselves up because they were playing around with
No.
gunpowder. But
No.
anyway, but nevertheless, I mean, the person who possibly adopted it to be used for a weapon type of thing was Europeans when they found gunpowder in China because Chinese were using them for fireworks, and actually cannons as well. I think they did utilize them for cannons, but nevertheless. You know what I mean? Nobody's taking that away from the Chinese. Nobody's taking away paper from the Chinese.
So did what's his name? Did Columbus discover America then?
Yes. For the Europeans, yes.
For the Europeans.
He discovered it, he coined it, and then the Europeans went over there and colonized it. So yeah,
He discovered a place that was already inhabited by other humans.
The thing is, the other human beings went over there centuries ago. But as far as it's not like nobody went over to the American continent. There are, I think, there's even rumors that even the Vikings, prior to Columbus, have even so it's not like humanity in no one on Earth before Columbus knew that there was the American continent. I think there were people who potentially knew there was the American continent there, but it was from the era of Columbus's discovery where the American continent became significant to the rest of the world.
So the people that lived there didn't discover it themselves.
No, this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it wasn't discovered by anyone on Earth. Of course, the people who lived there went there many millennia ago, and they migrated through the northern parts all the way down.
Comes into place into using it in the certain words of derogatory in applying it to making him look like he discovered it. But real truth is, we look at it, he didn't. But in the same way as you just said, is that they've discovered it for Europe.
Yeah, it became significant for Europe and the rest of the world, in fact, from that point onwards.
But we all know that's very deceiving, isn't it?
As in, he discovered it like he found it when no one out. He was the first person. No, I think that's concept. Sorry.
Like the first man on the moon.
Well, yeah, I mean that is more undeniable than the Columbus discovery. I don't think there were Vikings who landed on the moon before anyone else. I mean, you can't say the Americans discovered the moon, because everybody knew about the moon. It's just they were the first to land on it.
But what I was just saying is, but then the Americans have established and they've struck that Columbus thing down now, informed of him discovering it.
Well, I mean, I think again because this comes from a very Eurocentric perspective. So, like, if the Europeans didn't know about it, as far as they were concerned, nobody knew about it. You know what I mean? So that does come from a very It depends on where you are. Where's your perspective from?
Let me ask this, Banksy, right? So the same way they went to Americas, yeah. Why didn't they do that in Africa?
Why wouldn't they, or why would they?
Why didn't they say that they discovered Africa in the fact that and have the same way they manipulated, the way they manipulated America? Why didn't they manipulate Africa in that perspective?
Well, because Africa wasn't undiscovered. It was very well known to ancient civilizations way before the Europeans. Christ, going back millennia, even before the Romans, before anyone else. If anything, who do you start with? Who was the first person from Europe or from the European sort of Asian part of the world to go to the African continent?
But that's where the Europeans be very smart and articulate in naming that era the year of discovery by the Portuguese.
Yeah, as in you're talking about the whole discovery of the.
It can be misleading.
It is, but I mean, the thing is, history is written. I mean, in this particular part of the world, history is written from the European Eurocentric perspective. So they will portray their history, but from an Iranian, I mean, I have a very different view of many parts of history from an Iranian perspective that the Europeans don't share.
Iranian secrets.
Iranian secrets. But what I mean is, like, for example, establishment of civilization. Like the world is under the impression that the Europeans are like this was the narrative back in the time when they colonized Africa. They were the civilized people going to civilize others. So the civilized British were civilizing the savages in the Middle East and in Africa and in India and all that. That was their perspective. From my perspective, my people were building hospitals when these people were eating their own shit. When they were building mud huts, when they were still the Celts, my people were building post offices. So from my perspective, they're savages in comparison.
The old days, you look in the days of the Babylonian days. Would you say that Iran envied Iraq?
No, Iran and Persia and Iraq were basically the same thing.
Persia and the Babylonians.
Yeah, but they were pretty much facets of the same thing. They were different eras. There were different eras, but the Persian Empire during like Cyrus and Darius went across Babylonia.
Yeah, so, but in the times of Islam, would you say there was an envy, a massive envy?
During the Islamic Caliphate, there was a divide between the Persians and the Arabs. The Arabs and the Babylonians are not the same people. Even though Iraqis speak Arabic today, they are not Arabs. And so the Persians are much more closer to Iraqis, and the people of Iraq and people of Iran are actually much more entwined. Their customs, the way they celebrate certain holidays is identical to us, whilst the Arabs are not. Iranians have a very low sort of view on the Arabs. They basically the common understanding is Arabs are lizard-eating barbarians that bury their daughters as for in the desert. That's what Iranians think of Arabs in a nutshell. They consider them far lesser people than the Persians. The Persians were much more snooty. The Persians were the Europeans of today. They consider themselves well above everyone else back then. That's why I don't have an envious view of Europe. I don't envy the Europeans because I don't see them as higher echelons human beings than me. Because I see myself and my people actually as great civilizations and people who built great things anyway.
See, when Baghdad was in its notorious times, in the Arab world times, in the times of, they say that we use that terminology of the House of Wisdom.
Oh yeah, the Baghdad. Yeah, yeah.
Baghdad times. How did Iran see Baghdad at that time?
Well, I'll be honest. I got to get more details on that. But as far as I understand, the Iranians, the Persians were involved in that. They were part of the establishment of that.
Yeah, because I was a hub at the time. But I was just thinking, because remember from Baghdad, it moved to Egypt.
Well, no, I mean it wasn't.
Moved. Huh?
Sorry. What were you saying?
No, I'm just saying that the central point when it moved from Baghdad and all the things that was going on there, the central point moved from there to Egypt.
I don't know if it moved. I think there always existed, because the Library of Alexandria, for example, it is in Egypt, as far as I understand, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was, it was. So I think people think of these things as like linear. I think a lot of these existed simultaneously. It wasn't that one started and then the other one finished and then the other one. I think there was a lot of intercrossing simultaneously, parallel to each other. So I don't know if there was. Maybe there was. I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it in the forms of economical power. In that, when Baghdad had its full reign and share, where everyone was going towards, then Egypt started to have its little reign and share within the Islamic sector.
Sure, yeah. And I think there's something about Salah ad-Din and how he actually conquered, and how he was the king of that Egypt and all of that, this sort of surrounded area. He kind of ruled that.
I'm trying to look at where did Iran play its accord of these periods of time. What would they see? How did they see things, and what were they doing at that time?
That's interesting, actually, because I never looked at Iran's role or the Persians' role during the Islamic Caliphate, because I always saw them as subdued nations, because Islam was pushing east through Iran towards India, and you know what I mean? And it was subjugating all of those people under the Caliphate. So I don't think Persians or Iranians, Persians, they were called Persians at the time, were in a position of power then. By that point, by the time the Caliphate got to India, Persians were very much subdued. But then by that point, Persians had been defeated many times prior to that, Alexander and even the Genghis Khan and so on. So Persians were not the Persians of the time of Cyrus. The Persians that you're talking about with the time of the Caliphate were very much a defeated empire. They weren't even an empire anyway. By that point, it was the Sassanid dynasty. By the time the Arabs came along, so it was you got to realize we're talking 4,000 or 5,000 years here. So the Persians went through a lot of different conquests. Changes.
I look at the perspective of the British. The British were very good at observing. In the fact that they allowed the French to do their thing for a while, they allowed the Spanish, they allowed the Portuguese. They learned from them all. And then when they saw fit to able to put their agenda forward, it came later on in life, just after Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll be honest.
What's Iran's role? Is Iran's role in that way? Was it observing and learning to where it is today?
As in, what you mean? They were observing and learning from like the Arab Caliphates and all that. No, I don't think so. No, not really. They were not the Persians. Once that great era of 3,000-4,000 years ago ended, and they were like reduced, whittled down to just the Iranian territory that we know now. And even that is colonial borders, because even those borders were drawn up by the British. But more or less the area that we know now as Iran, the Iranians did not make any more plans for a great empire, imperial sort of advancements or expansion. They were subdued, and they pretty much just rested in their own borders and in their own sort of territories. They were not. They didn't have any more. They're not building up to another great, ambitious Persian Empire anymore. Those days are like long gone. When the British, expanded, they had those initial. They could. I guess the British recognized they had the technology and the advancements to take advantage of these nations, especially African nations. They then went out further afield and discovered Australia, and then the Portuguese discovered. Was it the Spanish? I thought it was the Spanish that sent out Columbus was Italian, and then they sent out, and it was a Spanish king or queen that sent him out, commissioned him.
He's Italian, and he was working with the Portuguese, and this is what he got to know a lot. And then he put a proposal to the Spanish Queen Isabel, who gave him the go ahead, but they refused him the first 2 times. In the go ahead, that was when the Spanish overwhelmed the Moorish period.
Okay. So that was So I presume, would that be the time of like El Cid and all that, or was that before?
El Cid kind of breaks that down because what the Spanish were able to do, the Spanish Catholics were able to do, was to get the Moorish people that were in Spain to able to work alliance with them, saying that they will give them all different types of opportunities, because the Spanish Moors didn't like the new radical Moors that came in to finishing off the Spanish.
Okay. Yeah, again, politics and all that. But I suppose, as far as I know, for me, from my perspective, the British found a niche because they were already very good at shipbuilding, and obviously in that period of time, ships, dominated. It was the only way to get to anywhere.
They learned that from the Spanish and the Portuguese.
Yeah,
because
what I mean,
were shipbuilders in the first era of discovery. So they were able to build ships that could travel. So they learned from that and improved on it.
Yeah. So that's it. They figured they could do that. They could do it well, and it gave them an advantage. Again, technological advancements. What I was saying about nukes.
Right. That's why I said in looking at that perspective, you look at that era, you understand, even for the English to beating the Spanish on the ships, they didn't just do it on their ships alone. They had to have the alliances. And one of the major alliances was Morocco. And they got the acceptance of that treaty through Turkey.
Okay. So they actually managed to get an alliance with Morocco through the Turkish sort of
so they created a company. As I keep on mentioning, they created a company which I was doing a lot of research on. It was a company called BARBARY, Burberry, and it was able to supply the Moroccans arms.
Okay.
And the Moroccans used them arms to overwhelm the Songhai Empire.
Who was it that the Moroccans were fighting against, though?
They wanted to go into West Africa.
Okay.
That's why they fought for Mali.
Okay. But did they manage? I don't think they managed it, though. Did they lose?
Yeah, no. The Moroccans got it afterwards because of the Songhai Empire was breaking up. They were having in-house difficulties. So then the Moroccans they already had the weapons. So after the Spanish thing, and they did their thing with the British, they were able to use them same weapons to go into Mali.
Okay, but the Moroccans they have any ambitions to invade or take over sub-Saharan West Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, all those, and the British seem to have gone there, but the Moroccans didn't.
The issue was it's the same period time of the age of discovery, in the time that the Portuguese already established underneath because when you go down, you go through Guinea and you make your way down all the way to Nigeria. They're already establishing that where
Okay.
you had to go through the Sahara to coming down. So that's reasons why West Africa is full of Muslims and Christians. They were attacked from both sides.
Okay. Yeah, that's actually interesting. But then, what? I mean, see, this is the part I don't know. At what point did the British feel that this was they could literally go into Africa and colonize Africa and dominate? I mean, what gave them that hint that this is something we can do? We can actually take these people and dominate.
The Portuguese already done it, but remember, Portuguese are not war people, so they're already established. If you go to all the ports on below, you'll find that they'll make these mini castles with cannons on it.
Okay.
So that was to end off any other intruders that were trying to establish, because the Portuguese already made their treaties with most of these countries. But then when the British were overthrowing the Spanish, it was easy to overthrow the Portuguese. That's why, like Nigeria, the original capital of Nigeria is Lagos, which was named by Portuguese.
Yeah, of course. And then Abuja was established a lot later then.
Yeah, it was a lot later. And
Lagos is still the financial capital, but it's...
But the reason why Abuja is what it is because the British able to understand the tribes and knew who was the strongest out of the tribe to making them the leaders of the tribe of Nigeria. Because truly Nigeria, there's no such thing as Nigeria.
Of course, it's again another British colonial borders. I mean, all of them are Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, all these.
The company they call the Niger Company. The Niger Company is the one that that solidified everything into that whole.
Okay.
Yeah,
So that's why this is where the manipulation, because the Niger Company turned into another company which became Unilever.
Oh wow, that is interesting. See, again, for me, you see, this is where I can appreciate where the system goes so deep to the core of, even like if you're a Nigerian, your country is established within the British system.
Mm-hmm.
The very core of your country, the name of your country, is even established from the British system. Now, I'm not saying sorry?
I said that's why it got sold to Unilever.
Yeah, but what I mean is, I'm not saying that you can't kind of shrug off the British influence and build a country for your people, by your people. That is possible, but the influence, the infiltration has gone so deep that it is within even the DNA of your nation. The nation itself is built around the colonial system.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying about the French, the English. They did it in such a way, because they're different from the Portuguese and the Spanish. Because even if you look at it, most of the Spanish or the Portuguese places, the Portuguese, they even migrated with the people.
Wow.
Where the British, it was, and the French, it was strictly business.
Yeah, this is actually I've noticed this when I was reading up on the transatlantic slavery versus the Saharan slavery. The Arabs were mostly interested in women. They were just horny devils, and they just wanted sex or women for their harems, and some men which they then castrated to become protectors of their harems.
You see, on the Arab perspective, that's why you would notice that there is a difference when it comes to complexion.
Yeah.
Because the light ones got more priority than the dark skinned ones.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, they probably had all that. But what I'm saying is their biggest motivator for their slave trade was females. It was something like 3-1 for females. whilst the British transatlantic slavery was purely for financial and monetary gain. They wanted people to work and to produce products, and that is their sole intention. So they purely were on a business level. Their motivation was purely for profit and business. Very little else was in, what they were interested in.
What I was saying is that it's very difficult, because that's why they will keep on knocking on our door, because they've already built their infrastructure.
Possibly, yeah. Well, but the trick is you have to. I mean, just like my sort of conundrum of trying to figure out how to break the back of the petrodollar, which is what I'm interested in. I'm very interested in seeing a nation be able to divert and break the petrodollar cycle, because that would break the imperial aspects of the American influence. America's empire, whether they want to admit to it or not, they have an empire, and their empire hinges on the petrodollar. The petrodollar is one of the linchpins of their power base in the world and finance.
That's why they were scared of the crypto.
Well, they still are scared of the crypto, but as long as oil is sold in dollars, then that still keeps that commodity incredibly. It's an incredible vital commodity in their hands. Although the world is moving on, and if we do find another energy source better than the oil, then America's going to have a problem.
We have got that.
What do we have? We
have I know two of them. I can remember two of them. There was three others, but I need to go back over and look over it again. But they're even more efficient than obviously the two is wind and solar. But there was there was one that said that it could literally it's called because they calculated the energy of the world was so far and in zillijoules and whatnot and everything, and they said that they've got it, but I can't remember what it is. But I need to go over and look at it again. But the Zeitgeist movement.
I know the Zeitgeist. I've seen the two videos, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, in the second film, he goes into the energy sources that you can use. So if you go back over it and you skip to that section, you'll see what energy sources and what then this is from him going to universities and discussing it. So yeah.
Okay. I'll look into. It's been years since I saw the Zeitgeist movies.
Yeah.
I'll look up the second one. So there are other energy sources other than oil at the moment, because other than like the ones we know, like solar and wind and all that.
Yeah. There are other. Definitely, 100%.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder. This is what I mean. This one for me. That's what I was saying to Riggs. Is I'm interested in that angle. But if you're interested from an African perspective and an African angle of how to break the back of the ingrained, established British system within an African nation, then you have to, again, number one for me is power. Power is the first thing you have to establish, because once you have power, once you have autonomy, once you have defense.
I think another thing though is like, and it's also to do with a lot of people are not aware of this, and this is why I said education is also important, because if you're aware of the enemy, then not just being aware of the enemy, being aware of what they've done and used to get themselves into this position, then you can go about doing. And I'm not saying that you have to fight a physical battle with them. Obviously, certain things in the system, like you see Nike now, a lot of black people buy Nike stuff. That's one way of getting to them. Instead of going to Tesco's now, you go to your local butchers or whatever and whatnot, and that way you take the power out of their hands in that sense. But,
sure. Yeah. I'm saying on a sort of state level or country level, on that basis, if you feel your country is so ingrained with this British system, then break the system, break it, and or either break it or systematically towards eroding all the British aspects of it, which would potentially or eventually benefit the British system, erode all of that away and establish an African. Sorry.
I'd recommend again watching the Zeitgeist movie, because he talks about everything, literally everything. It goes into even what we understand of human nature and human behavior, like the misconceptions and the dangerous things that people say. So let me see if I can remember the name. I think it's Zeitgeist Movement Addendum and Zeitgeist Movement Moving Forward. So those are the two movies you should be looking at. But Moving Forward is the third movie. Addendum's the second movie.
I definitely haven't seen Moving Forward. I've seen Addendum and I've seen the Zeitgeist, but it was ages ago. It was a long time ago. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think that's it. That's how it is. Because there was a guy, I forgot who it was, once said, although I know the West, this was a Middle Eastern man. He said, I know the West wants us to be, to be secular, to have a democratic system, but we don't want to have a European democratic system. We want to have our own version of democracy, and that doesn't necessarily mean it will follow. It will look like an American or a British or a European democracy, and I think that's what they're scared shitless of the most. Is that I am in favor of democracy, and I think I personally retract what I said.
This is a sham democracy. You do accept.
Well, yeah, whether it is sham or not, but what I mean is, initially I said something like I want Iran to have an American style
Raj, your camera's on.
Yeah, Raj. Okay, he's gone. But what I'm saying is, I want them to have a constitution, but I want Iran to have an Iranian democracy, not an American or a British or anyone. It will be a democratic system built by Iranians for Iranians. It will be their democracy. It may not necessarily follow all the steps or look just like the American ones, and I don't want it to, because it is for them. The system is going to be for them to work for them, and if it doesn't work for them, then it's
I mean, but democracy needs to be fit around like each individual. You can't do cookie cutter and just start imposing like British democracy onto, say, India. Exactly. It has to have its own unique style and own unique kind of like let's just say kind of intricacies in order for it to work. And that's why I don't think it works in certain places. When America tries to put it into Iraq and stuff, it's not going to work if you just superimpose democracy from America over there. It's like, it's like trying to put a square peg into a round hole. So you've got to kind of alter it a bit.
Well, this is why I think it's ridiculous when these guys talk about nation building and going around and spreading democracy. This is all bullshit. This is bullshit platitude. We all know it's bullshit, because we know that democracies are not superimposed upon. They're not imposed upon you. A democracy is something the people evolve to choose.
That's a very, very strong American motive, actually. I mean, they did it after the Treaty of Versailles. They thought that if they democratized the whole of Europe, then all the problems would be solved, because the people would decide for themselves. They also decided, as Raj has just said, that in Iraq, Bush really believed that all you had to do was just introduce democracy and all the problems would just disappear.
Exactly. Hey, Dad, how come we got the sickle and hammer, dude? What's with all that?
Well, Best Welshman called me a Marxist, and I mean, obviously, I've gone over to the communist side now. Actually, it's a new look. It's a new look.
Can I know once it's Raj, you come on in, you ruin everything, and that you always distract and make it about you. And I'll say it's true, and I will do it right now. Is that okay, guys?
What do you want to talk about? Khan again?
It's just I just want to address one or two things. Some of the slander that was made against me yesterday. Some very serious stuff that can actually get me hurt. So from Fatty Bum Bum Khan. Firstly, I never said I was going to draw Prophet Muhammad. Never said that. What I said was that Sir Faz put a picture of my guru onto a thumbnail, and I love my guru as much as you love your prophet. Your prophet doesn't have special status in the UK. It might in your country. Or your country of origin. And so I just said, if he doesn't take the thumbnail, because he said it was an individual called Bhindranwala, and it wasn't, it was the Guru. And Bhindranwala is a very controversial character, even in the Sikh community. Some people don't like this guy. So to say he's the Guru would have upset people. So I just asked him to take it down. And he was like, "Oh, I'm not taking it down." So I said, "All right, then I'll put your prophet's picture up in the same thumbnail. I think that's reasonable."
Didn't Tan once ask you to draw?
Yeah, and I
a
said
prophet?
no, and then obviously I was in my feelings a bit, and I said I'll give you 24 hours. And then I woke up the next morning. I was like, all right, no, I'll give them a bit longer. Then a week went by, and he still hadn't taken it down. And I was like, all right, at some point, I'm gonna have to like put my foot down, because they seem to think that their religion has special status, that they can do whatever they want to other religions, and if we do one thing, you're gonna die for it. So I just said, all right, fair enough. But then I retracted. I said, look, I'm not gonna go past that line, because I don't want to upset other Muslims because I got a beef with Sir Faz. I said that publicly on the channel. I'll play it after. And I said that. I said, I'm gonna be the better man, and I'm not gonna do it. Even if he doesn't take it down, I won't do it. So Khan, you're a liar. Yeah. Big fat liar.
Comment.
Right?
Thanks for the comment.
Where is it? Is it a sneak? Yeah, whatever. He's a little Kashmiri little prick that, you know, probably part of the community and that north.
I can see you,
so
mellows.
your community is a goddamn mess. Yeah, up north they're grooming girls on a freaking massive level. Go back to those caves in Kashmir. And so the other thing is that they're backwards hillbillies in Pakistan. That's why up north the Kashmiris are raping girls en masse. Your community is a mess, scientific method. So you better start believing in God, some form of God. So the other thing is that
it's not, but they believe in God. That's why they're doing it.
No, I'm talking about. So another thing is, yeah, Khan, let me say something. Khan, yeah, Khan, can I say something? You're talking about me like I'm a godfather, yeah. Oh, Raj knows this person, Raj knows that person, Raj knows this person. Dude, either I'm somebody that's powerful or I'm somebody that's nothing. I can't be both, because in the same sentence you say I'm nothing, and then in the next sentence you're talking about me like I'm going to put a horse's head in your bed, yeah. Like, I don't have no goddamn power. I'm one man by myself. And the other thing is, I find it very disrespectful how Tash and all of these other people keep on bringing in the fact that I'm on the autistic spectrum to belittle me all the time. Yeah. Oh, he's mentally ill. He doesn't know what he's doing. Listen, I know exactly what I'm doing. It's got nothing to do with my autism. In fact, I don't even talk about autism.
You said Tash was talking about it.
Tash was talking. She said, "Oh, he doesn't know what he's doing."
When did Tash talk about you?
Yesterday. So you should just say, "Oh, he doesn't know what he's doing."
On his stream.
Oh, what's this stream?
Oh, I didn't even hear.
Yeah,
that.
so basically you were saying, because I'm sick and tired of people keeping trying to belittle me and say my points don't matter because it's the autism talking. No, it's not. It's me talking.
But I know your points don't matter, not because you're autistic, but because
yeah, that's fine. I don't mind you saying to me, Rod, you're a prick here. But when you keep on bringing, I never, you know, in my whole life here, even when I'm arguing with my family, I'm never bringing the fact I'm an autistic person. Never. I don't ever none, all of my decisions here are made by me. Yeah, I take responsibility. This is not an autistic situation. Yeah, you're belittling me and trying to take power away from what I'm saying by saying it's because of my illness. It's not an illness.
But a lot of people, I think, you know, a lot of people from Speaker's Corner do seem to have a mental illness when
the mental illness is not the same as autism. Autism is a developmental disorder. It's not.
Of course, there's different.
So
people, one of the smartest people in the world is autistic.
Yeah. So the people from who have autism might suffer from mental illness because of bullying and stuff like that from people like Khan, who call people spastics and all that kind of stuff. That are autistic. I'm sick and tired of it. My point of views are my views. Like Raf said, I'm a prick here, not because I've got autism. I'm just a prick. Stop bringing that in. I don't even, you know, I never even told anyone I went Speaker's Corner that I was autistic. People found out and started to go, oh, Raj is autistic. Then every time I make a point, oh, Raj doesn't know what he's doing. It's his autism kicking in. It's this and this. Oh, it's autism. Now, judge me for me. Don't try and belittle me and autistic people by saying everything we say is irrelevant because we're on the autistic spectrum. Yeah, I'm sick and tired of it.
But obviously, I hear what you're saying. Well, yeah, I mean, one thing you need to probably do is stop coming on the internet often because, you know.
No, shut your mouth. I'm not going to come on the internet. Who are you?
The internet.
Are you my father?
The internet's not for everyone.
No, it is for me, so shut up. I shouldn't come on the internet. Who are you, Raf? Why don't you jump off the internet and freaking jump in a lake or something? What's wrong with you?
I will, but
don't come on the internet.
Yeah, no.
I listen here. Don't be so patronizing. Here,
that's not patronizing.
First of all, yeah, I could tell you not to come to the internet because I don't think it's good for you to sit here for 12 hours when you're a young guy. You should be out enjoying yourself. What you're doing, sitting in your bedroom, looking like you're freaking about to freaking, I don't know, go sleep or something while on the net. Why don't you go out and do something?
Thank you for your concern.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Then. I think you're wasting your life. I'm a 45-year-old guy who's lived my life here. With you, you're on the internet. Yeah. What age are you right now? How old are you?
25.
You're 25. When I was 25, I was outside getting drunk and freaking having a good time. What are you doing?
Nothing.
Well, maybe I'll tell you to go outside and enjoy your life. Can you not see how patronizing and annoying that is?
No, because I'm not. That's the point. I'm telling you, like, look, yeah, they're clearly affecting you because you're making streams about them, right?
No, it doesn't. Let me tell you something here. Yeah, I'm addressing points that they're making, and I have a right to do that.
You. That's why you're.
Let me say something. Let me say something. Yeah, whether it's affecting me or not is none of your business. Yeah, like I can talk if someone's talking about me and I want to respond to them. I can do it. Am I allowed to do that? Right? Can I get your permission? Can I get your permission?
I never said you couldn't.
Can I get a permission from a 25-year-old guy to tell me what to do? Can I get that permission?
I never said you couldn't. I just made a suggestion. Maybe.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, it's just a
stay off the internet because it's affecting you.
And I'll give you the other information. I'll give you some kind of advice. Live your life. You're a 25-year-old man. You're sitting in your bedroom on the net all day when there are things to do outside. To enjoy yourself, go and meet girls and do this kind of stuff instead of sitting in your room looking like a homeless tramp on the internet. Yeah, why don't you do that? Yeah, we can both take each other's advice.
Say that one more time. Just
don't worry, you can rewind it back on Bellies later.
All right, but I'm just saying that basically, like, don't let people on the internet affect you, brother. Like, you know, take time off. You get me?
No. Let me say something.
Do your drawing. You know, you enjoy drawing.
No. Let me tell you something. No. I've heard you.
I care about you. That's why I'm giving you.
No, I don't need your care for me. You sound very annoying. I care for you. Why do I need your care for? Who are you? I don't give a shit what you think. Care about yourself.
We're both parasitic
and do something
on this planet.
But I'm saying, go outside and look, the same way I care for you. You're a young guy and you're on the panels 24/7.
Yeah, of course.
Why don't you go outside? I care for you. I think you're wasting your life when you're a little
maybe
guy.
I can do something else instead of be talking to you.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, see, so we can both learn, and maybe both of us should go off the panels. What do you think? Have an agreement. We both leave.
We both leave.
Yeah, both of us have a mutual thing for each other because you said you care about me. I don't care about you, really. To be honest, I don't care what happens.
Let's do it. I know you don't care, but I when I gave you the advice, it was from a caring point of view. But
yeah, I gave it advice from a patronizing, condescending, and a hateful place. So does it really matter?
Okay, well, we can both leave at the same time. Let's count.
Yeah, we'll both leave. And what we'll do is we'll take a week off. Let's see who can come back on first. Me or you. Now I've got my own channel, so I can do what I want.
Yeah, no problem. That's even better.
Well, I've got my own channel. I can do what I want. But if we make an agreement that both of us don't come onto Bellies for a week.
Try not to talk about Khan and these lot.
No. Hold on.
They are affecting you, brother.
Hold on. First of all,
you're talking about them.
First of all, if someone says I'm going to draw the picture of Prophet Muhammad and has lied about it, that kind of stuff can get me hurt in real life.
We know Khan is lying.
No, but it doesn't matter whether you know Khan is lying. No, it doesn't matter whether you know Khan is lying. There are people out there that will not listen to your rationale. They will say, Rod tried to draw the Prophet Muhammad, and you know what happened to people that try and draw the Prophet Muhammad. It's not a joke.
What, they're going to get killed? But you don't need to worry about these empty threats on the internet. You've said you never did. You know what I mean?
No. When it comes to the Prophet Muhammad thing, that's not empty threats. Those are not empty threats. Like when you start saying to people,
you said you would have never draw unless you want to put in a title on your channel. I do not want to draw a picture of the Prophet Muhammad. Then people like, what else? You've been saying it for weeks now. You don't want to.
But if he's on there yesterday, if he was on there yesterday, just yesterday, talking about me being with Combat 18, that I'm some kind of godfather. Oh, Raj, I made you an offer you can't refuse. This one little fat Sikh, that I'm some kind of maniacal guy. He even said that I am got a plan to kill Muslims. Basically, this is what he said. I'm going to go over it. He said my plan is to basically kill Muslims.
So then make a title video saying
yes. Listen, I am.
No. That's what you should do.
No, I shouldn't do that. What you should do is go out and live your life. Yeah, get off the internet. We'll have an agreement. Let's both leave.
But how is what I'm saying illogical? Like, if you put that in your title now, people know it's there written in your title.
All right,
that
so
you didn't do it, so it's good, isn't it?
So everybody on this chat that heard what you said about me yesterday, do you think every single person that heard that will see my chat, will see my video, or should it be better that I, or should I
be worried about who's seen?
Or should I do this? Should I go on to the panel that it was said, where the viewers that heard it yesterday, that I should address it on the panel it was said on? Is that unreasonable for me to do?
Yeah, but you've addressed it for the last 2 years now.
You know what it is, I wrote about you, Raf. You like to argue for no goddamn reason. You're worse than me. And you don't even realize it. At least I know I'm a prick. You're a prick as well. You like to argue all day. Argue for no goddamn reason. God's sakes, man. At least I'm self-aware of my annoyingness. You're very annoying. No wonder you're in your bedroom all alone. Yeah, people, yeah, at least I know I'm annoying. All right, Comrade Ned. Where's Banksy, man? I need to go anyway.
Do you know, can I just say one thing?
I got no issue with you, Comrade Ned.
Okay, no, it's not a nasty thing. It's not a nasty thing. I rather liked your analogy of Batman. Okay, and this idea about you chewing people up. Okay, and I rather like that. And I was thinking about it, and I think it's wrong. I think that the better one, and you know, and I'm not being patronising. I'm just throwing an idea at you, and that's just that. It's not that Breaking Bad, Heisenberg.
All right.
Yeah, it's just like a sort of ordinary, everyday teacher that turns into a kingpin monster. He breaks bad. He goes wrong. He's actually corrupted by the drugs system that he has to deal with. He's actually sort of he turns bad, and I think that's a closer. I think that this is corrupting you. But I'm not. You know, I mean, can I just sort of
being compared to Heisenberg and The Godfather is not a bad look. So I'm not,
I think it's better than Batman. I think.
The reason I say Batman is because Batman has a moral code. So the analogy I give is like I try my best not to go for people's families or kids and stuff like that. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I try my best, even though I get the most amount of vitriol towards mine. And that's my weakness in the sense that Batman.
Because you let it.
Batman. Yeah. Raf, can you calm down?
All right, no problem.
You need to have a little bit of a wank or something, man. Go in your bedroom and masturbate.
Hey, come on.
Like, it's a freaking lunatic, man. Instead of looking at fluids through your freaking biology set, why don't you actually release some fluids?
Raj, mind the language. Mind the language.
Sorry, dude. Language police. Oh my god. Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is with the Batman thing, Batman has a rule not to kill anyone, but certain people try and push him to do it. And I'm sort of like the other rule not to go for people's families, yeah. And certain people keep on pushing it by attacking my family and putting pictures of my mum, my sisters, and everything like that. And so, do you understand? That's the way I'm saying it.
But that's the thing about the Dark Knight. You reckon that he's always very, very close to crossing the line. He's always very.
Yeah. So if you look at a bit when the Joker's trying to provoke him to run him over, and he says, "Do it, do it."
Dead. You seem to have broken up.
Oh, sorry. Do you know the bit when the Joker? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know the bit when the Joker's standing in the middle of the road and Batman's riding a bike, and he keeps on saying, "Do it." The Joker wants him to hit him. And this is what a lot of Muslims are trying to provoke me into attacking their religion and stuff. Yeah. So they want me to do it. So certain people have provoked me by putting the pictures of my guru up, and they want me to do it. They so want me to do it. Yeah. They want me to attack their families and stuff like that. And obviously, I can't fall into that trap, because once I fall into that trap, then I'm definitely going to be the bad guy. Do you understand?
Yeah.
I have to make my moral stance very clear, because if you know the amount of stuff that has been done against my faith, yeah, from the back chat with Cox on my Gurudwara, my guru effing me, you had Faz putting a picture of my guru up on his Facebook page for a week and wouldn't take it down, and all of these guys attacking my mom, my sister, and stuff like that. I still haven't gone for this, so I'm better than you guys. Like I said, I'm better than you.
There's sometimes you've come very close to the line, though, haven't you?
Yeah, that's what I say. Sometimes, in order to defeat the bully, sometimes you become the bully.
Yeah.
No. Trust me, I don't like it. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I feel bad after. I'm not all right. But you have to understand, from my point of view, I'm one Sikh here, not only on the panels but at Speaker's Corner. If I'm not tough and resilient and be able to kind of put people in their place, they're just gonna chew me up and spit me out. Yeah.
Can I suggest a second way of defeating them?
Yeah, go on.
Ignore them.
Oh, thank you, Raf, my Buddhist or my kind of like what do you call? You're like some spiritual leader.
Is that not a good advice? Like ignoring them.
Yeah, it's a good advice. It'll probably get you killed.
How would they get you killed if you're not?
Just ignore and don't rebut people making allegations about you wanted to draw the prophet and that you want to kill Muslims, and I just sit there going, "Oh, ignore it." And then people that hear it, even hold on, let me finish. Say even if one person, believed what Khan said, and that one person ends up being some kind of lunatic jihadi who wants to. Did you know that Tanya had a hit on him at Speaker's Corner that no one knew about? You know the guy that done the Streatham attack? He was planning to kill Tan as well.
Yeah, but Tan's a bit insane.
What I'm saying is that it just takes one person. One lunatic.
But Raj, Tan's are different to you because you're not crazy. You understand? You're not saying insane shit and looking for a reaction. You have already stated that the people that drew a picture of your guru.
No, they didn't. Let me just clarify.
You were offended.
No, let me just clarify because Khan's made this lie up about people drawing done.
No, you're not hearing what I'm saying.
No, I need to clarify because saying someone drew something and saying someone put a picture up are two very different things. If you draw something, you're actually purposely trying to really offend someone. Now, if you just get a picture,
Raj, I get it, but bro, you've told me that you've just seen pictures of your guru in the most disgusting fashion and whatnot and everything. And so you responded to them and said, "If you don't stop drawing pictures of my guru,
you're totally, you're not even understanding. I'll be honest.
No problem. What happened then?
Oh my God, you have to go through it again. There's no point, man. To be honest, because I need to leave anyway.
But Raj, you said that they did like certain, they said they accused you of drawing the picture. You were gonna draw a picture of Muhammad, but if you never ever do and no such picture is ever then revealed, then the people like when if you follow let's say Raf's recommendation of ignoring, the fact is that they can accuse you of anything, but if that thing has never then been produced, then it will by the mere fact that there is no picture of Muhammad drawn by you, they'll be proven to be false.
All right, so in the kind of like ideal world, when there's not jihadi fanatics about who are willing to freaking chop a head off or at the slight bit of offense, I would say that's right. But when it comes to this situation where someone like Khan is yesterday on the stream saying that I'm planning to kill Muslims, like I have to come back and say no, I'm not doing that, because if I just leave these rumors to just kind of mill about, I have a responsibility for myself.
I agree.
To say, I'm not planning to do that, because he said I got an agenda and I've done phase one. In the next phase, he wants Muslims to be killed and shit. I'm like, dude, I've never ever.
Yeah, but Raj, even if you right now, there's two situations here. Now, by the way, I'm mostly on your side, but I'm just saying two scenarios. Number one, you come up here on this panel and say that you're not planning to do that. He can just come up and say no, he's lying. So there's that. Number two, Veli's channel. Now, no disrespect to Veli, I love this channel, but it's only like 1,000 and a bit subscribers, and he only gets like maybe 100 viewers. Right now we got 81 viewers. Your channel is over 5,000 subscribers with over 100 to 130, 40 viewers at any given time. Your message would carry further if you said that on your own channel. Than it would actually on this.
I'm going to do it on my channel as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So my point is this: if it's said on this channel, I feel I have a responsibility, and I have a right to reply. I think if someone's made very slanderous, like crazy allegations against me, I have a right to reply on the channel that he said it, because the people that are listening are probably the same people that were probably listening yesterday. Now with Tash, that she's in the thing, Tash, you are very, very condescending and patronizing about the autism. Oh, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's mentally ill. He's not in control of what he's doing. Everything I'm doing is my own free will. It has nothing to do with my autism. I'm sick and tired of you lot trying to make it as if the autism is like freaking controlled me like some virus, and that's all I am. Yeah. If I'm a prick, it's not my autism.
Raj, that's actually sort of half what I've popped on the panel actually, because I find it really, really intriguing actually, because as a person that I've worked quite a lot with autism and people who live with autism, so I do actually have quite a fair bit of experience with it, and I'm quite fascinated really at your high functioning level, if you like, and I was just, maybe this isn't the right platform to ask you these questions. So first off, if you're uncomfortable,
You can ask. I'm not.
Okay, cool.
As long as,
So
as everybody else is okay on the panel with it.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's
I wouldn't want to make anyone feel uncomfortable, so I was just
Yeah.
checking in. So were you diagnosed as a child?
No. I basically, I don't know if you see my artwork. I'm an artist, so when I was younger, I was one of those kids that were like incredible at one thing. And so when I was younger, I'm totally different from what I am now. I was like literally, right now, I can go into Speaker's Corner in front of 200 people and rant and rave. But when I was younger, I was the type of kid that you just always had to have his head down. Was like extremely kind of introverted, quiet. I just thought everyone thought it was shyness and stuff like that. I got diagnosed 7 years ago though, so I'm 45 now. So it was very late in life. So it's a long time. But right now, I'm not. I would say I'm very, very high. I'm on borderline. Kind of. I don't even. Sometimes I'm like. I think I'm borderline. Right on the border, because I meet a lot of people that are very autistic. But the younger I go, the more clear it is that I was on autistic. But remember, this was in the 80s and 90s, so they didn't really know too much about Asperger's, because I've been diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome. Not autism.
Okay, yeah. So, everybody with what I sort of learned along the line, and just putting it out there as well, I was diagnosed with ADHD as a child, and while they're not so dissimilar, so there's like specific sensory issues involved in both things, if you like. Do you have like specific sensory issues that make things more difficult for you or overwhelm you at times?
Not so much now, but when I was younger, I used to have problems with certain materials, so I couldn't wear wool. On top of that, the things on the back of, for some reason the labels. And it's only something I found out later that nearly all autistic people had that problem. Very weird. I did have issues in terms of what I call kind of like eating the same food. Like I've eaten baked beans for like 25 years every day. I wear the same clothes. A lot of people say I don't change my clothes, but once I find a particular clothing that is very comfortable, I'll buy like hundreds of pairs of them. Like I just don't care. Like I don't care if people don't like it. So you'll see me with my certain kind of clothing. It's always black and it's always a particular type. So I'm very fussy in terms of stuff like that. And just generally, like I'm not a very. I know some people find it weird, but I'm not a people person. I prefer time by myself and stuff. I know people find that weird because I talk on here.
No, well, it's different. It's a different
But
scenario.
the issue I'm having, we can have this conversation next time. If you want to jump on my panel, you can do it. But I think the problem I'm having is the belittling of me being autistic, and I'm not in control of my own facility. So one of the problems I have is that a lot of people that I met who are autistic, they can't really defend themselves. There's some people, because I used to be part of a group called Autism London, and don't contact them. I have not been there for 3 years since I've been Speaker's Corner. I decided to leave it, and I dealt with a lot of young guys that were very suicidal, very, very kind of like depressed, because people are constantly belittling them, calling them spastics, and they don't know what they're doing and bullying them. And the thing is, I'm somebody that can defend myself, but it doesn't mean I was always like this. Yeah. And so when I hear people constantly talking about, oh, he doesn't know what he's doing, he's on the autistic spectrum, that is disrespectful to autistic people. We're not governed by autism. It's just a part
of course.
It's just a diagnosis.
Especially within, sorry to interrupt you, Raj, but especially within like the high functioning aspects of autism. So I suppose what I was going to say, I mean, I find you particularly unique. So while everybody who has autism is still completely an individual and their own person, there's always like common traits. Otherwise, autism wouldn't exist. If there were no common traits, then autism it just wouldn't be a thing,
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about pride of impairment, so you have to meet all three. I forgot what it is, but in order to get a diagnosis, you have to. You can't just have one of the triads. It's like
there's a social aspect, there's a sensory aspect, isn't there? And I can't remember.
So for me, like, I got diagnosed very late, and I was told literally when I got the diagnosis, you're a textbook case. Because I'm like, I've got a very, like, if you look at the drawings, I've given you a link to my channel on the side. Now, the thing is, my main issue is this, like I'm saying, stop every time I'm doing something. If I do something bad, yeah, I'm doing it bad. It's not my autism making me do something bad. If I say you're a prick, it's not my autism telling me you're a prick. Yeah, so
It might be. I think it might be more apparent, and I'm just throwing this out there. But say like your reaction to this whole scenario, for example, yeah, where you're kind of full into it 100%, and you'll go and you'll talk, yeah, and you do, and I am not knocking you, but you do like to talk and you do like to express yourself. So there's like that thing there with social cueing, if you like.
Yeah, I'm not going to look here. I'm just to cut you. I know I'm not someone that is like I've said, I've worked, yeah, and I've always had problems at work. My last 2 jobs, I was basically, one of them had a tribunal case. I'm not good with, I admit that. That's why I've always said that, you know, I'm not denying I'm a freaking nightmare to live with. Like, I'm a nightmare to live with. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, but I'm self-aware of the problems, and I try and kind of think it, but I'm just get frustrated when you have these so-called people that oh Raj, he doesn't know what he's doing, you have to be lenient on him, he's an autistic person. To me, that is patronizing, condescending, and disrespectful. I'm not my autism. I'm just Raj, who happens to be diagnosed with autism. In fact, when I was in Speaker's Corner, I never told no one. I only found out through an article on the BBC that it did about me. They did a BBC article about it, and then somebody found out that I was diagnosed with autism. I was old and I told no one. Because you know why? When people find out, they start to look at you differently. Oh, poor, look at him, or he's autistic, and it's very patronizing, very annoying.
No, I appreciate that, because like with having ADHD, and I still have it as an adult. So my sensory thing is like overexcitement, if you like. So when I get really bad insomnia, and it's to do with like information that I take in, like verbally, physically, everything. I get overexcited by it, if you know what I mean. So it's like I'm like a leg wobbler. All of those. If I'm trying to concentrate on what someone's saying, I have to do something. So I literally have to like fiddle with something or wobble my leg or something, just so I can take away that feeling of energy inside my body, right? But I'm able to articulate myself. I can work. I've been quite well. I'm not hugely successful, but quite successful and things. So it's never really.
Well, the thing is, like I look, there's people that are autistic. It goes from people that can't even function without a carer to someone like me. And I know people that are scientists that when I used to go to, I'm talking about some of the most intelligent people on the autistic spectrum. Now, for me, I'm not the most smartest guy, but I've got a degree. I've got 3 A levels and I've got my thingy. So I'm capable, and I've worked in the mainstream field for years. I just know I'm not good with working with people. So now I'm working. What I say to a lot of autistic people is that if you're good at something, try and pursue that, because it's easier if you do something you like, and if you can do it solitary, it's even better. Yes, I'm an artist now, so I put some of my links on the side with the BBC and stuff. I don't mind you jumping on my channel at some point if you want to talk about autism, because I do want to educate people up to a certain point. Because this situation about Raj is behaving like this because he's on an autistic spectrum, we need to give him some leeway. No, you don't give me leeway because of the being autistic spectrum, because that's patronizing. If I'm saying something, it might actually be true. Maybe I just don't say it in the right way, but it still might be true, isn't it? You can't dismiss everything I say. Because
you don't come across as someone to me that I would have to like appreciate your autism, if you know what I mean, with the things that you say or the things you do. I would never think to put that first when like conversing with you or listening to you or anything, that it doesn't go in front of you, if you know what I mean.
I mean, the thing is, if no one knew, like if you look in the side chat, there's a BBC article, that's the article. If I didn't do that, no one would have known. I wouldn't have told no one. Someone found that article when I went to Speaker's Corner 6 months in. They said, "Oh, this is why he behaves like this." And before that, no one ever said, "Oh, Raj is an autistic spectrum." No one could have guessed it. Yeah, it's only after they found that, and now.
Raj, come on, bro. I've been watching Speaker's Corner for years. A lot of the people there that go to Speaker's Corner seem like they have a lot of mental illness. Very few people that go there, I can tell.
Yes, but you're equating mental illness is not autism. Autism is developmental disorder. This is the problem.
That's fair enough.
When you're putting the two in the same bracket,
different spectrums of what you call autism and different spectrum of what you call Asperger's as well. Well, Asperger's is part
Yeah,
of it.
but can we look? If somebody goes somewhere, yeah, should they be allowed to go on these panels? Go just because I've been told I shouldn't go Speaker's Corner because I'm on the autistic spectrum. I shouldn't come on panels because I'm on the autistic spectrum. Yeah, a lot of people have said that you can't come on it. You can't come on it. It's like, what are you talking about? Just because you don't like the things I say, because I'm very direct in the way I talk to people, that doesn't mean you can tell me I can't come into a panel and excuse everything. Oh, Raj doesn't know what he's doing because he's an
I think it's probably a lot of fear on their part that, say, if they were to, for want of a better way of expressing it, lose an argument to you or find out that you were more knowledgeable in a certain subject and that but hurt them to a certain
I like you, Steph.
degree.
Steph, I like you. Well done, well done. I'm kind of
So what?
like you know.
So I think that it would be like that. It would be their own self-esteem and their own weakness for the reason that they had to. Oh well, he's got something wrong. He's autistic, yeah. Rather than sort of just take it on the chin. That
Yeah, I mean that's what happened yesterday. I mean, look, I don't think Tash is a bad person, but when I hear someone saying, "Oh, he's an autistic spectrum, he doesn't know what he's doing. We can't judge him according to other people." No, you judge me according to other people. I'm not disabled. Let me say something. When you're saying I'm disabled, I'm not disabled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've worked. I've got a degree. If I've got a degree, I've worked for 10 years in the same job.
Some people don't have degrees.
What I'm saying to you is that if the way they're talking about is I'm disabled to the point that I can't function. Yeah, this is how they're making it out, that I can't function, that I shouldn't be allowed on panels and I shouldn't go Speaker's Corner. I have managed to get a degree. I've managed to work in the same job for 10 years, although it ended up badly. I've managed to do everything I had to do. I can come on the panels and I will come on the panel and I will go Speaker's Corner whenever I want. If you don't like it, because one little fat speak here is butt effing you, yeah, it's not my problem.
I'm dyslexic. I never that doesn't mean that just because I'm dyslexic that I can't get a degree. Like, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but no one's saying I don't know.
But it's all right. So if someone said you're dyslexic and you're disabled, you shouldn't go here, because you're making as if you're disabled to the point that you can't function. Then you have a right to say, hold on. If I've managed to get a degree, if I've managed to work in the same job for 10 years, if I've managed to do X, Y, Z, should I not be able to have should I not have the responsibility given to me to have to go somewhere if I want to? If I want to jump on a panel, you cannot tell me, because some people are like, oh, you shouldn't come, he's a spastic, he's autistic, it's a disease, all this kind of stuff, yeah. And then other people don't even, like Tash and them, like all these people, oh yeah, he's an autistic spectrum, he doesn't know what he's doing, he doesn't know what he's doing, you need to be quiet.
Tash apologized if she felt like you were condescending.
Yeah, I don't think Tash said it in the look. Some people give advice, they don't mean it in a bad way. I don't think you, Raf, ever say something in a malicious way. Although I'm going at you, don't get me wrong. Obviously, I don't think you're malicious, yeah, but it's still patronizing and condescending.
I've got to shoot off, but I personally, mate, I think you should just knock yourself out, do whatever you want, and what makes you happy.
And thank you for the advice, and I was going to do that anyway. No one's going to.
Just before you go, could you just one thing, Raj? You know that there's somebody called Speaker's Corner Skits.
I can't address that guy. I've got.
No. All I'm saying is that he's claiming that you did the drawing, Raj. Tan sent your picture. I'm just informing you of that.
All right, so thanks for that, because I don't have to take a screen because that's quite a serious thing. First of all, Tan asked me 2 years ago to do a drawing of Prophet Muhammad. I refused on camera, yeah, and me and him fell out over that. Because of that, me and him never spoke after, yeah. Then with this situation, they're putting a picture of my guru up. Your prophet does not have special status over Jesus Christ, over my guru or Buddha, yeah. All of our religious figures in the UK are held to the same standards. Just because you think you're in Sharia state in freaking Saudi Arabia or Pakistan, you're not. Yeah? If you put a picture of my guru saying he's somebody else and disrespecting him, I have a right, if I wanted to, which I won't, yeah? If I wanted to, I could have. Your religion doesn't have special status, dudes. Islam hasn't got special status in the West. Until you start realizing this, you're not going to be able to kind of integrate and function properly, just because of the fact that you think, because you're used to in your own countries, in Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, all that, oh, if you draw the prophet or do this, we're going to chop your head off. This doesn't work in the UK. You start disrespecting my religion, my faith, I can, if I wanted to, which I won't, yeah, could have done the same. So yeah, I need to shoot anyway. But thanks everybody. There are people in the chat that are harassing my disabled sister, so I need to go.
Raj,
because-
if you do if you're up for it and you do something on your panel with
I'll probably
regards
do
to
it
that.
tonight. Go to my channel, Rod Speakers Corner, everybody.
Yeah, I've popped in before.
I might get you on there because I want to go over some of the comments that are made and somebody that knows a bit more about all. Because when I say it, no one listens. Oh, Rod, oh, he doesn't know what he's doing. Right. You have to understand. For 5 years, I was part of a group that was called Autism London before I went to Speakers Corner because I left it. And I was on the committee. I was one of the main people running that organization for Autism London. Yeah. And so I met lots of people that were on the autistic spectrum that couldn't look after themselves. Yeah. And those people, still have the right to go on the net if they want. They still have the right to go to
No one says that you shouldn't. No one. When I said to you that you shouldn't come on the net earlier, it wasn't because of your.
I know, Raf. I'm not talking about you. I never thought you meant it that way. You meant it that, Raj. Maybe you're getting a bit kind of upset. Maybe I've never thought that about you, Raf. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about other people trying to kind of make me feel like, because they're trying to make me feel that autism is all I am. It's like 1% of me.
Yeah.
If I'm a prick, I'm a prick. Yeah, it's not to do with autism. I'm just a prick. Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of people would be very surprised with themselves if they went through a stringent assessments of themselves, within the medical field, that that these things are probably a wider issue than what we currently know. And I think
all right, so I need to leave the channel because this lady that's jumped on has been harassing my sister who's disabled, calling her spasm.
Oh, Raj, don't leave.
Hi, Amy.
That was easy, wasn't it? Fucking hell. You're right, Sal.
Yeah, I'm sound. You're all right.
I thought I'd pop on because I knew he would disappear, and I'm sure you're all so bored of hearing about fucking the shit that he chats. How have you been anyway?
Yeah, not bad. Just a bit bored now, to be honest. I still haven't been able to go back to work, so I'm just, too much YouTube, too much time online, I think. So, but it's something to do, isn't it? But I'm bored.
To be fair, you've started. You're a very intelligent person, so now instead of being on the drama channel, as we'll call it, you're now starting to actually go on the intelligent channels that actually talk about stuff.
Yeah, I prefer chatting about stuff. I'm not, you know what it is. I'm not a shouty person. Like I'd rather just walk away from stuff quite a lot of the time. I like a debate, but I just can't deal with screaming and shouting.
I like drama. That's why I don't usually come on this channel.
Yeah, but no offense to you, Amy, but I've got to fly because I'm actually popping out now to go see a friend. I'm going to be back about this evening if you're about, mate. It'd be nice to have a proper catch up with you, but it's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, well, I'll see if I'm about later. I'll pop on.
Yeah, I'll definitely be about. I'll be out to about 9 o'clock-ish now. We've only just started being allowed out to, go into people's houses, and obviously because this is Wales, it's absolutely pissing it down all the time, so you can't really stand in your mate's garden, can you, and enjoy their company. And so they've only just let us go into each other's houses, so I'm gonna catch up with a few mates tonight and then I'll be back about. So nice to see you again, and thanks very much, panel. Be good. Enjoy.
All right, take care of yourself.
Okay, take care. Rafe, I think what you said, I think your instincts were right by saying what you said, even though you got chewed out for it, because I think that this is a very, very fraught time. There's a lot of people that have been cooped up for like 12, 14 weeks at home. And there's a lot of sort of pent up feelings, emotions at the moment because of COVID, and I think a lot of people are worrying about the future, whether they've got a job for the future, what their future is, what the prospects are in their future. So I think your instincts are right by saying what you said, because I think that people are a little bit more hyper than they'd normally be. And that's, of course, you've also got the death of the tragic death of George Floyd, and I mean, I think a whole combination of factors have brought. So I think the atmosphere is a lot heightened. Maybe I'm talking nonsense. I don't know, but I mean, it just think.
I don't know. Wait, what are we referring to right now? Are we talking about
what you were talking when you were talking to Raj, and you actually tried to, you tried to actually make a few suggestions, and you got chewed out by the gentleman. But as he's, he chews everybody out, so it's not. But no, I think your instincts were right there.
No, of course. I mean, like, it's before even this all was going down, the COVID and George Floyd. That he's a very, 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 very vocal character. So, I had tried to have that argument, a talk with him before, and I said to him, like, yo, like, that these people, all you can do is just not have a channel, and not click on these YouTube forums, and you wouldn't even have to deal with any of this anymore. Like,
he likes it though. He enjoys the drama.
Yeah. That's what I was telling him, like, like, it's not that serious, it's.
No, he makes all these claims and then he'll call the police when it doesn't go his way.
Yeah.
That's practically all he does. But then he comes back online and chats rubbish and then wonders why people do the same back. Like, if he can't deal with it, then he just needs to shut his mouth. Maybe go watch the movie with his mum that he was meant to watch instead of staying online for drama.
I think quite a few people that are sort of regularly online, I think they've sort of dropped out at the moment because I think there's like a kind of heightened atmosphere in the air. There's a heightened feeling in the air, and I think there's quite a few people that I know as regular on live streams, and they're not on at the moment. And I think
it's been going on for years. Like, it wasn't just a Khan, and like, this has been like, I've known Raj to be going back and forth with Raspik, and it was way worse than that. They used to, literally try to put out streams about each other, cussing each other and whatnot and everything. So this is nothing new. It's like Amy said, it's been going on. It's all drama. It's been going on for years. But that's why I said to him this time, I was like, yeah, I know.
But didn't you ever get the impression that those two actually liked each other? There was behind all of that sort of ferocious banter that Raspik and Raj, the two of them, that actually there was like a sort of sneaking admiration for each other.
Of course. Yeah, even Banksy and Raspik, when like Banksy was saying when he saw Raspik that the whole what was it, the Winston Churchill march that they were going to go down to go and do and face Tommy Robinson and whatnot and everything. They smiled at each other. They didn't. It wasn't no malicious thing. So these people, they're all friends outside. Even when I've been Speaker's Corner, so they'll all be arguing and debating on camera. Then off camera, they'll be all talking and smiling and joking and whatnot. So it's not malicious. It's not all as the way people make it out to seem like, oh, there's some bad blood between everyone. Nah, not really. No.
But isn't this slightly different? The problem is that if people are claiming that he's made images of isn't that a different images of the prophet? Isn't that a much more serious thing?
He's addressed it so many times.
No, I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting that. But it's an easy claim for someone to make, and it can be dangerous, can it not?
Of course. Well, I mean, from what I understood, it was like Raj said, no, that's not what happened. That he said that someone drew a picture of his guru and was mocking it, and he kept doing it and whatnot and everything. And then he said that, okay, because you guys are doing that, I'm gonna draw a picture of the Prophet Muhammad and see what happens. And you guys are not gonna be happy about that. And all he said was that, and he's saying that people are now saying that they want to put a fatwa on him. He's saying that people are trying to steer the pots between certain groups and get him into an argument and whatnot. So That's what I heard anyway, but I don't know when it
But
like.
with that though, the reason me and Raj fell out to begin with was because every time he argues with a Muslim, now I'm not Muslim, but every time he argues with a Muslim, he will always bring up the fact that they're a Muslim and something about their prophet and I turned around to him once and I said, Raj, why don't you just have a go at it was the boss? Why don't you just have a go at the boss about the stuff that he said or done instead of going to his prophet? And Raj then turned around on me and was moaning that I was sticking up for Muslims and blah, blah, blah. So he does have an issue with Muslims because he mentions it all the time.
No, of course. Like, there's no doubt. Like, I mean, that this is why certain groups of people, you know, the Raj, Jupiter, they made it their thing to be about Islam and whatnot and everything. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I really want to say something and then they start jumping at me.
I'm not an expert on this, but isn't he on very, very good terms with Mohammed Hijab? They're not. There's no animosity there, so he gets on with in the park. And Ali Dawa gets on with Ali Dawa, and he gets on with what's the name of the Algerian gentleman? What's his name?
Sam Shamsi.
Shamsi, yes, yeah. I mean, surely they all know him. They all get on with him, don't they? There's no animosity with. I don't think there's any shouting matches with Ali Dawa, is there? With Raj, I think he gets on with them, doesn't he?
He gets along with them. It's just the fact that they themselves, they don't really, you know, take the Raj serious, to be honest, and I don't think Raj takes them serious, to be honest. Like, they're all doing their own thing. They're not really bothered. Even them, they've got their own channel on, you know, the Dawa scene. They're doing their own thing. You know,
yeah. And so they don't get involved in this at all. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, Banksy said it earlier that they are. Wait, Raf's taking a lot. Oh, whatever. No, well, not gonna read that. Yeah, they saying that I took they don't. Yeah, they got their own channels, isn't it? Like Banksy was saying earlier, like, you know, you guys need to stop complaining and do what the Dawa team's doing. They're not complaining about Islam dying out. They're going around proselytizing. So do something about it. So yeah, I mean, they're just doing their own thing. Raj's thing and Jupiter's thing is Islam, isn't it? So that's not an issue. They want to talk about it, that's fine, isn't it? But
yeah.
I'm just for people, you know, making correct statements and not just misconstruing things because they feel a certain way or have an opinion about something that they want to say that is their, you know.
Yeah.
Opinion.
When I first came on, you were talking about slavery in Africa and in America and stuff like that, and also exploitation in Nigeria. I think, is that right?
What, today?
With Banksy when I first came on.
Yeah. We were having some type of this because Banksy statement was that Black Americans should be grateful for you know, people. He purposely used these words, transporting them from Africa to America. Obviously, the first group of people got it really hard, but today they're in a good country where they can thrive. So that was the words that Banksy used, basically, almost like a not word verbatim, but like, yeah, that's the words he used, isn't it? So we were just talking about it, Carl.
Right. Yeah, no. The trouble is with yes, the problem with it is sometimes, yes. I mean,
I mean, I will laugh at it, but obviously it was...
No, I'm not laughing at it. It's just I don't know how to break into. The reason I'm sort of because I don't even know how to begin with that. You know, where do you start with that? You know, yeah. I don't know what to say about that. I mean,
that's what it's like. I didn't. I was like, wow. Okay. He said Django. He specifically said Django was ungrateful. He's in America. I was laughing.
No, I mean, sort of. Look, there's part of me that sort of thinks, you know, America's such a wonderful country. I know today, not in the past, but anyway, going back, do you know why they transported slaves to America? Do you know why?
Of course they transported them because they. It's not even transported.
No. Forcibly, no. Well, it is transporting. I mean, against their will, and it was you know, and I think something like a third of the truck died on the.
I'm going to change the word to kidnapping.
Kidnapping. Okay. No. I'll accept that. I'll accept that. Why? No. Absolutely. No. It's a bit. Why?
Well, obviously, it's for labor. It was to help. It was to you know, pick cotton. Run their machinery industries.
Well, yeah, that's right. I mean, sorry, I wondered whether you're spot on. I just wondered whether you knew actually. You know that they didn't have machinery in the sort of 17th and 18th century. So their solution, and it's a terrible, wrong, bad, evil solution. Their solution was to get, and they had vast amounts of land and not enough people on the land. So they effectively brought people over from Africa as slaves against their will and worked them to death very often. And the thing, but it was because they didn't have machines, they forcibly enslaved people and used them as slaves to do the work that they wouldn't have to do themselves, or that they couldn't do because they had such vast amounts of land. I'm not justifying slavery. That's my understanding of why slavery happened with the triangle trade. If I've got anything wrong, then tell me.
I mean, I kind of.
They didn't have agricultural machinery. They didn't have agricultural machinery. A lot of things like cotton was very, very labor intensive. So that's why they brought slaves over and worked them. I understand.
Yes. That's one of the reasons why he took some to the Caribbean. They took some to different areas, specifically for different roles in it. So,
and you know that some of the islands, they brought them in. They would bring a new shipment over. Like every 18 months or every 2 years, because they would work people to death. They'd literally take them off the boat and literally work them to death. And just they banked on the fact that nobody would be alive in 18 months' time, and they'd need a new shipload. It was absolutely inhumane, and we don't know the full extent of the evil of slavery in the New World, because there's a lot of stuff that happened that we'll never know about. Sorry.
Of course. No. Of course. Some people say it's in the archives in some of the banks and you know, I don't know. There's I remember a documentary by David Olusogun called Black Britain, and it was like a 3-part series, and one of it was exposing, you know, the trade, and it was exposing the numbers of people and the people who they paid for, because a lot of people are not aware that after slavery they paid back a lot of these the owners, the slave masters, compensation for their loss of you know, workers and whatnot and everything. And so he had like a whole you know, they had the amount of people that were there, the names of the slaves. So I mean, a lot of people they said it's documented. Some people say it's not, but I do remember there was a list. So and it's archived, so they can always check it there. But yeah.
Right. Well, I'm going to bounce now. It's time for my tea, so I've got to go. Really nice talking to you all. You take care, everybody.
You too. Take care, man. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
One misconception people need to stop making about me is that I didn't come on to talk about slavery. It was Ned. You understand? I have no cries. I'm not crying. I'm not upset. You get me? I'm just stating the facts, and it's weird when people like Atticus now and LB, and even to an extent Hetero, yeah, who are black people, want to come and say that I'm crying when I'm talking about the truth of history. What is wrong with you, people? Like, what is grinding your gears about me, man? Like, I am not a victim. I don't think of myself a victim at all. I'm just telling the truth about what's gone down and why we're in this position. And me talking about what's gone down and why we're in this position is me being a victim. Then that's fine, innit? I'm a victim then. You get me? Stupidness, man. Stupid. I don't know why people do that.
Don't worry about it. Seriously.
No, I'm just curious. These are supposedly black people. LB claims to be coloured or, you know, black or whatever he wants to describe himself. And he says that he's very much for black people wanting to move forward. Atticus now is for black people. You said,
Do you know
I'm
what?
not black.
I'm really bad. I block a lot
Wait,
of
Atticus, so
people.
what are you then? If you're not black, what are you? You said you're
No, I
Kenyan.
haven't blocked him.
So what are you Indian or Indian Kenyan, or like I don't get it. Like, and that does make sense because when I asked you that question before, you didn't. But either way, anyway, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining one bit. So yeah. Sorry, Tash. What were you saying?
Yeah, no. I block a lot of people actually. When I, it's bad, isn't it? I shouldn't really.
I don't. I like the opportunity for people to have an opinion against me, but as long as it's some logical, like I don't want people to just say, "Oh, what do you call it? I'm talking rubbish." What am I like? Point it out. Tell me where I'm talking rubbish. You understand? Like, have some type of logical. Like, I try to be logical, so can you not be logical back? Why do you come with? You now sound like the victim and the emotional person if you can't make a
Yeah.
reasonable point. But yeah, I don't know.
Do they mic up these three people? Or do they?
No, they don't, man. They don't, and that's this. I mean, what's his name? Atticus says that he's getting a mic, so he's gonna come on and talk to me soon. But I don't see why you need a mic. Like, it's 2020 now. Like, you know, like, come on, man. This, I don't think. I think they just want to stay in the comment section and troll. But I'm not calling them like trolls in a mean way. I'm just saying that, listen, I defend your right to say whatever you want to say, innit? So I just find it strange why people will talk like that. And he said he's Luo. Luo is a black in Kenya, so these are black people. So I don't know.
Strange, isn't it? I think we'd all be on the same kind of side, but
Yeah,
have the
I mean,
same
it's weird.
outlook.
Yeah, so it's weird. It's weird because even my own parents, yeah, and they have said, like I told you, they've said stuff like that. But my dad will come and tell me, like, no, Raf, you have to work hard because you're black. You have to do this because you're black.
Yeah.
Parents are very. So if my parents can understand this, why can't you? And even my dad will say, oh, he might be ignorant of certain things, but when you explain to him and you show him certain things, he'll be like, oh wow, I didn't even know that. Oh wow, this is how dangerous the system is. My dad was even telling me the other day about how he was applying for a role in the hospital, and so basically he was applying for one because he's a doctor in it, so he's a consultant anaesthetist.
Yeah.
So he's applying for a certain thing in the hospital, right? And basically, they said to him, yeah, oh, we've received your application. This is like a few hours before the deadline. He said they've received his application, but we've extended it by a few days or whatnot. And my dad was coming to tell me these are the tricks that the Europeans play. So the idea is that, what's it called? Because they didn't have no white person come and, apply for this role. What they're going to do is they're going to have, they said they're going to do it
until they find someone.
Sorry?
They'll use him until they find somebody to.
Yeah, so they said they were going to do an interview process, and he said the interview process is just going to be another way of saying that, oh, we showed diversity by interviewing black people, so he's going to be the token black, but in the end,
Yeah.
he's not going to get the job. So he said that, okay, if they don't give him, if they say there's an interview, as soon as they say it's an interview, he's going to say, I'm not doing the interview. He told me straight away he's not going to do it because, yeah.
Do you know what? There was an article in the Telegraph about this contracts and the way they operate.
Mm.
And it was in the Telegraph of all papers, because that's quite more on the right. So this is not new at all. What your dad went through, I think.
Yeah, no, of course. My dad, even like the area that I live in right now, yeah. My dad kind of shelters me from these type of stuff because I didn't even know, but he was telling me that when he came here, he faced a lot of racism just to buy a house in this area.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know that the first house he wanted to buy, he had the money to buy it. He put the offer down, but they took a lower offer because he was black from another person. And then when he comes here, yeah, so, I mean,
Yeah. No, my parents had to have somebody else get the home before they could take it off of them. That's how they had to do it. And it was a friend. So when I mentioned the system, there is issues there. You know.
Yeah.
There are good people in this country that are.
No, of course.
White, but it's, you know.
Of course, isn't it? Like even my dad's the last person that will say it's race. It's got to do with race. But my dad's not stupid either. He does know it's race. So when people like Atticus are saying that, oh, maybe he wasn't good enough, that's not true. My dad knows. My dad knows. He tells us, like, if you're living here in the UK, even your parents, Tash, told you got to work twice as hard.
Yeah.
This is not we're not making it up.
No, it's
even
not new.
Even mama says, oh, Raf, I don't want to hear when you talk about racism because you're too extreme of it. You make it sound like white people we're all bad or whatever. But even my mom tells me, Raf, you've got to work 2 times harder. This ain't your country.
Every black parent has been saying that.
Yeah.
Generations up. This is not new. And I'll be saying it. So don't even. The thing is, because of where he is, he doesn't really understand.
Yeah.
And this is not new to me either. He doesn't really understand. He thinks it's all, you haven't got any issues over there.
Yeah, that's probably it. Because they're in Africa right now. So their issue is black people not doing that. And that was a lot of that was the argument that my mom used to give and my dad used to give as well. Oh, black people are even worse. Even till recently, my mom still says that black people are even worse. At least in here, they have some structure. They try to. If you want to have a different opinion, they won't do nothing. They won't do nothing to you. But in the UK, in Nigeria, where they're from, you know, the police officer will flog you. You know, they'll literally pull you over just to make you do certain punishments and tasks and whatnot and everything. So they're like, yeah.
So they're
what happened to the gremlins?
They're left, bro.
Hey, do you know what, Terry? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you.
The last time I think I spoke to you, I think I was a little bit rude.
Go on. Why? What happened?
I just remember myself saying that I've got to apologize to you. I don't know what I said to you, and I think it was over a week ago, but I can't even remember. But I just, if it was anything.
Well, if it's anything, if everything I do is a form of a chess game.
Okay.
If you notice, because sometimes you got to learn something in not getting yourself tangled into a lot of things is observation.
Yeah.
It's so key. That's why I tell Ralph all the time, just sit there, keep quiet a bit, and you will see where other people are coming from. And then you get a better understanding. Don't have no form of emotional attachment. So it doesn't rile you in any format.
Yeah, that's 100% fact still.
Yeah.
I try to be that way anyway, but yeah, like so I can definitely do a lot better than that.
You understand people's characteristics, so then you know how to deal with it.
Yeah, I do now. Yeah.
So sometimes I might joke with them and row up with them, but I'm just, that's just me being it. But I don't have bad nights over what they say.
Yeah, no, 100%. I definitely got Jordan, and yeah, but I think that you were trying to kind of diffuse something, and I kind of responded in a certain way to you, and you didn't deserve that because you've always respected me, and I've always respected you. So I just wanted to. I put my hands up when I'm wrong.
But that's what I said to you. I won't remember it because I don't.
You're not invested like that, yeah.
I don't invest myself like that.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. Everyone's different in it.
Yeah.
You just have to know how to be articulate in whatever you do.
Yeah. Yeah.
How was Banksy? Ralph.
Well, like
I was getting there. I wanted to finish him. But
I cut in. Sorry, man. I cut in.
Huh?
I cut in it. I took it somewhere else, innit?
Oh man, that's why I was bringing him into having a clearer understanding. But what it is, you have to take him to territories of what he's familiar with.
Yeah.
And then push him even further to the territories which he doesn't know about within his own territory. You see?
Yeah.
And then I can bring it back into the replicate in understanding why we are in the state we are. That's why when I was saying about the British are in our system, and then able to bring in that corporation company, and then understanding what that corporation company is doing today.
Yeah.
You see,
I mean, like, that's the main thing. Even me, I want to make sure I need to, obviously, when I finish my course in it, I want to be coming and learning from those type of things in it, because at least that way I can then understand and recognize what's going on in the.
That's why they use that word Sankofa a lot, because that word is to go into the past to bring it into the future and advance from it and to go forward. It's like, how can you go to university if you have no textbooks?
Yeah.
You have to learn your past.
Yeah. But this is what I'm saying. But now, would you say that we have a victim mentality when we're saying that, when we're talking about what happened in the past, then when we're telling them about how they continue to dominate today? Because people like Atticus now is saying that, it's, he's the first one to say I'm not a victim, or you have a victim mentality. Of course, say that I am saying that I have a victim mentality, but in the same way,
you think that is planting a seed in your own mind
to do what?
When someone keeps on telling you that you're playing a victim mentality, why do I have to justify it? That's his opinion.
Yeah.
If you feel that I'm doing that, that's your opinion.
Yeah, that's true.
Because what that does is the psychological tool of putting a seed in your mind. And then you're going to play on it in the fact that, but I'm not like that. That's way off the what your narrative is.
Yeah. That's true.
That's why I think when you learn, you listen to these guys, you get so much joke.
Yeah.
I don't just silent for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Do you know, I think some of those guys, I think they've accepted their position, and that's it. And I think whatever you say it's not gonna change the way they think.
No, it won't. But one thing you can do is on a frequently basis is leaving a seed. A seed will grow into that flower one day. You can remember, you can't change someone overnight, because new evidence is disturbing to old evidence.
Yeah.
So it's hard to digest. So you can only give people spoon food, a spoonful each time. So it is what it is.
even see, even that comment now, he said Africa's been independent for 40 years now. Oh my days.
So you see exactly what you did. You laugh.
Yeah.
You laugh. And then when you tell them about colonization, then they have to go and research for themselves.
No, but that's the thing. He said that colonization is ended 40 years ago. That's what he's trying to argue to me. Like colonization.
Yeah. Remember, the funny thing is when you talk, like, even when you say independence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're giving you, they're telling you you're free, but you don't own nothing. Yeah. How can you? So if you're free, what can I own? Nothing.
Yeah.
It's like Jamaica. It's like Nigeria. You got the independence for what? You're free on your own land.
No ownership of anything.
You know?
Ridiculous notion. I don't get, even especially those in the Caribbean. I rarely hear Caribbeans, kind of behaving in the way that some of these guys are behaving by saying there's victim mentality, but there's lack of ownership within our community. And
I got my number one critic. Let me give you an example. Ralph, do you know Macy Cartel?
Oh, Macy comes at me as well.
Yeah, I like her so much, man. She's my number one.
And me. Yeah, and me.
Let me watch this. Macy, we love ya. Keep them comics coming.
thanks for yesterday, Natty. If you can hear me.
No worries, Tash.
I
Hey.
listened back and I thought, what have I just listened to?
No, but you know what though? Yeah, it's how can I describe it? Sometimes you've just got it for a minute, but then sometimes you just got to think, wow, who am I talking to?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I've reflected now, and I know I'm gonna do something.
Yesterday.
Yeah, I had it with him, Tash. I gave up, man. When it comes to stupidity, you can't compete against stupidity, You can't compete.
Who are you talking
But
about?
I heard you. You did try to help.
Especially one name. Who was it?
Oh, I don't want to mention the name.
Nah, bro, because you know what, bro? They're like Duppy. As soon as you mention their name, bro, they just pop up, and I can't deal with
I'm
that.
gonna leave.
Private chat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. It's mad. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting people's opinions, man. Yeah.
Look, bro, all I gotta say is I won't forgive them to certain people because I've heard it come out their mouths, right? Now, even if they'd have said, listen, if they'd have said, look, it came out my mouth because I was upset and I wanted to attack you to hurt you, I would forgive them. But when they're like, no, we never said that. No, that's not right. They don't know wrong from right, so you can't get through to them people, bro. So
It's this is what we call specific rhetoric targeting.
Yeah.
They find ways to prod you so that you can come into the battling field.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
So the best way is to use their naivety against them in what they do.
Yeah. Just like what
bring out facts of history and they become lost.
Yeah. Well, I'm sticking to what the title says. Yeah. What does that mean? So in life, what does that mean? Don't waste my life on that, man.
Yeah.
Don't waste my life on it. Don't,
Not
man.
here anyway. Definitely not.
If I've got time to waste, I might waste it, but you know what I mean? Try and do something positive, because from time when you try and explain to them in a nice way and then they're trying to make, like, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I just want to scream some real bad, nasty, vile stuff at them, but I'm thinking, nah, just hold it back. You know what I mean? Hold it back.
Yeah, man.
The only
It's the
word.
internet, man. That's what I was telling Raj. It's the internet. It's not that serious. Get me? It's the
Yeah.
It's only
internet.
words. It's only words.
Yeah, it's only
That's
words.
right.
That's it.
Yeah, but I mean, this is what gets him noticed, man. Out there in the, I mean, you got to remember, sometimes for some people out there in the real world, they won't get noticed.
True. Very
So being
But
on
the
here,
truth,
they can be coming on here. They'll get noticed by first being a clown. Yeah.
Mm.
So if you're not gonna like me by me being normal, I'll be a clown and you can like me.
Yeah.
That's a fact. Yeah. So that's how I see some people, man. Like, big up Raj, he's got his like 4,000 whatever subscribers. He's doing his thing somehow, how he's doing it. You know what I mean? But like, I will tell the man straight up and down. I just think you're here for entertainment, bro.
We're not whining. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't mean Jupiter, man. It's crazy. It's like earlier she was like, black people sold most of their people into slavery, and I was just like, that's not true. Come on, man.
No.
Oh man, stop it. You can't be going. But anyway, man, we're not whining. We're not whining. Honestly, I'm not whining anyway. We're talking about the history in it, not
Yeah.
his story. History in it. So when we're talking about it, like, it's. I mean, I hear a lot of the time they're saying I'm acting like the victim, but you can't say I'm a victim when you're coming with the whataboutisms.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. But you know what though? They like to, like, you know, you see me, yeah, I'll talk, like, they'll say, oh, so what's going on in your community? And I'll list it down, like what I think is happening, not just in the black community, the whole community around me. Yeah. But then if they want to talk about, so what about black on black crime? I'll be like, yeah, it's there. This is what's happening. This is why we think it's happening. This is what we're trying to do. But they'll never talk about what's going on, like compare it to like what's going on in their own back gardens.
Mm.
You know what I mean? In their own back gardens, we know it's messy, yeah, but they're looking over your fence to see what you're doing.
Ralph, you know what? When I said, when I said, no matter what you try to do, they'll keep on knocking on your door.
Yeah.
Yeah,
man.
You can't help it to know what's going on in your house.
Yeah, it's true.
It's the reaction. That's why I love it.
You know, I've seen some. I mean, even like real. Like I see a thing up there last night. No viewers, no one watching it. He put something up saying like the madman's back or something, or you thought you could get rid of me, and I was like, bloody hell. You could see the deterioration in him. Like,
No, did you not hear him jump on yesterday?
No.
Oh my days, he was a mess. He jumped on to say, "Oh, Belly, you stoned most of my panelists." Basically, bruv, he was just crying, bruv. I was
so
like,
he
wow.
finished himself basically. Half of that
Yeah,
stuff's not
because
even true.
all he wants is drama.
Yeah.
What? What he wants is drama. Veli wants people to have intellectual debates and actually, like, the drama shit might be entertaining, but he'll be like, at the end of the day, like, come on, man, let's talk something sensible here, innit? So, and he wants, even though he might disagree with Jupiter and whatnot, we do want people like Jupiter, but we want people who are sincere. And when you bring them facts, yeah, they're not just dismissing it because it's their opinion. They actually, like, come on, man, this is what Veli wants for his show, isn't it? Like, you're gonna be having a drama show, like, you can join in with Bullet Scotty, make a thing with Bullet Scotty. Get me?
Yeah, I mean,
and a song Campbell.
yeah, and I totally agree with you, man. Some people could just, don't know, you're just trying to figure out what you're here for. What's your purpose in life?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think, like, what's the title of today? Like, what's more important in life?
What really matters?
Yes, I think the first thing that matters is myself.
Yeah, I think you've got to love yourself in order to love others, and make sure you're at your best.
But the problem is, people love themselves that they become selfish.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, can.
Definitely.
But sometimes I feel like that is an issue, especially in our community. Not even in our community. I've seen so many young people, young girls in particular, not loving themselves enough. Men as well, not giving themselves enough time, trying to chase, this kind of person that they want to be rather than being their authentic self.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
your inner self and your avatar.
Yeah.
A lot of people's avatar control them.
Yeah. What they want.
I think
influenced by the environment that they're in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think times have changed, man. I think men are still trying to look up to that thing where you're meant to be the sole earner, and there's a lot of pressure that on certain things like that. But I think the way you look at it, you should be a sole earner if you're on your own. If you're with a partner, there should be some kind of natural code that goes with it. I mean, like, if you're going to be at home all day, love, like, look after the house, tidying up. You're working, I'm working, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? But I think the old ways now are kind of like impacting on these days. So women should have always been treated equally, treated right, and everything like that.
Do you guys think women are losing their ways in regards to? Because I was having this discussion with somebody else the other day, and he was saying that he feels that women are kind of losing those traditional ways, not kind of doing things that they saw their mum doing or aunt or grandparent.
But you know what the funniest thing is? Your environment. Whatever environment you're in is what you're going to adapt to. If you're around lawyers, you're going to have some form of interest of being a lawyer. If you're around accountants, you're going to have same interest. So if you're in the streets, you're going to have the streets interest. So when you see women that we think that are changing, it's because of the what's happening in their environment. So we can't see what other women are doing elsewhere.
Like, look, it's simple, yeah. Like I've had to like delete so many girls, yeah, that have been friends that are doing on this not TikTok. What's that? OnlyFans. Like, come on, man.
I knew you was filthy.
No, but
you enjoy going on there, don't you?
Come on, man. It's like, it's so simple. What's that? Listen, they're my fans, man. Only fans. They're my fans. No, but real talk though, yeah. Like, these girls are on this daddy bitch. I can't explain it to you. Like, what half of these girls are on nowadays. Like, men have got it hard. They got it hard now, man.
Really?
They got it hard because sex sells. And it's not just for money, it could be for personality. Like, why you think half of these girls are posting up? Like, like, you just see like them, they're not looking happy today. And then you got all these likes and all this, you look nice, hun. Oh, hun. After a while, it gets boring. Now you got to step it up. Maybe I'm going to show a bit of my belly button. But listen, you're just 15 years old. Go study a book. Go freaking, like, get some morals. Like, love yourself. Why you got to go out this way and think, I've got to start flashing. And next minute, they turn 18 and I've got my only fans. And the men aren't even going outside the yard now. They're paying these chicks. Show me your toenail. Show me your ear. Show me your elbow. I'll pay you £1. Like, come on.
Do you know how weird foot fetish is, and it's how big it's becoming.
I think foot fetish is like I heard about that when I was like 15 years old. I thought, right, now I've heard some stuff and I'm like, whoa.
I saw a YouTube video where someone made £5,000 a week from just selling pictures of her feet. From it was crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. And I don't think, and a lot of this as well, I mean, yeah, like what Mr. Riggs says, you could love yourself so much that you could just go a little bit too far.
I mean, it's a hustle for some people. I don't knock the hustle in it, but yeah, like it's each to their own anyway. I mean, that's all I say.
I'd say fair play, but at the same time, I think to myself, whoa, boy, like, please, like, I don't want that. If I ever have a daughter, I don't want that for my daughter. Please, I don't want that easy option for her. Definitely not. I just don't want it, because that's gonna ruin their lives, man. Later on, someone's gonna catch up with them and be like, "Hey, I know you. You're that." Do you know what I mean? I mean, fair enough for Kim Kardashian. It was the normal for her to start, for her mum to start selling off her stuff like that. And now these girls are selling it off for subscription for £1.99.
Different. Yeah, man. Yeah. So does it matter? Hey, does it really matter?
What do you think of it then?
What on the question of the day? In life, what does it really matter? It's an interesting point. It's an interesting question. In life,
So
what
does it
really
matter?
matters?
Who does it matter to? Who does it matter to?
Well, if it's affecting anyone in any way, shape, or form, then it should matter, innit? But if it doesn't affect anyone, then why does it matter? Why do you have to go outside and tell people that about something that you feel matters? You know what I mean? Especially if it's not affecting them, if it's just affecting you. Unless that thing is affecting unless that thing is affecting them in a negative way, or in a negative physical way, should I say, I don't think it should matter. You understand what I'm saying, innit?
Well, I think we'll see in a few years' time, man.
Why? What will we see in a few years' time? What will be different?
Well, like now, what I'm saying now, a lot of people might be thinking, yeah, and then next in it, this might affect them. Like they might have a family member, like it could spread to like even youngers thinking, yeah, I'm gonna jump on this thing. Do you know what I mean? It could even make them think, you know what, I'm not gonna go on OnlyFans because I'm not old enough. I could do this on a private way. I just got to put on makeup. Yeah, I think it's a big thing, bruv. I think it just opens up doors.
Not in relation to OnlyFans, really. I was talking in relation to, maybe in life now. Like it could be give other examples, like well, if you have a if you have a kind of preference, well, why should it matter to other people if you feel like if you have a preference in it? But if it comes to something like racism and you're pointing it out, yeah, it should matter because it does affect other people. So yeah, that should be pointed out. So in life, there are certain things that do matter, and there's certain things that don't matter.
But racism, again, as well, it's something that you need to pull people up on, because if you allow it to just spread like that,
that's what I'm saying, it matters.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, it matters. But if it comes to something like a preference, maybe I prefer apples then over pears. I don't think that matters in the sense of where you have to be. I'm defining matters to mean something that you make everyone aware of.
Yeah.
But or everyone else rather aware of. But if you're talking about just you know, something that is going to affect you in a negative way, then yeah, it should matter. Should always voice your opinion on that stuff.
Yeah, I hear you. I just think it's a shame, man, that you got normal people and then it's like, I can't, I don't know, it just boots you out, isn't it? Like, well, it just boot me out because I'm thinking, I can't even like talk to you like that anymore because the way how you're moving is just, I don't know, it's just not just not something that I would expect.
It's the internet, man. Yeah, they don't exist outside of the internet, brother. You just need to relax, man. You get me? They don't exist outside the internet. But yeah. Yeah, man.
True that. Yeah, life is like, what does life mean to you then, Raf?
What does life mean to me?
Yeah.
To me, I want to have the best experience I can before I die. Is that simple enough, or is that something?
Yeah.
But my experience
Yeah.
that I want to have is not something that I want to affect in terms of negatively affecting other people. No, that's not my part of I have no desire to do that. I'm more for how can I make this experience the best experience I can without affecting anyone else's like well-being.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, that's for me. I don't know what happens when I die, innit? That's a different argument, you know what I mean? Like there could be something after, there could not be. Maybe the Sikhs have it, was not the Sikhs, the Buddhists have it, where you just get reborn in another form. Maybe there is a heaven and hell. I don't know. But I wouldn't put any bets on it because there is no evidence for it, which is just examples that I'm aware of, innit? There could be, I could go somewhere else and someone comes up with another example. I say, yeah, that's possible too. But I don't know.
Yeah, man. I see life as just, I see death as a beautiful thing as well. I think death is a beautiful thing.
Death is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I mean, death is supposed to, a lot of people fear death. And there was one person I was watching, I know, back in the day, I think it was from Sarnetta, yeah. And he was saying that this particular guy said that the reason why a lot of people fear death is because they haven't really lived the life they wanted to live. So they have so many regrets. Ultimately, he's saying that death is probably an exciting thing. Should be an exciting thing because you're going to it's a new journey. But because the fact is that the journey that you've gone on through life right now is not been the one you wanted to go on. So there's always the regrets.
Yeah. Well, I think by me having a child, I think I've contributed to life.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think I've contributed to life because it just keeps things going, doesn't it? We're all like, if you looked at us like miles and miles away up in the sky, we'd all look like the whole planet would look like a cell, wouldn't it? Like cells all moving, like even the traffic and everything, stuff like that. So I think that's the purpose. Life is to create life and to keep it going. And we're all playing a part. And I think everything that's created naturally is part of life.
That's, yeah,
and serves a purpose and serves its purpose. You know, like obviously, like when you get them crane flies only live for a short while, but most of them end up for food, and they end up. So I think everything has like a chain, effect on everything else. You know what I mean? Like we all serve a purpose, man, of continuing life.
Yeah. I mean, life will always continue in one way, shape, or form. One another thing is probably for me is that I would like to see people live the same life that I want to, not the same exact life, but live the life they want to, the way they want to live it without affecting other people's well-being. Understand? So,
Yeah.
that is,
Without, I mean, you're talking about the world being good, yeah?
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but then
not
in order for,
necessarily good. Not necessarily. Actually, yeah, it is good. Yeah, I would say
yeah,
good. Yeah.
so would I. But I know that happens at the right moments in all of our lives, and it's a brilliant feeling to feel that. You know, where like if you were earning £1 million every day, it'd be nothing to you, mate. You'd be bored. You just, unless you're doing something and you're doing something big and big, you
Yeah,
need
it's
them
always
up
about
and downs in life. I think
yeah,
life is a balance, man. It's a big balance.
yeah, but leisure, you don't always have to do the same thing. You can always learn a new hobby. You can always go do something else. You can always, um, learn in general something. So life's about learning in that sense. So just because you're making $1 million doesn't mean
Yeah,
you get
that's
bored of
evolution.
$1 million.
That's evolution. Because your
Changing,
brains are always evolving,
changing over time.
changing.
Yeah.
Definitely. Like I don't believe in what Darwin says, but I believe in the theory of where we come from.
Yeah.
And no matter when people say, "Oh, so where is the transition from a monkey into a human?" It doesn't happen like that. When something's new, something's new.
I mean,
That's
Darwin didn't
evolution.
say. I don't think Darwin said any of that stuff, but yeah. I can't be asked to go down that road.
No, but you know what I mean. You know when people are like, "Oh, there's meant to be the half man, half, or whatever," and it's like, well, you don't know if that's us. Now you don't know if it's just boom, because they say sharks are all related and everything, but where's the transition from a shark to looking like a hammerhead? Do you get me? Like where's the like they're looking for these like footsteps like of it gradually getting a hammerhead shape. But you know what I mean though, but that's not it. Evolution just changes, mate. It happens and it changes.
I watched an interesting video today that said that sharks are scared of whales and dolphins.
Yeah.
I think it was dolphins. The killer
Yeah,
whale.
the
Sorry,
dolphins.
it's whale. It's great. Scared of whales. Sorry.
Sorry, what are sharks?
Sharks are scared of whales. Yeah.
What type of whales though?
Well, they said that whales in general, because with whales, a lot of whales move in groups, almost like
Killer whales.
No, well, killer whales move. Killer whales are I think they could also move as a single unit, but in that video specifically, it did talk about other types of whales. But so they said that they was scared of them because they have a way of working where they know how to attack the shark to injure the shark and or disable the shark when because there's a position where if you turn sharks onto, they stop moving. Okay.
Yeah, I see something like that, man.
So
I see. Yeah, go on.
So yeah, So yeah, basically, they turned them into, they knocked them onto their backs or whatever. I forgot the position they call. I forgot what it's called, innit? But yeah, that because whales know about this thing, that's how they attack sharks. And then another thing is the fact that because they move in groups now, sharks are scared to come to them, and you know, they're very yeah, it's interesting still.
Mm.
Okay, another thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, like I remember one time I was down at the speaker's corner, and this man was basically explaining it like transitions or like animals. So like, imagine you've got somewhere like the Congo now, yeah, and you've got every species there: carnivores, herbivores, flying herbivores, flying carnivores. You've got everything there, right? And it's thriving. There's so much vast amount of food, but it's only until when there becomes when there becomes like an imbalance.
Yeah.
And when there's an imbalance of nature, other animals now need to start pushing out further. Yeah. So now let's say where you come to a place where it's more deserty. So obviously you come to a place where it's more deserty, there's dense trees, most of the fruit is like high up. So now whatever used to do what it used to be able to just crawl along in the jungle, now is always constantly looking up. It's always constantly looking up because now it's always got to constantly look up at food because it's had to come out from the jungle. And now he's constantly, why do I not? So it keeps on bending its neck, looking up, bending its neck, looking up until eventually, it learns now, okay, I have to do this. And gradually over time, they say that's what the adaptation is. And it's to do with the earth, it's to do with the water, it's to do everything of that surrounding. Now that animal might have had fur, yeah, because it was in the jungle, might have got a little bit colder or whatever. Now it's had to come further out. It's come out more into desert plains. So now there's no need for that fur. But the genetic codes that are in them trees and everything, like camouflage, the nutrients, the sugars, like don't forget even plants have take sugars and all that stuff. So this is what would have, like the saying they say, like you are what you eat. This is eventually what would have led the next generation to be different, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, like hence, like
Yeah,
you've
that's
got
true.
a brown bear. You've got a brown bear living. So imagine now, let's say man's living in the jungle. He's got so many enemies. But now he's slowly starting to learn. Look, if we get sticks, we can beat them off with the sticks.
Mm.
You know, and certain things like that. So now they would have probably been more hairier, maybe.
Yeah.
So to
Yeah.
say, yeah. And maybe because they thought, right, because it's so hot, they might have covered themselves in mud. Yeah, and gone out into the desert and thought, right, now we've come away from them people, them bad people, or these bad animals and these bad sort of people. We're out here. Who's our enemy? Oh, the lions. And I remember it's interesting because this man, I can't remember these what they were calling the group of these Africans, but he was saying that they used to gather loads of stones, piles of stones and piles of stones and piles of stones. And when the lions in them days used to charge, because they just used to come at them and just charge at them, they used to stand there in a line. This is just a theory again, and just throw stones at them. Till eventually the lion would, give up. The lion would be like, you know what, fuck that. I'm not having this. I'm gone now. You're the dominant species, of that area. But there's still going to be obviously like adaptations. And then if you leave that area because it starts getting overpopulated, or you have somebody else that are coming in, you know what I mean? Like yeah, man. That's why I believe in them sort of things there, G.
Well, it's not far-fetched because obviously they've, I think in the Maasai, I think it's the Maasai, or there's a group in of people around Kenya region that they steal food from lions.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lions now, they've killed an animal to eat, and they've gone with their spears now, and they chase away the lion, and the lion, you know, they know to not come and attack them because they'll probably end up dead. So yeah, I mean, it's not very far fetched.
Okay. I can't remember what country it is, but there's so many different species of these chimpanzees, and gorillas live amongst them. But eventually, sometimes these chimpanzees have to eat meat. So
yeah, it's not just chimpanzees.
That's the big.
Gorillas eat meat. I think they've said there's two types of chimpanzees. So there's the one that everyone knows is the violent one, the common chimpanzee, and then there's the hippie. They call it the hippie chimpanzee or the hippie. It's called a bonobo. But yeah, I recently I didn't think, I thought they were eating a lot of meat and whatnot and everything, but I found out recently that actually when I mean I ate a lot of meat. I thought they didn't eat meat, so I thought they were a high fruit diet and whatnot. But I found out recently that the bonobos even have had cases of what do they call it? Cannibalism. So, yeah.
So what would have made that? Lack of food?
No, it wasn't like where they killed the animal or whatnot. I don't think it was necessarily like, because I don't think they've reported any type of violence in the bonobos. I think what happened was it was dead, and so they ate it, innit? But I don't know. I could be wrong. They could be, but they say that bonobos are very they're pretty much non-violent and they're matriarchal, and they what did they say? They say that they have been seen to eat flying squirrels and some little rodents or whatnot and everything. But in terms of being violent, yeah, it's very, like they said, they've not seen one case of it really. They're more of sharing and whatnot and everything. So yeah,
That's kind of made me think of something. I remember someone told me about, just like, like children, the way they like to test things is by tasting it.
okay.
So some people see something there and they'll pick it up and they have to smell it. Do you know what I mean? Well, so yeah, that's it. That's kind of interesting, man, because you could probably see, like, especially with the squirrel thing, is it because you're more dominant? I mean, squirrels are hard to catch, or is it because you were curious about it, you killed it and thought, let me see what this tastes like?
It's because so you have the common chimpanzee, and then you have the chimpanzee, and then you have the bonobo. They're supposedly two of our closest living relatives today, but the closest they say is the bonobo, and they said that based on the feature, they say that bonobo, the way it stands and whatnot, is more similar to Lucy. Lucy's a bit more upright, but it's very, very similar in terms of structure and head shape and whatnot and everything. So what am I saying now? I mean, it's literally, if we eat meat today, then that means that we descend from a common ancestor that ate meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that means, and obviously we're saying that everything on this planet shares a common ancestor. So our closest relatives, which is the bonobos and the chimpanzees, branched off a lot about 10 million years ago. So that ancestor might have eaten meat.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. So that's the conclusion, that all these groups are obviously they all underwent their own evolutionary change, so they could have been. It could have been, but it's just the fact that I found out the other day that they ate meat, so it was interesting how close related we probably are in that sense. But I always thought they were just because they said the one reason why they're not violent is because of the fact that there was abundance of food, and one of the abundance of food arguments was the fact that there was a lot of fruits, so they used to eat a lot of fruits and whatnot and everything. So when I found out that they eat squirrels, flying squirrels, and then the whole the case of cannibalism, I was like, oh, okay, so they do eat meat.
So it's still like it's still like an instinct DNA, like in their DNA. You know, like a cat.
Mhm.
Like a cat will instantly go for a mice.
Yeah.
Some, they say now, the messed up thing about some cats is they're doing it for fun. They don't know whether to eat it. Like my cat, well, my nan's cat, it was my cat, Skibber, yeah.
Yeah.
Like he'll bring them in and he'll just like drop them down, play with them. But it's because his mother was domestic and his mother was domestic cat and his mother was domestic, so they're losing the instinct.
Mm.
They're bigger. They're getting a hell of a lot bigger now, cats are. They're not small, so they say. So, yeah, man, it's like now they're totally different to the wildcat. Whereas the wildcat ain't playing with it, it's eating it. It's inside it. The wildcat looks ugly. Their fur's different. Do you get what I'm trying to say, G?
Yeah.
To their ancestor cat. So that's what I mean, man. There's no need to like, put it this way, if you were living in a family, like a type family, there might have been a chemical reaction where you decided, no, I don't want bad things to happen to my family. Maybe we don't need to eat each other. Maybe we just need to defend ourselves. So obviously you would move away. You would drift away. Do you know what I mean? That's how a lot of like even animal prides and stuff like that happen, where they've had a fallout, where they've not accepted that one, or they've not accepted that group, or that group's drifted off, and then they form their own own way of life.
Yeah. That's it. That is really it, man. Some people are saying that the cat. I'm reading a conversation. Someone said that my cat steals and kills baby birds and lays them in line in the garden.
Yeah, my one used to do that, like to say, look what I bought. Like he's smart, man. Like some of them will do it to show you, like, look what I've caught. Like this is for you. Like, but is it natural is it natural for an animal to be like that? Like, how many years are we talking about? Like, you've seen them now. Like, you've seen like even pharaohs loved off cats and treated them in a certain way. So
That's crazy, man. I didn't know cats still eat wild animals like that. That's so interesting.
yeah, look, if it sees a mice, yeah, most of them will just play with it, bro. Some of them aren't even fussed. Like I've seen YouTube videos, bro, where cats are just chilling. But then there's some cats where it kicks in. It kicks in them, like if they see a bird, they start crouching down there. Their fur goes up. They start like they're on it. They're ready to do their thing.
Yeah.
So it's like what you're saying, but they don't always go out every day to kill it. Why? Because they know they've got food. So it's a different thing they could do now. So being around human beings, like meowing and doing all kinds of things, it's now they've had to adapt. So is that a complete different, like, cat compared to, I don't know, what we're talking, like 1,000 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like they still got their instincts in it, but I mean, cats are a bit more freer than dogs. You know, dogs you keep closer to you, but cats, like, they wander off. So they still got that instincts of living in the wild and whatnot. So
I believe Mother Nature is a force to reckon with, and I believe if you do certain things to unbalance it in the world, like if you make somewhere too hot in one place, you'll make it too cold in the other place. Yeah. And then she'll just flip it round. She will just come back worse than the other place there, till you have to start understanding that is like the balance. It's the same with, like, in life, man. Like, you have to have good in order to understand what the bad is. Like, they can't exist without each other.
life is weird, man. I don't know what about balance, but I don't know. So would you say then you believe in evil as well as having the good?
Yeah, I believe outside of our Earth is chaos. I could not think of anything worse. I can't see how things work in space. I see it as chaos. It's like a chaos realm.
Some
It's
people,
just chaos.
I mean, ultimately, if you wanted to say, would this Earth in a different part of space have us as life? I mean, some people would argue, no, we wouldn't be survived. Like, ultimately, the Earth is the space is very, very dangerous and hostile for someone like us to be in. But when it comes to what you call it now, when it comes to whether or not they call, some people argue that it is organized chaos. So we might look at it and perceive it as chaos, but
Chaos,
at the
yeah.
same time, we're perceiving it that way because we're comparing it to something we already know. Whereas there might be other life forms out there who are looking at it like, no, we're the ones living in chaos. You guys are living we're living normal.
Yeah.
It's like a puddle. Someone gave me the example of a puddle. If a puddle was alive, they would look at the ground where it's in and say, "Oh, this hole in the ground was created for me." Meanwhile, it was just there.
So that's evolution.
How's that evolution? What do you mean by that?
Because you just said the word, like, created, like the whole. What made
No,
the
but
whole?
the hole that the puddle's in, it wasn't created. It was just there. So it was just there, and something else came and something else landed in that space. But we're looking as if we created it when the puddle's looking at it as if it was created when.
All right. So check this. Let's check this. So life will end when there is no life on Earth. Because look, the way I'm looking at it is like this. Yesterday is yesterday. You can never go back to it. Yeah. So today is like another day. So because I'm living it, this is only my time. Because when I'm dead or when I'm gone, it doesn't matter, because whatever you doing or whatever there, it's not existing to me. Does that make sense?
Say that one more time.
So, like, when we're talking like to do with time and everything like that, is it because things are is it because it's a constant flow of changes that it doesn't, like, yesterday's dream is an erase. It doesn't exist anymore. It's like totally gone. So this is what it is now because I'm alive, and because I've given birth to somebody else, that has kept it now alive. till when everything dies. Like if they say like Mars is not, there's no life on it.
Yeah.
There's no life. There will be life if a astronaut comes down onto that planet. There's life. There's an existence of life on that planet. So now you could talk about how is that life to survive on that planet.
Ah, that's interesting.
Yeah. So if you took 10 astronauts, they land on Mars. Mars is now a living planet because there's living organisms.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So me as well, I'm a living organism. Yeah, but I'm only living in my moment.
Let's go up. Fuck so
So it's like, am I dying every day and living again, or what? Like what fully? Like what fully is it? Because I know I know I can create life, so I'm keeping something going. Physical with like physical body with fluids. What else is there to it? Okay, so we've got elements. Our elements are live. So is fire alive?
Some people might describe it as alive. They anthropomorphize it. You're talking about anthropomorphizing things now.
Yeah,
Giving
so
things
like
a characteristic, giving things like some type of life form.
yeah, so if you were to blend fire with water, with earth, with electric, like it does that form like when you want to like build like a TV, is that all the elements that you need to make that TV come alive?
Maybe it might be used in the process of making TVs. I don't maybe, but I don't think it's like I don't know. I don't know what to. I don't know where you're coming up with this.
So what I'm basically trying to say, to actually make life, you need to include everything what's happened before.
Okay. Okay.
Because everything has played a part.
Yeah, everything. I mean, I don't know. Are you trying to talk about interconnectedness?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with in
Because
some way,
like
shape, or form. Everything's
water,
connected.
water could get turned to ice. Yeah, we're like, how much percentage of water are we? Did they say?
70%.
Now that's an element. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an element.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. What are you saying? Some people are asking questions. TV come alive. And then some people are asking stupid questions like, what can energy? I don't know why, brother. Come on, man. What kind of logic is that, brother? I'm tired of people, man. Just, yeah, go on, Natty, go on. I'm mumbling to myself. Natty, you there? What the frick?
The gods don't mingle with the mortals.
The frick is going on here? My phone is bugging, fam. For real. Oh, now it dropped off. What's the chat saying? I'm so tired. I'm not even gonna lie, fam. Got a headache again. I'm gonna go to sleep, bruv.
You that tired?
Yeah, bruv.
You're lucky. I'm just in pure editing. My eyes are burning.
Yeah, my eyes are burning. I think it's the screen, me looking at the screen constantly, fam. I'm not gonna lie, still. Modern physics is stupid. I don't think modern physics is stupid, brother. What's your point? Oh, someone needs to create the energy source to continue the energy source to keep going. Is that your point, hetero? Is that your point? Like, bruv, come on, man. Like, bruv, stop it, man. Just go look into it, bruv. You know what I mean? I've told you the source. I said the Zeitgeist movement. They have a film on it. Go to the second film. We'll see what they're talking about. Go and use that as the catalyst to search up what you want to debunk it from. I don't see why you have to keep. Like, bruv, you're acting as if I actually know how they physically make the energy and whatnot. Bruv, go and look into it, fam. You get me? Zeitgeist Addendum. That's the film. Stick to the place where they're talking about energy. It's like, I think it's the second or third bit of the film. And you'll see where it's talking about the whole energy sources and what they have. And he's literally gone to universities to look into it. So it's not some type of pseudoscience that he's promoting. Just go look into it, innit? And debunk it there. Yeah. Sorry, Terry. What were you saying? My eyes is hurting, boy. Terry, run. Yeah, what's everyone saying then? Our eyes are hurting, boy. Want to sleep. I got an exam tomorrow as well. Fuck's sake. Been here the whole day. I didn't even get to revise properly. Yeah, Natty, you're here. Natty.
Yo,
Yeah, what you saying?
yeah, man. So I was just saying, like how can you connect all of those things together, like all the elements and like the power that they can create, like fire, like water is a power. We know it's a power.
Sorry. Let me just quickly
Fire
say
is a
something.
power, and air is a power, and
let me just quickly.
electric is a power,
Wait,
and
hold
even
on.
earth.
Sorry, Natty. Wait, hold on. Let me just quickly talk to Hetero. Hetero, yeah. I said the Zeitgeist movie. Zeitgeist movie addendum. Yeah, Zeitgeist addendum. Watch the video, or you can go to. I think it's the second or third part of it. It talks about the technologies that they're advocating for, and if you're interested more in it, go into the Zeitgeist the movie. Moving forward, it goes into everything that I'm talking about is answered there in it. So you can go and debunk it. And I don't know what it's got to do. I don't know why people think, because I say I go university, that I think I'm so much better than them. Like, bruv, if you're that insecure, just go uni, bro. Fucking hell, bro. Some weird people on the net, you know. Is
You know
that
what I
is
mean?
how insecure man are that they have to say, "Oh, I think I'm better than them because I go uni." I don't give a fuck about uni, you know. Fuck's sake, man. Anyway, continue, yeah.
It's knowledge, bro.
But you can
Yeah,
get knowledge from anywhere. You don't even need to
like
go to uni.
so
So, yeah, go on.
yeah, so yeah, man. So I'm just looking at it as that. I think these forces have come together and managed to create something like powerful. Because like if you when you do certain things with these with like hydrogen water, right? That's no joke, man. That's a serious. Like now they're making hydrogen bombs. Like that energy, man. Is we don't need to. I don't think it's important anymore about how far back we are, what we are, because it's irrelevant, or where we came, because we weren't thinking about that before, because otherwise nothing would have changed. Everything would have stayed the same. Everything would have been, oh no, we need to be like I was before. No, things have moved on. And exactly like your industry
You're cutting out still. No, you're cutting out, bro.
These things are biting it. You could look at it, evolution. It's just like ever growing, man. It's just life is just ever expanding, and whatever exists now is just getting replaced with something better. That's the way I look at it. Everything just gets better, or we think. But you know, when we're talking about better, there's always that opposite to it. Like the good thing about life is we would always look at it as you're alive, and then the bad part about it is we look at it as because you die. But that is what you have to accept in life. You have to accept that.
Yeah.
That's what you got to accept. You got to accept you don't know if you're gonna live or die tomorrow, because it's life. Consciously or subconsciously controlling. But yeah, man. Like you can see what they're doing now, man. Even just the computer games are just starting to become, you know, out of this world. And if anyone would have talked about Grand Theft Auto,
Yeah. What about it?
now when you're looking at Grand Theft, well, look at it now. It's on another level. Like you could just like I was saying this when the first one come out. Oh, it'd be so good if you could go into people's houses, and it'd be so good if you could do these with the cars. It'd be so good if you could play with your brethrens on there. And now it's there because this idea, like this powerful idea, you can make it happen because you have everything that look. If we get created, but if life gets created here, then all things can start here for us. That's what I'm trying to say. And when we're looking at gods, or when we're looking at mighty men, we're looking at people, we're looking at things already around us. Do you know what I mean? Simple things. It could be a building. All these things that are just starting to. Huh?
No, I felt like it slightly cut out a bit. Maybe it was me in it, but I thought it was cutting out for me still. Yes, yeah. He was saying something still. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, we're going so far that it doesn't matter about what happened in the past.
Okay.
I mean, that's not evolution. That's not evolution. That's the past. We're going forward. So created, look, it's life. Yeah. And you know, you can see with your eyes that everything gets created here.
Mm.
Like
Yeah.
you create, like Raj, he does drawing, so he does something. Like, let me tell you on basically trying to say that he puts his mind from a pen and elements. Would you call that like you're using? Because that's what we all use every single day.
Okay.
Everything relies on these elements. Everything that needs to live.
Well, Tarek, what do you think? Because Tarek knows a lot about these elements and whatnot and everything. Tarek?
Oh, good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening.
Anything?
What's this about
Yeah.
elements?
Basically, the idea is that elements are like the basic forms of life if they come together.
Well, I think they're already living things, isn't it? Already.
You think fire is a living thing?
Yeah, it exists in many different shapes and forms.
So light, could it be light? Could fire be like a light? Light.
Yeah, I'll give it that. Yeah.
Fire's light.
So like, all right, okay, like one big element that is always continuously going is like the lava flow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and when that cools,
Is it heat though?
well, it's hot. Yeah, I would put anything to do with hot. I'd put that towards fire. Like fire is an element which goes with water, which then creates like steam, and it can boil the water. So
I don't know. That I think that's a stretch to be calling fire. I mean,
an element
and all that stuff, innit?
all right, maybe not like
Even
is it an
in
element?
cartoons, they tell you these things. Captain Planet, it is an element, Ralph.
Yeah, it's like light. Like the sun is light. It's like because it like and fire is not dark. You don't get a dark fire. It's light. So we could say like the closest element to that is what it is, isn't it? It's like
Dark fire.
but yeah, but anyway, so like so you have something like that. Yeah, and like so like I was saying, like you have lava that will cool down and then it will form rock. Okay, so that's like a creation itself.
Yeah, yeah, everybody's got elements. These are the only things what we could say. Yeah, for certain, everything runs on elements, or you know, what I mean, the molecules of the structure. It's definitely by elements. Or elements are involved.
I mean, what does you know, like air? What does it contain in the air? Because fire also needs air. It needs oxygen. Does oxygen contain water?
Some parts of it. It's not like it holds a lot.
Okay, right. Oxygen contains water, yeah? That's all I want to know.
sort
That's
of.
not
It can,
elements, but that's not the same thing as
gas.
elements. The elements that we talk about, like fire, water, like that's not the same thing, you know.
it might not be water, but smoke.
What?
Smoke. Oh, that's air again then.
Yeah. So, well,
Okay,
yeah, but
these
we're
are the
not.
5 elements.
Listen,
Yeah.
we know oxygen is an element,
5
but it's not that type of element. What are you talking about? These guys,
No,
bro. Come on, man. Atticus, man. Fix up, man. You're talking the world's worst today, you know. We know what type of element we're talking about when we talk about elements, brother. Stop it, man. You do that thing, man.
all right. Sorry. Wood, fire, earth, metal, water.
Wood what? Say that again.
Wood, fire, earth, metal.
Yeah. What about them?
What are the 5 elements of nature?
Okay, so
Oh,
you're
sorry.
talking. That's what it is.
Sorry.
Elements of
Earth,
nature.
water, fire, air, space.
Yeah.
Everything in nature is made, of nature, right? So that's what I was just basically trying to say of how important these elements are.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
say that
Well, you're cutting off.
I would say they're like God's
Because
attributes.
they alone can
He's cutting off, man. It's choppy.
create life.
Yeah, 100%. I could agree with that. I would say they're the tools of nature, or one could say the tools of God.
Well, yeah. I mean,
You're choppy, man. You're cutting out, bro.
so it's the force of nature in you.
The netters.
Maybe the elements is what started life. These elements
started life.
all react. They all create something else.
I don't wanna
Definitely, but I think it's something.
I listen, you know.
It's something to do with like the planet. With all
I'm only asking stuff, yeah, right? They expect you to be. I'm not an expert. Number one, I never said that. So just saying no, it's not got water, or if you think it has got water, just because that's all I'm basically just trying to say. Because like all this, man, if you fuse them together and start playing about them, you can create stuff. Like you can create by these elements. And if we're a part of these elements, then we'll react to them like we feel the earth shake because the way we're structured.
Ralph, I can hear you singing your church songs.
How's that
Sometimes
church
you know
song?
something.
You ain't heard of Marley?
You were singing the old rugged cross.
You know what I mean? Because
Stop lying, fam. You win, man.
it's a nature thing.
That's it. That song's old still. Old working class. So you're Catholic then? You were brought up Catholic then, weren't you?
Yeah. They don't sing that in Catholic, is it? It's mostly them Black Baptists and Methodists.
They sing it in Catholic church. My mum sings it.
Serious? It must be
Yeah,
a black one though. A lot of black people like that one.
yeah. My mum, obviously, my mum went to Catholic church in Nigeria, so they probably got it from there, innit?
It's true actually, as you said that. We might just sing it a bit different, if you know what I mean, like
Yeah,
remix it. I couldn't
yeah.
imagine white people singing that song for some reason.
I swear it's in the hymn book. We have a Catholic hymn book that was music and all that stuff in it. So I swear it's in there, but I think
Yeah, I remember
I
those
don't know.
days. Hymn
Well,
book.
Jesus loves me, but
I was singing. Wait,
able.
what? I was singing "Wait in Vain" by Bob Marley.
Kumbaya, kumbaya.
Rasta hymns.
I don't
Try
wanna
chanting.
wait in vain for your love.
What's that? You sure it's not the UB40 one you're singing?
Nah, not UB40.
Oh,
Allow it, allow it.
what's going on?
No, fam.
UB40 is hard. Still UB40, you know. You
Red
red
wine,
wine make me feel so fine.
red wine, red wine.
Goes to my head. Hey, you know who drinks a lot of that?
Hey,
You know who pops up drunk up on this panel? That's them, man.
oh, you're a joker, fam.
Hey, you know, you know when she pops up, that's what I'm gonna sing. Red, red wine, lift up your head, make you a guan stupid. Hey, and then you get and then you get her husband come along. Red, red wine, you make me feel so fine.
Yo,
shit.
oh god.
Oh, shit. Oh my days. What you saying? Ultra? Fuck's sake.
What have I missed, man?
Nah,
Straight,
nothing, man. Nothing still.
Right, listen.
You know
Question
when
of the day is
you know
deep,
when
yeah?
her
Have
and
you guys
woo
answered it? And if so,
friend
is there a
turns up. You know when
consensus?
the woo turns up, yeah.
Woo, man said the woo. Woo.
Hey, they're girls.
When you know some tune, you know.
Yeah,
What's the question
yeah,
of the day, Ultra?
Wait,
yeah.
when
What you
you
saying,
and
Ultra?
Nanifa,
What
when
really
you and Nanifa need
matters?
to do a sound clash.
This crap.
My life.
We need to see this happen. Wendy versus Nanifa sound
My
clash.
life.
They had one yesterday anyway, but yeah, Ultra. Sorry, Ultra. What were you saying? We keep cutting you, man.
No, you're having a good time. Like, what's the question of the day? Did you guys come up with a consensus as to what's really important?
Yeah, my life.
Definition. Yeah, you
Oh,
said your
okay.
life. Innit?
Okay. I have you got kids now?
Yeah.
Then I agree your life's important.
Well, listen, who's got to pay the bills? Who's got to pay the bills?
I don't know. Mum and dad?
Well, my life has to pay the bills for the kids, so my life is important.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree with that.
My life, I have to put claws upon them. My life is important.
No, but
Without me, there
Natty,
is no
the
life
question
for
of the
them.
day isn't whose life's important. The question of the day is, in life, what's really important?
My life.
No, it's not whose life. It's in life itself, what is important?
What?
Well, right now, today, in this capitalist system, it's money.
I don't even know really. Like even I was thinking about this today, and I think like life is fake.
That's just that question. It's just messed up anyway.
Life is just too scripted.
Like,
What do you mean? What do you mean it's messed up?
I'm just saying it's scripted in a sense where they portray a certain ideal, but realistically,
yeah, man. Like,
you know what I mean? When you grow up, it's not that basically in a sense like that. And you see like all the
I don't know. I
all
don't really
not to
like
say the
that question
badness.
of the day. If you're gonna put it like,
It just actually
not in
understanding
other people's
like
lives, you know.
Wait,
no, but
can
just
you hear
understand.
Natty? Can you hear Torok?
Hold on 2 seconds.
Torok's talking, you know, Natty.
Oh, hold on. Oh, shit. Hello.
You know,
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
Torok, I can
Like,
hear you. I don't think
really
Natty
for the
can hear you.
essence and the
I think
core
Torok.
to the meaning of life, like how the Buddhists and some of them people live, and like you get to understand it's just really experience in a sense, and it's like there's not no really good or bad in it, but there's literally everything of it just everything called in one basically. So it's experience in a sense like that. And they say the more you can let go of things in a sense that you're more acceptable or free in life basically in a sense.
Okay, but what about what you just said is important?
It depends. I don't think really life is important really looking at it now.
Yeah, because this is the thing, right? I'm trying to like obviously what I think is important might not necessarily be what you think is important. But I was thinking, let's all come up with, or let's all brainstorm. You tell me what's important to you, and then I can see if I can relate to it, and whether or not what's important to you is just purely subjective.
I know, but realistically, everything has a time in it and a length. So it's like there's no really point getting attached to a lot of things to be realistically like. I know it sounds a bit dark, but that's what I've just come to the sort of realization of in a sense.
I strongly disagree with you. I think because life is short, because it is finite, you should get attached to things because obviously depending on who you listen to, you only get one shot, bro. Like for people like myself who don't believe in an afterlife, this is it. And I would argue that attachments are what make life worth living. And I mean, like, if you, yeah, I don't know. I disagree with you, Toro. I disagree. Like,
yeah, but
yeah,
that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
so what's wrong? What's wrong with me saying my life is important?
No,
Like,
I'm not saying your
matters.
life isn't important, but that's not the question of the day. The question isn't whose life is important. The question is, in life, comma, what's really important? You see what I'm saying? It's a completely different question. We can all say my life's important for X, Y, Z, but that's not the question. The question is, in life, comma, what's really important?
Eating, eat and drink.
Is that important? And if so, why?
Why do you think?
Yeah, because I mean, essentially,
Because
we eat
I
to
want
stay
to.
alive, right?
Listen, I want to stay alive. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate. No, what you mean is you eat to delay death. That's because we're
not
all
to
going
go
to the same
hungry.
spot,
Not to
bro.
go hungry. Not to go hungry. Not to go hungry. So you don't go hungry.
And
Your
that's
family
important.
don't go hungry. Yeah.
Why is that important? Why is it
Because
important for you to delay death?
Because I want to be around in it, man. I like my life. I like it.
No,
Things are going good
I hear
right
that.
now.
I'm hearing that, but is that important? And if
Yeah.
so, why? Why is it important?
Oh, okay.
Come on, man. Let's get deep with it, man.
You're going so deep, bruv, that I feel like I need to go to university for these kind of topics.
Nah, come on, man. Let's
Like, you
think
got
on that
deep,
level,
G.
because
You got deep. You got out the
yeah,
Ouija board and thing, innit?
yeah,
All
bro.
right.
Come on.
Why is it important? Damn, boy. Because it's important.
I know.
See, it's gonna go back to me, but it's not about me. So that's, I don't know, man. Like, I could say right now it's important because I got my son and I want my family tree to grow. And I want to be around to make sure things run smoothly.
It's about the
Is that
journey.
important? And how is that important, Natty?
Because of growing up and seeing life.
It's about my journey to my legacy.
Yeah, man.
No, wait. That sounds fantastic, Terry. I'm asking, why are these things
That's what
important?
gives me my purpose. Because life is a journey.
So your purpose is important. So sorry, wait. Having a purpose in life is important.
No, my legacy is important.
Having a legacy or leaving a legacy?
Having a legacy to give my legacy away.
And is that important? And if so, why?
Yeah. Listen,
it's to help others into the future.
Listen, Ultra, like what Cotton Socks is, yeah, I am in life, yeah, so I'm sticking to what I'm saying. You can say whatever you want to say.
I can't see what Cotton's writing. I'm driving.
All right, well.
But I could tell you anything that Cotton Socks writes, until I can see it, is vapor and it doesn't exist and it's wrong by default. And Cotton Socks, get in the kitchen, yeah? Know yourself.
Straight.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I'm
Cotton,
disappointed.
get in the kitchen.
Red wine goes to her head. Lick off her head top, make her forget.
Yo.
Red wine. It's up to you. All you can do, you've done. Red wine make me feel so fine. Leave it out. Hey, the Duppy returns, you know.
Natty, you said you were going to sing as well. You got to join in.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not singing your tune, love. You're singing a different tune.
Yeah. So you was all talk. You talk the talk, can't walk the walk. Yeah.
Maybe. You know what? Most of the time I'm sitting down. So why stand when you can sit and still talk?
Made you stutter.
Not really.
So Ultra, you wanna know what in life really matters?
To you, yes.
Every moment.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I like the answer, but you're gonna have to put some clothes on it. Tell me why every moment matters.
Because nobody knows when they're gonna leave.
Tell me why nobody knows when they're gonna leave.
Because nobody knows.
Look at Natty getting all philosophical on us.
Nah, that's you, G. That sound like you. Sorry. You was meant to say that, Ultra. Sorry, Ultra. You was meant to say that.
No, no. To be honest, I like the answer, but I want to know why. I know she said because you don't know if you're gonna die tomorrow, and I'm like,
not just that. No, not just that. Because everything you do has implications, and it reverberates, and I believe that it does resonate, even when you leave, even when you're gone.
Yeah,
so
well, what's the point of living, mate? You
saying
might as
that
well kill
even
yourself.
when I'm dead, yeah, people are still gonna remember me?
Yeah, of course they will.
But why is that important?
It's important because
My niggas see another day.
for your loved ones, but it's not just that. It's because if you every moment is important because you need to contribute to it to keep it going, because we are all part of life. That's what I believe anyway. Life only exists if everybody contributes. If we all start decaying and wrecking everything, it all just dies. Everything
Yeah, you
dies.
might as well just die. Listen, yeah, you might as well just die. You know what I
No.
mean? Like,
So you're wishing
you got
death. Why would you wish death on me, Natty?
who you? I
Mm.
never said. No, I'm saying to the question of the day, you might as well just die. Like,
Why? There might not be nothing afterwards.
well, if you're not like got no inner
And
life, like
if there's nothing
involved.
afterwards, don't you want to make the best of what you do know that now that you're experiencing this experience where we believe we can feel, see, and touch, and we're actually involved in it all? Don't you want to experience every moment of that?
Yeah, I experienced quite a lot of that, but still, yeah, I get what you're saying. But
I mean,
yeah,
me personally, I don't believe that you can never die. I believe you die, you just go into a different dimension. That's what I believe.
What
But
do you mean?
that's
What
not
does that
most
mean?
people
Wait,
believe.
whoa, what? Hold on a second. So, like, let's just say you're on the Eiffel Tower,
Mm.
you spill some ice cream, you slip, and you go over the rails.
Yeah. Is that how you'd like to see me die in that ultra?
No. The reason I'm saying that is because I've been to the top, and it's not fun. It's not fun. It's not fun. I do not enjoy heights. It's a horrible, horrible thing, right? So
Yeah.
you fall off the Eiffel Tower, yeah,
All
sit
and you
right.
down, man.
land,
Raise on
and
good man, but
you land on the side of your neck, yeah,
Oh God, yeah.
and then the minute you make contact with the cement, your life is extinguished, yeah.
Right.
And then they scrape you off the curb and the sidewalk, and then
God. Yeah.
you'll have a funeral, obviously because of the horrific nature of
Yeah.
the accident. It's going to be closed casket,
Hmm.
and then all your friends and family, they'll come say some words, and then cry, and then they put you in the
nyam up the
ground.
food, nyam up the
Yeah,
food.
no, wait. Before they eat the food, you have to get put in the ground. So they put you in the ground,
Yeah,
and there's more crying, and then you all drive off to another location where you consume food and be sad at first, and then introduce a little bit of alcohol, and then it turns into a party. Now, at what point do you go to a different dimension exactly?
Me, I believe that when you die, you immediately your spirit and your soul transports off. I believe your body decays. Your body will just go down,
What's a spirit card? I
return.
and the
don't
Oh,
energy,
understand.
I believe
the energy.
returns to dust, and
Energy is just another word for spirit.
that recycles. You can never, if you exist, you can never not exist in this realm. That's what I believe.
So energy is spirit.
Everything is recyclable, and everything is in cycles. So
But we
why
know
should
that from the carbon cycle, which I don't disagree with you on that. It's just when people say energy and this new dimension, what do you mean by
Nah,
this
I
new
mean
dimension?
energy as in all the different cells in your body, like skin cells, this cells, blah 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 blah. There's like billions or millions of them, right? They all do their shit, right? They all do their shit,
Oh,
and
they
they get
become
old.
worm food.
Eventually,
Become worm
they get
food.
old,
Yeah, they
right?
become worm food.
And do you know what I see it is? It's like nature saying, "Aha, we fucked up on that one. We're gonna do better on this one." That's the way I
What?
see it. I see it
imagine?
like, you know, like, see, like
Okay.
me, yeah. If I eat healthy, live healthy, right, and stuff, right, I think that the next one of me is going to be better because it's going to survive diseases, it's going to survive things. You
No,
know, I
you don't
think
believe this plane.
my
I don't believe that.
my next son or daughter will have a better, like, genes, like new genes, like totally different, but better, advanced, and they'll all be working until it gets better, until it gets better,
Better
until it gets better.
advanced genes. Hmm. I mean, better advanced genes. I mean, we know about mutation. We know about selective natural selection. But you know, I don't think necessarily that you get better genes. I think if the genes suits the environment, you know, then
Yeah, there could be sometimes there could be
make it better.
a disorder. There could be a disorder
Yeah, but you're
What?
talking about the material.
because not everything in
I don't.
nature. Sometimes things in nature happens by it. Obviously, it's by mistake. Some things are by mistake. Yeah, they
They're all
happen
worm
by
feed,
mistake.
man. They're all just worm feed.
Yeah, or what we would call as a mistake. So, like a two-headed pig, we would look at it and go, is that a mistake or is that natural? Yeah, or conjoined twins. Is it a mistake or is it natural? I would look at it as, all right, they don't live long and one of them's dying and, you know, like you
Not
have to like,
necessarily.
not
Did you not
necessarily.
see the two men yesterday celebrated their 65th birthday, the oldest co-joined twins in the world?
Yeah, but before they used to die young,
Because we have the technology.
No,
right?
these
Or
are still attached. They're still attached.
We have the technology to help people survive longer. So yeah, but we're
so
still worm food, guys. We're still worm food.
yeah,
Well,
so
yeah, but this is the thing now. Humans are trying to find a hack to make people live forever now. They're trying to, they want to hack it.
I would say they've probably got drugs that already increases their lifespan as far as they can go.
Yeah. And you have to think, what is this? This is just this can't be a permanent experience. One could say. This
Wait,
is
wait, hold on a second. Hang on. So Jupiter, you're saying in life you have to enjoy every oh, sorry. Wait, are you saying enjoy every moment or just experience every moment or what? Like, because
Experience.
you can't enjoy being punched in the throat. Do you know what I mean?
It's still an experience.
Yeah, but it's not a good one.
Yeah.
Trust me.
No, it doesn't have to be good. It's still an experience, and it still teaches you something.
Yeah, you're living.
No,
So,
but I
Raph,
don't need to be punched in the throat to know that it's a bad thing. Do you know? Do you know
yeah,
what I mean?
No,
Raph,
I don't know.
Hey,
I think
Raph.
the difference is, I suppose, as much as I get angry and shout at people, I see humor in everything, even in my own behavior. So I laugh at most things, and that's what people don't understand. I find humor in everything, even myself, and even the reactions to some of what I do. When people react, I laugh because they don't know when I'm serious and when I'm not, and so to me, it's amusing. Life's one big roller coaster. You take the ups, you take the downs, and it's just as much fun going on your way up to achieve something because it is coming down and having a big sink and then building yourself back up. It's good because if you don't have one without the other, if you have one without the other, then it's nothing. You wouldn't know what to compare it to.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
Because when you look at things, you're thinking, what is the whole point? You know what I mean? Like, and it's kind of heartbreaking at the same time. You know what I mean? Because you know what I mean. Like, I don't know. Certain people can go through life kind of easy and just, you know what I mean. But when you see your parents get old and they die and things like that, you're just thinking, what is actually the point here? You know what I mean? Like, what is?
They don't die. I don't believe they die. I believe their energy just goes on to the next level.
Yeah, but it's just a bit weird though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just a bit.
Well, not really. You see all the space that's around us that we can't see, the air that's between me and you, that we know is full of atoms. We know it's there. Imagine you could see it, and imagine it was full of energy, but all different colors.
Yeah, but
Listen, let me tell you a fact, yeah. Let me tell you a fact. Everything starts off like a cell, like a squidgely, liquidy substance, right? We don't start off like a little tiny baby and we start growing. Like we don't start off as like
Actually, we start off from stardust.
right. Listen, you know what I mean, yeah. We start off from goo, nucleus, mucus. Yeah,
Actually, we start off from stardust.
Opal fruits.
And with the help of that, you have air. So that's what I'm trying to say to you. All these things that like help to
Yeah,
create
well,
life.
obviously we're gonna have to contain oxygen. Obviously, we need to, because that's the energy that's released when you die. When the material form of you goes, that's exactly what part of what you are.
That's a chemical reaction, and that's what it is, isn't it?
It's energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you die, when if something fails in your body, and like the main thing in your body is your brain that tells you what to do.
Mm. But you see, when people believe their different beliefs, I also believe that you can create your own ending where you go to. So if you believe that you're going to be met by Jesus, you'll be met by Jesus. If you believe that you're really going to go to heaven, you'll go to what appears to be heaven. If you really believed it, but most people are truthful in their own head. They might lie on the outside world, but they know if they've committed any sins. Most people are scared that they're going to hell, and most people put themselves in hell because that's where they think they're going, because they fear death. I don't fear death.
No, but you're thinking though, what is the whole point of this though? You know what I mean? Like having children, letting them go through grief on this earth and whatnot and the other. Just like what is the whole point?
It's because
And
we create the grief.
no, but when you look at it, it's a trick, because for some reason when you're at a certain age, or when you say you're in your most fertile essence, is mostly when you're young. You know what I mean, and things like that. And
Yeah, but Toro, look, check this, yeah, for creativity, yeah. Someone come up on the panel, start barling about someone made a meme about them. Someone created something from out of nothing. Yeah, from out of nothing. They created something that made someone get very, very upset. And then that person's gone out and created something and done the exact same thing to that person there. What do you call that?
Snowflakery.
I don't know. Just tit for tat,
I,
really.
I call it snowflakery.
I call that life, bro.
No, it's snowflakery. Snowflakery. I'm not gonna lie, Natty.
No, but
The fact that no
point
one's
I was
done a
trying to-
meme about your naked profile picture, to me beggars belief. Do you know what I'm saying? But
no, but the point I was
if
trying to make though.
somebody memed you, like there was one guy made a fake account called Jafar's nipple because yeah, like, but for me it's like it's funny, but like memes are funny, and one thing people have to remember, this is important. I heard it said, and I wholeheartedly agree with this, right? The person said, it's not me that's making you angry, it's you that's choosing to respond with anger. And that,
exactly,
those words are so profound. And if you was to live by those words, all of the snowflakery would disappear overnight. All of it.
No, but the point I was trying to make though, like people sometimes have children not knowing the full length of life, and I'm thinking, is it the way how nature has programmed human beings? That we're in the state that we are. Like, take for instance Japan, where they're about 10 years advanced with technology, and people keep banging on, oh, technology. Their marriage rate has actually gone down, and birth rate and certain things like that. And now they've got things like hugging calves, a vending machine for to smell knickers, and
Oh, God.
all different types of
Really?
weird things.
Where are those vending machines?
They do it on their break, innit? They can't do it while they're working.
No, but what I'm saying is, I've never heard of that, Turek. How do you know about these vending machines?
No, it was a documentary on Vice.
Documentary.
No, it's like they even have something called a hugging calf, where somebody hugs you for 30 minutes. A hugging calf. You don't
That's
really
just
eat there, but
yeah, sad. That's sad.
no, but this is technology though. This is for you technology.
But you know what? I had an elderly next door neighbour where I used to live, and her husband died, and I hadn't seen her for a while, so I knocked to see if she was okay. And I said to her, I didn't want to sort of like come round too soon because I know that he
Yeah,
died.
that's what I'm trying to say. The idea then,
No,
it's not that
listen, I want to tell you
yeah,
something.
but this is
No, I want to tell you something. Don't be so rude. And I asked her how she was, and she said she was fine. And she said, "You know what I miss?" And I said, "What?" She said, "The touch of someone's hand." She hadn't, in all the weeks from when he died, she hadn't touched anyone's hand. I suppose after the funeral, I suppose. That's quite sad, isn't it? To think that there's people out there that are going to pay to be hugged.
No, but that's the future.
I
Now,
don't
now
think
they,
it's
now
going to be
they've
the
got
future
sex
for you, mate. It ain't
dolls.
going to be the future for me.
it's all right.
No, but think about it. They got real live human looking sex dolls now in Japan and America. So you can see where it might be taking a wrong turn, because even now, as I was saying before, that the most time when people are having children is when they're mostly fertile, when they're young, and teenage
Yeah,
pregnancy has
yeah,
actually
but some
gone
of these
down.
places
No,
having them sex dolls, it's their own fault because they did a one-child policy and got rid of all the girls.
No, because they had a whole 10 years span, what they call a sexual revelation, or what they call it, evolution or something or the other. And it was just about fornication, basically. That's all it was about. And promoting these products, getting them sold all over the place. And nobody done any psychological actual
Yeah.
analysis what kind of effects this will have on
Well, I read in
nothing
the
in the long
paper
run.
2 days ago that they've got real lifelike sex dolls now, and that some people have actually bought them in this country. I thought they were outlawed, but apparently not, as long as they're adult ones in this
No,
country.
they're what they call it on the black market. They have to do it undercover. So like they're smuggling them in with what they call them things. I forgot what they call them,
Yeah,
but
but
they're
you got to ask yourself, what sort of a person would rather have sex with a robot than actually with a real
big
person?
money now. It's big money.
I mean, surely the real thing would be more of an experience.
But this is what's going to happen sooner or later. Look at this lockdown. How many do you think they probably got off Amazon? Do you think if this lockdown lasted for 2 years?
What do you think? Really,
when did
people?
yours arrive? When did yours arrive, Turek?
It's getting a bit sort of depressing, Turek.
What one did you get? Did you get the one named Cindy?
No, I'm just saying for the future. I would just say what's important in life. You know what I mean? It's just like we're looking at
Yeah,
the
no,
whole.
no, I get you, man. I'm
You know
back
what I
into it.
mean?
No, it's true, but you know what, Turek? It's because man's mind is going mad, bro. Instead of just smoking green, they want to smoke white. Instead of smoking white, they want to smoke brown. After that, they're smoking crocodile. After crocodile, they're smoking zombie. After that, they're spicing it. It's endless, bro, because we want to do better, bro. I'm thinking every single day, you know what? I know the quickest way to the shop, but is there a quicker way? Is there really a quicker way? And then you've got some people, G, who don't think like you, don't think outside the box. Like they're just doing it. And they're the sleep. They're the people that you need. You need a lot of them ones to be asleep, because you can't have everyone awake and thinking, nah, you know what? If everyone was awake, everyone would be like, no, I'm not buying off you. I won't buy off you. I won't buy off you. I won't buy off you. If everyone was a businessman, who's gonna buy your products?
Well, this is the thing.
What are you saying?
It's like how many people are willing to kill a
I was
chicken
saying
to
that you
have chicken nuggets?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense though. You say that people, if everyone was awake, why? What you mean? So you think everyone being selfish is somebody being awake?
no. What I'm trying to say is that what like Tarek was saying with like like with all these mad sex toys, or I'm not, you can't call me a man or woman, I'm pan. It's like, what are you talking about? You're pan. Shut up. You are a man or look, for millions of years we've only had man and woman. right? And it's been all right, you know. There's been no confusion.
Yeah, but
Now,
if you're a true activist, you just hold to what you know is true without worrying about it.
Yeah, but
right.
think about it
But what I'm
now.
trying to say
If
to you,
people refuse to comply, it can't work, can it?
Yeah, but I think
I know.
technology now has fired on people because think about it now. People are eating fruit without seeds in it. And by my analysis, and I might be wrong, don't get me wrong, but I think that's a gay fruit and veg. From time it don't have no seeds in it, it doesn't want no seed. I think that's actually a gay product. And a lot of people are digesting these foods
I just
and
realised you
things
used
like
to
that.
talk about food all the time. You haven't talked about it for ages, and now you're bringing up fruit.
No, because it's a good point what the brother made there with all these change of mindsets. It's like you are what you eat in a sense like that. So it's like if you're eating different types of food where is extra hormones pumped in it than usual, it's gonna alter the mind, body, and soul, if you know what I mean. And realistically, when you look at anything without a seed in it, it is a sort of a transvestite plant.
well, Torah, look, let me tell you something. Let me just close it down for you. What I'm trying to say. The man who invented the internet might have been a real sweet, innocent man who just thought, I want to do something better for the people. But lately, I've had to rely on the internet for business. It's good. It's good, man. Like, you know, like DPD, they can get your parcels out no time. Spreadsheets done, everything. All your invoices can get all done by one click of the button. Other countries are starting to rely on this technology. Yeah, it's a big thing. Everyone needs to start adapting. They need to find something suitable for Africa. They don't want them to have nukes over there. Can't have that nuclear power. So they go in solar panel. Yeah, loads, because you need to protect certain countries where they have, like, obviously animals, food, and all that stuff. You can't start mashing up countries to extinction and then the whole wide world is fucked, basically. Yeah. So what I'm basically trying to say is that there's levels to what certain people are at, and the man who created the internet has made it a problem now because everyone's having to rely on the internet, and when everyone's locked onto the internet, they'll be able to take it off. That's going to be another problem in your life. Yeah. Before, in the Victorian days, they didn't have problem with the gas man or the electricity man or this man. Everyone's got a problem with this man coming around, the gas man, the electric man, the teeth man, that man, the sky man, this, that. Everyone's owing up a man. And this is another thing, and this is what I'm trying to say. Because of someone's bright idea, it's a good thing, but it's got a bad thing to it. And that's life, mate. Life is good and bad.
Yeah, that's why you should know the foundations. You should know how to grow fruit. You should make sure you got candles in your house.
It's yin and yang. It's order. That is order. That is how to get someone in order, you will use fear. And to get someone to love you, you will use love. You know what I mean? But sometimes love that you could do the opposite. You could do the opposite. Do you know what I mean?
Who makes someone love them?
Dictators.
No, you don't make someone love you. Either they love you or
you could think like that because I could say, yeah, I don't think like that. I don't think like you, but I think I've got the power to do that.
Wow. See, I wouldn't
People
get
love pop stars. People love pop stars just by them making music.
I know, but let me ask you this then, because maybe I'm getting you wrong with what you're saying. So you're saying that you make people love you, but what satisfaction do you get out of that if they don't do it out of their own free will?
Okay. It depends how you could say I can make them fall in love with me. I could say I can make them fall in love with me with my looks, my charm. You know what I mean? My height, my build, all them sort of things there. Or I can make them by Well, yeah, I get what you mean, but yeah, that's how I could do it. I mean, if you look at a dictator like guy, yeah, look what he is, that they'll turn off the water in certain,
Yeah, your thing's
so
cutting
they
out.
make them hate you, and then when you turn it on, that you make them love you. Always turn it back on ways of doing. That's what I'm trying to say. How clever you are. Like, people are well advanced. They don't care about the past. They know. You start going back into the past, yeah, you'll be stuck there because everybody else would have like gone by it.
Yeah, I agree that you don't need to go into the past. I didn't catch what you said about the water or turning it on or something because your mic was going on and off. But yeah, nobody look. The past is only good for learning from. Trying to recreate it is foolish. Number one.
Oh
they
no,
won't-
I'm just saying, like, stuff, yeah, drama.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out. I don't know why.
Like you could pop up on the panel. You could pop up on the panel, and you could create drama.
But do you think peace is life or peace is death?
Ooh. Don't know. We don't know, do we?
Because there's some people say live in peace or peace be with you and rest in peace.
I think life can be peaceful if you want to make it peaceful. If you want to avoid everybody.
Get racism.
Because if you truly believe in free will, then the other people are going to come into your lifeline, aren't they?
Oh mate, someone's been a race.
Can you hear Natty? Is it me, Turek?
Might have a little delay.
Because Natty seems to be coming in and out to me. I can't hear what he's saying.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. But this is why I say like nature itself is just like always in control, because a lot of people, they have children not knowing that they're gonna have children in a sense like that. Like, and this is what you learn as growing up. Like nobody really plans anything. Nothing's really planned. It's not like a stork comes with a child at the window and drops them off and things like that. You know what I mean? So it's just, it makes you analyze things a bit better and try to understand things. And they always say like what did they say? Something about the they say like youth is wasted on the young or something like that. Because really, when you're young, you don't really know much in it, in a sense like that. You're going through your own.
Yeah, when you're at its fittest, your brain's not at its wisest. Yeah, it's true. Well,
and yeah, and you can't help it. Like no matter what you do, so like you have loads of people that will try and warn you, this, that, and the other tell you, but it just like it seems like nature or whatever is going on chemically in your body or brain, you still end up going down and making mistakes, or it might be not a mistake. It's like, you know what I mean, or you just don't really know if anything's good or bad anymore in the world we're living in today.
yeah, but that's because they've shook the system up, isn't it? That's because everything's gone upside down and tits up. That's why. It's because you've got nutters like D'Angelo to fucking convince people something is black when it's white.
But think about it. Like, look at all the people what they class as celebrities that should be having a good life. Those are the people that end up dying the earliest. Probably even having the most unhappy life.
Young. That's why.
Hmm?
That's because they're living fast and dying young. They're not savouring life, are they? They want everything now, now, now.
Yeah, but it just makes you think, innit, really, in a sense like that. What is the true enlightenment? What you can get in life, because you have millionaires, billionaires, and they're still waking up every morning for money.
Yeah, but a lot of them are fake, aren't they? A lot of those celebrities, they're not they're not like their real personas. They're just the personas that you see.
Yeah, but it's kind of sad though, really and truly, because
Yeah.
those are the
We
people.
see the.
Go on, Nate,
Listen,
go on.
We're trying to, but you keep cutting out. I think his phone needs charging, or he's got a bad connection or something. You know, you were talking earlier about the electricity board, Natty. I think you might have problems with your one.
Yeah, so it just makes you think, though, innit, in a sense like that, because as you brought up the electricity, there were different models of how like utilizing things in life in a sense like that, and along the way, people just corrupted it. If you know what I mean, that we should be living a more, I don't know, higher spectrum of life and understanding, but maybe it's gonna be from now onwards in a sense, and it took a lot of mistakes to get people into the realization, hopefully what they have today or next year, hopefully, or in the future. But there's gonna be robots mostly doing loads of these types of hard work now and laboring jobs, so it's gonna be
all of these elements actually what is being used against you in life to live with. All of those elements, all of them 5 elements that I just said are being used against you to live with. Earth, water, fire, gas, air. And yet this is what we're made up of.
free. They're free. They're all free elements. I mean, free, not free, but you know what I mean, that they're attainable by any means.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Most things are free, but what happens is somebody goes and makes policies on it and says, I mean, over in America, in some states, you're not allowed to collect rainwater. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I see that one.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. That should never be allowed to happen.
That is sad. That's a sad day.
I mean, you know. So, I mean, if we really wanted to, I mean, everybody, I mean, we could all make fucking, if you've got a back garden, you could make bricks out the soil in your back garden if you wanted to. Build your own little houses at the back of the garden or whatever. Knock down the council or the one that's you've already living in, whatever.
But this is the thing, like we've come so, how can I say, reliant on other people that we don't even have our own water storages. Say if anytime something happens, or you know what I mean, in certain things like that, like we don't really, I don't know, like have things in a sense like that where it's very even having like, I don't know, like what's them thing called again, like electric generators and things like that. I thought at least think everybody.
So
anyway,
the point,
all
the point that I'm trying to say there is that the 5 elements, okay, right? And I'll tell you what the 5 elements of nature are again: earth, air, fire, water. Yeah, they're using these things like, listen, you live on the earth, so they'll charge you for the earth. You're breathing the air, so that's like all these things, bro. Is like what everything is what is made up of. Now, if you could control that, that is what you have control over. If you could control that, that's what makes life to everything. That's what you're sitting there with your laptop or your mobile phone. You needed the water to cook. Like, listen, you needed everything to make all your mobile phones, bro. Everything.
Yeah, but if all else, let's just imagine, right, tomorrow, that the electricity goes down and the gas goes down. You're telling me you wouldn't know how to fucking start a fire up and fucking.
Yeah, but where are you gonna find? You have to go and buy charcoal. With like, nobody really has these things that put down for things like this. You know what I mean? Depending where you live as well.
Oh, you're funny.
No, but it's true though. Like little things like that people take for granted. You know what I mean?
I'll
That
just
sounds
go
like
to
that.
my nearest woodland and pick up some fucking bracken.
No, but think about the people that live in high rise now. What they're gonna do? Do they even have balcony?
Probably go to the local dump, get some wood, like chairs or whatever have been thrown away, and smash them up and burn them.
Well, you know what? You see, when you put all of them elements together, that's psychic power.
Mm.
That's where you get that. Because what is that? Like, this thought, like, what is that thought? Like, how are you doing? Because there's a whole lot of elements involved in, like, the thought, like the thinking process, everything there. Like that's all I'm trying to say. Like, we've got so many things there to make ice. You know, we get water and then we go to the air to cool it. So we go to a cold part, it cools it down. That's something totally different now. So from water to air, it's now ice to a solid. So you combine things. Now, what if you combine it? So you got water. Now you can have hydrogen that blows up and turns into fire. So you can
that's
combine
the
fire
basic
and
alchemy.
water.
Yeah. You're talking about basic alchemy.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, which the scary thing about it, they call it the star, isn't it? That's the star. What the star was all about, isn't it? Of all the rituals and stuff.
Not so sure about that. But
Fire,
yeah,
metal, water, wood. Because
yeah.
it's a psychic thing. If you push all that together, what does it produce?
If you put it all together, what does it become? Juice? Is that what you said?
Yeah, what do you produce when you put it all together?
What, fire, water, earth?
Fire, earth, wood, water, metal.
I don't know really. Probably just melted metal.
I mean, like some engine of some sort or a human being.
Well, have you looked at electricity?
Oh yeah.
I ain't looked at it because I can't see it.
It has like the earth wire, two positive, one negative. And I'll say that's like lightning in it, and I'll look at lightning a bit like
Lightning, and
fire.
when the clouds and everything. So there's many different ways that these elements can produce. Now, what happens when you combine them together?
It's not all of them will work together like that, I think.
But why would they? If they work together, they can pattern up.
Oh God.
No, but I think they use like probably like 2 at a time. Then from that 2 will make 3, then something else will add on. If you know what I mean.
Your guess is as good as mine, Turek. Natty, is there a point to this? What do you know what it actually makes?
That say for instance, water and fire. We know they don't mix together.
We're back to segregation again.
Okay,
By
right.
default.
This is where you're gonna laugh, yeah. But that's something that could be the code to create life.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that again. Oh yeah, I swear there's scuba divers with like some fire torches underwater. I don't know how they do that though.
Yeah, mad stuff like that, bro. Yeah, them blowtorch.
I don't know how that works.
But if all these things, yeah, man. That's what I was thinking, like kind of things like that, man.
Blow torches underwater, Turek.
No, it's like a fire torch. Like they rip it and it's like a flame.
It's got a flame. Wow, I've never seen that. I'll have to look that up after this.
But you can fire on water can work though. All you have to do is put gasoline on it though.
Yeah, true.
It will like the water.
Yeah, but you still need air, don't you? You still need a good amount of air.
True.
Mm. I'll have to go and have a look at them and see how they work. That's interesting. Yeah, something new I learnt today. Even if it is like weird.
It's sort of like a flare underneath water, though. That is weird, man. It's
Yeah,
like a firework underneath water.
yeah,
Yeah,
many
I mean,
cities
some
are
people.
underwater. They say that all the things that they've done to go to space, and yet they've got masses of stuff underwater that they haven't even
That's
examined.
true. I think they might have, mind you.
I don't know. I think a lot of our history has been lost to the water.
As well, true.
Well, that's what you
Yeah.
could create life with them things there. You can create life.
To be honest, I think that is the next frontier, though, living underneath water.
That'd be mad.
I don't know how they will pull that one off, but
Do you reckon you'd be able to cope?
Don't see why not. I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to live underwater though, to be fair.
As long as you could travel in it, as in that you can do a little circle or something, it should be all right.
I'd like to go to the Vietnam caves. You know, the ones where the cave system's so big, it's actually got its own ecosystem. Got its
But
own little
recently,
beach in there as well. You've been there, have you? I'd love to go there. Love to go and
Yeah.
see that.
I think either that or underground. I have a lot on underground.
We all,
sea.
there's evidence that thousands of years ago, most countries lived underground for some reason. It's almost as if something really bad happened, and everybody went underground. You've seen them big underground cities in Turkey.
No.
They're amazing, and they're about 3 or 4, even 5 levels,
Wow.
and they've got tracks and that where they say the horse and carts used to be, and that proper underground.
What
like village.
underground?
Yeah, what's the name of it? I think it's Droclia or something like that. It's under when Khan shows up, you should ask him. You know.
Wow. Yeah, because I see there's something in Romania where they do something like that. Where I don't know if it's the same thing.
What's that?
Living underground.
Oh
Underground.
yeah. Yeah, they did.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
the
in
sewer rat king or whatever his name was.
Who's that? Oh my God! Yeah, that's in America, isn't it?
No,
Nah, this one was in, and I think his name was Elvis. I think they called him Elvis or something, and he had a big chain on him. And they were just mash up in there, mate. All sniffing glue, mash
Where
up,
was it? In
different
Britain?
stuff.
Where was that?
No, Romania.
Oh,
I think even in Liverpool there's an underground sort of the other passages or something. I don't know about city, but I think underground, the actual city, there's a lot of I think, not to say it's an underground city, but I think there's a little bypasses and things like that as well.
When I was younger, I was told that Cardboard City was the place that was popping.
Where?
Cardboard City, somewhere in London, I think it was.
Wow. Oh yeah, I think I heard of that name back in the day. Where was that?
Yeah, but people, there was guys. Listen, G, there was guys that were selling like boxes or renting out boxes to people. So this is mad.
renting out boxes.
This is mad. Yeah, yeah, renting it out to people. Seriously,
You know, under the city of
like
London.
some big ass, like you know these boxes. Some of these boxes were the boxes that these fridges come in. You know?
Oh yeah.
You know, underneath Westminster, there's loads of underground stuff under there for if there's ever a war. You know that they're called the war rooms. You know that it's even got a train service and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, it's all connected.
Look at that, man.
Oh Yo, Veli, gold's in the back. Gold's in the back.
We've got shops and hairdressers and everything down there for if it ever happens.
Serious.
I heard there's an old, I think it's in the east. No, it might not be the east end. There's an old railway line that is used for like emergencies like this. But these underground places lead to some like next like mysterious things, man. You ever heard about that?
What the London Underground ones?
Yeah, yeah,
so,
like
I've heard
during the war or something.
Mm.
There's like someone's told me like the tracks will lead there, but you can't actually go there or something. Like,
I think you might be right, because I remember like watching the Cray film, and like a lot of those people used to be like underneath Bethnal Green, Stepney, all of those sort of things. So they might have done something to change it up in the olden days still, or had little I don't know medics or some sort of different little things.
Yeah. No, I know that they definitely exist. They did an article on it in the Daily Mail or the Guardian about a year ago, but even before then I knew it existed.
that's it. I'll name them. Yeah, 10 secret tunnels in London that you'll probably never see.
Yeah.
Thames Barrier, the Love Tunnel, Pall Mall, Houston Road, Fleet Sewer, Lee Tunnel, Kingsway Tram Tunnel, and Camden Catacombs.
Wow.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's just like they've got blocked up smugglers' caves that all under Greenwich. They're all blocked up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I think Liverpool's got the same sort of thing as well.
Oh, Liverpool's got the one that is it Liverpool? Scotland, I'm thinking of. There's up in Scotland. There's an underground city as well, isn't there? Up in Scotland. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people used to live in the caves and things like that as well.
But they reckon
the
that
mount,
that made people go underground. It's very strange.
I think it's warmer as well somehow.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, thermal energy from the ground. Yeah, it's warmer, man.
Yeah, it's probably one way to protect them from harsh winter, maybe.
So really, you need to know where the entrances are. So if there's ever a nuclear war, you know where to go.
Wow.
So you can all run. If you're in the city, London, you can all run to the entrance and break in.
I'm jumping on a boat. I've already told my family that I don't care whose boat it is either. I'll get on a boat, like a nice yacht, and that's me. I'll just go in the middle of the ocean and just watch all the bombs just fly over my head. Done.
No, trust me, man.
If it's nuclear, it wouldn't matter if you're in a boat. You'll probably get singed. When it's nuclear, they reckon if a bomb went off in London, that most of England would be affected.
Yeah, England's done.
Yeah, because of the radius.
Yeah, it's finished. It's finished. For millions of years, you will never be able to inhabit it for millions of years.
I don't know if it'd be millions, because where was that place?
Look it up. Why it's so bad for nuclear disaster. Look it up.
No, there was that place that had a nuclear disaster in, was it Russia or one of them countries?
And it's still, it's fucked for years. They'll never be able to go into it.
Animals are breeding normally.
Oh, is it?
Understand. Yeah, so they're saying that they don't know what's going on now, because they've gone in there and the dogs and the animals, they're just normal. There's nothing wrong with them. All the dogs that got left behind and everything.
Wow.
I don't know.
But yeah, that's what I'm doing, mate. I'm jumping on a plane, on a boat. Yeah, if it kicks off, that's me. If there was a countdown, they said, "Listen, you've got like 24 hours, or you've got 10. But I need at least an hour, and I'll be on a boat, and I'll be cutting away. I'll be cutting out, gone.
This is the thing though, like, and it sounds sad though, but
Yeah,
these are
but
the
what if
real
you
issues
survive
what
and you
people
come
have
out
to
and
look
there's
about,
nothing
man.
left? There's no food, nothing. What are you gonna do then?
Say that again.
This is the thing,
I
man.
said, what if you survive and then you come out and there's nothing left, no food, nothing? What are you gonna do?
I'm on the boat. I'll be fishing. Yeah, I'll get one of them. I'll just teeth someone's super yacht. You know them bad boy things. I might even have a little mini golf on there. Yeah, I mean, no one's gonna be thinking my idea. Everyone's gonna be thinking to hide underneath a bunker, but you've got to come out exactly like we said. And when you come out, one like little bit of air or contact with you, you're melting. You're done. I mean, so yeah, I'll be like Noah for a while on my ark.
Wow.
What you say, Turk? Turk, you coming, yeah?
Yeah, but this is the thing.
What
People
do you
have
think
to.
of my plan, though, Turk? What do you think of my plan, though, Turk? What do you think of my plan?
No, but we have to be realistic, man.
Exactly.
We have to be realistic. Like, but like the thing with England, because it's an island, you know what I mean? Like, we're not attached to anywhere else, and so it's a bit peak. I think the only places where it probably would be safe would be Scotland, like London. That'd be the first
They would
place.
know. They know when a nuke's
It's like,
coming. They know when a nuke's coming. They know when one's going off in the world. They get a warning. Yeah, normally, I don't know. If you're talking like it just happens, then yeah, listen, if it happens, you're dead anyway. So it's done.
I'll be honest.
Danny DeVito, mate.
Best places to go, I would say, is either Cornwall or Scotland.
I'm out, bruv. I'm on a boat, G. I'm off on a boat in the middle of the ocean with some fishing rod, food. I might even, you know what I mean? Like, I might even take any animal just to eat while I'm out on there. I know I'm surviving, and I know
So
I'm
where is
away
the
from the
nearest pier
drama.
from you then? Where is the nearest pier?
Who remembers when Real got upset and he said that was it? He was going to hibernate and he was going to hibernate in his loft. Oh dear, that was funny.
No, but these are the things though, and like certain places in East London, they still got their bunkers, you know, built underground and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no underground in East London, though, is there?
No, like
There's no underground tube in East London, is there?
there is, but it goes overground. But like in people's backyards, they have like actual. I don't
But I know what you mean, though. There is. There is.
I think district
Just
line.
before
but
something
goes
to do
overground.
something to do with something. I know there is tunnels going towards
Mm.
East London. Mate.
No, but like in people's back gardens, they got these
Trust me, mate.
got these iron sort of cast things. Like it looks like a submarine, but you climb down in it. What they call them? War bunkers, I think. Yeah, and they're just in your back garden, basically. Like if there's anything like
Anderson shelters. They were called Anderson shelters.
Yeah,
What they
but
called?
if it's a nuke, how long can you stay in there?
Anderson shelters. They were called, Tarek.
Anderson. Yeah, probably about 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, depending what you have around you. You're ready in your garden, mind you. Then a lot of English people
Yeah.
used to have those masks. Look at that now. Remember those masks? What a lot of English people
Yeah,
used to
you're
have.
gonna.
Like where are they
Yeah, but
now?
if it's a nuke, bruv.
Yeah, they used to have all the clothes ready for that, man, in England, and it's kind of a shame we don't have these things. Like,
What, the war ones?
Yeah, boy. Like I would have been happy to have one of those masks during this
They've
COVID.
got them. Trust me, people have got them.
Nah, they're in the attic full of dust.
Listen, Toro, put it this way, right? If I know there's a disaster, Turek, yeah, there's only a few selected people that are gonna make it out of England. So I'm not gonna have that ready for everyone, bro. And I'm not gonna start advertising it for people to start buying and start thinking, ooh, unless it's worth shit and I've got the next latest bad boy thing out that no one's got. They've already that's what I reckon they use them underground things for, them trains lines, so they can get out, bro.
Yeah, but they're only gonna go is end up is the countryside. It's not, well, maybe it might go underneath to Switzerland. You never know. You never know. They must, yeah. That's a good thing actually. If you have a train,
It's enough thought about.
yeah, because they must, like, honestly, like, but by
Well,
this
I
train
think
alone.
I know we all know who runs the East.
Trust me, but by train alone, you could probably get to, I don't know, I don't know, Vietnam, if you're lucky, from London, taking all the train lines, going through everywhere. See, this is the thing where
Well,
America.
that's why that you see that Euro tunnel, yeah. Yeah, you see that Euro tunnel, yeah. I don't know how many Euro tunnels they've built, but I reckon there's more than what they're saying there is. I reckon definitely, because England and France have always been cousins or sisters, whatever they call each other. They'll always be allies to each other, let's just say, yeah. So I reckon they've definitely built a connection to smuggle stuff through not just the Euro tunnel, but I reckon they definitely built more than what they said they did.
100%, I could agree with that.
Because how quick can you get your army? How quick could you get your army down that Euro tunnel? How quick could you get an army there? Quick.
Well, it seems like they've already got army down there.
You can get them there quick.
What they call them, custom and exiles.
Yeah, but all America has to do is literally come to England, from England to the Euro start, and they're in Europe, like boom.
It could work still, but it's just too much. Is it too much of a distance? If you know what I mean.
But you can get there without risking like air or ground confrontation. Let's say we wanted to get into France, yeah. Let's say France needed our help, yeah. We could get into France or Berlin. We could be like, listen, France, we're coming through. Okay, cool. We can get into another country quick, bruv.
True.
Without needing detection from the air.
True, they must do as well. I could agree with that.
As above as below, bro. Remember what IC3 said? As above as below.
Yeah, I think a lot of these, what they call these people, they must be connected some way to the train line, because a lot of these political places there is undergrounds, trains that running around these places. So there must be something there for like rich people or the most influential people. You know what I mean? Because even Kim Jong-un from North Korea, he's got his own little train. Whenever he's ready, he just takes his train and he's out wherever he's out to, and you know what I mean. People
Yeah,
don't
you can
even
get
know
to
where it
China.
is. No,
Yeah, you can get to China from there.
Yeah, you can get anywhere. I think what in a weird way.
Last time I read, yeah, I heard he arrived in China on this next train that he's got.
Serious?
And he's got underground. Yeah, he's got like underground trains and stuff like that. They're all friends, mate. Listen, they're not silly. China will never abandon North Korea.
Yeah, hopefully, I don't know. Not to say hopefully yes, hopefully no, but they seem like they're of the same, like, how do you say, birds of a feather, like Tracy and her sister.
So man, that's when. Listen, you know what, bro? Like people forgetting, like back in the days, some of these kings and queens, right? Instead of having to go to war, they would just marry them. They would be like, listen, you know what? I'm a Jewish man. I own 20 sheep, and I've got a beautiful daughter. Let her marry or let her be the prince or the king's concubine. As soon as she has a kid, that's why they always want to kill the kid, because that kid's always got like birthright to the throne half the time.
That's right.
And that's how they can get like into the. Do you know what I mean? That's how they used to do things to get into the family. Yeah, like some of the tribes would do. Instead of fighting each other, they'd be like, no, you know what? We take your daughter, you take my daughter. Like I'll take my daughter and my son. We'll marry each other. Now we become one. Now we don't need to fight each other. But
And they've got their own past as well.
if the child is born from the mother,
It looks like
yeah,
it looks
but if
very
the child's
similar.
born from the mother, then sometimes
Even the Russians look the same as them in a weird way, like how their culture is, like with a king or an emperor. It seems like they're of the same ilk in a sense, if you know what I mean. Like Russia, China. Maybe only Japan is more, you could say, westernized, where they don't have like an emperor, or maybe they do have a Japanese royal family, but I don't think they're that influential like that. But yeah, most of those countries they still run, but like with that sort of emperor sort of mentality, and really it's the same everywhere else in Europe or even Africa, where they got the king and you got the queen and you got their jurisdiction and all these different things. You got the landowners and all these different things, and the king and the queen owns everything. Sort of the same blueprint, really. You know what I mean? Let's see if it's a drop off.
but yeah, but that's how a lot of that's a way of back in the days of gaining power, like without having to cause like bloodshed. Do you know what I mean? But then again, you know, man, when that child's born, certain people won't accept that child because that child's mother is not from them. And then they get upset because that child will have that power, and then that child might grow up and start siding on the mother's side and not on the father's side.
Yeah, and
Do
that's
you
the
see
thing.
what I mean?
Yeah, they have them dramas, man. I mean, the royal families, because sometimes they have enough children. You know what I mean?
Well, to be in the royal family, that was the biggest thing. That was the takeover. That was the biggest thing. But then after a while, they realized, why be in the spotlight? The best thing is to supply the royal family, is to rule for the king. So when you're ruling for the king and you're sorting out all the money and everything like that, you're the main man. You're in charge of his army. You're in charge of, and if the king tries to tell you, I don't agree with this, you can tell him, listen, shut up, mate. This is my army.
No, but even in the Kung
They
Fu
talk to
movie,
me.
even in the Kung Fu movie, they show you like you have in-house treachery. You know what I mean? And it's like when this COVID thing happened, everybody was saying, "Oh, where's Kim Jong Un? He might be dead. He might be this. He might be that." And it seems like they was hoping for his sister to take over and certain things like that. And it's like it's a deep game. You know what I mean? What these people are in, very deep, like proper mafioso sort of style, Roman Caesar.
Yeah, there was a Russian family, the Khazars.
Yeah.
I haven't looked into it. I haven't looked into it too much, but from what I have gathered, that they done them dirty, mate. There was the two Khazar sisters. I think they were twin sisters or something like that. Khazars. But that's why Russia, and Putin and all them lot are anti-Zionist and all that stuff there. They've got their own stuff because they've already talked about certain people who've been in certain places. Like, how can you be in somebody else's country, be wealthier than anybody? Like Saudi Arabians, yeah, they're wealthy people. Only the prince can come over here and be a wealthier person than maybe, let's say, the queen, if that is true, yeah. But you can't just be a, you know what I mean, and turn up and be like, because they're gonna be like, who is this guy? Who do you think you are? What, you think you're rich? What, you think you're a target? You know what I mean? You're an instant target, mate.
Yeah, yes
So
and
that's
no.
what no, but that's what Hitler was saying. He was saying, that's why Hitler was against Zionist, because he knew that they were hiding behind religious beliefs, etc., etc. Yeah, and they were controlling a lot of Europe. Yeah, and they were obviously doing whatever they were doing to gain control of whatever they needed to do. Yeah, like the banking system, etc., etc., etc. And
So are you saying there's two different Jewish factions?
he was basically like, nah, come out of Europe.
So what would you say is two different Jewish factions?
Well, nah, there's like design, like
because that's the thing. Like
I wouldn't say like two Jewish factions, but
because when you think about it, Khazaria or Khazaria, it's literally around the corner around them areas, if you know what I mean. And those are where those people mostly stem from, with the culture of the Hebrews mountain or Hebrews sort of things. So it's like, it seems like there's two different factions of family who might be identified as Jewish, or maybe not nowadays, but it seems like they're fighting.
he wrote the Jews that are claiming to be Jews of today are not the real inheritance of the land of Israel. The land of Israel belonged to the Negroes, so black. Yeah, to the Negro color, black. So he knew what going something up here, because obviously there's a strength, there's something going on, like there's crashes happening in Europe, there's fighting amongst all these other countries, and he's saying, wait a minute, you lot can't see this. And every time he's talking, they're shutting him down. They're saying, nah, shut up, you're trying to cause trouble. He's no. I don't think you guys, hold on a minute, I'm not even talking to a proper Swiss nationalist. Maybe he went mad and he thought they were all Zionists. So he's thought, like this, I'm going to protect Germany, I'm going to protect its borders. And his idea was to put people of actual, like, their country to be involved for their own country.
No, but you have to realize,
not
where they had a lot of Jewish people in, let's say, the western region of Europe, they used to have a country called Prussia. So it goes to show that it's the same people, and what they done is made a wall, the Western Wall of Germany, where they literally sectioned off each other like an East Coast, West Coast war. And it's like, from there, they literally are the same people, but they've now basically divided themselves, like, and they've literally been at war with each other ever since. And it's only since the west part of Europe started to do to explore America, basically. This is how they've got wealthy, basically, because
they needed a home. They needed a home, and they knew that to get hold of Israel, they needed more than just like England and Italy and all these places. They needed an actual home, and they knew about America for a while. They were trying to get America for a while, but figure out how to destroy these people and stuff like that. Why do you think you've got people like the Rothschilds and who are the other family? No, not the Soros, Rothschilds, and who's the one that owns all them? Rockefeller. Yeah. Do you know how many museums they've got? Do you know, bro? Do you know how many escapades they used to do to like get like certain animals and stuff? There's a museum. There's a is it Rockefeller? Yeah, there's a museum, bruv. That's by them, and it's got all their animals, what they've stuffed, rare animals, rare this. They've been on it for, bro.
There's a
They've
book
been,
where they've got
bro.
nearly
Let me tell
every
you something.
species
Yeah,
from the 1700s. And do you know how much that book costs? 10 grand. It's like
nah,
the most expensive
enough
book in the
money.
world. Or even more than 10 grand, I think. But it's
Yeah,
made,
enough money.
it's the Rockefellers that own that book. And it's like one of a kind.
Yeah, enough money. But yeah, bro, and that's what it is, mate. And they also like he did have a few followers though. That's the thing though. It was starting to like, how can you put it? Spiral. I believe he started spiraling out of control. That the people who he had in power were spiraling out of control. And I think the people who are in power, like like when you got BLM supporters, and then you've got dickheads trying to do extra OTT shit. Yeah, ones that are saying, you know what, now let's let the real shit begin. Like, because you had even like undercover Jews that were like Germany officers, that were spies in the ranks. Yeah, I've seen the films. I've seen people's memoirs. Oh yeah, my what's her name, granddad was a was a spy against the Nazis. Well, then he must have had to put. Oh yeah, he had to do horrific stuff against your own people. So how can you, right, answer me this, yeah? How can you have people that don't have land? They don't have no land, but they live in everybody else's country, wealthy, living very, very wealthy, don't have land, yeah? Only ones that don't get affected much by the recession, yeah, they're always booming. Just tell me that. And then how can you murder like that many of them and they don't even, like, I don't understand it, bro. Because who did he invade first? Was it not Poland?
I'm not too sure.
Someone's not telling the real story about how many just innocent Europeans died. People that would have come from Kosovo and other places like that. Like, they're not talking about what was actually really happening, because that's a lot of Jews. Listen, these Jews heard about it and they were out of there a long time ago, mate. America's already made up. America's already there. Already built up, waiting for them. Come. They're already there. Lincoln, we already know who runs America now.
Yeah, and Germany had a little hold in America as well. And places in Africa.
Germany
like,
had what?
They had a little hold in like America and Africa and certain parts in South America.
Where did Germany touch Africa?
What's it called? Namibia or Namibia or whatever.
Listen, that was all stories.
No, it's not. It's proper things.
Listen, the story was England got a report that France had fallen. France hadn't fallen. They were still fighting, still jumping onto the ships, onto the beaches. Someone made up a lie, because as soon as they told them that, the stocks, everything started plummeting. People started selling, wanting to sell off and fuck off and sell their gold and jewelry just to get safe and everything like that. So then the government had to ask for money and ask for help. From who? Had to then go to the king and say, yeah, we've got our friends. Our friends said they've got some help. They've got guns for us. They've got ways to get us onto the beaches, but we need to have money. We're going to be in debt with these people because they want this. They want Cadbury's. They want Oxo. They want bars of soap factories. They want these factories, and they're going to pump in investment so people are still working in the street and still supporting all over. And all this time, guess what bank ain't even, and you've got a bank. Yeah. A bank that when all the Germans are being, don't forget Germany raped Europe with gold as well, bro. There was trains. Yeah, that when the English were going over there, they were saying, where are we going? To fight the Germans? No, we're going to intercept a train. A train? Yeah. A big fucking dirty ass stinking steam train that is carrying a whole heap of goods, bro. A whole heap of goods. So, but that's why there's always the spoils of war. You know what I mean?
True, true.
Yeah. The same as when the Spanish, listen, when the Spanish were taking their gold to go to the new lands or taking it from the new lands, it was the British telling pirates to go and rob them. They were telling them, oh, they've got all this gold, go and rob them and bring me half of it, bring me the loot, or there's this cargo on there, go and rob them. It's only then they think to themselves, wait a minute, fuck off, why is my shit getting shot up? Half my people are dead up or thrown over, give you back booty and being, I'm gonna chill out. Want it, come and get it. That's when the Caribbean islands as well started becoming lawless, because you just had goons there, mate. That was the hideout.
Yeah, because
You get what I'm saying?
look, they
That
exiled a
was
lot
the
of
place to
people.
be, man.
Yeah, because they exiled a lot of people, innit? Like say people that fought against the government, those are the people they sent to certain regions. So the French will send certain prisoners to Guyana. The Dutch will send certain people like to Aruba and all them funny places. And the British, Virginia, Jamaica, Bermuda, Antigua, Montserrat, Barbados, and you know what I mean. Just so on and forth, like depending what territory they had.
Yeah, but they were all of these, the reason why they were important is because you're just gaining territory to go to the next phase, to go to the next place where you want to go.
As well, yeah, post and all that.
Yeah, gearing up for the Newfoundland, for America. It's just preparing it. You need people when you've got a war. You've got to have people to feed your soldiers and keep your economy going. Because at the end of that war, there's going to be riches there. It's going to be worth it, and everyone's going to eat. Everybody is going to eat.
Yeah, because I think
So that's the only reason why that
America
war
used to be
was.
like 5 nations before, innit? Or something like that, or 5 different nations, or 6. So you had like the French one, the Spanish one, the Dutch, and English, Dutch, French. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they all hear about it and they panic. They've known about these lands for a while. They've heard of stories, like, because like news travels. People have got around the world. You know what I mean? So, and when they're gone to attack, they will go to attack under the name of Christ or under the name of Christianity but they'll go underneath the one God, the God of Christ. Once they've conquered in the name of the God of Christ, it's not about God of Christ. This is England, this is France, this is Spain, and this is. But me and you, we know that's not the coup, mate. That's not the coup. They'll just say, you know what? We'll start something up here, or no, we'll take it. We was here first. We want it. Yeah, we'll fight you for it. We got the ammo. We've got people in because like it's funny, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know too much on the history, but if they were fighting each other in another country, were they fighting each other face to face, like so, like where the British and the French fighting each other, so fighting in the Caribbean?
Yeah, but you have
That
to
would make
realize.
sense.
You have to realize, but a lot of these conflicts transferred from Europe into the Caribbean and other little districts where they were from. And when there were uprisings going on, because they didn't really have telephone and all these types of things, like France would have heard the news like a year later. and certain things like that. So it took a lot of time for messages to get through or passed down and certain things like that. But take for instance when they killed the royal family of the French. Like when that news got to the Caribbean, like it changed a lot of different things because everybody was indebted to that royal family in it. So like a lot of things has changed in it. Basically, they didn't know what to do or how things should run. And this is where like Napoleon comes back in now, trying to reclaim a lot of different things. And there's dispute now with England and France and other little societies.
All I know is for people who don't own no land and are, let's just say, all over the place, can then get involved in a war. They're getting picked on and they're getting persecuted. They're getting picked on there and they're getting persecuted. And then from out of nowhere, they are influential.
Yeah, because they're investors. You know what I mean? It's not many Europeans you could say, all right, then, that has that sort of investment sort of background in a sense like that. So the majority of the
Yeah.
people,
So it's not. So it's nothing to do with Jewish people. That's just a shield. That was just a little cloak to hide behind, yeah, of who these Zionist people are pretending to be. They're just clever motherfuckers, bruv. And they've been doing this shit from time.
yeah, and what makes it a bit bad? They are a bit biased, but it's kind of fair when it comes to business in a sense like that because it's competitive. But basically, they're sort of working against people in a sense as a community, which is not wrong. But where they galvanize as a unit, they're able to take a lot of different things, and where they implement themselves now into the system, basically they just take over basically in a sense like that without really a gun or a fight or a, you know what I mean? It's like a peaceful turnover in a
All
sense.
right, look at it like this, yeah. England are saying England can't ramp with China and Hong Kong. They can't ramp with them directly. They cannot get in confrontation because they know there's big consequences now, yeah? Big consequences. So imagine me telling you, yeah, we'll give you 3 million of your people, they can come live with us. How embarrassing is it that 3 million people want to defect, leave your country, and go and live and make somebody else's nation great? Because you know what that is? That's 3 million people of your own race that hate you. Must be in
But
it. They don't
it's a
like
weird
the
it's a
country. They
weird
don't like you.
circumstance. It's a very weird circumstance because
No, it's
they
a
feel like
clever. No, it's
they,
clever. It can hurt you. It's another way. It's another way that I can hurt you and hurt your economy down the line because these people now aren't your people. They're my people, but they're Hong Kong or they're Chinese, wherever they're talking about coming from. Hong Kong, wasn't it? Yeah. So how does that make your empire look? Makes you look very, very weak, which basically means that the people that are left there are now going to be looking at you to see how you treat them. And if you don't treat them well, then 3 million people will leave you. You are finished as a nation.
Who, Hong Kong? I mean China.
Well, Hong Kong, but because China will lose Hong Kong, yeah, because then China will basically have to say, right, they don't want to break off
To be honest,
from China.
it'd be actually like a win for China because there's probably even prejudice there, you know what I mean, in a sense where some people look at themselves as British and all these types of things. So it'd be like a purge for him.
Yeah, there is
And
prejudice. There is
as you know
prejudice.
already, as you already know, China's got already 1 billion and also got so much people international. So it's just like even more space for their people to stretch their legs.
Yeah. But that's the thing, because the West is paranoid, they're trying to cause trouble. They're trying to cause a divide. They don't want Hong Kong and China to be getting along long. They don't want that.
No, but they got no
because
choice.
then that's another mega power.
Not really. They got no choice.
They've got what?
They ain't got no choice because after 100 years they had to give it back to them. You know what I mean? And this is the
Well,
rift
yeah.
now.
Well, this is why. This is why you've got riots. Is it? You know, while we had COVID, I'm in this WhatsApp group here, and they send me like videos of what's happening over there. What was while we were having COVID lockdown, they were still having riots. You had people just dressed up, yeah, waiting in alleyways and just kicking the hell out of random people.
What, in Hong Kong?
Like pro-government people, like Trump. Yeah, like Li Ping, whatever their prime minister's name, like supporters. Undercover cops just whipping people up, mate, grabbing them and gone. And people are trying to grab them and then they're gone, mate. They're finished.
Yeah,
but how does that make your government look? How does it make them look? You can't beat your people. If you beat your people, you've lost.
But this is what I'm trying to show people. Like this is a monster what America and a lot of European other countries have nurtured. Because they said, oh, it's so cheap, get them to do everything. You've literally like put all the burden in it, and they're happy to do it. And they're so happy to do it now that
Check
you
this.
now.
I'll tell you something now, yeah, which is a really, really good sneaky tactic in Syria. Millions of Syrian refugees have walked through Europe. Germany's taken some in. This country's taken some in. That country's taken some in. This country, blah blah. Now, this is the. But it might not be against Syrians. No, it might be friends of Syrians. So it might be a next door neighbor of Syria.
But this is a realistic.
Now
thing
let's say.
Go on.
Wait. Right now, all these European countries are going to say, "Oh, look, we took you in, and you're supporting Iran. Shame on you. Look at them. Now you're going to cause hate. Now you're going to have bombs going off, and who they're going to blame? Syrians, and Syrians are working with the Iranians. Okay, and it's because 5 years ago they let all these refugees come in, and they've. This is not Germany versus England. This is not blah blah blah. This is a holy war, and they'll use refugees like they used the Kosovans, or just like they used the Afghanistans. Oh, all of a sudden these Afghanistans are bombing in England or bombing up planes. Don't be silly. Come on, that's your excuse to go in. Just like when they done Pearl Harbor. Just look at history. History will tell you. They bomb Pearl Harbor, America comes in.
No, but this is, I think, where they
just look at the history.
But this is why I think England gave up the empire, because they clocked that nearly everybody who's got allegiance to the empire should be able to come back to England. And when they've clocked that now, they're thinking, oh shit, there's airplanes now. You can even get to us quicker than we ever got to use in the past. So it's like they have to be very strategic who they're going